What's happening? Benton here with the impromptu live. Man, I could not sleep. Been having that problem lately. Man, I hope I didn't wake you up. You said Music Calls the Secret said there's been a couple of times he woke up to my notification. Man, I couldn't fucking sleep. These fools are slamming doors, making a racket. I don't know. This might end up getting rolled into the next one, but God, I got to get a new webcam. This thing. But I do have a Cash App now. I'll talk about that here in a bit once the folks roll in. If they do, we'll see. Oh man, dude. I woke up at like 10. It was just like, am I just gonna lay here? I knew I wasn't going back to sleep, Fuck, I don't know what's been going on, man. I've heard more than hey, what's up, tribe? I've heard several people mention not being able to sleep. Fuck. And I usually go to sleep no problem. Didn't go to sleep that well. Although I have this problem sometimes where I like my body starts powering down. I'll tell you another problem though is I like to talk about how I'm just fucking wiped out by like noon, 1, 2. That hasn't been happening as much. So I think my energy levels seem to be rising. So certainly on the mend, right? I think the watermelons helped a lot. I've already had half a watermelon, so I might just go polyphasic. Musical's a secret. I don't know if Musical's a secret's ever done a straight up polyphasic sleep cycle, but as a long haul trucker, I mean, I'm sure he has effectively, whether he knew, that's what that was or not, right? But I'm thinking about just sleep like 3 hours at night and just a couple of naps, maybe. There you go, tribe. Well, one thing about that though, the sleep is that's in the notes I made for the later stream, which may never happen. Is who knows what I'm going to do? But the testosterone, I think that was half my problem yesterday. Is the lack of sleep makes I get cranky and agitated because I'm not quite making enough testosterone compared to normal. Then I got to get off of this stuff, right? Yeah, bro. I don't get. What is that? Because again, it's not only me. I've noticed several people comment on a lack of sleep. Do you really? Yeah, I have trouble sleeping and napping in the daytime historically, but although for a time I was going to sleep at like 2 p.m. Doing long haul, but I don't know that I really slept, if that makes sense. You mean on the thumbnail? That's actually herbal tea, tribe. I used to be on this really strong. It's a whole thing, man. There's lore, tribe, and actually that's the purpose of the live stream. I want to go back through some of my old live streams. This is the first one. I believe this is the first one that's on the channel. So we'll chop it up for a minute and then see, here we go. No, that's me. We don't want that. What the hell, man? Click the button, sir. And this one, I have no pressure on myself to do anything, whatsoever. So we're hanging out. We're probably going to watch some of my old content. I believe this is the first live stream ever. Look at who that is on the screen, by the way. That's one Kim before the storm. Oh, shout out to the Yurt fella also. I enjoyed his live stream yesterday. In retrospect, I would have preferred not to cut him off early. I thought I was gonna have a meeting with my co-host, and what I'm realizing is I absolutely have a strong desire to have a co-host. However, my life is, I've turned my life into content, so I don't have the option of talking privately. And the reality is I had, several, private long conversations with Bex. We really do get along, believe it or not, in spite of what you saw yesterday. But I just don't have the luxury of that. And I'm not, I don't feel right charging people money to have conversations. But realistically, if I'm going to have a fucking 5-hour conversation on StreamYard, I got to get paid. I don't know how else to say it. And I certainly would not take her money. We're getting there, tribe. We're getting there. And that's the text to speech, right? And I need help, right? And I don't need people to type. And tribe, you don't do this, so I don't mean you. Realistically, I'm just not going to go out here and figure out how to do everything myself. One thing about the YouTube streaming, it's just with the StreamYard, it's super fucking easy, right? Yeah, I've watched some of that content, Tribe. Yeah, I think it's going that way, and I'm still trying to decide. What do you guys think? So, I don't allow a lot of input into how I live, but I'm just curious. What do you folks think about me potentially staying another month in the motel versus just saying fuck it, YOLO, and um, you know, going to some city and starting to do IRL content. At this point, my car works for driving around town, so the thing about leaving here is now I'm on the highway. The tires, I need new tires. Like I have the money for all these things. I haven't completely figured out what's wrong with the clutch. It's actually not slipping that bad. It's I think it's what I always referred to as a throwout bearing. Now they call it a slave cylinder, and I think it's rubbing up against the flywheel. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. So who knows? Other than the loud drivetrain noise, I could potentially just drive that thing. Okay, Tribe. Well, perhaps you'd be willing to consult with me on that. So, and speaking of the thumbnail, I don't know, folks may not be aware, that's back when I was driving truck and drew Chalk Body Outline. I actually paid him on an ad hoc basis. He made me thumbnails, and then I just was sending him donos. So I don't know that I would have any loot for you at this time, Tribe, but I do have a Cash App now that we'll be talking about. But, I don't really have a problem with the e-bagging necessarily, but I also don't want to keep reminding people. And then if there's only 7 here, I sort of feel like I'm asking these specific 7 people for money. So I think I'll probably wait, until the numbers go up. Something bizarre, though, yesterday when Paul's channels got, temporarily taken down or struck. I was, just simulcasting his with no audio, and I just had a banner that said, his third, his second backup channel. And there was always like 10 to 11 people in here, according to the StreamYard number, but we had no audio. And I'm just like, are people just sitting here? Nobody's posting in the chat when I went up there and clicked participants. So what is that? Is that just a bunch of bots like screen capping? And this is one thing with Bex, as I noticed that Bex has removed all of her content from her channel, yet again, somebody's recording all this. Now, I was screen capping her content for a while, but I haven't been. So I don't have any of her recent round of content, although the stuff we simulcasted is on my channel, even though she's taking it down, right? Window left open. What? Yeah, Tribe, I've seen some of those. I've actually seen some of those streams, especially the ones with those bozos that Andy Dick ended up getting mixed up with. I forget there's a name for them. I can't remember what they're called, but I know I can do stuff, Tribe. It's more of a, realistically, the amount of time and effort I'm going to put into things. But I feel you, Padna. Yeah, the numbers are, I agree, man. And I feel like I've known that, just intuitively. But, more and more, I'm seeing these numbers mean almost nothing. Although, as we've seen, if it's a couple of hours before Paul goes live and nobody else is live and it says 60, that's probably fairly close, although it might be more like 45. But why are they cranking my numbers up? Or do you think it's actually more? I'm confused. I don't know how it works. Probably. And see, that's where I got to be honest here, or I don't care. Like, I legitimately don't care about any of that as far as London Man's content. The only reason I ever ended up at his channel was that first, the Holy Roller Social Experiment. That shit was fire, man. I love that video. And then I watched some of his live streams, but it's just not for me, right? Which not everything is for everybody. And I got no beef with London Man. But then, my potential co-host was bringing it up. So, and I do say potential. I mean, the reality is, she can say she's committed to co-hosting, and I can say that, but it doesn't look like it's headed that way, right? No hard feelings, but the amount of effort I'm going to be willing to put into something based on what I'm seeing from the other person, right? And maybe that was some of Drew's deal with me, and again, I understand Bex doesn't like me bringing up other people, but the reality is I am the center of my own universe, and these things are irrelevant, right? But I don't know. Maybe I'd have to go look. Honestly, don't care. I mean, I'm not saying you're doing something we don't care about, asking about it. I didn't even care enough to download it. And as y'all know, I download a lot of these streams if I think I might need them later. And even screen cap people while they're live if I think there might be some chance that they take them. I just don't care. I mean, I can understand that Bex was disturbed by it, but I'm not disturbed by it because number one, I never saw it. Number two, I was actually relying on her account of events. Yeah, who cares, man? Who cares? Who cares? As I see that my internet's not going to cooperate. Fuck, one moment, sirs. Hey, Destroyer. Thanks, man. Yeah, and I have to, right? And look, I'll just call it like I see it, man. I do have a propensity to go phony and fake at times, and I can certainly just, at times I've been able to invent, personalities for myself, although that's more out in the real world. But yeah, I admit I sort of got off my game a little bit with some of that. So if anybody knows what I'm talking about, I'm just I think I'm just going to go ahead and activate my 4G hotspot today because this is my oldest phone. This is an old Motorola One Action. Actually, my favorite phone ever, probably, but it's stuck on Android 10 unless I put some kind of, rooted or whatever. But the friggin' screen cracked. Bummer. It's the only phone I've ever cracked the screen on. So I had the case off of it because I had it connected to my computer so I could, wait a minute. So I could record a phone. Actually, so I could do a podcast with Highly Suspect over the phone. Because he was, it took him a while to get on the Discord back in the day. And he is a tad technologically challenged in ways, as we've seen. But that's all right, I suppose. But yeah, we're just hanging. So I'm not necessarily going to try to keep up my normal pace on this one. So please be aware of that. And I can already feel the watermelon calling. But here I am. This is what I've been doing almost every day. I'm swapping fucking SIM cards. Because for some reason it goes to 5G to 4G to 5G. And every time it does, I get disconnected. So we'll just throw it in this old 4G and stay on 4G. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be calling Verizon today. And I'm definitely planning to do this status correction. My intention is to call the Secretary of State office and start the process of getting the documents I'm going to need. So I'm getting out of this system as much as I can, man. Fuck all this, dude. I was talking to my pops about it last night. That's awesome, man. What's up, Carl? Man, you're right, Carl. I laid down about 5:30, brother. Thank you, Carl. Good to see you, bro. I laid down about 5:30 my time. I laid there for like 2 hours, never went to sleep, and then I was maybe slept an hour and a half, and it was like woke up, it was like 10:30. And I realized, I said, well, there's no fucking way I'm going to sleep. So I just got up, and I almost never do that. I tell people, I don't advise people, but I say, that's usually a mistake. If I lay down and then I'm like, fuck it, I can't sleep. So I laid on the floor because I sleep on the floor. Although I'm getting so thin in certain parts of my body, I probably actually need to find something to sleep on. That might be half the problem. But yeah, there you go, Destroyer. There you go. Good to see y'all. But yeah, man. But I kind of wanted to see if there's any opinions. You guys probably don't have any opinions of me staying here another month or not. I might. I don't know. I'm really not in any big hurry to get the fuck up out of here. So who knows? And my hotspot worked pretty good yesterday. Give me a second. I'm going to switch over internet and I'll disconnect for just a moment. But I'll be right back. Mr. Tribe, is there somewhere I can learn about all this stuff? I'm a reader. I'd like to. I know you know what you're talking about, but I need to go read up on it if I'm going to use it. And Carl's been trying to get me to do the TTS. Is that like a platform? I don't even know what it is. I'm such a boomer nowadays. I just know I've seen streams where people do the text to speech super chats. Okay. Yeah, I got you, man. Well, and I also used to watch that XQC or whatever. And he had them just going nuts, dude. Yeah, I think I will do that, Tribe, although I'm not fully committed, but I think I'm going to do that. Oh, I can do it through different platforms. Well, part of this is my internet's not that great either. Like, do I need to be using OBS or can I do this just on my PC? You know, and I'm running Linux, but I'm sure it'll work on that. Yeah, we'll talk, man. All right, I'll Google it. I'll Google it. The fuck? Oh, I see what happened. Shut up. It's right on. Yeah, that's what I need to be doing instead of streaming for fucking 12 hours is getting my ducks in a row while I'm still in this motel. That's a good point, guys. So I really need to get all this lined out. No, I didn't try, but with my numbers, is that what you're talking about, Tribe? Because dude, I don't need to make that much money. If I could average $100 a day, I would have almost no problems. So, and realistically, I'm going to have to turn this into my job, whether it's YouTube or not, right? Or it's YouTube and some of these other bullshit platforms. Now, part of this is once I start making some money, right, consistently, I can talk to the people that own this place and say, hey, man, you know, y'all got to get me some internet in here, and then I'll be here, you know, indefinitely. But I got to have some decent internet. TT with the TT $. Thank you, sir. Yeah, there you go, Carl. Well, I'm sure you folks will help me out a little bit. I want to go back to Music Holds a Secret real quick. I missed his last comment. Thanks, brother. I hope you're still around listening. You know, I think about you a lot there, man. He's narrowed it down to just you, Z, and Paul streams. Can't spend his life in the metaverse. And I want to say this, Music Holds a Secret. And I think you've made this decision potentially, but we don't talk about it because certain folks, man, that have been here so long, I don't want nothing from you, right? No more donations. Music Holds a Secret's been very, very generous, but I would prefer that you kept that for yourself. I mean, you know, yeah, definitely. So, but thank you for the past assistance. It certainly meant a lot. Definitely. Thanks, man. You know, I do too. But I love talking to certain folks, man. Like I just love it, especially the one-on-one stuff, right? Now, when we get the panel going, and I feel a little bad that I sort of ran Dick off yesterday, you know, Freedom Grower, but I saw he went live playing guitar after that, and I went and typed in, "Hey, man, apologies for how abrupt I, you know, ran you off." But see, I was still thinking, you know, there was a potential for, and there still is, by the way, there still is, but the amount of effort I'm going to be putting into that when I see a person with a channel, a person talking about, you know, their watch hours and all of this, but then doesn't leave their content up. What do you think about that, Carl? Not leaving the content up? That seems like a mistake to me personally. But then the simulcast freaked her out. But then if you remember yesterday, and I do want to, well, see, now I'm covering, here's the problem is I'm getting into the drama. So what am I going to talk about on the next stream? Right. So I've kind of screwed myself already if I talk about all this. I guess I should have just went live on the other stream. So maybe I'll delete it, but shout out to 25 in the house potentially, although those numbers may not mean anything. But I said when she first, I guess I'm just going to have to talk about it now. I said when she first came in, when I started the second stream, that's what I told her. I said, I think the simulcast is freaking you out. And she was just like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And then by the end of our conversation, she was like, yeah, it was the simulcasting was the problem. I was like, what? Obviously, like, you know, clearly that was the problem, right? But thanks, Destroyer. Google it. What's up, Big Stank? Dick knows everything. Ah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think you're right, Carl, and that's where I talk about. Not everybody's built for this because Carl, I think, has probably been watching me long enough to see that, dude. I've been dragged and fucking because she says, dragging. I don't even really know what that means, but dude, I've been dragged as much or more as anybody, right? Maybe only the yurt fella, right? Maybe potentially more. So, if a person can't handle that, I mean, I don't know what to say. And then you got OTW coming in saying, don't be insecure, which I'm not ever going to tell somebody they're being insecure, right? But it's like, man, I think she's fucking awesome in a lot of ways, but I can't deal with this. And then we get into the astrology, the Leo Scorpio dynamics, where and again, it's just sun sign astrology, but uh, it can be a good, and I don't mean romantic, just a good partnership. But I've clashed with every female Scorpio I've ever known. Meanwhile, one of my best friends for years was a male Scorpio, never a problem, never had a problem. But every single female Scorpio I've ever had some sort of relationship with, and I don't mean, romantically, we get along great. We really have a mutual regard typically. And then again, Bex is not going to like this because she's going to be like, well, let's just talk about me. Well, okay, but how is it that I've consistently had these issues with a person with a particular sun sign? How is it that every time the only people I know when they're Leos are male Leos, and if I'm talk to somebody long enough, they'll say something, and I'll go, "That's a Leo right there." Like there's something to it, right? And then you get into the Scorpio and the secretive nature, and then at one point she was trying to tell me that I should have known not to put a particular comment on the screen, and then I should have known, like uh, not to say something about the private chat. But it's like, no, I don't know any of that. I'm not set up for secrecy. I'm set up for the opposite. I'm set up for just put the groceries in the parking lot, right? The groceries in the parking lot of the grocery store. I just put it all out there, and I don't have the brain to pick and choose what to hide from you folks, right? I just don't have, my brain doesn't operate that way. So I think she watched me long enough to figure this out. So I think we still have a good chemistry, but the conversation we had yesterday, but then now there's no content on the channel. That's not a good sign, right? Hmm. But it is a bit of a mutual admiration society, right? I don't have these aren't. I just have to call it like I see it, man. There's no channel if I'm not calling it like I see it. Uh, I think that's half the reason people listen to me is because I can't. If I feel it, I have to say it at some point. So I don't know what to tell you. So I guess I should just go ahead and delete the other stream. I don't know. Thank you, Carl. Appreciate that. And what I like about Carl is he's only going to agree with me if he really agrees. So, but Jeff, I was a little disappointed in myself the way I handled, her constantly bringing up the London man thing, as if people don't know what she's talking about. Right now, we're back to the secrecy. She tried to tell me that, oh well, I was being vague, and I'm just thinking, lady, everybody knows who you're talking about. Everybody that matters knows exactly who you're talking about. So where's the secrecy? I understand some plausible deniability. That's fine. But then again, Benton can't tolerate an elephant in the room. That's one of my talents. I'll just roll up and be like, there's a fucking elephant in the room. Let's talk about it. Shout out to $15 worth of AC Delco 9-volt batteries, by the way. All right, man. Tribe, I'm definitely open to any and all suggestions from you. I can't take in all this information you're giving me, but in this format, feel free to email me, Tribe, and make a burner email. I don't need your actual email, but I'm not trying to get your data. Email those is always the best way to reach me because I'm on this computer all day and then my phone is on silent. Motherfuckers texting me and calling me. I'm not a phone person, man. Not that you're, I'm just saying, dude. Anyway, that doesn't even matter. Super alkaline. You're just good as the ones that cost $5 at the store. So. Okay, what's up, Crystal Shaman? Well, that's true. Also, Destroyer. That doesn't help either, right? He went on pause yesterday for the first time, but for some insane reason, I wanted him to talk about his status correction, Carl, where he's an American state national. Instead, he referred to when he came on my stream and said violence is golden, and then Rob called him out on it, and he started to explain himself, and Paul just shut him down. And then he came back around, and then Paul shut him down, and then he came back around, and it was. I'm just watching this going, and I didn't see it live. I was talking to my dad, but I'm just watching this later, going like, "What is this dude doing, man?" Yeah, there you go, tribe. There you go, consulting. Yeah, and eventually, if the thing makes enough money, tribe, there would be a potential consultant fee in it for you, right? I like to spread it around if I'm making it, if that makes sense. So yeah, man, I got to figure out how to make I'd say at least $2,000 a month minimum, but I'll go live every day of the month, so that's not very much money per day, as you know. Like all I care about is just let me get by, let me fucking not have to worry about where the hell I got to fuck off to and try to find a homeless shelter that's just going to get shut down during the next lockdown, right? They shut all of that down last time. Pretty much all the homeless services fucking out of business for about a year and a half. Yeah, good to see everybody. Thank you, Trace B. And we're going to be doing more of that, certainly. Maybe not today. But yeah, well, and actually, I'm going to have to do them because especially if I end up staying here. Although, I don't know, it doesn't really get cold enough here, and it doesn't really snow that much. So yeah, I guess I can do them year round here, actually, if I do them early in the morning. So yeah, thanks. Yeah. That's right, Crystal Shaman. I would say this, and again, it ends up getting placed into a romantic context, but I always get along really well with female Virgos and Libras for whatever reason. I don't know why that is, but yeah, definitely love the Scorpios, but there's always friction at times, like no matter what. Even like girls I've worked with, fucking like when I waited tables with like we had 40 servers on the floor. It was the busiest restaurant in town. And every single female Scorpio, like we got along, we really liked each other, but at times it was always a clash. At times, never not a clash somewhere. Hey, right on. Well, and then if we're going to talk astrology traits, see, my dominant sign is Virgo, so all I have in Leo is my sun. There's nothing else. So I got Virgo rising and Venus and a Mercury and Venus in Virgo. So I'm Mercurian also. But then if anybody believes in this, some folks don't think there's anything to it. Like Carl's probably cringing over there, but I'm assuming. But yeah, Mercury in Virgo, retrograde Venus in Virgo. And what I got, Gemini midheaven. So a lot of Mercury there, if you know anything about astrology. And then thankfully my elements are fairly well balanced. So if I had more fire, I think we might be in trouble. Thanks, brother. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, that got a little hairy, man. There was about a half a second to three. There was a period of time in there where that thing could have went off the rails, man. And thank God I'm able to project, some measure of sternness and manhood because I look like I'm in a concentration camp with basically if you went to a concentration camp and gave them steroids for like a week, that's pretty much what I look like. With basically a concentration camp survivor with slightly more muscle and fucking vascularity at times. That's it, man, dude. I'm a scrawny little fucker now. Oh, dude, Aries, one of the best signs for a man. Well, and that's funny, man. Like once I found that out about EBT, it makes a lot of sense. And same thing with Music Holds a Secret. Like I'll almost never go in directly on a male Aries. Almost never, right? And certainly me and Music Holds a Secret get along. But there's one time I got pretty harsh with EBT. That was about it. Like, no, you don't want to fuck with an Aries. I can promise you that. Mess with the boys, you get the horns. I know not to fuck with the Aries. First sign of the zodiac, by the way. But yeah, I love the astrology talk. I'm here for it. What are we talking about, tribe? And see, I hear somebody's cranked their fucking TV up because my loud ass voice. That's the only thing I don't like about staying here, man, is I'm just so fucking loud. Like, even if I try not to talk loud, it's just my voice just goes, it just cuts through everything somehow. Like, I can't, when I walk down the hall, I can't hear people talking in their rooms, but I know they can hear me out there. Oh, I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of the best signs for a man, I'm pretty sure, for sun sign. Well, and a woman too, probably, but yeah. Yeah, Roy. Well, yesterday, just talking about the drama, but I was going to show some of my old content here, but I don't know. Then I just started running my yap. I've been just rambling for 30 minutes. So who even knows at this point? But let me take a restroom break and then we'll come back and see if I can maybe focus a little bit. We don't want to do that, do we? You know, let's do this. BRB, folks. You know who I am? Yeah. Oh my God. Tribe is just hammering this TTS, man. Anyway, since the folks are rolling in, I'm going to go ahead and commence the e-begging. Paul can make fun of my elaborate setup here all he wants. This shit fucking rocks, man. My computer setup. Yeah, there we go. The e-begging has commenced, folks. No pressure, but let's see what happens here. Thank you, Trace B. Well, and part of that is I've been working on my voice for many years. I know that sounds crazy. It's like, what kind of person who's not in radio just like works on their voice? But you know, pretty much anybody can learn to breathe into their abdomen, and then when I speak more, like when I'm talking, I'm intentionally hitting, like as far down as I can, and then it sort of comes up, right? Because like my natural voice isn't quite this deep, but I'm not straining to hit these, the lower notes either. And there's absolutely no, I don't process my voice through my equipment. StreamYard does whatever it does, but I don't believe in, because I love Howard Stern's old stuff, but his voice is obviously highly produced. Like I don't think he has that much of a radio voice, I have to say, at the risk of offending Tribe there. But yeah. All right, let's get into some of this old content, because I've been wanting to see this. This is actually the first live stream that's on my channel right now. So I've been wanting to see some of this. We got Kim Before the Storm back before we started yelling at each other. So we'll see how this goes, right? But I think Yurt shows up right after this. And I'm going to leave it like this in case y'all want to check out this is the original WRAP and Truth and Natty, and I think I changed it to Truth or Natty later. Yeah, and you know what, Trace B, I listen to most videos. I don't even watch them most of the time. I listen on my phone typically. That's how I generally consume content, and that's the main reason. Hey, what's up, Nuba? That's the main reason that YouTube gets my $16 a month or whatever it is for premium, is so I can turn the fucking screen off and listen to the content. Right now, the ads are obviously horrible, but I didn't pay for it initially to get rid of the ads necessarily. I paid mostly so I could turn my screen off and stick the thing in. Although I shouldn't have it in my pocket, obviously, but whatever. Well, I do have cargo pants, so it's at least it's not that close to my nuts, right? Yeah, we did, man, and I'll be honest, man. I go through things at various times. I mean, it's not all him. It's not all Bex. I go through stuff, and anybody that's been Musical's a secret. I can't speak for him, but he's heard me wig out enough by now to know that's just sort of built into whatever I'm doing here. But anyway, let's see what this is all about.
Made myself sick with my temper. Yeah, 100%.
What's
happening?
No way.
Out of here.
What's going on,
Praise
guys?
God. Hey, what's happening, brother?
Chilling, man.
Amazing.
Friday night, I was checking out what's going on these filthy YouTube streets. I saw Benton, Mr. I don't do panels.
The drama brought him in.
Yeah. Mr. I don't do panels, hosting a fucking panel. How about that?
Yeah, but Mr. No Panels is doing panels now. What the hell's going on, Benton?
Well, yeah, and for those who may not know what Yurt is referencing here is that one of my first videos on the channel was why I don't do panels, and then here I am paneling. Right, so that's yeah, all right, Carl, man, I can appreciate your opinion there. We got along, man, in the beginning to some extent, and I actually counseled him, although I didn't mean to necessarily, but I definitely was able to critique his certain things about his psychology that he actually took to heart and made some changes, believe it or not. So he gets a lot of credit from me for actually sort of working on himself in a way. Most folks aren't able to do that. So, shout out to Kim for that. Yeah, man, we're going to get to those. Well, in fact, I might shut this down and just go do the walk and talk. That's not for another hour and a half. So this is just sort of a, hey, I'm up. I got everything done. Believe it or not, I've already slept, although not very well, as we talked about. But let's get back into this.
I have no defense. I have no defense, sir.
And did I catch that you doxed your fiat?
Oh yeah, this is when I accidentally revealed who I was working for at the time, I believe.
Mining rig has been the brand, the company has been doxed. Yes.
Oh man.
By yours truly. That's even worse. I fragged myself, man. I took myself out. How you been, man? I hadn't seen you in a while.
This is just general internet paranoia. I was assuming that since I did all these live streams while I was driving a big rig, that somebody would just fucking contact the company. But if that ever happened, I never heard anything about it. Of course, this was a long ass time ago, and I'm not with that company anymore, Carl.
Wow.
No, I think it was. Oh, I took that stream down. It must have been the previous stream, actually. And EBT was actually, I think at one point EBT was like revealing the name of the company one letter at a time in the live chat, which was pretty fucking hilarious, I have to say. Shout out to EBT. I wasn't mad at him.
Yeah, I've been laying low. I've been doing other stuff. I've been just living my life and been enjoying it, enjoying a break from all this. And
nice.
Yeah.
Looking healthy there, man. Looking healthy.
Am I looking good there?
Yeah, looking healthy.
It feels a little weird. This feels a little weird now. I was getting really used to doing it there a lot, where it was becoming second nature. I was totally sucked into this MK Ultra platform, and now after my break, it feels a little weird.
Like wrong or just?
No, it just feels weird. No, it just
okay,
feels, yeah. I got those jitters.
Oh, I see. I got you.
People did not like the pseudonym, so I dumped the channel. I went for a pseudonym, trying to have a little fun, because you all were telling me that nothing is real on the internet. So I tried to lean into that a little bit, and people got a little worked up about that. About In a House with Tarot, the Salvador Pearl business. They couldn't get their heads around that idea of a pseudonym. And I felt
like I could roll with it, but yeah, I understand that some people are not able to.
Yeah, people are weirded out by that. And
yeah, but then we had tinfoil was in here earlier. Did you catch any of that?
I did not. I caught just a little bit, but I was doing like several things. What's that guy's deal?
Yeah, we kind of maybe I don't know. We might have achieved some common ground. I think now I'm actually in a formal debate, though. I believe.
Oh yeah, I caught part of that. I was in and out, but on the Pauline conspiracy thing, I'll talk shit on Paul all day. I got no problem.
Yeah,
Paul,
exactly.
The New Testament, of course, right?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either.
Yeah,
at all. He sounds like a classic COINTELPRO, right? He's standing around watching early Christians be murdered everywhere. Never met Christ. Isn't featured in the Gospels, right? He goes around and establishes the church, the early foundations of the church, and creates all the religion and the dogma that messes everything up for 2,000 years later. and completely distorts the message of the gospel. So I don't know what that guy's getting worked up about. And I heard him, see, and we're just right back at it. We're right back.
I know, man. I don't have the, if he comes back, I don't have the energy, but go ahead.
Yeah, I got it for a little bit.
Oh yeah, I think.
But yeah, the Paul stuff, I think that's classic.
Well, the stream that I guess I have the stream. Maybe I should go play the stream they're talking about. Let's do that. I'm assuming it's still on the channel somewhere. Give me a second. Let's see, because that's probably way more interesting than this. This is like the aftermath of some like gigantic brouhaha, right? So let me see if I have this on my studio. I bet I do. Content. Let's see. Sort by date. Which one would this be, I wonder? Oh, there's a bunch of them that are private. What the fuck? What's the date on this thing? Hang on. I got a plethora of early content that's not even on the channel, I see, because I think I privated a lot of these because of copyright, actually, but to get monetized. Because I used to play music and, you know, I wasn't worried about copyright for a time. What's the date on this bad boy? There's not a date on this bad boy. 7 months. Oh, January 27th. All right, let me see here. Bear with me, folks. We'll get there. January 27th. I wonder if this is it. What's the length on this? Hang on. Oh yeah, I do have it. Let's just go to the one they're talking about. Yeah, it's a 12 hours. What the fuck, dude? So when I said this is the original WRAP, I think that's true because the previous one is WARP. Why did I do that? Huh. All right, here we go.
What's happening? Bitten here.
No live chat replay, unfortunately. That's a
Messing
bummer.
with this StreamYard. Still waking up.
Oh, we got EBT coming in.
Now I don't even remember how I got the link yesterday.
This is very new to StreamYard.
Whatever you want to get into. You got a new fan club, JG's your new fan club.
What you doing? What you doing?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we're grinding the beans.
Gotcha.
I can mute up if I need to.
No, it's fine.
In a sleeper with the creeper.
This is part of the ASMR broadcast.
I love that.
Yeah, I don't know who's this JG guy. You come from the Paul and Slade community or what?
I think so. See, I'm having trouble figuring out the whole Paul and Slade, but when I started going over with, when I was over there in New York with books, and then he started going, it's a whole saga, man. But these people started coming over there. I was over there because I actually like books. I mean, crazy me, but it was me and two other weirdos in the live chat. But then all these other people showed up, which the more the merrier. But I call them the Paul and Slave rejects because, like, a lot of them had beef. You know, they wanted to come air their grievances. It's Festivus all of a sudden, the airing of the grievances. Our daddy fucking. But it's daddy issues, man. They're they had problems in their as children with their daddy or whatever. Now Paul's their fucking new daddy. I mean, am I wrong? Is that not what happened?
It was like some kind of Saturnalia like ritual.
I don't know, man. It was fun.
It's so weird that he just popped off and just.
Oh, you mean Yurt? Or are you talking about Paul? Yeah, Paul's going pretty hard, man. I've been watching a lot of his live streams. I actually like most of his content. That panel's hit or miss, but
no, I don't. I haven't really listened to anything from him.
I mean, I don't recommend it, man. I don't really recommend anything, honestly. Because I know half the shit you and Drew talk about, I've never heard of.
It is.
But yeah, the Yurt thing was fucking super weird because he seems like he could be cool and fit in, but I don't know what his problem is.
I don't know. I thought it was weird because it was that right. It was the day after that night. He was like, "Well, what's doxing? I've never heard of what's this internet."
Yeah,
doxing?
what? How's that even? I think that's why Drew finally said that he's a Thorpe, meaning like even if not literally in spirit, like
in spirit, yeah.
Oh, I've read all these books, but I don't know. Google it, motherfucker. Like
Bitten going in on
he has to know what doxing is.
Yeah,
it doesn't even seem possible.
I thought
but
that
then
was
I think he was drumming up, and this is just my opinion. He was using that as a cover, acting like implying that maybe he's scared he's going to be doxed because he's got a family. But I just think he was getting in trouble with the wifey personally.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm just guessing. Feel free to disagree, sir.
I got a little bit of a feeling that he was playing dumb, like he didn't know what doxing was. I kind of felt that as well, but definitely strange for him to exit the day after that conversation.
Well, he
and
was.
then,
It's-
and then
go
they
ahead,
come
go ahead.
back. They come back as somebody. They come back as another channel with another name, and then another backstory and stuff. It was very strange, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's very strange. Yeah.
I don't know. The internet's full of very unstable people, so I mean, maybe
Oh yeah, and it's always been that way. Absolutely, that's how it's been. This is nothing new. You know, I'm in the old days of the internet. Anybody that claimed to be female was just assumed to be male until like 100% proven otherwise, and that seems to have changed over time. But you know, there's been shenanigans going on for many years, and then with the social media and the phones, you got a bunch of people who are kind of new to the whole internet thing as far as the interacting with other humans in this virtual form. You know, I was talking to people in IRC in '95 and met a lady on the internet in 1995. So not that I'm special, but like this ain't nothing new, man. What's going on? It's just more sophisticated, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in a generation where we we'd come home from school every day and go straight to AOL and we'd talk to each other on instant messenger,
Yeah.
Till night or until the Simpsons came on. You'd eat dinner and watch the Simpsons.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Good times, right?
I didn't have.
All right, I'm just going to kind of click through this because it's 12 fucking hours long.
Well, I think it is strange for me myself. I grew up almost completely without computers, but I had video games. You know, the earlier more rudimentary forms of video games. But then by college now, here's computers. But it's a lot just because I've been on the internet for so long. But it's still strange.
Truth or cop in the house. What's up, Robin? Good to see
he
you.
seems like a cool person. You know, it's hard to know somebody over the internet or impossible. But you know, I think you probably share my opinion. He should just come and fucking hang out and take his lumps and get. I mean, he's gonna get made fun of. I mean, we all get fucking made fun of, right?
Talking about yurt.
I mean, that's just part of the game.
After he deleted in a yurt with books.
And dude, I'm pretty fucking sensitive, man, myself, and I'm easily triggered. And dude, the abuse I've taken, I mean, like if I can do it, anybody can, is the way I look at it. And if somebody wants to come on camera and have shit to say, man, I'm just like, fucking just do it. Just fucking deal with it. Put your big boy pants on and deal with it.
That's right, Bex. Are you hearing this? Let me back this up if you're listening, lady.
I'm pretty fucking sensitive, man, myself, and I'm easily. Dude, I'm pretty fucking sensitive, man, myself, and I'm easily triggered. And dude, the abuse I've taken, I mean, like if I can do it, anybody can, is the way I look at it. And if somebody wants to come on camera and have shit to say, man, I'm just like, fucking just do it. Just fucking deal with it. Put your big boy pants on and deal with it.
Put your big girl pants on.
Movement, huh? Well, I didn't mean to, but yeah, I was the first one. I actually started this Archaics when he's going on and on about how many books he's read. I actually started that also, believe it or not. Yeah. So I don't know that I'm starting these things, but it happens. It's been in my life. It's happened a lot where I was like, I'm the first one to start doing some things, and then other people start doing the same. But it's not they didn't see me doing it.
I'm about to start driving.
Ahead of the curve.
Holy shit! I think I am.
Yeah, me and ABT.
I miss driving. I ain't gonna lie.
Every day we were
Love
watching
driving.
The Coom Boy, as we called it. ABT's back. I'm sure he'll have something to say. We followed it. Can y'all hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm trying to transition from one setup to another setup here. But yeah, we covered it every day, just seeing what they were doing and watching the live streams and talking about it, making fun of it. But I was drunk. I was real drunk, so I don't remember a lot of it.
Yeah, I'm still.
What do you think, EBT, about that? You got anything to say about the Coom Boy?
I wasn't drinking during this.
Jason Archaic stole my Coom Boy theory. I know that much.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, the Truth Cop, he wants to do exposés, I think. I don't want to speak for Truth Cop, but it seems like he's getting involved in some exposés of some of this stuff that's happening in the truth community, which I think is cool. Go ahead.
I think he may have been working on it for a while.
Yeah.
Working on what?
Going way back there into this thing. I got to hear more about this whole scooter thing with the 1776 movement. I can't find it.
I might have it private still, but so I flew down to Pensacola to take care of some real estate business down there, and the whole trip my fucking flights kept getting fucked up. I kept getting layaways and stranded in airports or whatever. So anyways, on the way flying back to Florida, I got stuck at DC at Reagan, and I had to stay the night. And it was the airline's fault because they didn't have the pilot didn't show up for the flight or some shit. So they paid for the hotel and everything. So I figured, fuck it. I got to choose the hotel. So I got a hotel like right down by the mall, the DC mall. And I was like, fuck it. I'm here for the night. I'm going to get drunk and I'm going to go down to fucking the mall and just have fun. So I fucking checked in I got a badass hotel room right behind the White House. I think it was, I can't remember the name of it, Omni or something. It had like a rooftop penthouse, like fucking hangout. It was badass. I could go up on the roof and I could see like all of DC and whatever. Anyways, I got twisted. I started to walk down to the mall first. I was on Q Street. So I had to head towards the mall, like past the White House and go towards the mall or whatever. And for one, I didn't realize how big the fucking rat problem is in Washington, D.C. Like, it is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life.
Taking a leak
literally
before getting on the road, I'm
fucking
assuming.
Rats off the fucking sidewalk. They're fucking everywhere. It's insane.
This is great.
So, but anyway, so I get like, I walked quite a bit. I was a little further away than I thought I would be, but I got to, what is it? Like the fucking art museum there right on the one side of the mall. And that's where all the 76ers were camping out there for that couple months or whatever. That protest thing that was going on there or whatever. So I made a beeline off that, and then I went down towards the Capitol. And then by the time I got to the Capitol, I had to piss real bad. So I took a piss on Ulysses S. Grant statue there right in front of the Capitol building. That was a whole lot of fun. And then like this whole gang of this is like 2:00 in the morning. There was some activist group, some like union protesters that were setting up fucking signs on the grass there in front of the Capitol or whatever. But then this fucking scooter gang, this Korean scooter gang, just shows up out of nowhere. 3:00 in the morning, like 25 fucking Koreans just show up at the Capitol on scooters, and I'm like,
25 fucking Koreans.
So I'd never ridden one of them electric scooters, and I was like, tonight's the night, I'm gonna ride one of them.
JG in the house.
So I got that line map, got the electric scooter, and then I fucking went for the Capitol. down to the Lincoln Monument on the scooter. I was had my phone out. I was jamming fucking funk music, fucking cruising around the fucking Washington Monument. I literally raced a fucking rat around the obelisk. Like I was going around the obelisk on the scooter, and this rat right next to me, racing me the whole way. And then so I went down the reflecting pond. It was like the greatest night of my life. It was,
You got all this on video?
yeah. It sucked. I had a GoPro. I was GoProing it the whole time, and like I put the wrong fucking SD card in it. So like the video was kind of like shaky and corrupted because it wasn't the right, fucking upload rate, fucking SD card or whatever, So shitty because I wasn't checking the footage. I just had it on a mount, and I was like, this is gonna be fucking awesome. And I just put the camera on, and I was like, let's go. And it sucked because then I got back to the hotel room eventually that night, and I went and looked at the footage. And I'm like, oh, that was like the greatest moment. Like it was so amazing what I was doing at the time. Like I was like so free. I was like by myself in the.
It's funny that me typing the date like that. When my dad called me yesterday, he brought up that the government is apparently going to do some kind of. They're going to push out a notification to everybody's phones on October 4th. And I asked my dad, yeah, man, if you were to write October 4th, how would you write it? And he was like 10-4. I said, exactly. 10-4, good buddy. So I said, there, that, what does that tell you right there?
Capital of our country, like on an like.
Yeah, this was all thought. Wasn't it, Carl? I think so. Because you made that video with me and that Jeopardy video, which I love to this day. Somewhere, I'm bad with remembering the sequence of events, but that would have been somewhere in here, right? I'm assuming.
Electric scooter, just doing whatever the fuck I wanted to do, and it was like the most.
I'm just playing this. I want to hear me fire the rig up.
So you went past the 1776 movement at some point?
They were all sleeping when I went by. Yeah,
all that back.
I drove right past it because they were camped out like right
back there.
What's on the right hand side is a fucking Smithsonian Art Museum or something.
I want to hear him.
But yeah, they were all camped out.
Goldilocks.
There's rats. Like a couple weeks.
Fire it up, man.
There was some kind of like. There's some incident.
Roll out, partner.
Right. Yeah. That was that was my claim. That was right. So like, if you go once you like cross the street, it shuts the fucking scooter off.
Been getting ready for work.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Getting ready for his shit
like,
driving.
Oh, White Houses. But it's so weird because I've been to DC three times before.
It's a trip.
And done all the fucking tours and all that shit. So like I knew the mall pretty well.
Thought Destroyer.
I always remember from when I was a kid. Like I remember being able to see the White House from the obelisk, but you can't see the White House anymore. Like you can't see it.
Yeah, I remember the same thing. But I think that's movies.
You think so?
Because I remember the same thing.
Because you can see that, because you can see the Jefferson Memorial, right? Because it's the Washington Monument, Jefferson Memorial, and then White House, Lincoln Memorial, and then Capitol Building. I always remember being able to see the White House, but I was down there and I wasn't processing it. For one, because I thought I was on a different side of the mall from where I came from my hotel. So like I was in my mind, I wasn't oriented, even though I could see the Jefferson Memorial.
Be able to hear this thing fire.
It was like there was a cloaking device around the fucking White House. Is what I'm saying.
That's that Mandela effect.
Real time.
Where is this? See, I'm wondering if. Oh, this is in Avondale. I'm pretty sure. I think this is the pilot in Avondale, Phoenix area. I'm pretty sure, although it's hard to see. I'm almost certain that's where that is.
Affected real time. Yeah. No, it was weird. It was weird. So then I got to so I went down like by the World War II Memorial right in front of the reflecting pond. You cross over. And then I went down the reflecting pond, got to the Lincoln Memorial.
Hey, later
the
on,
only people at the Lincoln Memorial was like four fucking Mormon missionaries in their white shirt with name tags, ties, just sitting on the top of the Lincoln Memorial.
Fire up my email in case somebody sends donuts. Cash App is down there.
I had a great. I was like,
e-begging has commenced.
I wish the video would have came out better. It sucked, but I was like,
wait a minute. I want to see if this is where I think it is, real quick. A lot of these trucks
just sitting on the top of the Lincoln Memorial, just chilling, and I was like. Up there and
no, that's not. That's not Avondale.
I had a great. I was like, it was a blast.
Huh?
I was just loving it.
No idea.
I wish the video would have came out better. It sucked, but I was like,
clips in there, like little 3 to 5 second clips.
It's so shaky. It's so shaky. I mean, I'm sure there is. I got really drunk and I just live streamed the footage of it, put it out.
Yeah, live streaming. Yeah, you got to learn to record things. It's live streaming is untrustworthy.
So but no, it was a highlight of my life for sure. It was fun. And I rode the scooter all the way back. It's cool because they get on that app, that Lime app. They like give you your whole itinerary for the night or whatever. And so it had like the whole showed where I went and all that shit. I mean, DC's pretty sketch. I mean, especially like you go right off the mall and your chances of getting mugged are pretty high. I don't come from the best areas. I work in Southside Chicago quite often, and Indianapolis is pretty rough these days too. But I generally don't get worried.
I don't think this is the one where I talk to myself. Actually,
I'm worried about this.
Huh?
But, I wish the 7070. I didn't know at the time. I didn't know that 7076 thing was going on there. I would have paid a little more attention to what was going on.
Yeah, the convoy basically devolved into the 1776 restoration movement. Or maybe
Crocco, may peace be upon him.
I don't know what
Wow. Crocco used to call in early in the morning.
I'll be doing
dude.
We wait for Ben to piss in a bottle on the side of the road. Here we go. Hey, JG, welcome to the show.
What's going on?
This has not been long. I'm already taking a piss. I'm already pissing. Wow. I'm already peeing. It's not been long at all.
David Crocco, welcome. Oh, Ben's autism and social anxiety is about to go through the roof. We have 2 more people in this stream.
Yeah, I won't be doing much talking. I'll be doing a lot.
I don't want to leave you alone. I was just saying, what's up?
What's up, man?
Nothing. About to go to bed, but congrats on the. I don't know what you had to do.
I don't know. I didn't do anything, but it worked. It worked. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. So.
I don't know what deals were made, but no, that's like we talked. I told you that's awesome. You guys were right at the monetization point.
Yeah, I needed it. It was hard to get those view hours. So you either had a view hours or like a number of watched on shorts since they're trying to push shorts now. So it worked out. It worked out. So yeah, I manifested that into my reality, I guess.
Yeah, I even gave in and made a clip channel.
There you go. Is that Davey Crocco clips, I'd imagine?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do like if there is like safe enough stuff from my Odyssey streams, like if I can go 10 minutes without saying something absurd, I'll clip that, put it over there, and then people can come to Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can do that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's like
That'd be nice.
Test of self-control.
Although I did realize on that last Odyssey stream that you and Drew did, I can go lock screen and listen. So that's a big bonus for me now. So
Nice.
I probably will be in more of your streams now. I can do that.
Sweet.
It was nice with D Live. You could do it, I think, if I remember. But
I had to get off D Live because it looked like a CP site.
oh yeah, kind of. It was kind of weird.
Lemon stickers, like if you're talking about something serious and people are like giving you a lemon.
Yeah,
like,
musical's a
that takes
secret.
you out of the mood.
I guess I probably shouldn't talk while Crocco, may peace be upon him, is talking. But apparently we listened to hours of demons in JG's mic, and all I had to do was turn off the echo cancellation and then turn it back on. I don't think so, Robin, but who the hell knows? Maybe. My memories of this is not good at all. Like my brain is just not set up to remember what happened when.
One scorched earth on the Thorpes. That's my.
Yeah, we'll call it a raccoon, Robin. That's what we'll call it. Or we could call it a coyote. We certainly won't call it what it most likely was, right? It's a canine wanting to take itself out. This must be actually. I don't know. Crocco called in a bunch of times actually, so this may not be. It was just me and him. I remember when that happened, though.
Request.
Well, I was talking to somebody earlier. I might go ahead and release the video that I have.
Release the Kraken
of the files.
WT.
Yeah, I might start dropping some Thorpe files after today. Grace kind of pissed me off. So.
Yeah, Crocco
I
didn't
remember
stay
dropping
long.
some files, and he's still very upset.
Yeah, fuck them. At this point, they're
Fuck them.
Yeah, it's the best way to go.
Yeah, I left their other servers. I still didn't leave Ben's server yet. I was gonna just hang out for, lurk in that for a minute, just in case.
What?
I probably
Was this before the Discord got deleted? See, I've forgotten so much. What? Was I still on Discord? Man,
they should just leave that server too. I should probably just never think about them ever again.
Yeah, you don't want to be like lurking, watching his post of desperately texting women and shit.
Yeah, no.
It's a little weird.
Yeah, no, I never really go in that server.
I tell you what maybe I can actually discipline myself, but and you see, we still got the powered by StreamYard up there. Interestingly,
I don't understand the group of people that they're attaching to. I don't get that
Oh,
group.
I don't want to get into it here, but I do. Like
I don't even know
exactly.
I don't even know what Kino. What the fuck is Kino?
So the people that are in there are people that used to watch Owen. Then they got scorned. They started watching ROTC. Me, they got scorned. Then they went to Pod Awful, got scorned, and now they're like Reddit.
shout out to
lurking
Pod Awful.
all together, just very negative people. And that's why I told Ben
Jesse,
because they were
right?
all showing up and acting like they didn't know each other. Like, hey, nice to meet you. And I knew all these names, so it's
Yeah,
just
that's like
weird.
that's like that one fucking weirdo that came on and then did all those weird videos about him afterwards.
Dead man.
Dead man, dude. What a fucking psycho.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
really?
part of that whole
Carl?
crew.
I had no idea.
Dude, that guy's a fucking weirdo.
It's interesting.
All of them are fucking weird. It's a whole group of like who the fuck are these people?
The first time I saw him come on and he was like doing like this very, very nice guy act. I've seen his content before. He never talks like that. He's like a real asshole. Like,
Oh, I know. So he came on super nice, respectable dude and all this shit, and then the next day he goes full batshit crazy on them. Like
I
talking
think
about caving in Ben's head with a fucking pickaxe. And shit.
Well, and if you see me in the
Everyone in
hammer
there
lane there, some of these
tried
people
or had
just
to
will
try
not
something,
pass
but,
on the
like,
left.
failures, like
They
100
just
subs,
won't
never
pass
got
on the
anywhere.
left
So I
for
think
some
they
reason.
thought, like,
I don't know
this
why that
channel's
is.
around
I'll get
300-400
over it
subs.
just
If
so
we
they'll
can
go
infiltrate
fucking around me
and
instead
take over their
of riding
Discord,
my ass.
we can start making content
No
involved
traffic
with
on the
them, and
road.
maybe that'll give us a boost.
Fucking morons.
Yeah, they're all about having like big Discord combos.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a weird bunch. There's a lot of like British people and shit too. It's strange.
Yeah, I did a little studying, but
So
yeah,
I
they have
don't
whole
know.
they have whole Reddit communities dedicated to like.
Damn, that dude blew
I'll
my
go on
doors
and be
off.
like,
Holy
Davey Crocco
shit.
sent a $2 super chat to this streamer. Like, they're in cahoots. If you got the time.
We are on 1.75 though.
Shit, but other than that, yeah, I just actually loaded the part 2 to the both channels, so 1 and 2 are up.
1 and 2 of what?
The deception thing.
Yeah, that's a good stream. You guys are good.
I appreciate that, man. It was like a bunch of weird videos, but it did take a while to put together.
Yeah, it is hard to do all the back work and have it
like
flow correctly.
Like you're a folder guy. Like I'm a bookmark folder guy, but I try to keep it organized. But I'll be like, I'll name the folder, and then I'll just be like, okay, well now I got to put them in order so the stream makes sense. And then I'm 40 folders deep, and I'm like, well, okay, I'll just throw a stream together.
I'm terrible with bookmarks. I'll just throw them all in the toolbar, and then like I'll have to like organize the toolbar, and then I'll just move them all into like one folder.
The worst if it's like an image, so just like you have no reference to what it is.
Yeah,
like it's like I saved that for no reason. But yeah, I'm about to go to bed. I streamed earlier.
Yeah, I should be in bed. It's fucking 4 o'clock in the morning, but
it is 5. It's 5. I gotta work at 8, so probably good time to go to bed.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Oh, really?
On WRAP live.
I'd like to see some of that, Robin. I did not know that. Thank you for telling me. I'm going to take a screenshot so I can remember this later.
Right,
sorry, I'm pressing the wrong button. Yeah, man, you're a made man, Croco, so you're welcome anytime, of course.
I'm joking with you, man.
I know. I detected the humor.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm dense, Croco, but I'm not quite as dense as you are sometimes.
Nah, I'm a fucking retard.
You heard that? I said I'm dense, but I'm not quite as dense as you are, Croco. This is what I mean. I used to thank Croco for, may peace be upon him, for being the only person more dense than me, potentially. So I got to hear that again.
All right,
sorry, I can't. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Yeah, man, you're a made man, Croco, so you're welcome anytime, of course.
I'm joking with you, man.
I know.
Appreciate it.
I detected the humor.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm dense, Croco, but I'm not quite as dense as you are sometimes.
Nah.
God, I sound terrible. You guys hear my voice?
I'm trying to bring Razvan up to talk to EBT, but
let's
I think
not do that.
The wrong button.
You don't want that fucking smoke. You don't want that fucking smoke.
No, I am interested in hearing Razvan just dialogue on his.
Yeah, Razvan pops in, but I don't think we're going to listen to Razvan.
Interesting to hear. I probably
his voice does kind of drive.
Did Croco drop off? Did I disconnect him? I'm still figuring out the StreamYard, so I'm not sure what the hell happened.
Croco got Croco'd.
Okay.
Croco got Croco'd.
He won't take it personally, I don't think.
He's going to work on 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I don't know, man. A lot of people don't fucking sleep. EBT, one of them. I don't know how this works.
You know why?
Well, EBT has a sleep disorder, lest we forget.
Well, I mean, I don't start till like 10 o'clock, so it's fine.
Well,
they're fucked up.
Huh? I don't need a hobo telling me about how to live life.
Oh, look at you getting fucking old, man.
I don't need a hobo telling me how to live life.
This is going to be interesting.
I don't need these motherfuckers that sleep on cardboard telling me about my sleeping habits. Okay.
Fix your panties, man.
I got a thong on. Okay. Nothing I can fix.
I got a thong on.
Nice.
Nothing I can fix. Nice, EBT. I missed that.
What's up, JG? What you up to, dog?
On the beach.
Nice.
I'm eating. I'll be done in a minute.
This is enthralling.
Oh, I know. We've hit a low point.
I'm eating and driving? Damn, I must have really had to get somewhere. What the fuck?
Be back in 5 minutes.
Welp. So it snowed today here in Chicago.
All right, we're just going to fast forward. What the fuck is this?
Other than that, it's been a pretty...
It's like entertainment, like we're having a good time, hopefully. Other than when I'm yelling at everybody. I guess we're having a good time.
Oh, we're parking. This is always fun. Benton trying to park.
People seem to like it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know with the YouTube thing. It definitely, I remember, I was on YouTube as far as watching videos, in the past.
I am pretty good with the maneuvers. So yeah, I managed to go in, or did I actually, is this a rare time I parked fucking nosed in? I almost never do this.
Nobody was really making money from it. Now it seems like everybody's making money. So that's definitely something that's changed. So it's become normalized, I would say. People try to derive some of their, like Shark Body Outline, he makes
almost never nose in.
Probably a couple $100.
Wow.
You ever seen his videos, Shark Body Outline?
Yeah, I think I caught one of his live streams recently.
Yeah, I kick him a few bucks sometimes, and he's got a membership. You can join him as a member on his channel. So, but that's corny, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's how you do it. If you're constantly asking for handouts, it's pretty corny.
And now don't they get along great? Because if folks aren't aware of the lore, JG for a time was threatening to break Drew's legs.
Hey, give me a super sticker. Like there's a YouTuber, his name's Shoe Nice, and that's all he does, just beg for money.
Okay.
So I work a job, you work a job. This guy's on YouTube all day just begging for money and scamming people. And
well, we all were humbled a little bit.
Well, he's a sharp dude too, so that helps.
Exactly.
Yeah, like that forgives a lot when somebody's sharp like that.
Did Paul upload another live stream?
Yeah, I think it just ended.
Oh, all right.
It went like 9 hours overnight. I woke up just maybe 2 hours ago. But so yeah, I just caught the end of it. I don't really know what happened, but it was just Z was. He's just
I don't
going
know
after
if I
everyone.
can watch this early Mitchell stuff. I really like Mitchell a lot, I got to say, but yeah, I don't even know if I can watch this, honestly. Let's. I'm gonna fast forward past this.
on work?
Yeah, and he owns he just started a tour guide business, so he knows the area real well. It's we went and did some
Shout out to
fly
Tranquil
fishing.
Vortex.
Did a little boating to a just deserted island. Nothing's there besides us, Spent
Daytime
a
now.
couple of days just fishing there, camping out, cooking.
Yeah, it's a different world out there, man.
Oh man.
My water bottle and people, they'll freak the fuck out. Like Taco Bell, you can't do that.
Yeah, like what the fuck? What do you mean I can't do that?
Yeah.
Water.
Yeah.
I think since the pandemic, I think that kind of behavior phone and but record it like you're
Kim
doing
in the
to
house,
the audience, but just you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like,
Mitchell
almost like
hung
that.
out for a long ass
100%.
time.
Because like those podcasts, for every podcast I put out, I would record a bunch of stuff and just never even use it.
Would you edit it, or were you still like you would still do a one take and either put it up or one take?
Talking about my podcast now, Nightmare Dystopia. There you go. Yeah, Mitchell was fine back then.
And not put it up.
It kind of depended because see, my drinking got progressively worse.
Yep.
Yeah, I went through that too with you.
Yeah.
And the
So
oil.
like, yeah. Well, that was the withdrawals actually, though. Rick sipping oil, but
No, it's all good, brother. I'm not.
but as far as the editing, sometimes I would remove sections of the audio. But then what I did is I actually removed a lot of the pauses and like the uhs. I would just go take a lot of that out. But then after a while, I was drinking too much and I didn't even bother.
Yeah.
Or I
drunk
would try to
edits.
edit it, and I was so drunk I'd go back and listen to it, and I'm like, wow, I really fucked up the editing.
Yeah, drunk edits.
So, but yeah, I think it's good too because people don't like that when it's there's a lot of pauses, and sometimes like I have to have a long pause to kind of figure out where I'm going to go. So I removed a lot of that type of thing.
Especially if you're trying to avoid ums and oohs, stuff like that. The only other option is silence.
Yeah, and that's what's crazy is like I spend a lot of time really working on like minimizing that, but I still say it a lot. It's just such a habit.
I'm in the same boat. I did minor public speaking with the business I had before, and that's the first thing you try to do is just at least be silent, so you're not like every 5 seconds.
Yep. But then I also think like the live streaming seems a little more informal, so I think it kind of lends itself to a little bit more of that. But then also I was a lot of times on most of the podcasts I was speaking from an outline, so I had a little bit more of an idea where I was going before I started. Versus a lot of this stuff I'm just like, oh, I feel inspired, and I'm just going to see if I can actually say some shit or not.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely suffer from paralysis for seeking perfection.
Paralysis by analysis. Me too, man. But you can overcome it if you work at it.
I'm trying. I mean, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I hear you, bro. And hearing you, I mean, I'm not even like keeping it real, dude. Hearing you is helping me. Like all you, like, I mean, this little group is like, it's just fucking cool to see guys. I mean, honestly, man, just people are so fucked up. You can find a reason to just kick someone out of your life so quick if you're like done with the bullshit. And that's where I'm at. Like, I will be alone before I put up with bullshit the rest of my life. And like, I just, like as much as the internet's destroyed the world, there is the glimmers of light that it also allows, which is, this kind of connection.
Well, I mean, this is what we have. This is kind of one of the, I hammer these points a lot, but like, this is kind of where we are in society. Like, we're just not going to meet people, organically in our daily lives. It's very unlikely. So I run into people now who will have conversations with me about conspiracy theories, but they're not really able to have a back and forth. They just kind of want to tell me what they know, which is fine. Like, I'm happy to listen, but like, I'm not going to develop a friendship out of it. I need somebody who can, kind of shoot back at me based on what I'm saying to them.
Yeah, I guess that's actually a bigger point that I was trying to make when I was talking about how much I appreciate these is watching the panels that are functional and dysfunctional or the people and how they interact definitely has given me insight as to just, communicate. Like when you don't talk to people, it's obviously a skill. And I'm a fucking high strung dude, so I definitely can rant and talk over people. And it's just something I have, you get to observe other people that are even worse than you get on panels.
Yeah.
And you see how people react to them. And so but then at the same time, you see how most of the people in the panel are like, dude, just chill the fuck out. We're here to hear your point if you have one. And that is actually what I appreciate the most is like you said, dude, I'll hear your point if you have one. I don't want you to just dictate to me, but if you want to like get excited about something, talk about it and have a conversation. And like just seeing that is hard to find. Like, where are you going to find that in the world? Where are you going to find a few men just sitting down where you can observe them talking and really learn how to communicate like that? And I just, that's one of the biggest parts, like the whole Paul and Slave thing, him bringing anyone up. That was, as whatever that ended up being. Yeah. I ended up learning stuff that I don't even think was part of it.
Yeah, it was an interesting experiment for sure. And like I say, I probably never would have bothered to watch any of Paul and Slave's live streams if not for the Yurt stuff. So,
and I haven't watched him I peripherally caught it just to kind of see what he was, but really he's way more than I can take. I get his through hearing you guys.
I hear what you're saying. Do you have what's like an example?
I don't know, man. I did a whole fucking rant about it recently.
Let me figure yourself out.
Like
All right.
homelessness, right? You can't solve it.
Well, yeah, and money doesn't solve problems, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the bully removes the pussy.
Oh, this is. I think this is where I dock myself, though.
Exactly. My whole culture, man, growing.
Maybe.
Yeah. In Arkansas, dude, everybody got bullied. Like nobody.
Yeah, that's right.
Yo,
I mean, I'm not
Brad,
bullied.
listen to me, man. We're in America, man. All right, you're a foreigner. You have no fucking clue about America. All right, you haven't lived my life. I'm not from Romania. I haven't lived your fucking life.
I finally got my camera came on. It locked up. Great.
Huh.
Sorry.
I'm in England, man. I'm in England.
I think you're that important.
Like, have you been a celebrity? Have you made millions? I don't see why
Taking it, but I don't want to. I kind of feel like there's a mystery.
you're a celebrity.
Yes, okay.
Apparently. I mean, I do feel like you're wigging out a little bit, but hell, I wig out too.
Yeah, I'm about to go step outside and dox myself.
And I'm there too.
Sure.
I'm exactly there. I'm just not doing it. I feel like I wig out, bro. Like I relate with you so much that it's like that's why I'm fucking chuckling. Is because I'm not in the spot you're in right now, but I totally.
Maybe not. Maybe I already did. Where's the doxing? 12-hour stream. It's hard to find any like particular moments, you know. Oh,
peripheral knowledge how to do it, but I never really got
I
into
remember
having, like,
this.
Facebook out there.
Yep.
It's not mentally healthy.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Yep. The doxing is about to
Goals and, like,
occur.
important, and like doing like if there's much to lose, it might be for fun. I mean,
I live in
you're
Houston.
fucking introduced to identity.
Just right. Fucking,
Leave.
I'm
If you believe, 2 point on that. Personally.
all right.
Sorry.
Take it slow.
Dickhead to you. Foreign guys do get. Here you go. All right.
Okay, maybe a little bit later.
Some smart ass fucking foreign comment, right?
It was.
I think at some point I jump out.
And I was panicking so hard. I thought my heart would blow up.
Right.
Sorry for the
Twice.
jump.
I could.
You did that, but if I helped, then I'm happy to help.
You putting out there that you weren't gonna doom and you went back to work
What?
instead of fucking, going and getting in a confrontation and shooting it out with the cops. Like you kind of brought me back. Well, you talked about it, dude, not me. And,
Well, I spoke about it in very specific terms and context, but yeah, you're right.
whatever, bro. I get it.
But yeah, you're right. But it was in a specific context. Please go ahead. Continue, please continue.
When COVID happened, I felt such despair of like society. I had no fucking. I'm an anti-masker. I traveled the whole country. I never put a mask on. Honestly, 99% of the time, I didn't have a problem. But when I did, I was progressively nutting up harder where I was going to take a motherfucker out. The next person that put a mask on is not going to be
D-Rex on the panel.
Sorry, I don't mean to Fed talk, but like that's just where I was at.
I mean, look, they'll either fucking delete the channel or they won't. So whatever.
We're almost at 12 hours.
Whatever.
And they don't index it if you go over a 12-hour live stream.
Yeah. I don't know how it works. I'm just saying the less specific we are about anything approaching violence, the better. But I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to police your fucking speech. I'm just pointing it out. Hey, so I'm doing what I can do. I will not go to the medical system under any circumstances. Fuck doctors.
That's advice that I would have given you anyway.
Yeah. Well, I have quality of life, man. They will ruin my quality of life in order to make a profit. That's what will happen if I try to go to them. And there's no treatment.
Oh, I know what happened. We went past 12 hours. That's what happened. The doxing was after the 12 hours. That's what it was. Huh. Bummer. I'll be right
Literally no
back.
treatment that I would accept.
Then you don't have cancer.
No, listen, I know what I'm talking about. Like, believe me, I understand the terminology.
Yeah, but you gotta believe you don't have.
I'm not. I can say those words and not feed into that belief system. We've gotten in trouble in the truth community where we think I'm manifesting this. It's not something I'm manifesting. This is what's happening. This is what's going on. Yeah.
Again,
You're not bringing.
Dude, listen, man. Listen to this. If I eat a candy bar, I'm incapacitated for 2 whole days, meaning I can't do anything but lay down and wait. 2 days.
Anyway, don't eat sugar.
2 days.
So you
My point is, that's what it does to me, dude. I can't. Most foods fuck me up big
You don't
time.
want protein? Protein is good then, right?
Dude, I just eat what I can eat, man. I just eat what I'm able to eat.
I can't eat sugar a lot. I have a sweet tooth, but like I'm like not as bad. But I get it. If I eat a candy bar, it like fucking. I'm done. But I eat a ton of just like meat and chicken and stuff. Like I don't.
Ask EBT about the shit rocks, man.
Shit rocks.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, this is not good, man. Oh, and I was in full-on fucking kidney failure not that long ago too. Like this is bad, man. Bad.
Well, I'm glad you're doing better. Honestly, you.
Oh yeah, I'm way less sick than I was. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah.
And you're doing it without needing to be, like I smoke a lot of weed. I have nothing against it, but I'm glad that you're able to.
No, I can't. Yeah, because of my job, I'm not able to.
Wish you could. I mean, you didn't see my thing. I don't know if I should say this. You got to delete this stream. But like, you didn't see my comment about fake urine. You don't trip on.
No, I did. I'm stubborn, and I'm not going to carry around fake urine. I mean, that's just
okay.
I'm just not going to. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Hey, so let's get back. Circle back around. We were talking about sleep paralysis.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well then.
Huh. Well, or the doxing already happened, and I just can't find it because it's a fucking 12-hour stream. Either way, but bit anticlimactic, but kind of cool to see what was going on in the olden days, right? Hopefully. Let me just sort of peruse the content here. Let's see what else is privated. That might be interesting. I think that's about it for privated. Everything else is public, it looks like. Truth or Bowl Sunday, some of that's blocked. Huh. Looper Bowl, Looper Bowl 2023. What the fuck is this? Let's see here.
What's happening? Benton here. Truth or Bowl 2023 Monday morning quarterback. Maybe we'll break down some game tape. How is everybody? Appreciate y'all riding with me over the weekend. It got a little wild. It went off a little. It went off the rails a tad there at the end. It's definitely interesting.
Wish I hadn't blown this mic up. I like the way this thing sounded.
Observing the damage wrought upon my psyche and my senses and my frame of mind, resulting from marathon streaming for the first time. This is my first experience being involved in marathon streaming. I'm still a bit out of it. I feel like I bounced back pretty good thus far.
What's the date on this? February 13th, 2023.
Boy, I torched my data. That's for sure. We ain't got too much data plan left. We'll see how this goes. Maybe get into some replays of streams, quite possibly. I believe I crossed over into some sort of mental zone, though, where I don't even necessarily... it's hard to keep track of what's happened and what was said where. Hey, EBT, what's happening? Yes, sir. The Looper Bowl, I like that.
I miss EBT. Oh, he was in the comments.
Can I edit the title? I wonder if I can. Looper Bowl 2023. Shout out to Jack Talcott. That was it, man. I loved watching this morning.
Yeah, man. That's probably my favorite stream ever.
Is that really
August 12th of this year.
Versus, did he?
That shit was awesome.
Or put up a static image and all this. Why don't y'all know me by now? I ain't trying to get involved in all that subterfuge and planning. I think that says a little bit about what's that guy's name? The guy that was on there talking with EBT. Shit, man. Maybe that's how his mind works. Like he'd be all cunning and devious in my situation. That shit don't even occur to me, man. And in fact, other than my phone, it felt like it was about to melt since I was hotspotting off of my main phone. And when you first wake up, I was a little out of it. Now, if I knew EBT was asking me if I had my ears on, then you had to put my ears on. Yeah, exposed, exactly. Me think DOS protest too much. Yeah. But I do think I'm going to go back to doing the majority of my streaming while I'm driving. The company seems to be dude, listen to this shit. Apparently, I'm more or less the top driver, or I'm one of the very top drivers by miles. And I'm such a motherfucking grinder. I don't even approach it that way. Like, of course I'm outdoing most of these fools. 4,500 miles.
Hashtag things Benton can do.
Last month, and apparently that's the target for like the top drivers. Yeah, Burn Eye's kind of out there. Yeah, he is.
Mystery solved.
Yeah, you're right.
Thought respecter. Thought respecter on the screen. How about you? Get this bullshit out of the way. I want to see my comment here. What the fuck? Hold up. To go from this performance to incest porn seems a bit of a reach.
I've been known to get over my skis on occasion. So yeah, you're that's an astute comment.
Shout out to Thought Respecter.
Shout out to Chuck Buddy Allen for hosting the panel.
Damn.
Slate by Truth and Benton.
Holla. Shout out to you, TCO.
Leading up to this discovery here. Y'all see you next time.
Are you out of here?
A lot more, but after this we went into show you just for a moment here, so you guys can see what happened afterwards. After the contract came, we got the little Benton cam here.
Oh yeah, the Benton cam.
Go ahead and come over here, like and subscribe.
No, yeah.
Subscribe or don't.
For don't us.
Benton cam.
We're on.
Or don't. Yeah, SoundCloud.
Yeah, I fell asleep on EBT stream. This was Truth or Bowl weekend, and him and Burnout were talking about they thought maybe I just set up a JPEG's image because I wasn't moving.
He's got some crimes over there.
Yo, Ben.
And then we get into
Yo.
I challenge you to an exercise.
I'm here, JG. What's happening? All right.
Ready?
When does I need a start date though? Because I have to make some changes to my work schedule, so I need a start date for this. If we're gonna
JG was
start doing that tomorrow. I mean, exercise
right now.
No, not gonna happen.
You're going soft, man.
I'm willing to. There is such a thing as being too tough of a negotiator. JG. I'm willing to come to terms with I like challenges like this. In fact, I sometimes issue these challenges. Part of the challenge is I get to also try to negotiate terms. I don't have to. I'm not going to just accept terms.
Try to talk sense.
Right, I'm going to start it off. You follow. All right, ready?
No, I'm not ready.
This fucker.
This is funny though. What are you doing? Squats? Well, you got lunges? I can't even tell what you're doing.
Where did the video go?
It would help if you tell me what you're doing, JG. That might help. All right. Hang on.
Oh shit. I remember, dude, so much stuff I've forgotten. Wow.
This fucker. He's what's he doing? It's hard to tell.
It's like he's doing some curls.
Oh, I see. You're doing some curls. Yeah. JG's hijacked the stream. What I should do though is I feel like I could actually probably as pitiful as I look now, I did really used to fucking bust my ass in the gym. And in fact, while I was shit-faced hammered drunk every day, I don't remember even what happened because I was so drunk, but somebody pissed me off. And I recorded myself doing like 100 squats in a row, like, body weight, fucking full range of motion squats.
Yeah, he did.
I was sore for
I
like a
agree,
week.
Carl.
And I'm old. JG will win because he has the advantage of youth. You're frozen, JG.
I mean, and just the fact that I had the audacity to suggest that someone who chooses to live in the streets might be under demonic oppression. I mean, come on.
Oh, he's back.
Is that really that far off the mark?
This fucking lunatic. I like this guy. Solely based on his lunacy, or almost solely based on his lunacy, I should say.
American.
Get him, JG.
Holy shit. Bex, this is why you leave the content up, lady. This is why.
Yes, sir. Such a Jew. I'm detecting irony in spite of my possible undiagnosed.
Yeah, I think
autism,
he's
which makes it hard
close to 30.
detect irony, especially in the
Musical's a secret.
written form. Just
think
missing
so.
the trench coat. Shout out to Cherry Jello. That's funny. Yeah, he's showing me up. Oh, Yurt, what's happening, brother? Good to see you, sir.
I love my life.
All right, I will do.
I really do.
I will film myself doing 25 body weight squats, and I will actually get sore from that. It's gonna suck.
I think he talks me into doing it
Actually, I'll
on
do it on
stream.
cam, I guess. You motherfucker, JG.
Yeah, he knows me,
All right,
man.
I'm gonna have-
I can't resist a challenge. I'm like,
Your video
fuck
here,
it.
sir, but we're taking you off the stream. Motherfucker. Hang on.
I did get sore too, as I recall.
BRB. Fuck. I guess I can do that right here, huh?
Things Benton can do. Did I still have a butt, or is it already gone here? I think, yep, no butt, no ass at all. In effect, look at that. I used to have a butt,
Do it
people.
to me.
Barn doors open. There you go. Tighten up, Benton. Tighten up. Sorry for the. I hope nobody gets seasick here.
Sorry. I don't always think that's gonna stay there anymore.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna go throw up real
Bear with
quick.
me.
This fucking idiot. No, squats, man. I'm more of a. I might have done some push-ups. More of a body weight. More of a lower body kind of guy historically. I could probably do some push-ups right now, though.
White like paper, y'all.
Yeah, look how fucking
you,
white
JG.
I am. Yeah, fuck you, JG.
I love yours. One, 2, 3.
This is
4,
pretty tough for me to do, actually. But God, look at
5,
those little fucking legs, man. This is
6.
terrible. My legs weren't that skinny when I was 13. This is fucking
8.
awful.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1,
JG challenged me to exercise,
4.
and I have trouble
Welcome to 2.5
Not
days of
taking a
Wait.
challenge.
Play-Doh, sir.
Oh, I think I do some push-ups too. Oh, goddamn. Fuck, dude. I used to have muscles, man. I had a big back. This is just sad to watch this, actually. Fuck, dude. And I'm scrawnier than this now, I think. I'm sure I could do this now. Actually, I'm feeling way better than I was. I feel way better now than I did back then.
Fuck.
That's me realizing how fucking pathetic my...
Fuck you, JG. Motherfucker. You bastard.
Inspirational. What the fuck is even the internet? No kidding, bro. Oh, is there more?
2.5 days of pretty
No.
serious leg soreness coming up.
Oh yeah, dude. I
Looking
was
forward to
sore as
that.
Fuck after this. Yep, you're right, Carl. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck even is the internet? Yeah, dude, that sucked. Well, it didn't even suck. I'm just mad.
Yeah, I'm mad at how pathetic my condition
shit.
was.
You see my hair, man. I'm old as fuck, man. I'm in fucking shape though. I mean, comparatively.
Well, for a dying man.
I don't know, Yerk, give me 25 fucking strict form body. I bet you can't do 25 of them strict body weight squats. Your average person can't fucking do
Yeah,
that.
that shit's harder than you think. All the way ass to grass.
I didn't even know I could do 25 push-ups. I had no idea. Of course, I weigh nothing. That probably helps. Third day go hard. Well, I like pull-ups. If I'm actually going to work out.
I wonder if I can even do pull-ups anymore.
And since I used to be a halfway decent athlete, like cleaning, hanging clean and press.
Things Benton can do.
Cleans, hanging cleans. Yeah. I love working out, man. I mean, I actually enjoy it.
Yeah, I might actually start working out again, potentially.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what sucks, Jay, because I'm actually, compared to regular people, I'm in shape. Compared to a homeless motherfucker, I'm not in shape. It's amazing what some of these homeless people can do physically. It's crazy. But yeah, compared to somebody that, hardly ever leaves their house, I'm in shape compared to that. Compared to how JG's living, I'm not.
Oh, I won't, Wolfie. Hey, Wolfie. Indomitable volatile. Loose cannon. Indomitable volatile. Loose cannon. That's my mantra. My mantra.
Thanks, Jake. No offense intended to anybody. But I'm going to be sore as fuck. I mean, there's no doubt about that. My legs are going to be burning for a couple of days. Yeah, I'm homeless. I know. Yeah. Again, yes, I'm homeless. You're correct. This kid is fucking hilarious. Whatever this is. I've seen this thing before.
Oh,
hilarious.
This is what's so great about young ones. Even with all
Joshua. Yeah,
the sickness going on in the world and around
this
you.
Thing right here.
And all the
I was a Joshua fan. I thought Joshua was fucking badass.
Destroyed adults who can't even think, don't have the proper emotional state. You're still doing great, you say. Now that's inspiring.
Facts.
I miss you, Wizard. I miss you too, young man.
Yeah, there was this one show, one of the first times I ever watched Paul, and at the end of the show, he just left Joshua up there on the screen. It was like some of the most awesome content I've ever seen. I wonder if that's this one. There's Jackie. Look at Wiz, dude. That was when Wiz was dying.
He's planting some
Good to see you,
He's
Wolfie.
getting his life together, as we all are.
What's going on with the energy?
Let's go. It's a little low energy. We start a little low energy, right? But like I said, it's not a truth movement. We're going to pick up ice.
Halcott.
We're going to pick up some energy as we move along. I mean, I've been doing 8 to 12 hours every day.
Look at Wiz,
7 days
man.
a week lately.
Wiz is like a whole new person.
Sometimes it bees like that, Rob Cleveland.
Failed
as they say on the
energy.
street. Sometimes it bees like that. So it's okay. It doesn't have to. Everything is not for
Ollie
everybody.
in
all
the
the time,
trailer.
right? Sometimes we could take it down a little bit, like Ian and the rest of the folks all around the Truth and Freedom movement. They're all doing it. They're all doing a whole mumble broadcast. Right. It's very therapeutic and cathartic. This is high vibing. It feels like low vibing, but it's actually high vibing. You're confused. Could you get out of your confusion?
Oh, so it looks so fake. That's how you know it's real, type of thing.
Is that possible? Could you get the cataracts and confusion out of your eyes and head?
I will step out of my confusion.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Jack, how are you?
Leave
Sir?
Rob
I put a
Cleveland.
message on your Facebook wall. So I
Well,
was thinking about you this morning.
I couldn't sleep last night. I was up till like 4:30 in the morning. My mind just wandering.
Praise God.
Actually, hey, if I may, Wizard.
No,
don't speak to me.
Fair enough.
Wizard, don't come on, Wizard.
I won't
There we go.
Wizard.
It's early in the morning.
You better hit whatever's in
Calcott,
that pipe,
maintain.
Wizard, and get your anger out of the way.
Calcott,
Hey,
maintain.
it's early in the morning. I recognize. I'm probably not the face he wanted to start his day off with. So I'll gentle. I'm no reason to approach.
And there's a
Joshua.
history here, right? We have a history here, so we just be
Joshua.
aware of that. And if Wizard's got a little bit of anger today, then we just let him move through that.
Well, in
Hey,
case
but
you
there is
didn't
something.
notice, yesterday-
Today's a new day.
In case you didn't notice, yesterday when Jack showed up,
It is
I said,
Joshua,
I
right?
got enough. I grabbed the cigarettes, I lit one and left.
Oh,
tired.
no.
I'm tired of your
Come on.
ignorant fucking shit.
Wizard, is it possible Jack is one of your best teachers and testers in this moment?
He is one of the best testers, but he is certainly not the teacher. I'm learning, but he is not the teacher.
Well, maybe he's helping you re-remember, Wizard. Remember more about yourself.
Wiz trying not to die here.
I ain't hit nobody in a long time.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so like Paul says, come in the real space with me and talk your shit.
Oh no, that's not Wizard. That's not where I was trying to go with this morning.
I don't want to aggravate. And please, Wizard, allow me to offer apologies for my offenses yesterday. I do apologize for offenses in the past. I intend no disrespect. That was the thoughts I had for you last night, is that it was time for me to come right to you. Okay? You're a man of intelligence and wisdom, and I respect that. Okay?
No, you don't.
I'm frozen.
Keep cool.
Well, if I may address
A lot
something
of failed
different,
boners. Shout out to Jake.
yesterday, I got up today and I'm just friggin' laughing because I don't know how you guys did it, but you guys came up with a mistake that I got to go back and.
All right. Enough of this. No offense, Polly. What else we got? Well, we got me. I'm here. Still here. Same as it ever was. What do y'all think about all that? I don't know, man. These people will never learn. That's right. Some of them won't, Carl. Some of them will never learn. This is Bex. Why wouldn't you want to be able to go through your lore a year from now? I don't even remember most of this. Dude, I laid down at 5:30, Goblin. Good to see you. And I don't think I fell asleep till about 7:30, maybe 8. I don't even know. I don't. One thing, by the way, I don't sleep with a fucking clock near me. And I will not look at what time it is until I'm awake. That's growing up, I remember having to set the alarm and just waking up 20 times a night looking at those red numbers on an old school alarm clock. Finally, I just said, this is enough. And do y'all remember being in school watching the fucking clock? Eventually, I trained my brain not to watch the fucking clock unless I have to. Like truck driving's different, but it's just a fucking misery, dude. Yeah, none of it's going to amount to a hill of beans. Musical is a secret, indeed. Indeed, sir. So, yeah, man. Should I just cancel the other live? I mean, obviously, that's not going to happen. But yeah, good to see you, Goblin. And we're e-bagging now, so if anybody wants to make with the donos, feel free. But I'm not going to put that much effort into the e-bagging, although Tribe's trying to get me on this text-to-speech, so maybe that'll be a thing.
Can figure out.
Oh, yeah. Hold up. Go ahead. Where is what else we got here? Fuck, I'm looking rough in some of these, man. God dang, Bo. Uh-oh. Collecting scalps. This must have been when I went in on this must have been when I destroyed what's his name? Yeah, I was the master of getting people to rage quit for a minute. Or not master, but I collected some scalps. So this one's called Collecting Scalps. Let's see what this is. Is this private or public? I don't know. Is this on the channel? I don't even know. Let me see. Where does it say? Yeah, this is public. This is, when was this? Let's see. This was February 11th. 2/11. 2/11. So 2/11/223. So 3/22/211. So we got a 33, the 2 times the 11, and then we got a 3/22. Interesting. A lot of bizarre. Oh, this is copyrighted music. Actually, this is not copyrighted music. I can actually play this because I have permission. This is my homie at Multi Beats. What are we talking about, Goblin? Yeah, I can actually play this. It's going to sound like trash though through the StreamYard. I hear nothing. What are you doing, bozo? Get your shit together. Where's the audio? Where's my? Oh, I haven't. Probably ought to share the screen, huh? What'd you say? All right, here we go. Oh, we got live chat on this one. Some of them just don't have the live chat, and some do. So let's see. Let's see what we got here. Is it going to populate? Yeah, there we go. D-Rex, Tranquil Vortex, King TL in the house.
For some reason, it's not playing. Technical difficulties. Yeah, my mic is good, but I was playing some music, and it...
Bitten's still trying to figure it out here.
What's happening? Shout out to King TL, TK. Close out this.
Scott Core.
So I'm trying to use Chrome. That's the problem. Just trying to use Chrome.
Jesus Christ, get it together, man.
Just go back to the Firefox. Just play it back and break down the game film.
Men have to help women.
Perfect.
No, a butch lesbian. Like back in the old days, I used to walk my woman into the Walmart. I'd have my hand on her neck. Like that's my property. I've seen that recently for the first time in years. It was a butch lesbian with her lipstick lesbian girlfriend. They can do it. We're not allowed to anymore.
Right. Yeah, that is actually, I think that is really an important.
Well, that's a good point. Tranquil Vortex is something I've talked about is that, since I'm generally a straight shooter and I just say what I mean and mean what I say, what happens is when I communicate that directly, because that is my communication style is directness. What happens is many people, because they're so used to people playing angles and all this covert and, all these subtext, which there can still be a subtext even with direct communication. A lot of people just immediately assume that I'm attempting to play some angle instead of just taking me as a genuine, well, no, I actually mean this thing.
God, am I going to get this in depth with it?
What things about myself, doing, sir? In his into this, man. Like, yeah, it might choke you a little bit in the bedroom, request, but dude, I don't get anything.
Yeah,
this
was
the
Ben Thorpe bitch.
But I am stern and I'm serious, and I was so
funny. I don't even care about this enough to watch this at this point. So.
And in fact, she was also raised in a cult, the Seventh-day Adventist. But
talking about my,
culturally, I was socialized and raised in a certain
I've drank a few of them, Wolfie.
That I was always going to be some minimum.
Well, and real quick, Wolfie, eventually my body, because Steel Reserve is technically malt liquor. Some folks, it's not beer. And eventually my body just would not, I could drink, pretty much any amount of malt liquor would make me sick. I'm assuming that was the pancreatitis that I wasn't aware of yet.
Level of domineering over her, right? But
I just can't even care about this. So this is on the channel if anybody wants to see it. I can't bring myself to care. So yeah, this is WRAP and Truth or Natty version collecting scalps. So we're not even going to watch this. Yeah, boring. Seemed exciting at the time, right? Interesting how that works. Jack Talcott for president? What was this? I don't think he was on the stream. Huh. Wild. Huh. I do. Yes, that's correct. I do. If you're interested, yeah, let's just do me. I think I'm over the old content for now. And I see the numbers are dropping, so people are not into it anyway. Yeah, I do. Most of my meals are tuna fish. I've been 2 egg yolks. It's like 4 ounces of tuna, 2 egg yolks, sweet potato, onion, and what else? Fuck else. Although I've been doing the Japanese sweet potato recently. Not turnips, radish, and carrots sometimes. Although I have this problem where sometimes I get too much vitamin A and it makes fucks my vision up. Yep. But yeah, people, man, I'm fucking wore out, man. Bleary eyed. What do y'all think? Walk and talk? Might still do the walk and talk and just wrap this up. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Wolfie. Appreciate it. Well, I've got a really good liver, right? Got a good liver. So my skin, my skin's clear, but thanks. Yeah, people tell me that, but I'm fucking scrawny. I look like I'm a concentration camp survivor. Show you what I'm talking about. God damn, dude. Like a fucking concentration camp survivor. 122 pounds, I think. Something like that. Although I had no love handle recently, so. And I used to have muscles, and now I'm getting like old man fucking stooped over and shit. I'm gonna have to do some exercise. Fuck. Get back on the. You can tell I used to have pecs, man. I still got a little bit of pec left, but that shit's gonna be gone. I'm assuming. Who knows? Who knows? I'd like to get back up to about 135 if possible. That's what I weighed in high school. 135. Jesus. I used to have muscles, man. Used to. Not anymore. Shit's gone. Yeah, that was hard. That was tough for me to watch when I was doing them push-ups. I was like, good Lord, look at my back. Oh, shit, dude. Yeah, man. Bro, I'm glad I'm not. Nice, man. Nice. Musical's a secret. 8 egg yolks. Wow. Awesome. Really, how tall? I'm 5'10", Goblin, but I'm like medium frame. I got the scrawny shoulders, but I got, well, big ankles, size 12 feet, and I can palm a basketball. It's just bizarre being Benton sometimes. These hands, my hands are the size of an NFL quarterback's hands, but I'm like not a big dude at all. It's kind of bizarre. Look, I don't know. There's no sign of a shoulder, right? One of my favorite books, Angela's Ashes. That's what he said. No sign of a shoulder. I guess he was kind of scrawny. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm 5'10", man. Not that that's tall, but it's tall for 122 pounds or whatever I weigh. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm still here, man. So we'll see. See what happens. Yeah, I'm more and more. I'm thinking I might just stick it out here in the motel for another month. I mean, why not? What do you think? Musical's a secret. Like, I know I don't seek y'all's opinion very often, and it's not like later on I'm going to be like that motherfucker. Blah blah. Like, I don't care, but I'm just curious. Like, what do people think? You know. Good, Wolfie. Well, any amount of alcohol is poison, Wolfie. They say a glass of wine is good for you. No, it's not. It's poison. Oh, you have a beer. Have a beer with a meal. Poison. I mean, look, if you want to drink poison, I've drank a lot of poison in my time, right? So, yeah, if you want to drink poison, go for it. Just a few beers. Yeah, I mean, you know, a little bit of poison won't kill you, right? I love beer, man. Guinness Extra Stout, baby. Love that shit, man. Fuck. Drank so much of that too for a while. Yeah, I think you're right, man. Why not? Exactly. I can afford it. I can afford to do that and fix the car if I need to. So that's a good question, Trace B. Do you know my history? Perhaps it's not a quiz. Do you know what I did before I became a truck driver? See, some folks may not know what old Benton used to be up to. So I haven't lived in a house or an apartment since about 2011, Trace B. Although me and number two temporarily stayed in one of her dad's rental properties, some shithole in Hot Springs, Arkansas, for about a month, maybe two. That's actually, we might have been there 3 months because that's when I started my meditation. That's right. That was the first time I did formal meditation. I don't know what year that would have been, 2015, maybe. Hey, what's up, Bernard? Good to see you, man. We played some of the old lore earlier, so you were mentioned at one point, but none of it directly involved you. But I have a fond memory. Well, and if folks remember what happened with me and Bex yesterday, some of that was, I think, just in my opinion, was her discomfort with the simulcast, and especially with how the numbers shoot up so fast, right? And I remember Burn Eye put me on and restreamed me at least once, maybe twice. But one of them times, dude, it was just crazy numbers combined. So I'll always remember that, Burn Eye. That was that had a lot to do with my development, certainly. So thank you. Yeah, and you know, if me and you run afoul of each other here and there, that's water under the bridge. I don't hold a grudge, so I'm not able to carry that forward, generally speaking. So whatever happens, and then I just move on with it. Walk and talks in the morning. Yeah, I'll tell you the problem with the library is that they won't let me eat in the fucking study room, and now that they directly told me not to, I've got a good rapport with the staff. I'm not going to just try to sneak it or whatever. Because believe me, I got no problem getting away with some shit. But apparently whoever runs it was in there one day and saw me eating. I don't think the staff gives a fuck. But one of the guys that I have a good rapport with, he was like, "Hey man, the dude was here and said you can't be eating in here." I was like, "All right, man, that's fine, no problem." But and then having to wait till 9. But yeah. You know what? I'll have to think about it, but I probably should commit to that. Musical's a secret because that fast internet is way better. But then if I'm going to spend the money, so then it's like, why would I spend the money for the hotspot? Also, I don't know, man. That's a good question. See, the hotspot's working fine right now. Yeah. Fuck, dude. I guess I should do that, huh? I'm being lazy. Numbers are down on the notification also. It's like, we're watching this live and he's going live. Yeah. Yeah, at least 3 times, man. You are the man. Yeah, it's funny how my memory works. Yeah, that had a lot. I'm sure I got, how many subs do you think I got out of that? Well, that are still around, at least probably 15 that are still here, I would imagine. I mean, it would have to be, wouldn't it? I mean, who knows how many I got in the short term. Yeah, man. Anything specific? And listen, know if y'all know this, but I don't have the emotional makeup of a therapist necessarily, but I have a lot of those skills because. Oh, and sorry, hang on. I get carried away with the comments sometimes. Burn Eye came in. My bad, Trace B. Yeah, she's not. Let me go ahead and finish this. Apologies for that if you're still listening. So let me go ahead and talk to Trace B real quick. Yeah, so I lived in the streets with nothing for 6 consecutive years. I traveled the country, slept outside, and just had a gigantic hiking backpack. I've pretty much been to, I'd say 75% of the major cities in the country before I ever drove a truck. I think that's probably pretty close to accurate. Yeah, pretty much, 3 out of 4 of the large cities in the country I've visited as a homeless person, a vagabond with a backpack, hitchhiking. I'd ride the Greyhound at times, although that's a fucking endurance contest all its own. But I never wanted to hitchhike like across country. It was more of a within a specific region. I've been all over the West Coast. I love the West Coast. Been all over California. The West is the best. Oregon was my favorite state. Spent a lot of time in Seattle. The Chaz and the Chop before that happened. That's Capitol Hill. And spent a lot of time there. So yeah, and I was actually for about 10 years, I was living homeless, although there was periods when I would, go and stay with somebody here and there, but in homeless shelters at times. But eventually I decided to go move into the Salvation Army downtown Austin, and which is quite the skid row. It's an actual skid row. It's not a big one, but it's down there by 6th Street in Austin. And I worked at the airport. Took the bus 45 minutes each way to the airport. Transported rental cars from one side of the parking garage to the other, and then went to truck driving school. So by August of 2018, I'd started working as a long haul truck driver, and now. I thought I wasn't going to be able to go back to truck driving, but that's the thing is part of me feeling better is that I don't do anything. I'm on my ass all day other than the walk and talks. And I'm kind of out of breath doing that, believe it or not. Like my fitness, I definitely need to get back in shape. So I might just have to start making myself go for a few mile walk every day. But yeah, homeless, straight up. I do identify as a homeless person. I've eaten out of garbage cans. I've eaten out of trash cans. I slept on the sidewalk in Portland. Then I would get on the first MAX train to Beaverton every morning, like 4:30 in the morning, and worked at a call center. Then I would have my shift at the call center, then took the train back to downtown Portland, and would sleep on the sidewalk. But I would have enough time to go to the day room. I forget what they call that thing. The Bud Clark Commons is the name of I got a lot of homeless stories. The Bud Clark Commons is the name of that place. And, I would get a shower over there, and they had a locker. So I'd get my clothes ready for the next day, take a shower. And actually my work, they knew I was homeless. I showed up with my gigantic backpack every day. And, they would, the security would store it for me. And then they had a shower in the bathroom. And that's where I first got the fucking athlete's foot, was never from a homeless shelter. It's from my job, man. Because I guess I was the only one using that shower, and must have been some funk in there. But sometimes people would say they wouldn't believe I was homeless. I said, well, I can show you my toes if you don't believe me. I got the fucking toes of a homeless man. Yeah, no, that's gross, but I do. And I guess I'll take care of that eventually. But yeah, that's the kind of things I've done in my life, right? Yeah. And so back to this therapist thing. So I was never a drug addict, and I was not drinking heavily, although I was drinking at times. I was not getting drunk every day, living in the streets with nothing, because it was too dangerous to pass out in public. Although I did that a few times. I remember one time passing out in a bush, managed to get up in some bushes and pass out. I think I called my mama and just cried my fucking eyes out to my mama, drunk as fuck. I was going through some shit back then. And so the moral of the story is nobody's homeless for 10 years for no fucking reason. So I actually became my own therapist, and I figured out my own psychology and got to know exactly what motivates me. What are my beliefs? What's my purpose? Why am I here? All of these things. So I don't really have the emotional makeup to be a therapist, but I can fucking help people at times. I can at least point somebody in the right direction, potentially. Thank you, Trace B. Yeah, change is a beautiful thing. That's right. Thank you for shouting out JG's train hopping channel. Yes, YouTube does love shadow banning us. I agree. But anyway, and by the way, Wolfie, I've said this to men in real life many times. I've said, when a man would express some sort of, consternation or some sort of that they're going through something, I would always say, hey man, if you want to talk, I'm happy to listen. And every single time I've been laughed at, because as men, aren't we just taught to stuff all that down, right? So anyway, certainly I'm at least good at the act of listening, certainly. But thank you, Trace B, much appreciated. But are people trying to go to my other stream, or am I boring everybody? I don't know. We're down to 17 in the house. I'm a little surprised by that. So let me go see, are folks actually, are they waiting for me on the other stream? I don't know. Maybe I'm just boring everybody. Hard to say, but not sure I really care at this point, to be honest with you. Let's see. Nope, nobody's waiting over there either. I guess I'm just boring. Anyway. I guess we're walking and talking. I don't know. I gotta swap the fucking SIM card around. I got 22 more minutes, so we'll just hang out here, I guess. I don't know. Maybe the bots crashed. Yeah. What are we referring to specifically, Goblin, if I may ask? Because I'm part of my density. Now that Crocco's gone, may peace be upon him, I'm now perhaps the most dense person in these streets. So, although I will say I'm not inclined to go do the walk and talk, mainly because my food is going to be ready at some point. Although I don't know, I can deal with that. So you see how I vacillate. It's funny because I consider myself decisive, but actually I'm quite indecisive. It's just that I can force myself to make a decision. I'm not like trapped by it. But yeah, man. Yeah, certainly happy to listen, even if it's you typing here. I mean, if you want to get on a fucking StreamYard at some point, that's up to you. But anyway, I'm trying to avoid the phone. And the reality of that, just so anybody knows, if I talk to somebody on StreamYard privately, I am recording it, because the problem is sometimes I get on like some epic rant. It happened to me with Big L, Dallas Don Juan, where I went on some crazy 10-minute rant and I don't even remember what it was. I just did some crazy breakdown. And like when I was done, we both just sat there in silence, and he was finally like, wow, like, damn. And I said, yeah, man. And I didn't fucking record it. So I pretty much don't have the luxury of not and I just don't want to put an app on my phone I don't talk to people on the phone enough. Right. And, I hate the idea of charging people money and making it transactional, but in reality, I mean, and this is what we talked about yesterday when O'Shea was here, that I used to have this dating and relationships website. I did a podcast that was actually quite popular back in 2011. And it wasn't a lot, but occasionally some guy would pay me for a coaching call, or I would just do a podcast for that person. I would actually just do a custom podcast and email it to them. So that's always on the table. I'm open to any of that, but I have to figure out how to earn my living on this. Like, I just have to. So, I don't know that my time, I don't know that it would be of value to another person necessarily. And I'm happy to do it for free, but I don't have any income. Right. So, yeah, a lot of ice. Well, and that's what we've talked about, Goblin, is that, at a certain point, I realized that most of what we are doing here is we are, dealing with our own social isolation. That's most of what's happening here, I believe. I mean, I know, right? So that's certainly a big part of why I'm here. And I can't talk to these people anymore. And meanwhile, because of my cult upbringing and the Jehovah's Witnesses, I have I have a high ability to just go out and I can effortlessly start a conversation with people. No problem. Right. And I'm super good at observing people's body language. I can tell when they don't want to talk. I know who is open to a conversation. If I start to talk to somebody and they don't want to talk, I'm really good at picking up on I'm good at tapping into the other person in the physical. But dude, these people's minds are gone, right? They're just gone. They're not ever coming back, unfortunately. So even my dad, I talked to him, and my dad knows a lot about this conspiracy stuff and just truther type of stuff. And even him, and he's a boomer though, man. And I don't mean the boomers we have here. I mean just boomer. My dad's 68, and I got to talking to him on the phone. And as soon as we got into ideas, he always he's brought up Russian vids and how Russian vids isn't on YouTube anymore. And I was just like, man, I said, all you boomers, man, every time we talk about ideas, you bring it back to a content creator. And then I actually looked up the Eleanor Roosevelt quote about how like great minds talk about ideas, like mediocre or, you know, minds in the middle talk about events, and then small minds talk about people. I said, part of y'all's brainwashing as boomers is anytime ideas come up, you know, you always bring it to a person. And I even made a parallel between Walter Cronkite in 1968. I drew a connection, you know, America's trusted voice at the time, who had to, you know, he announced Dick Gregory as the winner of the state of Pennsylvania. Dick Gregory was running for president in 68 as an independent. And then the big computer, whatever the fuck that is, predicted that Gregory was going to win the election, a black man. And then the very next night, Cronkite had to go on TV, and I think he cried because he had to sort of fall on his sword and be, what is that, recalcitrant? Is that the word? And, you know, I said, you fucking boomers are programmed to attach any sort. So a boomer thinks, my dad thinks that bringing up Russian vids, it lends some level of authority and authenticity to what he's trying to say. But my thing is, it doesn't. I said, for me, it doesn't. In fact, it makes it worse, because now I'm instead of hearing what my dad has to say on the topic, now I'm having to wait through him telling me who Russian vids is. Meanwhile, I already know. And he's like, oh, and he's not on YouTube anymore. As if that makes and my dad wants to think that makes the info more valid, because my dad used to watch Russian vids and now he's not on YouTube, but I'm sure he is, just under another name. And my bozo dad can't find him, presumably. Meanwhile, who cares, right? And then I'm trying to tell my dad, like, hey, I had 64 live in my channel today, and damn near all of them know who Russian vids is, and we don't give a flying fuck about Russian vids. It doesn't fucking matter, right? What's up, Void? Good to see you, man. What's crack-a-lackin', right? And I think I'm going to skip the walk and talk. Musical's a secret, but if you don't mind, if you're still around, if that's okay, but I assure you we will get down to most of those. But my lack of sleep certainly plays a part here. Yeah, man, exactly. So what happens is, more or less every time I talk to my dad, I give him a even better. And again, I can't even get my dad on the fucking StreamYard. I have 3 old ThinkPads here. Now, one of them is more or less unusable because it's just so trash. But I have a ThinkPad I could just give him, right? He can't be bothered to drive his happy ass up here. I would have gave him an AR and ammo that I've recently sold. I've got other shit that I'm, in the long run, I'm not going to keep up with, right? So can't be fucking bothered. And, you know, I was going to give him, he could at least watch YouTube, you know, except for not on he's got this old fucking iPad or whatever. I just don't understand people sometimes. And shout out to Musical's a Secret, who's managed to keep up with the technology, right? And in fact, knows more about it than I do to some extent. He was schooling me on digital audio players at a certain point. Yeah, skip the walk. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Richie from Boston. Exactly. Yeah, and Richie from Boston is entertaining, right? I never watched him, but I can see at least why people watched him. But who cares? Like who gives a fuck? Like, I don't want people, and look, if it happens, it happens, but I don't want people citing me as some sort of authority on fucking trutherism. I mean, fuck that, dude. I'm just some bozo was dumb enough to follow the fucking news cycle going back to the 80s. So I have this memory of like news events since probably 85 or so, you know, when I was, you know, that's probably, I'd say I was reading most of the newspaper by like age 12. What are we talking, like 87? Because before that, it was mostly would have been the sports section. And then eventually I started reading, you know, the Arkansas section, because this was the state newspaper. And then, you know, by the time I graduated high school, I was reading the entire newspaper every day. I mean, fucking who cares? But like, I have a memory of a lot of things that have happened in the news over time, right? So, in what sense, Goblin? Because yeah, I'm open to whatever, but freelancing in what sense do you mean? Because yeah, I got to figure out how to make money online, but I'm kind of retarded. I'll just, at the risk of getting in trouble, I'm kind of retarded. I come across as very capable and very coherent and logical, but I'm very dense and I'm fucking clueless in many ways, just completely clueless, like Mr. Magoo. I mean, I'm just calling it like it is. It's like I'm super sharp in certain areas, and then other parts of life. Man, I knew about Bitcoin when it was $35. I knew about Bitcoin when you could mine it on any computer. Like I've realized it's not in my path to ever become just like independently wealthy, which is fine, but fuck, I got to make a living. And even if I could hold up to the truck driving, I'm over it, man. I'm just over it. It's such a horrible industry. We get treated like garbage. I love to drive. If I could just get in the truck and drive the fucking truck and be left alone. State of New Mexico inspected me 4 times in less than a month and tried to inspect me 2 more times, and I talked them out of it. No bullshit. I was just basically like, are y'all going to inspect me every time I come through here both ways? Because it was like, what is this? And yeah, it's $100 extra from the company when I pass, but it's so nerve-wracking. I would rather just not have the $100. It's very nerve-wracking. And then what happens is if they find something wrong, they put you out of service and have to stay there at the weigh station until some mechanic comes and fixes the fucking rig. It's crazy. It's happened to me twice. Oh, I can write. No, I can write, homie. Yeah. Now I can write. We read one of my news articles yesterday, although I guess with AI, that's not, but yeah, I can write journalistic style with like off the top of my head pretty fucking easily. I type 80 words a minute, but I don't see that being money. But yeah, it's sell a course. Yeah, man. But see, here's where and this is, I'm not trying to be rude to you. When you say just brainstorm, this is where I'm retarded. I'm not kidding. I'm just retarded. I obviously have great creative ideas in some way. I've been doing this channel. A lot of this is based on, I did a podcast. A lot of this is based on my own ability to be creative in the moment. And I am a creative type, but I'm just fucking retarded in a lot of ways. And that's just what it is. Yeah. Review books. Yeah. See, but again, these are all things that I'm just not going to, and again, I'm not trying to be rude to the audience. So when I start getting suggestions, and I'm not mad at none of you people, it's going to sound this way because we call this poor mouthing where I'm from in Arkansas. This is just what I was modeled growing up, is I'll start to have a certain type of tone of voice and it'll sound like I'm annoyed with the person. I'm annoyed with many things, not you individuals. I'm happy that you folks are here, but I guess I'm going to delete the other stream. Give me a second. Or maybe I should, well, never mind. It'll work itself out. What's up, Heidi? Good to see you. But so my thing is, if it's I have to go research it and I have to make the channel and I have to make the content, it's not going to happen other than what I'm doing here, if that makes sense. If other people are like, hey, man, I'm going to set up a channel for you. I'm going to do this for you. Then I can do that, right? But if it's just suggestions that I'm then expected to take the ball and run with, it's just never going to happen. I know me, right? And it's nothing against anybody, but the reality is if I was that type of person, I wouldn't be in the, if I choose to view this as a predicament, which really I don't, because it's my life circumstances. And if I were to resolve the present circumstances, these circumstances would be replaced by yet another set of circumstances with some inherent struggle, right, built into it. So, and this is what I've talked about before, no man is an island. And I think this is one of the very harmful things in society is we've gone to this gig economy or whatever, where I'm just expected to figure out life, which, by the way, it's a lack of community is what we're talking about. And I don't mean online. I mean out here in the realm. It's a lack of community, this idea that I'm just expected to pull myself up by my bootstraps. Meanwhile, people, the fact is I took it to the streets for almost an entire decade, in part to avoid what I'm talking about so I could focus on me, fix myself enough to go back into society, which I managed to do, right? 10 fucking years of working on myself to be able to re-enter the workforce. So some of these skills I just don't have, and I'm not going to develop them because the thing is, for 10 years, I took it to the streets and I figured out exactly what makes this motherfucker tick. And it's just, no man is an island. If it's just all on me, it's not going to happen. And if this doesn't work out, or if some version of content creation as I'm doing now doesn't work out, I'll just go back to the streets. I mean, that's where we're at realistically. So anyway, that's really the only way I can say all of that. And, but thank you, Goblin. And look, man, whatever you feel inside that's prompting you to make suggestions, that's wonderful. It's just, I can't do anything with the suggestions, if that makes sense. And for some reason, suggestions annoy me on some level. I don't know why that is, but I've said it before. It's like my base emotional state is slightly annoyed, and I'm slightly annoyed by almost everything that happens. So I don't recommend watching movies like the Avengers, but one of those Avengers movies, and I'm a huge fan of the Hulk. That was my favorite. Marvel Comics character growing up was the Hulk, and part of me resonates with that, right? The Hulk, you know, and maybe because I had such an anger problem at the time, I would feel like the fucking Hulk, and I still do to some extent, but when I get angry, but thankfully my organs can no longer handle the 10 out of 10 full shot Benton Benton anger, right? Because we're all angry motherfuckers on my dad's side of the family. At a certain point, my dad said to me, "You have the worst temper I've ever seen." And I used to get tunnel vision and literally saw red. I'm not kidding. And I'd get an adrenaline dump and I would just be worthless for the rest of the day. So eventually trained myself out of that. But the point I'm trying to make about the annoyance is, Mark Ruffalo played not Bruce Banner, not David Banner, Bruce Banner, because it was David Banner in the TV show. And Bruce, Tony Stark was trying to get Bruce to get angry. And finally, Tony was, picking at Bruce. And finally, in his frustration, Tony just said, get angry. And he said, "That's what you don't understand. I'm always angry. Like it's my superpower." So it's like I'm always annoyed. So when I do choose to let out the annoyance, it's like I'm already annoyed. That's sort of how I'm able to function in a way. Yeah, people waking up. We're up to 30. Yeah, 26. Thanks. Yeah, just talk. Thank you. Well, it's one of my specialties. Thank you, Trace B. And when people try to make fun of me or be critical, I'm like, look, I'm speaking extemporaneously off the top of my head for long periods of time, which I think extemporaneously means long periods of time. But I'm speaking extemporaneously off the dome here. And the reality is, with my lack of sleep of late, I'm a little cloudy, so I don't know if I'll actually be able to maintain a rant. But this is, and sort of to Goblin's point, this is a thing I'm able to do that most folks aren't, right? There's no so some of the things that get suggested at me is based on that most people don't have a specific skill set, a rare skill set. Like most folks can't just talk and fucking talk and fucking talk and be halfway interesting like I can, right? So like, to me, that's what I would like to try to monetize, if at all possible, not this, just go and try to make a channel about whatever the fuck. Although I do think a separate channel for in real life content, where I'm just more or less mobbing around some downtown and sort of just getting into some adventures, especially with the text to speech, like Tribe was talking about, that could bear some fruit, and I'm open to it. And like somebody said, I think it was Dark Glasses Woody, Benton, I'm ahead of the curve. So if somebody would just come here and work with me and do the thing, I would just fucking hook up equipment to myself like Woody was talking about, and I would just stream 24/7. Like, I'm not even joking. And then yesterday I was showing houses in my hometown. My hometown is one of the shittiest places to live in the whole country, Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and that's not an exaggeration. It's often ranked the worst place to live in the whole country. And it's part of that is I went on Zillow yesterday. I found a decent house for like 25 grand. Now it's a rundown, but it's not a fixer upper. Somebody went in there, somebody bought the thing for like 5 grand, right? Because it was falling down probably. It had good bones, as they say, and they just did just enough of a job on it where it's like the Fight Club house, basically. Like, I want to do the Truth or Fight Club house, but when I went into truck driving in 2018, I had no idea that I was going to have these health challenges and there was going to be a fake pandemic and I was going to almost drink myself to death. And I didn't want a house or an apartment. See, I didn't want to buy a house. I could absolutely have had 25 grand in cash right now to just go buy that house. Like, no fucking, but my brain wasn't set up for that, right? I would love to do some version of a truther, have, a couple of people, I think the one I was looking at was a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, but have another person that kind of rotates in and out, right? Have the most badass internet connection available in the area. And a lot of these small Arkansas towns, they do have decent internet, believe it or not. It's hard to believe, but they do. And, when the downtown is crumbling and falling into a state of disrepair, that is almost like becomes a version of Detroit, like an urban renewal type of, like, where the people can just, there's nobody to stop me from going to some fucking empty lot downtown and just more or less doing whatever the fuck I want. Because believe me, the cops are too busy running around chasing actual criminals. And I don't know if y'all know this. Listen to this shit. So my hometown, I never knew about this, but apparently the cops were so mad about the crime and shit that they more or less refused to do traffic stops. So I just drove as fucking fast as I wanted to around my hometown, but I lived in Whitehall. So I actually got pulled over a couple of times in Whitehall. That's a different police force, but in the actual bigger town that Whitehall's connected to, because my parents had a decent income. So of course we lived in the white part of town, but my hometown's majority black. It's 75% black, high crime rate, but it's mostly drug dealers killing drug dealers and a ton of property crime. Just got to remember not to leave anything in plain sight in one's car, and make sure that, maybe have a fuel cutoff or something, so that if they do steal it, the car won't get very far down the road. I mean, literally, like, there's a lot of car theft, all of this, but safety just in the daytime, it's not dangerous. You're not going to get mugged in the daytime. Like if you go to Walmart, you're not going to get fucking robbed. It's not one of them places, right? But after dark, it's the drug dealers killing each other. But what was I going to say? Oh yeah, a lot of these small towns with the internet and shit. I started to, and this is another problem with my health issues. It's affected my cognition, and I had the long fake pandemic. I got hit with the Delta bioweapon, lest we forget. Southern Illinois, yeah. I don't like the government of Illinois. Illinois is actually a badass state in a lot of ways, man. But that government is fucked, because I've spent a lot of time in Illinois truck driving. And in fact, this company was out of Illinois. This was the last company I worked for, but I only was there for 3 weeks. And then I was like, I can't fucking do this shit anymore. But yeah. But the advantage of Arkansas is it's so backwards and behind the times that they don't provide services here. Oh yeah, I was talking about I could haul ass all around town and never got pulled over. Like here's some crazy shit that happened to me. I want to tell this in my hometown. So I was going like 85 on the city streets. I mean, I don't recommend this. I was a teenager, but I was driving my parents' 87 Suburban. Dude, I was going like 80, 85. I mean, and I think that thing might have, I don't know that the speedo went past 85. This is not a good idea. Hauling fucking balls, look in the fucking rear view, and there's a goddamn undercover with his fucking lights on. I'm like, oh, Jesus. They could finally fucking track me down. So I think I'm getting pulled over. I pull over and dude just mobs around me. Like he was just going somewhere. And at 85, I was in his way. Right. I just assumed, oh, fuck, dude, I'm getting arrested. Yeah, I pull over. He just keeps on fucking going. Yeah. I grew up in one of them places, man. Wild. I don't know that that's the case anymore, but that high crime rate has its advantages. There's not so much of the chicken shit tickets, and they may not be quite so worried about checking one's registration, right? And when I first moved to Hot Springs, Arkansas, listen to this shit. So here's what happened when I first moved to Hot Springs, Arkansas. So many people were driving around without license plates. What would happen is every time I saw a car accident, it was always one car that had been hit, and then there was the second car wasn't there because they drove off because they didn't have plates and registration or insurance. And finally, so many people were driving without registration and plates that the cops more or less announced like, hey, we're going to start cracking down on this shit. Dude, I swear it was when I first moved there, it was half the people didn't have driver plates. And I don't mean had temporary plates. I mean no plate. Like, I'm not exaggerating. The cops are too strict, man. That's the only thing I don't like about Oklahoma. The cops are way too fucking strict, man. Arkansas, they're stern but fair. Like, that's a real thing, dude. They're stern and strict but fair. Like, as long as a person can behave halfway properly. And we lock up drug addicts in this state. Now, somehow the meth heads have adapted. The meth heads have figured out how to avoid going to the penitentiary. Or at least they've finally gotten out of the penitentiary. They figured out how to not go back. But we lock up criminals in this state. All this thing where people are going into stores and stealing and shit, we put those motherfuckers in jail here. And people don't realize this, man. Arkansas has high sales tax. We even tax food in this state. We don't provide services. So Arkansas has money left over every year, meaning if they want to put a motherfucker in prison, this ain't California. We have unlimited money to lock motherfuckers up. So yeah, there's crime. Obviously, my hometown has one of the highest violent crime rates in the country. So does Little Rock. But realistically, it helps overall because people can't get too wild or they're going to the pen. Right. I mean, that's a real thing. And they'll lock 100 people in a dorm. They don't give a fuck in this state. They don't give a fuck. And I am not willing to go to prison, but damn sure not willing to go in this state. That would be bad. And I don't know if this is something else I learned, homeless. So I used to go out to Oregon all the time. Well, I never realized this, but I would meet people who had violent warrants in the South. And Oregon is so racist. Oregon won't extradite to these southern states because they won't send white boys to go do prison time with blacks, because Oregon State Pen is run by the whites. Think about that. That's how racist Oregon is. They will not extradite except maybe under political pressure, right? It had to be some kind of famous case. They won't. So if a person committed some kind of violent act in the South and then went to Oregon, Oregon will not send them back to go to prison with blacks if they're white. Think about that, dude. And that's that crazy shit that nobody knows about, myself included, until you just find out about it. And you're like, really? Oh, yeah. Crazy. I knew multiple people with violent felonies, warrants for violent felonies back east. And Oregon's like, nope, we will not. But I figured that out. Like, it's unstated. So I got to thinking about it. I said, what could it possibly be? All the prison populations, although Arkansas hit parity. We had a time where it was just as many white guys as black guys in prison. But that was probably because of the meth. But I think the white guys have figured out how to do meth and not go to prison somehow. Yeah, dude, it's wild out here in a way, man. And $25,000 for a decent house. I mean, again, it's in a fucking shithole of a neighborhood. It's funny because I was telling my dad about it, and he's from that town, and he was like trying to ask me where it was. Oh, what is it on 25th Street, which is like the worst street historically? I was like, I don't know, man, but if it's in the city limits, it's in a bad neighborhood. So does it really fucking matter? Meanwhile, my family still has a business in that town that operates to this day. It's called The Hut. My grandmother founded that business in like 1968. They sell fucking freebase pipes and sex toys. Not joking. So I grew up, listen to this, and I know Musical The Secret's heard this before. I grew up in the Jehovah's Witness religion where we were considered like as straight-laced as possible. But then I'd go spend the weekend with my grandmother sometimes, who lived in the back of her head shop where there was cases with fucking bongs and freebase pipes and fucking dildos and shit. So what is this on some level, right? What is this? Yeah, white meth privilege. And I want to say this for the 100th time. We've watched all these body cam videos of cops gunning people down. I have never in my life seen a white boy with a backpack on a bicycle get murdered by the cops. And that's the standard MO of the meth head, especially if they're towing a trailer. Like if you see a white boy with a backpack on a bicycle, that's almost 100% meth head. If he's towing a trailer behind his bicycle, that's 100%. Right? Yeah, best of both worlds. And see, that's as the situation deteriorates in the U.S., shitholes like Arkansas become more and more attractive. However, Californians ain't moving here. You know why? Culturally, it's too fucking backwards. I do not see California. You know when I see California plates in Arkansas? On I-40 going to fucking South Carolina and Florida. That's the only time I see California plates. They are not here. They are going somewhere else. They're driving through Arkansas and Mississippi on their way to South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. In North Carolina. They're stopping here to fucking put gas in their cars and get a bite to eat, and then they gone, Jack. Yes, sir. Now they will come here eventually, but Arkansas and Mississippi, I guarantee you, is the last places these Californians are coming. So if anybody's like, and by the way, North Carolina is a blue state as far as I can tell. Virginia's a blue state. Texas is going blue. Arkansas will probably eventually, but I'll be gone by then. Right. And we don't have any actual cities, Little Rock's a blue city because all cities are cities, but we don't have a major city in the state. We got, 3.2 million people in the whole state, right? And if you look at some of these towns like El Dorado, Magnolia, these little towns in Arkansas that have colleges, they're all like artsy-fartsy, man, with good internet. Every single one of them, dude. My dad lives in Monticello. I'm sure they've got good internet there. There's a college there, fucking Magnolia, El Dorado, not Texarkana. Texarkana is not that great. But some of these places are like Camden. I used to drive a truck out of Camden. Dude, it's a shithole, but in a way, it's like the best place ever, too. It's just, but culturally, nobody could come from California and move to Camden, Arkansas. The culture shock is too high, right? So thank you. Yep. North Carolina is red. Well, there you go. But the state, it's a blue state, Gary. You can say that all you want. It's a fucking blue state. Obama won North Carolina. It's a blue state. I don't know what to tell you. It's a blue state. Virginia's a blue state. I don't care what y'all say. That's all blue states, by the way. All blue states are blue in the cities and red outside of it. That's every blue state, except for maybe Oregon, which is still somewhat red. And if y'all haven't been to Oregon, hey, I've went and shot ARs with hippie chicks, with vegan hippie chicks in Oregon. It's a whole nother breed of animal out there, bro. Southern Oregon, fucking peace and love hippie chick went out and shot ARs with her. Like, no bullshit. Yeah. For real. Love Oregon, man. If not, I can't. This is the fucking government out there. I can't deal with it, man. I love Oregon. I almost moved there at a certain point. I love Seattle. Oh, yeah, dude. I don't go nowhere. I wish I could show you can't show them on stream. And I've sold most of my shit, Wolfie. I don't know if you know this. Let me give you a list of what I've sold recently so I can cry like a baby. But if you get any idea, the pawn shop gave me $4,700 for the guns and ammo that I sold recently. But here's a law enforcement turn-in Glock 21 SF, and here's a almost brand new condition Glock 21 SF, and then my EDC is and I don't know. Do you know that I had Wolfie? Do you know that I had a self-defense scenario on stream recently? But this is I'm a fanny pack guy. Although I think I'm going to go open carry and concealed pretty soon. I think I'm going to do both. I think I'm going to carry 2 pistols on me. I mean, this thing does weigh a lot because for some reason I like 45 ACP. It's my favorite round. I ain't gonna lie. But this is a Springfield XD Mod 2 3.3 inch subcompact. Love this gun. Great gun. Fucking love it. Yeah, fantastic. And it's got a trigger guard holster, so it's got a lanyard that connects to the inside of the fanny pack. So when all I gotta do is pull it straight up, and the fucking trigger guard comes off. But yeah, did you know that, Wolfie? I'll replay it if you haven't seen it. Yeah, I'm not a huge Glock fan, but here's the thing with Glocks, Heidi. This is why people love Glocks. Reliability, parts availability, and they run almost all the ammo. You can pretty much feed it whatever the fuck you want, and it doesn't care. Yeah. Yeah, I don't go anywhere without a pistol. I mean, anywhere. Now, if I go to the library, I might choose to leave it in the car, or I might forget because it's against their rules. But, realistically speaking, I'm never going to get in trouble. Oh, ankle carry. Nice. Very nice. Yeah. Glocks. Yeah. They're not the best for actual accuracy and shit, believe it or not. But if you just want something that's most likely never going to jam, my 45s, neither one of my 45s ever had a single problem ever. And I've shot them a decent amount. Yeah. Shotguns, not a shotgun guy. I'm just not other than hunting, I just don't think people have this idea that you don't have to aim, and that's just not true. It's completely untrue. It's just not a thing. So I'm just not a shotgun guy. They can be intimidating if you just want to rack a shotgun and try to intimidate somebody. But no, I'm not a shotgun guy, personally. Yeah, but I grew up with guns. Every one of my male friends and some of the girls all had rifles. I didn't because my dad didn't hunt. Meanwhile, I didn't give a fuck. But we had hunter safety in school, so I had a gun safety course in elementary school. No, junior high. Wait a minute, might have been elementary school. And I'm from one of those places where they just close school when deer season starts because nobody's coming anyway. So it'd be me and the girls. Actually, I'm kind of wish they had left it. It'd be me and some of the chicks. I love my hometown, man. I love being from where I'm from. Love it, dude. And maybe I'll just move back there. Who knows? I need to just hit a scratcher or something and win. I mean, scratchers obviously, but I do think scratchers are sort of real. In fact, Musical's a secret. When I worked for that company out of Camden, it was I know this company, Woodfield. God, dude, their equipment, they have such great equipment, but they wouldn't back me up about the mask, man. I went to this one place who would not unload me without wearing a mask. And my thing is, if I don't want to cover my face, I'm not. It's just kind of, if I'm not in the mood, I ain't fucking doing it. Those fuckers would not unload me And I finally just had to leave out of there and drop the trailer, and I just quit. I was like, fuck this. If they're not going to have my back on this, because contractually, there's a contract, right? So the bill of lading, when I showed up to deliver, it has the fucking terms on it. And nowhere in there does it say I have to cover my fucking face. They're legally obligated to get that freight off that trailer. My company would not go to bat for me. So I was like, fuck it. Just, I guess, tell me where y'all want this thing, and I'm going to bring your truck back. So whatever. We'll let some other bozo deliver it. But yeah, Woodfield. But why did I bring up Woodfield now? See, now I don't remember why I even brought that up. Camden, Woodfield. No idea. Maybe I'll remember. Yep. There you go. Yeah, good home defense. That's why I like the 45, because you don't necessarily have to worry about it going through the windows and shit. Through the walls. Yeah, 380 is nice, but it's basically a 9 milli. And the 9 millis aren't any... Oh, Smith & Wesson. Okay. But if you're looking for a small gun, I think... I've been looking at these 32 ACPs. There's some nice, but the prices are fucking crazy. And the one I was looking at, I can't remember the brand, but it was kind of known for it was known for being finicky with the ammo, and I ain't got time for that. If I'm pulling the thing out, I don't have the option. I don't have the option of it not fucking working. But yeah, I would like some kind of, I love my hometown. Yeah, Woodfield, blah, blah, blah. Fuck, I don't remember. It'll come to me maybe. Shout out to you, Brielle. I guess we're past the start of the other stream, so I'll go ahead and delete it real quick. See if anybody's waiting over there. You folks are pretty sharp, so I doubt anybody is. But we're going to go ahead and delete this one. I'm going to make a comment real quick over there. I wonder if I can go live on both streams at the same time. I don't even know if that's how it works. But yeah, I don't think anybody's over there. I'm just going to end it. I'm going to delete it. All right, bathroom break. We'll be right back. Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah, bathroom break. We'll be right back. How did that happen, Trace B? Gun went off. Good Lord. What happened? That's why I like trigger guard holster in my fanny pack. And then if I open carry, of course, the holster will cover that up, from accidentally being able to pull the trigger. But yeah, it's another thing about the Glocks. I don't think they're prone to just fucking discharging at the bottom of the purse. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a lady, but purse carry doesn't seem like the way to go. No music. Oh yeah, I'm not set up to do that right now. Plus, it sounds like shit through StreamYard since my connection's kind of slow. Yeah, apologies for the potential confusion with the other broadcast. Slow boy, how are you? We played some of my old content. Oh, are you sending people over here, Heidi? Well, Glocks. Well, by the way, Glock. Well, I'm not sure it had no safety. It probably did not have a manual safety, but like these Glocks don't have a manual safety. They have a, it's like the safety where, you push it in when you actually hold it, I guess. But yeah, no manual safety, but that's where the trigger guards come in. Yeah, good thing no feet or ankles were hit. That's right. Got rid of it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking for a holster. I actually have 2 open carry holsters, but I don't like them. I want to get something. If I'm going to open carry, I'm going to need a little bit. I'm going to need a higher level of retention, I think. I'm not a huge fan of open carry overall, but what do they say? 1 gun is no guns and 2 guns is 1 gun. Have you ever heard that? You kind of need 2 guns. I hate to say it, but you kind of do, just in case. I mean, just imagine some bozo fucking going for my open carry, and by the time he's going after it, and I just pull one out of my fanny pack. It's like, all right, buddy. Are we doing this? Oh, I never found out if Wolfie had seen my. I had a self-defense scenario on live stream recently. Wolfie, but I'll replay it if you haven't seen it. But I think most of the folks have seen it. Most of the folks have seen it by now. So, come on, internet. My connection's shitty again. What the problem is? So what do y'all think about Bex? I think she's probably just about done with me. I'm not sure, but maybe she'll pop in from time to time. But I kind of got the feeling her coming on the second stream was more or less some sort of face saving. But I don't know. I'm just speculating. It's hard for me to know sometimes what people are up to. Kind of felt like she was probably done with me. I don't know. Curious to see what the audience thinks. And it's hard for me to give much credit to somebody who talks about watch hours and leaving their streams up and then doesn't leave their streams up. That's a little strange. Because Lord knows I've looked like a fucking jackass on here hundreds of times probably by now. And I don't take streams down for that reason. And nobody has a memory anyway. Who's going to go through my old catalog? Like, effectively, no, me, right? Yeah, I do too, Heidi. I do better with one guest too. I get a little lost. I get lost. The more people are on the panel, I get more and more lost. Yeah, I think you're right, man. I think it's a wrap. That's my gut. My gut says it's a wrap. It's a wrap, partner. But let's check in on our channel real quick. I think now I almost entitled this stream "This Channel Has No Content," but I thought that might be a little. Even though my user text here says nasty as I want to be, I'm not sure I'm quite that nasty. Oh, the Bex. For some reason I typed in at the Bex content. The channel's still there. No videos. This channel doesn't have any content. Yeah, that's not the way to do YouTube, in my view. That's just my opinion. We all know what opinions are worth, but that's my view of it, right? Okay, well, we're going icon. No, I took myself off. I thought she was into the stream and just done with me, so I went ahead and took myself off actually, and I didn't ask her to do any of that. So we had this bizarre dynamic where, like, we weren't codifying our plan necessarily. And this is where I know I'm accurate. And, she got upset with me. And it's not just women that do this, right? Some males do this. Men don't typically do this. I've noticed this with pretty much every lady I've ever had any sort of relationship with, including romantic, but not limited to, is a lot of ladies. And again, I'm not talking about you specific ladies. I'm talking about women in general. And I understand why Bex doesn't like that I said that. But the reality is she was doing this thing where she's intentionally leaving things vague and up in the air strategically. And I can't deal with that shit. I can't fucking deal with it. But But then again, it's like, how many hours am I going to spend trying to get to some clear plan? So the reality is, you know, the closest we got to a plan was we're just going to play it by ear. And then the reality, it's never bad for her if I restream her, right? Like that can never be bad. And then you saw as soon as we ended the simulcast, she was totally comfortable over here with effectively the same numbers, right? So I found the whole thing confusing personally. I didn't really understand where she was coming from, but you know, I can always just bury it. Somebody at one point says we're running out of hatchets to bury. I mean, it's like, is that going to be the show where you fucking make peace and then go to war again? Like, that doesn't seem like a thing, you know? There you go. Yep. Yeah, these people are nuts, man. And I don't mean the audience. See, sometimes I know Christos got kind of upset with me in the chat because I said these people. But yeah, I mean, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you, Christos. Like, and Drew started out on IG, and he noted that the YouTube people, myself included, I guess, although because I'm a YouTube person. That's how I found Chalk Body Outline. He said that they're way crazier than the IG folks. I'll have to take his word for it. I've never been on IG. Well, and I felt like you had a point, Heidi, but I think I understand why Bex rejected it, but you know, and that's probably a mistake for me to respond to your see here. Now we get into the female dynamics also, right? Like, you know, and I did grow up with a sister 3 years younger than me who was, you know, thankfully has developed introspection, but she presented as sociopathic. I mean, she really did. And so because of the psychological warfare I engaged with her, and then, you know, with most of the women I dated on some level, you know, I'm pretty adept at some of these dynamics, but I don't care about the females. Like when, you know, I'm talking to this female, but then if I talk to this other female, now the first female feels some type of way about it. Like, that's not my fucking problem, right? And then like Woody said, you know, you guys skipped the sex and went straight to the relationship, but you know, whatever. Love that Virgo. Love that detail, actually. Love it. Yeah, most def. But yeah, dude, people are wild. But yeah, much love to you, Sir Wolfie. Well, and that's the thing is, like, now we get back to the vagueness, Heidi, of I'm saying, like, hey, which way do we want to go here? All she had to say was, no, I don't want to watch it. Right. And again, I don't expect anything, but it's like, okay, if you when it's left up in the air, I am at some point going to make the call, right? And then she was right. As soon as I heard London Man say my name, then I'm remembering, oh, yeah, that's right. I've never had any beef with London Man. Why am I even engaging in this? You know, like, this is not my beef. But then she brought it up so much. It's like, it clearly bothered her, right? My thing is like, and I guess it's not my place to prompt her to seek resolution, right? So I'm sort of overstepping my bounds, but I can't have a taboo or an elephant in the room. It's a big part of why my podcast was so popular, Nightmare Dystopia. It's like I was just talking about taboo topics mostly. That's most of what that was. Well, so was I, though. I mean, so was I, right? I'm very emotional, so I was, but I do manage to mostly stay logical. Although, as you see, my antisocial personality traits tend to come to the fore when I get that forceful and locked in, right? And then I start saying a whole bunch of shit that I'd be better, that I do truly believe, by the way, or know to be true, that I'd be better off keeping them to myself. But now we're back to the groceries in the parking lot of the grocery store approach. It's like, no, I'd just rather just put it all out there and let you folks sort it out. You know, so yep. Yeah, I heard he took it down. I'll go look real quick. But honestly, I couldn't be bothered to even watch the thing, honestly. And yeah, if he's being creepy and weird, I mean, why would I want to go watch that? But at the same time, the move is to watch it on stream immediately. That's the move, right? That takes a lot of the power out of it. That's always the move. You saw that's how Paul ended up defeating Yurt in the end, right? Temporarily. Was Paul played Yurt's stream like for a week and like broke down every little facet of every little aspect of it from what I recall. Like, that's the move. You know, especially when one has a bigger audience. And my channel's I think my lives are bigger than London Man's at this point, aren't they? Pretty sure. So if I'm technically the bigger channel in a way, although he might have more views. I don't know, but I don't even care. I'm just saying, if I'm pulling the bigger audience, that's the move. Play the content and respond to it. That has to be the move. I learned that from Paul. So yeah, London McLovin. No, it's still there, bro. Maybe we'll watch it. Y'all want to watch it now that she's not here? Unless he edited it. Yeah, it's still there, man. Are we re-traumatizing? Are we potentially re-victimizing somebody? She might be listening. I mean, who knows? I kind of doubt it, though. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Well said, Heidi. Well said. And I don't think Bex is comfortable with just any random bozo, and I don't mean you, Heidi. I just don't think she may never be comfortable. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I got it. It happens. Maybe he took it down and put it back up. Who knows? But, some people, Heidi, will just never be comfortable with just random people being able to type a comment that I might put on the screen. Because I don't know if y'all know this, but several times Paul's been here and Dow has typed some comment that Paul doesn't like, and I just put it on the screen, man. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to treat him any different. Hang on. I got it. Hang on, Bubba. I got it for you. Bubba. Yeah, maybe we'll watch some of that. Oh yeah, here it is.
Yeah, he's a real one to some degree, right? But
that's me. He might have talked.
Benton was even trying to drag you back in. Salutes to Benton, because
exactly. And when I heard him say that, I'm like, oh, that's right. This ain't my beef. So shout out to London Man for sort of bringing me out of whatever I had gone into, because this is not my usual style. I'm usually speaking for myself and calling my own shots, and this shit did not involve me.
Yeah, he's a real one to some degree, right?
Thanks, man.
He was trying to drag you back in, Bex. I was saying you're a long way from home, meaning what you originally set out to do.
That's right. The IDGAF is strong with this one. Although I do care, obviously, but on some level, I don't give a fuck about none of this. It would suck if my channel were to disappear, but on some level, I really don't give a fuck about this channel. But I like talking with you folks. But if the shit goes, it's just like, yeah, I sold a bunch of guns and ammo. On some level, I don't give a fuck about that stuff. But yeah, I'd rather have it than not have it, obviously. But I just can't be thinking about it and carrying it around and $70 a month storage and all. It's just off. And the ammo eventually, after it goes through enough hot summers, that shit ain't no good anymore, right?
You're a long way from that, Bex. Long way from that. Right? I didn't mean here on this panel with me. No, I'm good.
Thanks, Gary. Good to see you, bro.
I'm good. I'm comfy in my ones. You can see me. I'm here, man.
66
what you originally set out to do. You're a long way from home.
Well, see that, if she gave him a certain view of what she wanted to do initially, and now if he views that as home, and now he says you're a long way from home, I mean, that does make sense, right?
Mm-hmm. You're forgetting the talks that we had. Then you just circle the block again.
I see why she didn't want to play this, but she didn't want to say not to play it.
You circled the block. That's cool.
But then wanted to bring it up all the time. Just don't fucking bring it up. Oh, but they didn't know who I was talking about. Yeah, lady, they do know who you're talking about. Yes, they do.
Like I said, you look all do you. I'm nice. I don't try to wiggle my way in. I'm getting where I fit in, man.
That's true too.
That's all you got to do. I think you really know what I mean when you're a long way from home, right? A long way from home. I don't mean here. I just mean from home in general. What you set out to do. Remember? All right. I ain't gonna do all the extras, I ain't gonna do all the extras, Bex. You were doing extras. Salutes to you. You're doing extras. Yeah, buddy. Extras. Read all about it.
London Man got jokes.
She said, London is too late for me. I'm in a cult now. Yeah, salute.
Well, I'm not.
Salute to that. She said, I'm in a cult now. Are you forgetting the talk we had before you joined this cult? You forgetting the talk we had before you joined this cult? Bex, you're a long way from home, Bex. You're a long way from home. You're a long way from home.
Well, and she was commenting on how he sounded creepy when he said Bex, but isn't that kind of his accent? I mean, I haven't ever talked to him other than on a panel briefly, but is that just how the guy talks?
It's not only me that sees it, Bex. It's a lot of people, to be honest. You know, don't get me wrong. We're not saying we don't like you. We're not saying that. I'm just saying you're a long way from home. Long way from home. You know, you had a lot of things to say about me, but that's what I'm gonna say. Is you're a long way from home. I think you know. Even few of my heavy hitters hit me up. I was like, London. She's a long way from home, isn't she? I'm like, yeah. Gallivanting. You're gallivanting. Get some sleep.
Gallivant.
Get some sleep.
Get some sleep. That's
some
right.
sleep.
Get some sleep.
Everybody needs sleep, right?
Amen to that. Myself included. Get that
Get
right.
some sleep.
I agree, man. It's like it does seem to speak to some level of you know, something else, something deeper that you know, it's, I don't know, man. Maybe some baggage. But again, this is always the move, Bex. This is always the move. Play that shit as soon as somebody's got their name in your mouth, or just never talk about it. Right? That's my opinion, strategically. Never talk about it, or if everybody saw it, reference it in a humor. See, there's a lot of ways to play it, but she played it the wrong way, in my view. That's just my opinion. But that she handled it the exact wrong way, in my opinion. But, you know, such is life. We all make mistakes, right?
Some sleep. Different. Different. I told you, you can have it all the way. I told you, you can have it all the way.
Well, and remember, like, this is where I fucked up a little bit. I'm trying to support someone that I had regard for, right? And I was willing to entertain her opinion, but realistically, based on my code, see, I actually violated some of my own principles here. That's where I'm disappointed is, you know, which is bad because, again, this is where she got a little offended. You know, as a man, my integrity means that if I can behave in certain ways where I will be viewed as less of a man. So, you know, once I realized, wait a minute, could actually diminish me in some people's eyes. It's like, I'm not going to be able to engage with this, right? And then the whole thing fucking blew up.
I see there's a lot of teams popping up now. We had a B team, now we've got C team. So we've got B's and the C's.
That's interesting. I like that, yeah. Yeah, we kicked their asses and they bowed to the crown. Thanks. Well, and you know, that's all a psyop, Gary, but that's the official fiction. But I'm sure you know that was all staged and manufactured. But I'm sure you know that. But yeah, I mean, I also will talk shit to Canadians sometimes based on them, you know, not throwing off the crown. However, I do respect the Brits for burning down the White House. And when I meet somebody from the UK, I tell them that. And I think they think I'm being sarcastic, but I was like, at least y'all burned down the White House. I can respect that.
But the Bloods and Crips up in here now.
I mean, again, supposedly official fiction, right? Who the fuck knows?
B's and C's.
Exactly.
B's,
Gary, yes.
C's.
That's right.
B teams and C teams and shit.
You demand, Gary.
What is going on? What is going on?
I don't like him either.
How many teams we need up?
Oh, sorry, not sorry. What I'm trying to say is I don't like his content that often. See, I accidentally almost agreed with the comment that she didn't say. I don't like his content that much. I'm just going to put that out there. But he probably doesn't like my content that much. But yeah, he seems like an all right guy as far as I can tell. I mean, I don't know that he's just a piece of trash. I mean, has he done anything? Again, he hasn't done anything to me, right? And I know I'm starting to sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but the thing is, I judge based on what I see, not what people tell me secondhand, I guess is the best way I can say this. So I'll just say, generally speaking, when London Man goes live, I ain't there. I showed up to a few of them after he put out that first Holy Roller social experiment or whatever it is. That was a badass video. I got to be honest, man, the follow-ups weren't that great, but I think he might have came out a little too hard on the first one, and it's hard to maintain that, right? So, so let me sort of just say that I just misspoke. I don't dislike him necessarily. But then again, I don't know him well enough to like him or dislike him, right? So it's more like until I see any reason to dislike him. Unless we forget the first time I was on a panel with him, I yelled at him and Timmy because it involved something on Z's channel. So obviously there's some sort of static, but that was probably, you know, more on my end. But I'm not here to talk about people. Like, I'm not here to just talk about London Man, right? And like he said, Benton is a real one in a way. So he's noticing that I may have a little bit of some facetiousness at times. Well, maybe you do too, London Man. But you know, and maybe you know, maybe he is a little strange and weird. Guess what? So am I. I mean, I'm definitely. I would have to think I'm one of the more strange and bizarre characters in these streets, right? To some extent.
Out here. How many different directions do you really want to go?
Montero, good to see you.
How many?
Did I say that right?
Are we really trying to go? We've got to be going in one direction.
He's a great.
Isn't that how it works? One direction as a collective. I don't know.
Well, and this is where the psychological warfare comes in, because typically I'm not that swayed. My opinion generally doesn't sway much by somebody else's opinion. And the fact is, she did tell me a lot of things that I temporarily allowed to sway my opinion, right? I should not have been able to be influenced in that way, but I fell short of my own code as a man, see? And that is a bad sign on a woman's behalf who would even behave that way, right? Ultimately, it comes down to me, because out of the two of us, I'm the only one that has integrity built into my gender identity. Because whether y'all like it or not, ladies, there's almost nothing a woman can do to be viewed as less of a woman. Now, I know some of the ladies might push back, but that's the primary difference between being a man and being a woman, as far as I can tell. Because there's all types of shit I can do to be viewed as less of a man. Meanwhile, most of these males never actually become men anymore, because we've gotten rid of rites of passage, both formal and informal. You know, the culture I was socialized in more or less forced me to pass into manhood, and I had to prove it, or I would literally not be accepted in my community. That's not an exaggeration. So more or less all of the males that I went to school with passed into manhood, and that is a status. Thank you, Heidi. Well, yeah, so I guess she was in her feelers, right? Which is okay. I'm in my feelers sometimes. Sometimes somebody posts one comment and I fucking spurg out. Remember when I spurged out on Provo Kid that time? Like, you know, I'm not above any of this myself, but I'm just not hearing anything. Monday, sad Monday, she's waiting for me, but I'm a long, long way from home. Yeah, there you go.
That's that community shit. Don't tag me.
Well, and so here's another thing. If someone is able to influence me negatively in this way that I view negatively, I'm not saying, and I'm not even saying this was her intention. You know, that's how I know that I might not want to spend much of my time, right? Especially privately. And now we're back into, you see how things went awry when I tried to take it into the public. See, me and Bex we didn't have no static when it was just me and her talking. There weren't no static. The static came in when there was an audience and people were able to comment, which, by the way, Bex, why are you doing live streams if you don't want people to be able to comment? If you can't handle the comments. Meanwhile, her chat is fucking dead, man. And we could have 15 in the house over here and have a lit chat. I mean, y'all know that, right? That's a thing. We have the best live chat here, as far as I'm concerned, for the size of the broadcast. Because you see what's going on in London Man's chat. It's mostly, you know, I don't know. He's got a pretty good diverse cast of characters, it looks like.
Please don't at me. Very different. I'm not in no community. London and a few heavy hitters, right? And a few hitters with me.
Yeah, 30, 31, 32. Well,
other than that, you can have it all the way. All the way.
Thanks, Jonathan. Fire emoji.
All the way. You know what I'm about. I'm about the celestial bird. Mars. What is Mars, man? What is Mars? What is Earth? What is?
Thanks. That's my connection. Probably taking a shit. Can I get a confirmation on the no sound, please? Because no offense, Trace B, but sometimes people think no sound, and there is sound. So, okay, thanks. It's on your end. Just refresh the stream. Oh, wait a minute.
What is London really trying to show you? That's the shit I'm on. You lot are on to try to stay awake for 58 hours just to be seen and heard. panels to panels. What? Smoking and talking. Don't you not know about a thing called sleep? Rest in the body.
Well, and by the way, I almost never give people advice, and I just straight up told Bex, "Hey, at the risk of advising somebody who hasn't asked for it, you know, I probably didn't phrase it that way, but you know, you might think about getting on a sleep schedule, right?" And look, the fact is, I haven't slept recently, but I'm on a sleep schedule. There was 2 nights where I stayed up till about 10, which does happen occasionally, believe it or not. That's not unprecedented, but I'm back to the 5:30. I'm back to the 5:30 now. So
rest in the body, get some sleep.
Yep.
B teams and C teams all popping up now. All popping up. B's and C's. The moment an E team pops up, I'm out of there. The moment that E team pops up, don't let me see no E team pop up now.
The
if I see
E
an E team
team,
pop up,
that's right.
well, crazy. Coated up heavily. I ain't never been in no cult. I ain't never tried to joke about being in no cult. People want to be the content, but they're not the content. I'm not even the content. I've got content, but I'm not the content. Right? There's only a few people out here that is content. Right? Let's not get it twisted. I've got content, but I'm not the content. Some of you have got no content and you're not the content. Right? No content and you're not the content. So what are we really talking about? What are we really talking about? E-team, phone home. Damn right. Damn right. I see the boy. No could even speak his mind over there. Shut no down quickly. Salute to no in the building. Your friend just let you burn. Your friend just let you burn over there, no. Didn't even put in a word for you. Yeah. I know you didn't mean it like that. I know how you meant it, no. I know how you meant it. And Benton knew how I meant that message as well. Benton knew how I meant that message. So salute to Benton. Salute to Benton. You can learn a lot from Benton.
Thanks, brother.
Salute to Benton. You can learn a lot from Benton.
Bro. Huh.
Yeah, I hear you know. But differently, he's kind of wise. He's a cool guy. I must give him that. He's a cool guy.
Thanks, man.
I must give him that. But you know, what you put in the chat room and for them to go for it, or for him to go, it was uncalled for. Yeah, you know. But I know how you meant it. You know, I'm pretty sure Beth knew how you meant it, but she didn't really say how you meant it. We know you, right? We know you. We know what you're about. So I knew how you meant it.
All right. This is a nothing burger, unless it gets worse later. Now, apparently, the video leading up to this was described as creepy, but I can't play it on stream because I don't know if it'll run afoul of the copyright. Yeah, this is pretty much a nothing burger as far as I can tell. So I'm going to chalk that up to a personality conflict between London and Bex that involves me not at all. So I went ahead and typed in a comment just to sort of let him know. What number? I don't know. What do you mean? Oh, 9 lives. Yeah. There you go. Might take a break here. Is it time for more coffee? I think it is, especially if we're going to be coffee. One thing about coffee, I understand all the drawbacks. Or the drawbacks certainly outweigh the positives as far as I'm concerned at this point, but it's certainly good for the talking, lest we forget. So we're going to return shortly. Thank you for your patience. Oh, sorry, I've been sitting here just talking. I'm going to play some music I forgot to turn the mic off. I've been sitting here talking like a doofus. Hang on, let's find something. But yeah, I have permission to play this because I know this guy in real life. Let's see. Might just go for the beats. I think his rapping, I like his rapping, but it's not for everybody necessarily. And I'm not going to take the time to pick out a particular song. Actually, oh, releases. That's what I'm under the wrong tab. No wonder. My bad. My bad. You got too much going on here, buddy. He's too prolific. What am I looking for? Oh, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, this will work. I think I know how to operate YouTube by now, but all right, I'm just going to click play. Where did this thing go? All right, I'll be back shortly.
What the fuck is this shit? It looks like some sort of fucking alien fucking... Let's go in and check it out. Fuck it. Let's go. My homie told me unleash the Kraken. So fuck it, I'm Liam Neeson and taking. I can't believe the amount of the demons I see awaken. But still I keep bringing home all this bacon. It's Friday the 13th. I'm chasing you like I'm Jason. You're running, I'm fucking walking. So catch you with combinations. Hey, you thought that I was fading the black, but you were mistaken. So I came to leave your face rearranging, body misshapen. I was paused for the station. Identification. Even the fucking pagans, Asians and Freemasons. Let me take a hit of this THC that I'm vaping as I'm walking through the valley of shadows to be forsaken. No amount of money will change my configuration. I'm real as they fucking come. Just spun out on medication. Bitches have made $1. Yeah, congratulations. You're a slave to the oxycodone. You keep on taking. Can someone please tell me what happened to keeping it real? Man, there's people in this town that will kill over a pill. Man, there's snitches in the counties that squeal to get a deal. Local bitches rather snort up some blow than need a meal. Lord, please, someone tell me what's going on with these zombies. These fucking drug dealers still stay at home with their mommies. Men will sell their soul. Women will sell their bodies. The fucking government wants to turn you into a Nazi. The people that you work for are probably snorting Roxy's, scrolling Facebook and Instagram, other hobbies. The people at your church are probably popping mollies. Soon as they finish preaching, they're drinking inside the lobbies. There's a pastor named Andrew deceiving his church. He won't tell you about his thirst, and he's even perverse. I'll be watching this Sunday just to see if he bursts while he's playing his guitar and he's singing his verse. There's a local business owner named Anthony who can't stop giving young girls pills and drugs at a pizza shop. When confronted with the evidence, he didn't respond. So you found a fucking place in my song. I dropped the bomb. Fuck your mom. Hey Joe, you thought you was a comedian. I should beat your fucking ass for being disobedient. I can tell you how you die. I don't need a medium. I crack your fucking skull on the street in a median, immediately fucking them up. Speak to me indecently, I tell them shut the fuck up. No one's ever called you out and now you're like it's run up. Fucking pussy, throw your fat ass in the back of the truck. Fucking faggot, and you look just like a sex offender. How come every time something strange happens, you're right there at the epicenter? Told you stop messing with her. When it comes to getting justice for the false prophets, I'm the fucking representer. One thing I don't understand is how you catch a gun and dope charge just for walking around it. Let your name's Paul, you just open your mouth and fuck a snitch on every local dope dealer in town. You ain't a fucking made guy, you got caught with some meth. Get that shit up off my street, yeah, you lost some respect. Fucking 60-year-old man still trying to sell dope. Yeah, you really give the youth of this community hope. Even our local entertainers are like snakes in the night. Last year I got a message from I was listening and she said the night before, Dean, now I'm well, thank you for getting into my life. I saw a picture of your wife, she's actually fine. You had a couple drinks and thought you had to have mine. You knew she had a problem, but you gave her some wine. You knew that she was married, but you made up your mind. I hope your life is perfect, you go home every day. Kiss your wife on the forehead and say it's okay. Sorry that I cheated, I was weak in the mind. I couldn't say no, I was feeble and blind. Say the fucking words before I sneak it behind. And take your phone and upload the fucking pictures online. Anyone that thinks I'm lying, now I'm speaking my mind. I will show the fucking world right now on Facebook Live. Same thing goes for Sean, every John, every Josh, every Nathan and Ron. Everybody named Brandon, every Jason and Ross. Everybody on these screenshots is taking a loss. Every person that was shady and smug. Last time I saw your friend Christopher, he was shaking from drugs. What's going on, Chris? Usually you give me a hug. Are you afraid that old dog called me and he told me what's up? Everybody that gets mad is because I'm speaking the facts. Billy, you know who's responsible for leaking the tracks. Jesse, flashing your fake titties as you give up the ass to anyone that asks. 4 kids, 4 different dads. Dummies told you there would be some consequences for that. William, JD, I ain't forget about that. Derek, Morgan, you both deserve to get slapped. Derek, Lee, where the fuck are you at? Steve, you wanna leave the whole city an open void? Empty out like camels and fill it with opioids? Try to say that I'm fucking weird for smoking joints and the people at your window company shoot a Freud. This is the fucking breaking. Can kill me while I'm awake then. Richard, don't wait until I'm asleep, cause Friday the 13th is when I turn into Jason. This is the fucking Kraken. Prove to me I'm mistaken. Don't threaten me on the phone, cause Friday the 13th is when I turn into Jason. Do you realize what you fucking done? No, he was sleeping. You fucking woke him up. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's get out of here. You can tell by the hate. Fuck it, motherfuckers. Don't call me bro, you won't look me in the eye. I don't trust you anymore. All you do is fucking lie. Tell the truth, you're a joke. You can't even be a man. Don't you ever call me bro. We ain't friends, you ain't fam, we ain't dogs, we ain't tight. Yeah, you lied about the facts. You can never be trusted. Yeah, you went behind my back. Everybody there begged old dog not to tell me, but my friend ain't gonna lie. I'm the white Machiavelli. I got stripes in this bitch. Hot Springs belongs to me. You're a guest in my town. You should bow before the king. What could ever make you think that he wasn't gonna call me fucking I am Al Capone? I should have showed up with the Tommy, and the only reason why I ain't talked about it further, I don't want no one to die, but all I think about is murder. And the only reason why you're fucking still alive is I don't want to go to prison, so I put you in my rhyme. Don't call me bro, call me bro. You wasn't there for the struggle, you ain't down for the cause, you don't understand the hustle. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. We ain't friends, we ain't homies. You pretended we was cool, but I found out you was phony. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. You ain't nothing but a snake. You was friendly to my face, underneath it all you're fake. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. We ain't cool, we ain't blood, you don't know me like that. You ain't from where I'm from. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. You gave pills to my family, I can put it into layman's terms. If you don't understand me, there's a line that you don't cross, and you made a choice to cross it. I got photo evidence. This ain't no Garland County gossip. I got people everywhere, and they tell me everything. Screenshots getting sent every motherfucking day. Y'all supposed to be men, still partying and pills, still acting like some kids, bitch. Tell me how you feel. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. I'm a solid ass dude. Why would you do that to me? I wouldn't do that shit to you. I'ma make sure everybody sees the motherfucking proof. Why the fuck you think they call my ass the motherfucking truth? Y'all still doing blow? I did that shit in my 20s. Need to grow the fuck up. Get that shit out of my city. And that girl that overdosed, that was someone's daughter. If she died, you get fucking killed by someone's father. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. You wasn't there for the struggle. You ain't down for the cause. You don't understand the hustle. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. We ain't friends, we ain't cousins. You pretended we was cool, but I found out that we wasn't. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. You ain't nothing but a snake. You was friendly to my face, underneath it all your fake. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. We ain't cool, we ain't blood. You don't know me like that. You ain't from where I'm from. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. Hot Springs is full of fuckery. Every person in this town knew she was in recovery. I got every loser that gave alcohol and drugs to her because she thought there was a chance that you could start fucking her. Saddest shit I ever seen is people broke the bro code. I can show you pictures of messages by the boatload. I got some connections of people that's fucking loco. Cut you into pieces and bury you off a oak road. Everyone involved with this shit is losing their man card. Predators are lurking for victims, we need to stand guard. Honor and integrity lost, that was a bitch move. Conspiracy to cover it up, couldn't admit to. I gave several people the chance, they fucking choked. If you think that you're a homie to me, then that's a joke. No respect out of all of the people you chose. Kill yourself, motherfucker. Slip both of your wrists. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. You wasn't there for the struggle, you ain't down for the cause. You don't understand the hustle. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. We ain't friends, we ain't homies. You pretended we was cool, but I found out you was phony. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. You ain't nothing but a snake. You was friendly to my face, underneath it all your fake. Don't call me bro, don't call me bro. We ain't cool, we ain't blood. You don't know me like that. You ain't from where I'm from. Don't call me bro. Even if you're a ghost, even if you're a poltergeist, the Lord is near those who are discouraged. He saves those who have lost hope.
Chemically imbalanced, physically sick. Allah has left for the day. Multi has offered his mixed talent, so blessed the day. Challenge the wicked, the indecent, the rest of the way. Challenge the living, the trapped spirit can open the way. Mentally broken but saved, dig it up, open the graves. Having the bodies exhumed, cut them, reopen their brains. Cabinets are closing, the evil spirits are groaning in pain. Portals are opening, apparitions are floating away. Buildings exploding and ancient curses are spoken in vain. Turning the knob of the bathroom door while you're soaking in strange liquid, mostly blood from the ghost that was choked with a chain. Trapped in the basement with phantom shadows exposing the main secrets that's hidden beneath the cellar of souls that were slain. Banging on windows, tapping on ceilings, you're going insane. No one can see me, the lonely entity frozen in rain, till I am woken again.
I don't know when the day began, and I don't know when tomorrow ends, and I don't know where I'm going. Cause I'm in the dark where my friends are fast, and I don't even know where I am, and somehow no one can see me. And I don't know
Quantum theory, near me I saw it clearly. Curse of the beast, hear me, he lurks in the trees, eerie. First of the feast, last one to leave. Energy signatures burnt to the screen. Dearly I search for the peace, Siri. Yeah, yearly I burst on the scene. Fear me, I burst at the seams. Nearly got dirt on my sleeves, really submerged in the sea. Mama, she heard it was me. Father, I lost him in time. Phantoms are lurking the street. Watch as I murder the beat. Furnace, I furnish the heat. Merely with words that I speak. Nearly the search is complete. Nebulous images of the nexus will further increase. Weirdly the hunter and prey. Which one is serving us me? Verily saying to me, humans are cursing at things. Objects are flying around. Jesus will nurture the weak. Multiple versions of me. Clearly disturbing my sleep severely. The verse that I preach sincerely, have mercy on me, Lord.
I don't know when the day began, and I don't know when tomorrow ends, and I don't know where I'm going. Cause I'm in the dark where my friends are fast, and I don't even know where I am, and somehow no one can see me. And I don't know
She a toxically breathing, a fumes anomaly sweeping the room. The angel that dances in light, the nights when the demon intrudes. Innocent, bleeding profusely, running from heathens and goons. Goblins are posted on columns, probably the Legion of Doom. Constantly seeing what looms, possibly darkness is coming. Pray to the King of the Jews properly. Yeah, cause Satan will eat up your food, cuss you out, walk around nude, flip you off, beat you up too. Prophecy. Yeah, bodies are screaming from tombs, colleagues are swinging from webs. I just released the recluse hostily. Lost zombies are singing the blues. Mothers are killing their young, watching the demon consume. Along with my homie that died, still not believing the news. Drunkards are falling from grace, I won't be drinking the booze. I'll just be silent right here, along with the objects I move. Silently breaking a chair, quietly bending a spoon.
There's no telling what God is capable of doing. He made me and you from nothing. He made all this from nothing, the universe from nothing.
That's right.
I've seen him wake people from the dead.
Amen.
There's no telling what we're capable
of. Here I am on the road again. Here I go. I'm so afraid. Here I am in step one again. Here I go, my life's away.
Now have you ever stayed awake, looking out the window shades all night, thinking it's the 5-0 every time you see some car lights, while smoking weed and nicotine like it's alright? Probably already smoked a carton of Marlboro Lights. Sometimes I gotta take 2 bars just to go to sleep, clutching on my notebook, writing lyrics like it's poetry. I sport a tag with the gun in the rag. The only friend I think I got is when it comes in a bag. I've been hiding in this bottle for way too long. I'm way too strong to let these drugs take my soul, pollute my body. Family don't trust me no more. Don't wanna wake up one day at 40 years old and look back and wonder where did my life go, or have a heart attack and die from an overdose. 12-step program couldn't break my mold. People, places, and things won't change me at all. I walked a long road. Why? Cause I ran out of gas. Went to my mama's house. Why? Cause I ran out of cash. Yeah. I go in circles like I'm misdirected. I tried to call my homie, but his number's disconnected. My friends died. I don't really feel the pain that much, cause I was out doing cocaine and such. That's why when I walk by, I pull my hood over my head. But I would if I could do it over instead. But rehabs for quitters, I only fell off once. My girlfriend left me and said I didn't have the guts to pull the trigger, but I'm the bigger man now. Will I go to hell or heaven? I see footsteps in the sand. Baptized and resurrected me into faith. No more drugs, no more anger, no more hate. A clean slate is what I'm working with now. It's my vow, oh brother, where art thou?
So brand new again. Here I go, so fresh and clean. Here I am, a brand new man. I will no longer waste my opportunity. No, I won't waste it. I won't waste it. No, I won't waste it. No, I won't waste it. Won't waste my life, I won't waste it. No, I can't waste it. No, I ain't gonna waste it. No, it won't get wasted. No.
All right, we back. Thank y'all for humoring some Arkansas hip hop. That was Multi-Beats. The artist formerly known as Multi-Spa Occasion from the Spa City Hot Springs National Park, Arkansas. Yeah, man, that was featuring Haystack, if anybody's familiar. I do like, I am a borderline juggalo at times, so Haystack's got a little bit of those vibes. Yes, the Bob Seger, indeed. Yeah, I have permission to play that music, but maybe not the Bob Singer. The Bob Seger, I'm not sure that sample got cleared, right? Yeah, but that was off of an album with Joe Torius, Multi and Joe Torius. Back in the day, I haven't been able to find it, the whole thing online anywhere, but and I used to have a bunch of his name's Alan. Multi's real name's Alan. Well, if we're liking it, at the risk of sometimes this thing doesn't go the right way, but I played this before. Let's see if the audience can handle it. I got one more. It's actually Big Ben, his friend that passed, and I knew Ben also, although not that well, but. Let's see if I can find this, actually. I think it's under. We'll do one more then, because I'm not sure I have too much to ramble about, but I'll find something, right? Yeah, here we go. The Big Ben playlist. Sorry for that. But I haven't shared it yet, so you didn't hear that. So hang on. This one, I've always had a soft spot for this song. This is actually one of my favorite songs. Hold on. There we go.
A man sooner or later discovers that he is a master gardener of his soul, the director of his life.
Sometimes this life is not what you expect it to be. You gotta play your cards right if you're to earn the life you need. I thought I had it figured all out, so went ahead and let it all out. But what I know is that it's my doubt eating me alive.
Now it was 1992 when the beast was born. I was barely 13 when the strings were torn. And my mama had me committed, I was locked away. And I remember the courtroom, and as she walked away, I had my head down as tears kept flooding my face. And I would never do the same if I was put in her place. The truth is, things never got back to their place. And I was hurt so bad, like a slap to the face. I had to start life over, new city, new family. My dad took me in, and he never put a hand on me. Friends who accepted me for the way that I was. I found the streets here, and then I started playing with drugs. Like boom, all of a sudden I woke up in a cell, and I was scared, so I continued to be stuck in my shell. And after that, prison came and many run-ins with the cops. And for me to be a man, it took the death of my pops. Damn.
Sometimes this life is not what you expect it to be. You gotta play your cards right if you're to earn the life you need. Thought I had it figured all out, so went ahead and let it all
What I know is that it's my doubt eating me alive.
Now it was 2005, I was out on my own, fresh out of prison, and my sister let me stay in her home. Still institutionalized from the time that I spent. And come to think about it, prison didn't change me a bit. It made me worse, and my next move was back to the streets. And I was hustling from hotels for something to eat. I started getting my nose dirty, and that's what changed my life. An overdose almost had me seeing the lights. A dope friend took me in, and I ain't saying no names. It's a transition I needed, I'm playing no games. Battling every day to get this load off my shoulder. I could only go up because I done conquered the struggle. And I would love to give thanks to those who helped and encouragement to those who endured the pain that I felt. And that's right, I'm left to play with the cards I was dealt. This is the new me, the old me's been put on the shelf.
Sometimes this life is not what you expect it to be. You gotta play your cards right if you're to earn the life you need. Thought I had it figured all out, so went ahead and let it all out. But what I know is that it's my doubt eating me alive.
I just wanna see the day when my friends can all be happy, smiling, laughing. Yeah, that'll be the day. Yeah, that'll be the day. Yeah, that'll be the day. I just wanna see the day when my friends can all be happy, smiling, laughing. Yeah, that'll be the day. Yeah, that'll be the day. Yeah, that'll be the day. It's 2011. I'm prepared for what's next. I done did everything but died and lost a child with my first ex. I keep my chin pointed north and my mind on overload. It's hard to build a foundation when you came from a broken home. I got the heart of a soldier and the mind of Einstein. Identity uncertain, still trying to find mine. 31, still stuck, standing still on the timeline. And I'm gonna try till I die, cause if I do, then it's my time.
Sometimes this life is not what you expect it to be. You gotta play your cards right if you're to earn the life you need. Thought I had it figured all out, so went ahead and let it all out. But what I know is that it's my doubt eating me alive.
All right. Thanks for humoring some of my Arkansas rap. Not that I had anything to do with it, Arkansas hip hop, but that dude was a beast for real. May peace be upon him, Big Ben. That dude used to wreck everybody at the arm wrestling, but not quite sure what we want to get into. Sometimes the music is kind of a bad thing, gets me into a bit of a reverie, and now I've gone full radio announcer voice. That's how you really know I got nothing. Some folks like to tell me, hey, did everybody tell you should do, did anybody ever tell you could do radio? I said, yes, but clearly this is a face made for television. Let's be serious. Actually, I'm unable to do radio because I cannot pretend like the live remote from the car dealership is somehow exciting. Not able to fake that particular funk. I can certainly lean into my radio announcer voice, but yeah, man, definitely. Yep. Certainly a talented artist, to be sure. And I'm pretty sure Multi produced all of those tracks, I believe. So if y'all want to check him out, he said that I could, Multi said I could use any of that stuff as long as I gave proper attribution, as well as, he said I could commission a song for $500. So perhaps in the future, the channel may have a theme song. Indeed. What shall we get into, folks? Now it's back to me. Numbers are dropping. You better come up with something, sir. Anybody got anything? I guess we can always go watch my old content, eh? I'm trying to remember. I don't know if I have that Talcott. Somewhere on some of these streams, I'm sure that I talked about the Talcott when I went in on Talcott. Looking through the back catalog. What's going on with you folks? The reality is I don't ask about you folks often enough. part of what I'm doing here is me talking, and I don't always know what's going on with people. Grand Rising Robin, indeed. I guess there's always crowd work. There's always crowd work. Yeah, definitely with the hitting home lyrics, as previously mentioned. I just wish I'd kept. I had a lot of his Multi's old material on some CDs. I just never kept up with them. And some of that stuff he doesn't have online. He claims that he's putting all of his prolific catalog online, but that is yet to happen. As far as I can tell, anyway. Man, I couldn't sleep, Miss Blanche. I laid down at 5:30. I was up by about 10:30. I bet I didn't sleep but an hour and a half. But as a trucker, this is something I can deal with, but haven't slept good. And in fact, that's how we started off the broadcast, was noting that many of the folks, in fact, also were not able to sleep well. So something in the ether, perhaps. Now, is there anything in the YouTube screets that we need to cover? We covered the London man Beck's Nothing Burger. Is Snake Diet Fat Man live again? No, he's not. My YouTube lied to me. So I played this Snake Diet channel, the guy who yells, "Hey, fatty." Oh, what do you got? I'm not, as much as I say I'm not a phone person, I do like, I like to keep up with the actual hardware of the phones to some extent. Yeah, no, I'm okay, Miss Blanche. One thing I've noticed, though, it's kind of funny, is that it's not really funny, but if I don't get good sleep a few nights in a row, my testosterone crashes. Like, I don't turn into a bitch or anything. It's more of like I'm just edgy and cranky. We kind of have this idea about so-called roid rage, which I think actually has more to do with, because what happens with steroids is the person's body it no longer produces its own testosterone to the full extent possible, because it's being, supplemented. So, I think some of my crankiness and agitation is I'm probably not producing the level of androgens that I'm used to encountering in the blood. So, I don't know. I might try to get a nap in later. We'll see. Yeah, a lot of folks are up late, Robin. So it's 2:14 where you're at, I believe. Although maybe 3:14. I forget which time zone you're on. You think I would know how to do that math by now? What up, Rob? What's Hanapana? We played some of the back catalog earlier. We even had a Davy Crocco appearance. May peace be upon him. But yeah, man, good to see him. Just chilling, hanging out. I don't know. I got on a couple of halfway decent rants earlier, I suppose, but I think maybe we're just hanging out. I played some music, which is on the break, which I think the audience enjoys. But I have this problem. Music takes me into a certain, contemplative space at times. Not altogether a bad thing, certainly. Now I'm just kind of looking through my subscriptions. And does anybody remember when Bex kept telling people to unsubscribe from these big channels to see what it does to the algorithm? Well, I took her advice, and it's wrecked my fucking feed. My feed it's just in shambles. Pretty much everything being suggested is just, although it's starting to make a comeback, maybe. So it's actually starting to look more like it used to. Actually, now that I think about it, but initially it wasn't looking too good. Stephen David. Oh, that's live tomorrow, I guess, the 22nd. Well, you scheduled them a whole day in advance, almost. Is there any content I can respond to? Not really. Yep, Snake Diet TV. Sleep is number one, indeed. Let's maybe watch a little bit of this. It's from 5 years ago. Some of the folks here have appreciated the Snake Diet channel, and so far, I've been able to get away with responding to his content. So let's go ahead and pump him up. Not that he needs it with 182K. And every time I've watched one of his lives, he gets at least one $100 kick down, aka super chat. And by the way, the e-begging has commenced. Yes, sir. Mr. Benton has finally opened a Cash App. That is $Benton303. Although now I'm realizing the zero might be mistaken for an O, so I probably done fucked up. But that is a zero. Fuck. Can I change that? Anybody know? Because I guess the 33 means the same. But my famous ancestor, that was his record, was 303 yards in one game. On November 22nd, aka 11/22, lest we forget, of 1945, which is probably means something as well. Not even going to get into that right now, I don't believe. But yeah, let's go ahead and promote this feller diet. When I believe snake diet refers to eating like a large meal and then not eating for some period of time. Not eating for some period of time, I believe. Snake diet channel. And watch your ears. He tends to come in hot. I'm going to turn him down a little bit. This is sleep is number one Q&A. Five years ago. Apparently, he did one of these one time where he just stared at the camera for an entire hour.
Right off the bat, I'm going to talk about sleep. Okay? Sleep is number one. Sleep is number fucking one.
Get our motivation for the day. Is
Some
this,
of you
my Wes
badasses, when
Watson?
you first start out fasting and shit,
Have I found my
you
Wes
might
Watson?
get fucked up because you're fucking dirty, you're toxic, etc., etc. But once you're into this, your sleep, you want it to be good. Once you're into this, if your sleep goes from good to shitty, you got to adjust shit. Okay? And if your sleep is to blame on some sort of outside fucking source like people or your job or all that shit, you gotta cut it the fuck out. Okay?
Easy, Gary.
When you sleep
Easy down
good is
there.
when you're burning fucking fat
33
like
in the house.
crazy. If you don't get your sleep, your cortisol will be cranked through the fucking roof.
34.
And you will hold fucking water like crazy. Okay? And then you'll be freaking out because it's like, Cole, why did I gain 3 pounds today? Because you didn't get any fucking sleep. Because you're fucking around on your fucking cell phone all night or whatever the fuck you're doing. Okay? Sleep is number one. Number one. So, like, say if you're on a long fast and it's like getting
Hell
to
yeah,
5
Rob.
days.
Shout out to
5
you, sir.
days is pretty good. Okay, I'm not going to bust your ball.
Thank you to Rob Cleveland for your generous contribution. Much appreciated, sir. It certainly it makes a big difference, man. Thanks a lot.
For fasting 5 days. If your sleep starts to get poor at the 5-day mark, fucking break it. And I mean if it gets really poor. And I'm not talking just shorter sleeping times either, because a lot of times if you're in forced ketosis with fasting or whatever, you might only sleep 6 hours and feel like a fucking $1,000,000. Okay, I'm talking shitty, fucking broken sleep. So the other part I'm going to get into is eating too on your refeed. So this is something I've been fucking around with lots. If you're lean, once you're not a fat ass anymore and you're fucking lean, don't eat a massive fucking meal before bed. Okay? So if you're eating like say 5 out of 7 days a week or 6 out of 7 days or even fucking a meal a day if you're really lean and you're training all the time, don't eat a massive meal right before bed because your sleep will suck fucking balls. You'll be up pissing too. If you're following my 4-to-1 refeed rule where you're actually getting enough fucking food so you don't get plugged up. Okay, that's important. Your fucking sleep. So even with me, I find, so I've talked about this in other videos about nighttime eating. Okay, so I'm going to contradict myself a little bit here because I've been eating at night for a long time, but usually I give myself at least a 4-hour gap before I go to bed. Okay, now that's if you're eating a large fucking meal where you got to make maintenance calories. Like when I'm eating like 3,000 calories, you know, I need a big gap. But if you're a fat ass and you only need to eat fucking basically nothing on a refeed, then you can eat it right before bed and it's not an issue. But optimally, once you get ripped, you definitely don't eat a big fucking meal right before bed because you won't be able to fucking
eat before
sleep.
bed anymore.
Sleep is number one. Sleep
I don't eat
is
within
number
4 hours of
fucking
bed.
one, okay?
Ever.
So I'm going to try to fucking start answering some shit here. So this came up because I was talking to Dan tonight, actually. He got a shitty sleep last night because he got called out to work and got a 3-hour fucking sleep. And he was up 3 fucking pounds of water weight today. Okay? Now, he didn't panic about it because he understands how it fucking works. But some of you people that don't do any fucking goddamn research, you got to understand that that's water, okay? But this is the problem. When you fucking start fucking losing sleep, you're going to be catabolic as fuck. Okay, you definitely don't want to lose sleep then. Like, if you're fucking on a hard cut and you're not sleeping, you're going to be catabolic. Your body's going to start breaking down fucking muscle, okay? Your body's going to start breaking down fucking muscle. So, let me just fuck around with this thing for a minute, see if I can see all the comments. Let's see here. Okay, fuck. Okay, acid reflux somebody's asking about. So, right off the bat, if you're going to ask a question, put your height, put your fucking weight, and put your fucking age. Because right away, if I see you're a fat ass, I'm gonna tell you to start fucking fasting. Okay? Don't be asking me, does fasting cure this, fasting cure that? Like, start. Okay, just fucking start. So acid reflux, if you have stomach issues, fucking fast. Try fasting. Okay? And that's what the fucking all this other shit's gonna help with. Okay? And essentially, the reason you have acid reflux issues or heartburn or whatever, everything you got, is because your diet was fucked. And you're eating too much sugar, drinking too much coffee, drinking too much fucking booze. It's so simple. Okay, it's so simple. You're not healthy because your lifestyle fucking sucked fucking balls for the last how many years. Fasting will heal you up. Okay, it will heal everything. That's it. So especially with the heartburn. Now, if you're getting constant heartburn, a quick little trick is you can knock back a little bit of baking soda if that's a massive issue and you can't sleep. Here's a question here. Jump into a week-long dry fast. Let's see here. Let's see if I can scroll these fucking things here. Okay, here's the one. Elaine asks. Elaine G. She's 28 years old, 200 pounds, 5'3". Okay. So right off the top, 5'3", a good goal weight. You should try to shoot for under 120. I don't care about your fucking genetics. Just hit the number. You can always gain fucking weight back. Okay? So she said, can I jump into a week-long soft dry fast and then break with snake juice? Yes. But when you break the dry fast, break it with baking soda. Because what'll happen, when you're dry that long, it creates a fairly acidic environment in your kidneys. And it will break shit loose in your kidneys. That's why dry fasting is extremely aggressive. And, like, your fucking kidneys, all you guys that are having back pain and kidney pain, your kidneys are full of fucking goddamn buildup. Okay, hardened buildup. It's because your body's been kicking all these fucking, a lot of it's fucking going to be from glucose going through your kidneys from all the fucking goddamn fucking carbs you eat and all the other fucking shit that your kidneys got to deal with all the time. And when you start fasting, it starts breaking loose, especially dry. And those ketones, it creates a very acidic environment when you're constantly kicking ketones, pissing out excess ketones. So if you're going to do that, just don't fucking set stupid goals. Don't be like, oh, can I break my 7-day dry fast with snake juice? Just fucking take it day by day, your fucking dry fast, okay? Basically, anything that's 3 days or longer, I'm not going to bust your balls. If you're only doing 48s and you're fat, you're being a fucking fat pussy. Okay, so 72s, anything once you get past 3 days, take it day by day. Okay, take it day by fucking day. I don't want to get messages from people saying that you're on fucking day 10 and you're almost keeling over at home. Like, and you could have just broke the fast. Like, don't be stupid about it. Okay, don't be a fucking dummy. Let's see here. So I hope that answers your question. You can break it with the snake juice, but do the baking soda first. Get urinating again. Okay, get urinating again, and then you can start knocking back the snake juice. Don't chug the snake juice, okay? Throughout the fucking day. You don't want to hit yourself with that much potassium that quick. A lot of people get fucking lazy because they fucking don't like the taste. Just shut the fuck up and drink it throughout the day. Let's see here. David Wilson, 142 pounds. He's lost 142 pounds, kept it all off. See, that's how good this fucking works. Okay? And people are like, how do you keep it off? You keep it off the same way you fucking lost it, you dummy. Okay, if you go back to eating trash all day long, you're going to gain weight back. Like, fuck, what do you think? You can just do this and then go back to what you were doing before and just stay the same? Like, fuck, give your head a shake, for fuck's sakes. I get that question so often, it's ridiculous. Here's a question that's a good one. Doolin Benedict, 5'9", male, 155, so he's pretty slim as it is. Cole, does dry fasting get rid of stretch marks? Yes, dry fasting will heal your skin to a point, obviously. Like if you're majorly fucked up, it's fucking gonna heal it to a point. But I've seen some crazy fucking results with women. Crazy results with loose skin, okay? So just do it. Start dry fasting. Even if you're really lean like you're not gonna be able to do the long fasts all the time like everybody. So this is where a strict 1 meal a day dry fasting routine will actually get a pretty decent result when you're that lean, okay? Strict, low carb, 1 meal a day. And when I say strict, I'm talking like, here's the good point. Your eating windows, make them fucking strict. Good example. I can eat in an hour. So eating normally, okay? Today, my meal, I had 500 grams of carrots. I had about 600 grams of bok choy. I had like 4 or 5 apples. So that altogether, you're looking probably about 2 kilos of fruit and vegetables. And then I had a 400 gram steak, 6 eggs, and a little bit of nuts. I ate all that in exactly 1 hour. Okay? We were never meant to fucking sit there and enjoy the fucking food. Okay? You eat. Eat like you fucking eat with a purpose. Don't eat for like don't eat for like, what's the word I'm looking for there? You know, people always just eat for recreation. Don't eat that way. Eat like you mean it. Maybe if you have a planned dinner date, then fucking fast a few days before to make up for it. Because that'll be more of an enjoyable thing, I guess. Okay? Eat like you fucking mean it. So the point I was getting at, I can eat like a fucking pig. Okay? I can eat like 4,000 calories in an hour, like not even pushing it. What I'm trying to say is most of you women out there, your fucking eating window should be like fucking 10 minutes. Okay? It should take you 10 minutes to eat the amount of food you need to eat if you're a fat ass. 10 fucking minutes. Like get a stopwatch and time it. Because stretching the fucking meals out is the worst thing you can fucking do. Here's a good question. Let's see what he's got. So Robert, I'm 30. Robert Tom Selly.
All right, I know we love the snake guy, but we're just going to end up watching the entire hour-and-a-half stream. So I want to go to some of this Paul Enslaved. This is when his channel was down, and I finally got Highly Suspect to call in. And yes, I call it. I refer to it as calling in because it's a kind of a sports talk radio reference. Here in the South, most of us are fans of sports talk radio. At least back when I thought sports were real because of the college football. But and shout out to Rob Cleveland for calling out Mr. Suspect on referring to violence as golden, because the reality is that Keith, my friend in real life here, it would be better for him, I believe, if he could somehow understand the dynamics that certain, it's basically agent or Fed speak, regardless of what he is. And Keith seems to have a problem in life where he sort of believes that his intention matters whatsoever. So, it's like, yeah, I understand that this is not your intention, but people are going to take it how they take it, right? So let's see. It might take me a moment to find this, but I went back and watched it later. I'm on the screen, but I was actually on the phone with my dad for some of this.
When they struck it, I have filed evidence of another video on another channel taken down for false claims. I have copies of all videos. So we're back up on proper instruction motivates people so quick that I have to smoke crack. Interviews with people unless I fornicate with them. So you might want to stop speaking. I want you to feel the pain I've been feeling. I want to step on your children's testicles. You can really just kind of feel my pain.
All right. All right, man. That was fucking unprecedented for me, being new to like being on a panel and shit. But
I'm Sonny Liston. I'm Jack Dempsey. I'm cut from their cloth.
What the
No one can stop me.
I'm not.
My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. I want your heart. I want to eat your children.
All praise be to Allah.
Okay, I got you.
I love Mike Tyson.
Okay.
Shut up, you white pussy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna eat your asshole alive. I'm gonna make you my girlfriend.
Yeah, that's not happening.
I'll fuck you till you
I'm just
love
gonna go
me.
through every Tyson quote that I can somewhat paraphrase.
Yeah. That was
If I had
Mike Tyson quote.
a hero, I would be Mike Tyson. I don't have heroes, but if I had one, it'd be Mike.
Well, in fact, when I threatened to prison rape TBE, I actually threw a Mike Tyson quote in there. I'll fuck you till you love me, faggot.
Tyson. There's nobody that I would rather. I need to call Mike Tyson and get him on the broadcast. Fuck everyone.
Huge
I don't want
Tyson
Joe. I don't
fan.
want any of these people. Logan Paul, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, any of these loser failures. But I'll
Hey, he might get good.
smoke some dope and take mushrooms.
What
Hey, he
about,
might get good.
the other dude, the other one, man, that's just fucking blowing up the internet right now. The guy from fucking Bosnia or wherever. Fuck. I can't recall his name.
Andy Tate?
Andy Tate. Yeah, that's it. That's yeah. Just fucking telling everybody what everything is. Yeah, Andrew Tate. And a lot of the shit he says, I agree with. Like he's fucking. I don't know if he's moving like he says he's moving, because I just don't know. I don't know him personally. I can't fucking speak for him. But some of the shit, like, it's so. It hits home, and then I'm like, man, I don't even know if you're really fucking doing the shit you say you're doing. And then
I'll show you right here, sir. Let me show you right here. Where's the fucking? I do everything I say I do and more. I don't even tell you everything I do, but everything I tell you, I'm definitely doing.
Yeah.
Where the fuck?
I seen him in a fucking jail cell with a friend.
No. You don't want to be in a jail cell. That's not where you get shit done. That's where slaves go when they can't communicate properly.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm gonna show you right here how it's supposed to be done, sir. Within an hour. You just got to be cordial and loving. It's about love, brothers and sisters.
Yes, it is.
We can end wars and legal secrets. End wars and legal secrets. So right here, let me show you how. Let me show you how I ended wars and legal secrets.
Didn't you just say a few days ago, violence is golden? Highly suspect.
That was me. Yeah.
The guy's obviously an idiot. Don't bring up his past misstatements. He's correcting it now.
No,
Okay.
what I'm telling you is, like, when they
Sir, please. I'm trying to give you the gold here. This is how you all need to live and be. Let's get back to me.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's get back to me. Jack Alcott style. It's all about me. The whole universe revolves around me at this point. So, this was the last one. Would you like to hear my last one when they struck it? I filed evidence with another video on another channel taken down for false claims. I have copies of all videos made, and when reviewed, shows the claims once again to be false. I've had 2 strikes rolled back last month, already showing a pattern of folks making false claims and causing me a loss of time and attention while interfering with the creation and use of original content. The record needs to be corrected again, and I would appreciate if we could put a stop to this somehow without me having to seek lawful remedy with the courts. YouTube.com/@PimpUnslaved is the channel in question. Thank you for your immediate attention to this matter and understanding. Paul of the Blank family, for those of you who know, you know, my name is out there. I'm not hiding and running. I just don't like saying it constantly. Ambassador of God, minister at Universal Life Force Ministries. Because I am an ordained, I like to use that. When I write to these people, I don't tell anyone I'm a minister. Like, I don't come here and go, I'm Minister Paulie Boy, give me credit and credentials. But when I write to these people,
So you notice that they politely shut highly suspect down, but he can't resist. He's got to go back to the well, as we're going to see.
Tell him I'm an ambassador of God, and I'm an ordained minister, because that's true.
Bad instinct.
Right? And again, that doesn't mean anything. You fill out 2 pieces of paperwork and you get that entitlement. So I can technically marry gay slaves up here too. Brian O'Shea, if you have a man in your life that you want me to perform a service for, not that kind of service, that's between you two. I can actually marry you all, because I am technically an ordained minister. As long as there's no state of corporate laws against gay marriage, I think you're good in Vegas, O'Shea. You'll be good to go. You and Talcott. So, okay, here's the one from today. Notice of interference to YouTube legal support team. Right, YouTube legal team. I'm done dealing with these low-level slaves on the Google support. I go right to legal team people now. And notice of interference. Greetings and blessings to the legal team. Because I like to be loving and equitable. So greetings and blessings to the legal team. Once again, youtube.com/@PimpUnslaved and Paul Enslaved have been stricken by false claimers in an attempt to interfere with my daily live broadcast, which has become my career, as is known. Please rectify the situation immediately as to avoid further loss or harm being done to I and my community. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for your understanding and attention to this matter, and I look forward to peaceful and private resolution. And I give my family name Ambassador of God, because I'm doing the Lord's work out here, keeping these people accountable.
Hey, y'all, man, can I say something?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, so the violence is golden thing, which I'm getting, I guess, like some kind of repercussions about. So let me ask you this. So when they come for your rights, your guns, your money, your gold, or whatever, do they come unarmed? Do they come unarmed? Do they show up in force, armed to the fucking teeth?
Yeah, but that's for officer safety. They got to make sure that some rabid slave is going to act out, and I understand that.
No, I don't have a slave mentality. I don't.
Well, you don't, but many do, and they're rabid. They're taking these treatments. They're foaming at the mouth. They're attacking like dogs.
Yeah.
So, hey, if I'm policy enforcement, I roll up with a tank, and I start talking over the PA. Hey, highly suspect, just come on out and get on the ground, bro. It's going to be okay. I love you.
So what I'm asking you, like, so is violence not golden when they come for you?
Hey, bro, I ain't going to do that here. We ain't doing that. You want to sit here and talk about policy enforcement showing up with guns and you want to shoot at them? Good luck, bro. I ain't going to do it.
I'm telling what I'm saying is when they come.
No. I don't even care. I don't even want to get into this. If you're going to do that, you're going to do that. The time for that has already come. They ain't doing that. People ain't doing that. You know why? Because we're fucking cowardly. So let's just get right down to it. The other side of that is you can't solve it with that anyway. You start shooting these people, they're going to have civil war and they're going to have everybody hemmed up as terrorists. They want that. So that is no solution. My solution is as shown here. Be loving and caring and equitable and unwavering in truth. You want to build a cross for me? I'll carry it while you substantiate your claims.
No,
just show and prove that I'm everything you say, and I'll build the cross with you, and you can hang me on it. If not, you're gonna have to let me down off there. Simple.
Yeah.
I mean, you can keep me up there as an example if you want. It'll only magnify my power and influence. So go ahead and do it.
Okay, so what I was trying to get at was, my point was, when they come, they show up in force and they're violent. That's what fucking matters. That they are violent.
This was yesterday, Jonathan, on at Willfew. And by the way, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe to at Willfew, because the two, Paul Enslaved and Proper Instruction Motivates People, were down, and for a time Paul was live on at Willfew.
Violent with you. They threaten you with force.
Yeah, they threaten you with force, but they're not doing violence technically because you haven't been caused loss, injury, or harm. Now, if they have caused loss, injury, and harm, then they're doing violence. So when everyone can claim a use of force, and if they're not using it, or they're using a limited force that does not lead to loss, injury, and harm, then you can't necessarily claim violence. You could claim they're violating.
Well, and that's the thing, Rob. See, this is, and I'm constantly, I'm very curious of these people, and Keith has this, but you know, it's probably not a bad instinct overall, where he's not willing to just accept what somebody tells him necessarily, and that can be a good thing, right? But then, like myself, Keith does view me as a trusted source of information in some ways, but he always seeks to confirm what I tell him. But the problem is the people he seeks to confirm with may or may not be bozos, right? But then just this, he just keeps going back to his main theme when Paul is very clearly stating, like, hey, man, I'm not into this. And then the amount of laps Keith does around this track is just, it's appalling, honestly. Yeah, but you missed it because you're not subscribed to at Willfew, Jonathan. So please do so. And I'm not at the risk of telling you what to do. Please subscribe. That's Paul's third channel, right? And I believe it might actually be Rob's channel. I'm not sure how that works, but either way, please do.
You're right. It's still the same root word, violation. But again, in law, violation is like to penetrate someone, you know, to violate someone. It's kind of what that is. They're really just depriving you of rights in a sense. They've interfered with your ability to exercise your rights.
Do what? Their firearms?
Again, I mean, there's nothing necessarily violent about someone pointing a gun at you. Back in the day, if you walked up somewhere or someone walked up to you, you may be a good chance everybody's pointing guns at everybody, because we don't know who's who until we get it fleshed out. And then it's put your guns down and we have a conversation. So again, I'm not interested in playing the victim for a fact. You want to point guns at me? I'm really not even that worried about it. Just don't fucking shoot me. You know?
Right.
There might be times, like I said, if I'm out and about somewhere and I'm investigating some scene or whatever's going on, maybe I see a dead animal, whatever, I pull the gun out and I'm pointing it. Somebody walks up or so. I mean, again, it's different if you're stacking up on somebody's house. You have to have kind of the charges and everything signed and sealed. And still, I get it. I get what you're saying. That we're in an authoritarian fascist situation here. We're deep into it. But you know, if we're going to get ourselves out, I believe that we have to not make an enemy out of these people. We have to not play the victim for effect. We have to accept whatever.
And by the way, this is the dynamics that people like my father and highly suspect don't seem to understand. Is if I feel some type of way inside, there's no advantage to going into the metaverse and just speaking my true opinion if the content of my speech, and lest we forget, everything I say can and will be used against me in a court of law, including all of this, right? So even if I have a different belief in my heart, there's no advantage to going into the metaverse and saying it that way, or on a phone call. I had him on StreamYard on a private conversation, which I don't even do much of that anymore. That's mainly because of being able to record it in case I get onto an epic rant. Realistically, I would like to just do everything on stream, right? If you want to talk, if I know somebody in real life and they want to talk to me later, Rob, headed off the plantation. Thanks again for your generous donation. Now that we have the Cash App, certainly. I don't mind YouTube. Somehow it doesn't bother me that much that YouTube gets a cut, but this 24% that the feds want is that I found just outrageous. And I do plan to correct my status. And since I'm being a little hard on Keith, highly suspect, lest we forget, he has corrected his paperwork at the level of his status, so-called, meaning he is now an American state national and he's not a taxpayer. Good on you, sir. Right. But my thing is, like, there's a person in my family who was victimized by a person who ended up going to prison as a result, and that person's now out of prison. And my father was expressing specific views on the phone with me. I said, listen, man, I'm not saying not to do it. I'm saying don't talk about it, especially if you're going to end up doing anything. It's a huge mistake to talk about it. In fact, since you've now mentioned this, it virtually guarantees that nobody's going to do anything, because this would represent anything that I say can and will be used against me in a court of law. I'm not saying don't do the thing. I'm saying don't talk about doing the thing.
Going to do to us in a sense, and we have to be unwavering in truth till that time comes. Now, when the time comes, when it really breaks out and law and order is completely gone, if that ever happens, it's a different interaction, you know. But for me, I can't tell anyone else what to do or be. For me, the way things are now, I would avoid physical resistance and interaction with these people as much as possible because they're mistrained, and the court is where the action happens. The legal team is where the action happens.
But we don't have to court.
This is the third lap around the track. He's just gonna keep coming back around. I mean, what even is this?
Corporation.
I understand that. I'm talking about in the situation of somebody stacking up on your door, kicking your door in, pointing guns at you, and saying, on the ground, we're going to arrest you and take you in. I say, okay, fellas, as long as you announce yourself ahead of time and you got a warrant to kick that door, I don't know why you did that. I'll just come out with you. If we're at that point, I'll just come out. You know, I don't need you to kick the door in and come in. Just say, hey, Paulie boy, your friends are outside. Policy enforcement. Come on out and let's have a conversation. And I'll entertain doing that. I might say to them, what's going to be the consequence if I don't? We're going to kick the fucking door in and we're going to take you.
Violence.
Okay. Maybe we talk at that point.
I don't believe there's a conversation after the violence.
Again, they're violating.
Well, and here's the thing. Let's assume that Keith is going to act as there is zero upside to speaking this way, Keith, but there's a potential downside. That's what I don't think Keith is understanding. And part of the problem here is that I did use specific violent language on my podcast, on my website, right? Indeed, loose lips sink ships. And you know, that was part of the appeal of the podcast. But I always, every time I mentioned violence, I said, I'm not calling for this. I can't call for this. You know, I'm speaking like hypothetically, like I'm having a feeling of potential violence. And actually I framed violence I said, I'm going to consider it a self-defense scenario if they come to try to take me to a FEMA camp or a gulag. That was my specific language, right? I said, I'm going to consider that a self-defense scenario, and then I will defend myself with deadly force, as is my God-given right. But there's zero, but you see how I'm speaking very specifically here? But I'm only applying that to me. I'm not saying it in a way that would apply to other people. I don't think Keith understands that the way he says these things, it seems as if he's also referring to what other people could or would do. I've actually been to, I think he's a renter, Gary, but yeah, I see you working there. And I'm sure that's a Gary Baxter joke, but yeah. Indeed, sir, indeed.
Violating your rights. They're not doing violence to you unless they do loss, injury, and harm. So I'm not going to play the victim for effect. They've deprived rights or they've interfered with me exercising.
By the way, under an actual society, I would also potentially allow myself to be taken into custody. My thing was, I'm not going to a fucking camp under medical tyranny. That's my choice, right? I'm not going if it's up to me. I'm not espousing anything that would potentially apply to anybody else. Do you see how I can play within the language? See, not even play within the language. I'm speaking specifically for a specific purpose. And I think Keith has heard me talk this way, and it has influenced him to some extent, but he hasn't really understood. Well, but again, I think he's heard people like me talk, but he hasn't understood that I only ever reference these ideas in a specific context. So on the StreamYard the other day, actually on the phone, he said he got fired up about Brian O'Shea's, police encounter. And the first words out of his mouth was like, he said something like, we've got to band together. And I just lost my shit. And I was like, bro, the system has shown me that as long as I don't talk about organizing or clicking up or grouping up, I can pretty much say whatever the fuck I want on here within some boundaries. But I'm not going to be on my phone or on the metaverse talking about organizing. Anything that sounds like a call to organizing is a very, 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 very bad strategy in my view. And he seems to just always want to come back to this. And then I'm trying to get him to understand that, yes, Keith, I understand that this is not your intention, but it comes across as if you're some sort of federal agent. And it's always going to be interpreted that way.
My rights. What else is new? That
No
goes on
matter
all
what.
day, every day, everywhere. So, the citizens do that. If I'm out smoking reefer somewhere, they're going to walk up and say something half the time. Or they're going to make comments. Or they're going to call someone to do policy enforcement. So your rights are already essentially gone in the minds and hearts of the majority. And all the people trained to uphold your rights or protect you from those who want to take them are mistrained. So you're deep into a dynamic here that you have to be really careful how you react or respond to. Because there's a whole bunch of consequences that could come after.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I don't want to react. I would rather respond. But what my point was when they come, they're coming in force.
And by the way, since I've talked to Keith enough, and I do know him in real life, I don't think he realizes that because of where society is with respect to the fake pandemic, I think Keith is framing this under the assumption that there's going to be more lockdowns and more jabs, and potentially at some point policy enforcement might show up to force the jab, right?
And I ain't going to be forcibly jabbed. Again, only speaking for myself. Do you hear what I'm saying? But then again, now I'm thinking, well, am I running the risk of losing my channel talking this way, right? So I must even give disclaimers. All I can say is I would interpret that as a self-defense scenario, especially if these jabs are what people say they are, right?
Violently. They're going to snatch you out of your fucking house and have their fucking way with you.
It's not going to happen, Gary. Man, let's face the reality that truthers are mostly unable to work together in the physical. I mean, sorry, metaversely, much less in the physical. Now, I think we have a group here that has shown a propensity to work together, maybe more so than some other groups, but online groups, let me be specific with my language. However, and I've said this before, yes, I always frame it in self-defense, which is my God-given right. So I have to think I'm not going to, air quotes, get in trouble for referencing my God-given rights in a specific scenario. Okay, but thank you, Musical is a Secret. I would view it as self-defense. I'm not going on to a panel and talking about it as if I would be a proponent of this. I'm not a proponent of this when it comes to other people, because I can only speak up to me and mine, right? I can only speak for me. I can't speak for anybody else. And I don't think Keith understands that he has such a strong desire to be a member of a group and a community that it comes across as if he's prescribing behavior for a group of people. And that in itself, lest we forget, a secret judge, basically a prosecutor could go to a secret judge and, under secret paperwork and try to get, a FISA court essentially, and get somebody declared a domestic terrorist. Like, this is all real stuff, right? So now I don't think that, my speech necessarily will cause that, but why even make it more likely? I don't, there's no benefit. Again, there's no upside strategically. Meanwhile, Keith kind of got a little irritated with me when I said, hey man, like, you're bad at strategy. I'm good at strategy. If between the two of us, if anybody's going to be in a position of command, it's going to be me, not you. So you might want to I just told him straight up, you might want to be a good soldier and do what you're told, because I'm telling you to shut the fuck up. And he did the same thing with me, where he kept coming around the mountain. I just fucking hung up on him. I just said, man, I can't fucking do this, because he kept wanting to come back around the mountain. I can't do loops around the goddamn mountain when I've already clearly stated myself. So Paul's far more patient than me. I just fucking hung up on him.
Yeah, man, everybody's got an option to respond how they please. You want to shoot it out with people? Good luck. I don't advocate for that, and I'm not going to do it unless it's absolutely necessary. If somebody came to my house and they had and they were an agent, but they did not give me notice, and they did not present themselves, I don't care.
Say that Musical is a Secret, but I believe 75% of the population did take the jab, at least the adult population. Now, whether or not that's true, I have no idea, and we can have a difference of opinion. That's merely my opinion, because we certainly would not be able to trust the government numbers. I know it pretty sure that 3/4 of the truck drivers took it.
Care who they are. You kick my door and you don't yell police?
At least one, anyway.
So nothing like that. I'm shooting first and asking questions later. You want to claim to be police and there for legitimate reasons that we're going to deal with at court? I'm not going to put up any resistance with you. I want you to take me through the process, and I want you to condemn me in front of the world, if that's what you're going to do. I will not shoot back at you to let you throw a gun on top of me and then tell the story. I shot one of the boys in blue, and all they were doing was coming there to serve a warrant to have me appear at court to settle whatever the false claims are of other folks. No, I won't. Well, absolutely not, because they'll it'll be so easy for him. And 90% of people, including my father, will sign on to the narrative. Paulie Boy was wild and crazy. You saw the broadcast he did. You saw what he's willing to do in certain situations, even though he's not dangerous. Turns out he was dangerous all along and violent. We simply went there to make contact with him and get him to the courts, and he wanted to shoot at us. So we killed his bitch ass, and we knew he was a terrorist, and now another folk hero, quote unquote. That's what people tell me I am. I don't look at myself that way. Another folk hero, reputation destroyed. Or some folks might say aggrandized, because there's a lot of folks out there who want me to shoot police. There's a lot of folks out there who want me to be in their face and be combative with them and get into those situations so they can live through me like Lavoy, what's his name, Finicum. I ain't Lavoy Finicum. I ain't riding around the highway doing 109 shooting with police. You give me the command and the order, I'm going to follow it, because I know the alternative. I ain't that stupid. I'm crazy, but I'm not stupid.
Okay. I wasn't like insinuating any of that. I'm just saying when they come and
but you kind of were. See, this is where Keith gets confused in life. Keith believes his true intention is somehow relevant. He said, I wasn't insinuating any of that. Well, Keith, you were through your speech. Keith doesn't seem to understand that we're not going to take his intention. Whatever his true intention is not a factor. Yes, Keith, you did insinuate that through your speech. 100%.
Catch you up and fucking lay you down and guns drawn. It's violent.
Doesn't bother me, bro. I must just be a criminal. Like they said, I got a criminal mind. I grew up in a world, half a world at times where that's just part of life. You know, you selling drugs or you're doing whatever on the street, somebody don't like you, they're gonna put a gun to your head, take your shit, maybe walk you somewhere. Call it whatever you
What's
want.
up, Thomas?
Yeah,
Good
you
to see you,
so
brother.
you're playing dirty business and dirty games with dirty people because you're in a dirty society with a dirty culture and no ethics, morals, and logic. So it's gangsters dealing with gangsters at this point. As far as I'm concerned, it's just I'm a spiritual gangster and they're corporate gangsters. So you want to point guns at me and walk me out and kidnap me? You got this one. You got the drop on me. You got it.
I don't feel like that's okay with me. No, you can't.
Everyone's entitled to their own perspective and their own reactions and response. I'm just telling you.
Again, Keith, if you speak in specific language, there's ways to say this. Okay. We all heard that I brought it back to my God-given right to defend my life, which nobody can take from me. So I would never speak the way Keith is speaking here, at least not into the, by the way, this is in Alphabet Google YouTube's hell pit here. Like he's basically talking to a government server effectively. And I don't think that's ever true. He might not care, honestly. I think he's just like, fuck them, but that's not the way I view it.
I ain't going to do it and I ain't going to advocate for it. Simple.
So you're just going to let him snatch you up and fucking kidnap you?
Yeah, how many times do you want me to repeat the fucking statement, bro?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. He just said it. He's like, yeah, I just said that.
It wasn't like
How many times do you want me to repeat the statement?
It wasn't
I'm pretty sure I clarified it like 5 times. I'm not doing physical battle with the police. I'm outgunned. There's no point. If you think I'm going to take one of them to prove something when that motherfucker don't even know who and what he is and why he's there, I'm not going to be involved because I'm going to take one.
And see, what Keith has seemed to forget is that when I spoke this way on my podcast, I was outlining a specific scenario where I assume that I would be killed in the process, right? So that was part of my strategy to avoid getting dragged off to a camp, which I have absolutely no desire to go to any camps or detention facilities. And again, they're not going to call it that, but that's effectively what it's going to be. And my contention is that America is a prison camp, aka a soft gulag, and it looked like during the fake pandemic, this thing was on the verge of going hard gulag, lest we forget, meaning, a physical building that one would not be allowed to leave. So I was only ever speaking in very specific scenarios, and I was always only ever tying it to self-defense.
One of them, and they're going to riddle me with bullets, and nothing comes of that. So you want to riddle me with bullets?
I agree that, man. Verbal eloquence needs to be practiced in order to be executed eloquently. Nice.
Do it anyway, and I'm not going to shoot back. And then you got to explain when everyone goes to find out the coroner report that Paulie didn't shoot back. There's no holes in the wall. Whoever else is here to testify is going to say he wasn't shooting, and you riddled him.
Well, and at the risk of starting some kind of kerfuffle, this is why Gary doesn't necessarily fit in with the CBO crew. Is solely based on this verbal eloquence.
And it's going to go down in history that they killed me because that's what the fuck they were trying to do. I'm not going to make it easy for them to kill me and write me up as the terrorist they've always been assassinating my character as. Absolutely not. When they kill a loving, caring man who's done no wrong, it has way more effect than when they kill someone who's shooting back.
Right. Okay.
Simple.
Okay. I got you. I agree.
Now, if you or anyone else, I'm not saying you would, I'm just saying, if someone online, like not Timmy Tommy, and all the rest of these scum want to come do something to me, I'm going to be like SWAT on them. They're going to get riddled, right? Because I'm not dealing with them. They're sick and twisted, crazy freaks who, I don't know who and what they are. Police might be that too, but I still have faith that there's something in them that they signed up to do something different than maybe what they're doing. Maybe I'm a romantic, right? Hopeless romantic, as they say. But either way, the narrative is still the same. Whether I believe there's a soul in them or not, I'm not going to get myself killed and let a narrative be set out to the public that will be verified by what they put forth with the evidence. It's going to be something different, right? So with the average citizen slave, I'm going to deal with them with the quickness. When it comes to policy enforcement and agents, you want to come and do process with me and use guns in order to take me in peacefully to get me to answer at court for wrongs you say I've done. Let's have at it. I have no issue with that. Come get me now. You won't even have to use guns. Knock on the door and say, Paulie boy, we're here. You know what the next step of this is if you don't come with us, right? Yeah, I know. All right, let's take a walk. You know,
Yeah,
you don't even need the handcuffs with me. This is why you should tell him, I'm an honorable man. You don't need handcuffs with me. I could have beat you and run. I'm gonna walk right with you. We're gonna address it.
Yeah, and see, the premise there is that the violence extends from the gun on either side or both sides. And I don't have any guns. I don't have any such thing, but I can use anything I can get my hand on for a weapon.
Shovel guy.
Exactly. But I still do not. I still prefer going to the words as a resolution, standing on the fact that or the opinion that's stated throughout time. And your military generals and commanders know this: to defeat an opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence.
Yeah.
So when you tell them to walk off and take you into their court, which is the lion's den, and you walk out, that is supreme excellence.
Right, just like YouTube policy last hour, right into the lion's den and right out. And all you got to do is have faith throughout the process. The word is made real at some point, is what you have to have faith in. So, and with that said, I'll be really real. Like, I got to check my ego a little bit. When it comes to regular citizen slaves, if you want to call them that, I'm going to use my words as much as possible and check my own ego and my own reactions to stay out of issues with them. I'm just talking about an absolute, like, somebody kicks in my door or attacks me out and about, I'm going to tell them, hey, bro, what the fuck are you doing? You better get off me. And they got about a second or two. If they don't kill me, I'm going to kill them. Because I'm not going to play with you. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what makes you think you put hands on somebody. You ain't in that status and position as an agency, right? Even they should be doing it. But again, it's a different narrative. So you saw how I dealt with them slaves at the ice cream store. That guy came toward me. I immediately started recording him. I was just going there to get ice cream. He started bucking up. The whole place started yelling at me. They started threatening me. So I took 5 steps back and started recording. And I kept backing up. I'm not going to let him get within arm's reach of me. If he gets within arm's reach of me, I'm striking first. Because that's just how I was trained. You know, I was trained, you stay out of fights, you back up. As soon as that person gets within arm's distance of you, and you pretty much know your arm's length, you know, you may have to test it. Like I may go like this real quick to act like I'm moving my sleeve or something. But I'm pretty much getting a reading. I already know I'm pretty coordinated. I know my arm's reach and arm's length. So I'm gonna keep backing up and telling them, hey bro, I don't want these issues and problems. Don't do this. As soon as they keep coming and they get within arm's length of me, I'm striking first. I'm not letting you hit me.
So I was in the Marine Corps, right? And under the UCMJ, if somebody is within an arm's length of you and they're using threatening language or violence, you know, like they're gonna, you know, threaten you, you have every right to just fucking put them down, man. Roll them up, roll them the fuck up.
Right, but then you got to.
Well, and at the risk of revealing somebody's business, I'm pretty sure Keith has rolled up numerous folks over in Somalia. Although I don't know that to be the case necessarily for sure, but I'm pretty sure he's been there before.
To deal with that. That's the other side of it. I could sit out here and play Billy Badass. First of all, I ain't in no shape at this point, as sad as it is, 34 years old, to be rolling around anybody with all the fucking shit I've smoked and you know how heavy I am. If I hit the ground, man, that could be fatal for me if my head hits the ground or whatever else. So I ain't gonna roll around with anybody. With that said, if I have to hurt somebody or put hands on them or kill them, I got to deal with that. You know, I got to live with that now.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. I agreed.
And that's the thing that sucks about being me. I don't know how you all are, but it doesn't matter if people start with me. Even if I hurt them back, because it's happened in the past, I wind up feeling bad and guilty about it. That I had to hurt somebody, even though they were attacking me. You know, you're still having to hurt another human being, which is not something anybody should want to do.
No, absolutely not. I don't agree with that at all. Like, no, we should not. I don't wake up with the intentions on, I wish a motherfucker would or whatever. I don't do that. But if they do, and they threaten me, then, you know, so
it activates the animal. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. And that's the status quo for you know, that's where we're at. Like, you know, if a motherfucker wants to roll me up somewhere under a fucking, you know, awning in front of a goddamn store or something, and he gets
hell, that it almost happened to me. Thank God that fella wasn't armed, or it'd have been a friggin' shootout.
But I'm responsible for him getting rolled up. That's on me. Like, I put my fucking hands on him. It doesn't matter if he threatened me or come at me first. Like, they don't look at that kind of shit. But I'm still, at the end of the day, I'm still alive. I'm breathing.
Hey, so I'm going to call this one because this was just started for the proper instruction on the other channel getting stricken. It looks like we're good to go on proper instruction. So I'm going to end this one. I'm going to prepare to broadcast on that channel. We're going to get back to business as usual. And if you.
All right. That's enough of that. Good stuff. That was the At Will Few channel. Please subscribe if you have not done so already, because I would expect Paul's channels to continue to get stricken, but Paul does seem to be the world champion of getting back his channels quickly. I don't know. It's going to be breakfast time for me here pretty shortly. And then Z's going to go live. So I think I'm going to go ahead and stick around, and then I'll probably take a break right about the time Z starts talking. So in the meantime, is there anything we need to cover? I know, I believe Tommy released a new video. Has anybody seen Tommy's new video? Let's go check that out, perhaps. At Luma Tommy. Oh, is that Moose? I never even realized. Oh, man. Here's Tommy's latest.
Suck my motherfucking dick. Suck my dick. Suck my motherfucking dick. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Suck my motherfucking dick. Suck my dick. Suck my motherfucking suck my dick. Suck my motherfucking dick. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Suck my motherfucking dick.
Not quite sure what Tommy was getting at there, but no, I haven't heard anything about Snafu quite yet. Yeah. Let's just peruse. Z, of course, will be live here shortly. Actually, right about now, but however many minutes of music, right? Oh, a new 3 minutes ago, a new last Karmic Life video. This lady, this young lady, who I believe is in New Zealand, does cruise by the channel on occasion, although I don't know, it's usually so infrequent that I never know if she's actually coming back or not. But let's play this. Oh, okay. Usually she talks on the videos. I don't know what that is. We'll get out of here. Let's get out of that. Oh, he said he wasn't going to leave this up. This snake diet fat man. This poor bastard. He's not doing good. He's I think Cole paid him money actually to start doing content, which seems insane. But he seems like a person who's just not able to discipline his mind in order to lose weight. And by the way, if somebody doesn't want to lose weight, I mean, I'm not here telling people to lose weight. That's not my jam, right? What is this? Cult member number 11? Who dat? 10 views 8 hours ago. Jack Talcott and Pamela
what I did was just stand up.
Are for a police state, apparently. Hopefully not Mr. O'Shea. Who's this Sarah person? I don't know who that is.
For freedom, stand up for myself. Show you guys what it's like to be a real man. And
How did
you would handle the situation differently. Because it's a coward.
Brian, you stood, I don't know where you were at, but as I understood it, you stood up for a 50-year-old man sitting in a car next to a park, looking a little suspicious, enough that people needed to come.
Looking a little suspicious. Did you hear this? Now, I'm assuming this is a reference to Brian's recent police encounter. So since I'm so pedantic, let's go to suspicious definition. Suspicious means having, wait a minute, really? Having or showing a cautious distrust of someone or something. Oh, suspicion, I think is what we need, not suspicious. See, actually, you can't look suspicious. You can, someone can, well, anyway, suspicion, I think is what we want. Okay, a feeling or thought that something is possible, likely, or okay, cautious distrust. Okay, is that against the law? Of course it's not. Hey, what's up, Moose? Yeah, cautious distrust. But see, even this is not. How many of these words are now they're just changing the meaning of? I don't remember. I'm going to have to go to Wiktionary. I think increasingly Google, just trying to Google for a definition really doesn't seem the way to go. So let me go to Wiktionary.org, suspicious. Arousing suspicion. There we go. So suspicion meaning the act of suspecting something or someone, especially of something wrong. The condition of being suspected, uncertainty and doubt. Which I take to mean from a legal standpoint that if my behavior deviates from the norm, then that could be interpreted as, quote, suspicious. But if I'm free, aren't I free to behave in ways that deviate from the norm, but are not, in fact, illegal? So Talcott seems to be implying that I'm somehow beholden to behaving more or less like the rest of the slaves. The reality is, no matter how hard I've tried, I've not been able to conform to society. Thank you, Gary. That's a great idea. Yeah, perhaps I should purchase that. Perhaps I could purchase one of those as well. But, I've always been such a strange, weird, bizarre person. As much as I tried, my behavior is never going to conform to most people's behavior. So does that mean that I'm not free to behave in a way that doesn't line up with the majority of other people's behavior? It doesn't even make sense. If Brian wants to go sit in his car in a public park, isn't that his right?
Come and fucking check it out.
Living
And
in a
then,
car.
rather than being able to deal with real emergencies or real problems in the community, you got you just exercising your rights. And I'm not saying anyone did anything right or wrong, but I don't.
Talcott.
I
You got no rights. If you was in my
Fuck
neighborhood, I'm calling
you.
the police on you.
Wow.
But what is really shocking?
Trash.
What I did was just stand up for freedom, stand up for myself, show you guys
How
what
did
it's
you
like to be a real man, and
How
so
did
you
you do that?
would handle the situation differently. This is
Hey,
a coward. Oh,
Brian, you stood. I don't know where you were at, but as I understood it, you stood up for a 50-year-old man sitting in a car next to a park, looking a little suspicious enough that people needed to come and fucking check it out.
Living
And
in a
then
car.
rather than being able to deal with real emergencies or real problems in the community, you got you just exercising your rights. And I'm not
Fuck
saying
you.
anyone did anything right or wrong, but I don't
You ain't got no rights. If you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you. No rights. If you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you. You ain't got no rights. If you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you. You got no rights. If you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you.
Yeah, and if you was about anything, J Hub, because he's always going to tie that back to his wife and kids, I'm assuming. Or there's some of us, if I had a wife and kids, I believe I'm able to protect them. Therefore, there would be no reason to call policy enforcement on Brian O'Shea. Because if Brian O'Shea gets froggy, which he wouldn't, then I feel well equipped to deal with the situation. You fucking pussy, J Hub. J Hub's a fucking pussy. I mean, that's just trash. Trash. Here's a yurt from yesterday. I enjoyed this as well.
We did it. We did it. I feel a little nervous that I've done it now. Hold on. Let me play my anchor point here. Let me ground out. It's been a while. Apologize for any delay. Any delay, any absence, any, what would it be? I don't know what it'd be. I want to do a shout out to Benton, and I want to do a shout out to Look Within. Let me bring this up real quick.
Sure. Shout out to you.
Look Within sent me a really nice comment yesterday. I guess I don't have to show it, but shout out Look Within and shout out Benton for his really nice, encouraging comment. I was actually jumping around a little bit this morning through his broadcast this AM with Bex, and I heard a little bit of I witnessed their first.
Well, and real quick, yeah, he witnessed our first. Well, anyway, there may not be more. Hang on, my bad. I just want to remind folks that Zetetic Warrior's late. You're late, Z. Z, I'm planning on going on break if Z's listening to this, I'm planning on preparing my food while your music plays. So that will give folks time to head over your way, sir. If that's any of your concern. I mean, he is the bigger broadcast in the time slot. So I'm certainly going to show him due deference, right? So anybody that wants to cruise over to Zetetic Warrior, but I'd like to play in a thought experiment and not have to monologue while we're waiting for Z to go live. But does he do this often? He's 9 minutes late. Seems unusual. Note the Cash App down there, Moose. I'm not e-begging you specifically, just generally speaking. And that is a 0. I don't know why. In retrospect, looking at the $ Benton 303, that 0 could be an O, right? But I don't know. Do I need to make a second Cash App? Big Drink Tea in the house over there. I'll avoid taking that personally. Because nobody is obligated to go anywhere, right? I can't watch that stuff, Moose. I don't think I'm even subscribed, although I may be. Well, it did show up in my, no, that was somebody else made that video, but yeah. Talcott, I may, at some point, if I ever make it back to the library, I'm going to play the game tape of when I went in on Talcott the second time I ever saw him before he had any sort of following online, right? Here we go. Maybe. Come on, Z. Let's go, Bubba. I'm going to send them all your way if I can, sir. In fact, if I ever make it to 1,000 subs, I can actually, not that I'm going to end the stream right now, but I would like to do the shitting where I can actually end this stream and dump everybody into his chat. That'd be pretty cool, right? Although it doesn't dump everybody. I think they have to have the option enabled. But all right, Z, I'm keeping an eye on you, man. Once you start playing the music, I'm going to go do my thing and let the folks wander over. But for all I know, he's fallen and he can't get up. So let's just go ahead and, and I don't, that's tongue in cheek. I got some jokes, but yeah, well, I'm going to do Venmo here also. I signed up for the Cash App this morning. So it's a process, Moose, because part of me doesn't want to have anything to do with any of these apps. So I'm seeing that out of necessity, I probably have, little other choice.
Sort of conflicting, and I saw my name get brought up there, and then I saw a little bit later Benton giving his encouragement about what I do and things I share here.
Yeah, big fan, Garrett.
So I thought it was probably
Obviously.
time, I don't know, it's been about a week or so. I have it posted. I thought it was probably
Big
time
fan.
to say whatever.
Oh God. Oh, stretch it out, Bubba.
Yeah, Benton said in that
I call myself Bubba.
thing about, I hope, your Austin is over there living his best life, and that's why he's not here. And that he can rest assured that's exactly what's going on.
Love that.
He's high vibing all over the place. I got to be honest. And,
love it, brother.
Yeah, homeschool is going great. That has gone off to a great start. The fall garden is off to a banging start. The weather just cooled out perfectly.
And it's interesting that as much as I may be full doomer, I'm not the type of doomer who would actually become cynical or pessimistic with respect to Yurt's living situation in his family. I find it to be a wonderful thing, and I do rejoice on some level, certainly.
Perfectly. And there's a lot percolating. There's a lot of novelty percolating. I hope there's a lot of novelty percolating in your own lives. I have so much to talk about. And then there's this weird moment of clicking to live. And we got about a half an hour this morning. I'm trying to get out here 7:45, 8 o'clock. And perhaps
copyright for this
in a moment here. Fiction. Hey, there's a dude. I'm always on time. Video account or something that wrapped up.
Oh, that's Z.
Sort of in the live.
He just started.
Benton.
He's got different music now. I don't know if I can play this. Anyways, Zetetic Warriors live. Am I going to get a copyright for this? All right, we'll be back, folks. I'm going to go do my thing, get my meal prepped, eat my first meal, give you all a chance to check Z out. And I'll probably listen to some of his monologue here. But when he goes flat Earth, I'm just not into flat Earth. I'm not a globetard, but I'm trying to play the middle here. I'm just not. I have no interest in the FE stuff. If he opens with something else, I'll probably be down. Not that he needs me to restream, but anyway, shout out to everybody that's here. Let me go ahead and drop this link if anybody needs it. Not that anybody does, but just to make it appear like I'm. Well, anyway, I believe in doing these things regardless. All right, Moose. And yeah, I'll be back in a bit. I'm attending to my basic needs, certainly. So yeah, I'm not going to play this. Wait a minute. Now I hear nothing. Should I be hearing something, Z? Well, anyway, just in case he plays copyright. BRB, folks. All right, are we banning Moose? What's going on here? Can we not ban Moose, please? If anybody's still here. Now, he's got so many damn screen names. Which one got banned? Gary, I love you, man, but you're on the verge of losing that wrench, and that's not a threat. Believe me, there won't be a discussion, and you might very well get it back, but and it won't be personal. But I mean, I don't even know what's happening. Of course, I don't know that you actually did that either, but I trust Musical as a secret to tell me what's going on. So I don't know, man. Are you cranky this morning, Gary? Are you cranky? What's going on, man? Fucking A, dude. I'm trying to do shit. I don't have time for this. I mean, I do. Well, I mean, strictly speaking, yes, I have all the time in the world. Well, no, I don't, but I kind of do. But anyway, let's not be pedantic. Community. If you're going to make me go in here and unban people, I'm just going to fucking unmod you at some point. Yeah, and Producer Moose, what the fuck? And I will say, if somebody wants to be a mod over here, if that means anything, you might have to put up with people's shenanigans. There's certain folks I don't want. If they're going to get banned, I'm going to ban them. And that's Moose is one of those folks. I guess I need to make a list of who's untouchable. And Moose is a bit of a made man in the streets, whether we like it or not. But I'm trying not to have to take your wrench, Gary. That's not my style. Right. So pretty pleased with sugar on top. Let's not mute Producer Moose anymore. Thank you.
Mattzilla in the house. People wondering if I'll chomp on alien muff. I don't know. I'll remember. Incline her now. I hope chilling is here. Who else is here? Musical The Secret says Svetlana says Benton is a reptilian. She might be on to something. You know, I hold Svetlana's I hold Svetlana's opinion very high. I have a very high opinion of Svetlana and her knowledge base. If Svetlana thinks Benton is a reptilian, I'm inclined to to believe it. Ruled by Saturn, coming at you in the house. Yeah. London Man says he hates being human. He'd rather be an alien. See? I don't know, man. And these humans.
I posted in the chat, if she means I would eat her alive, then yes, I am.
At this point, who wants to be a human?
Silly humans.
A human. What is that even? Really? Sovereign in the house, coming at you. Are you fun, people? Man, fucking weird. Maggot in the house. Mattzilla in the house.
Roll call.
People wondering if I'll chomp on alien muff. I don't
Delicious.
know. If I'm staying away from the human muff, not much chance of me going down on the alien muff. Unless it's like Dick said, those feline aliens. Could imagine.
Whoops.
I might make an exception.
Now my chat back, please.
For those.
All right, I'm losing interest. It's not about me anymore.
Let me share your new content with the world for anybody who's interested.
All right, we're out. We're out of the broadcast, but I want to go back to this the yurt fella, if I may. Thank you all for hanging on through the break. Although yesterday, when I was helping direct people to Paul's third channel at Willfew, by the way, the Willing Few, I had no audio going for like an hour, and there were still 11 people here. So what are those bots? I don't know what's going on. Quite strange.
Giving his encouragement about what I do and things I share here.
Talking about me again. Amazing how many of these streams are about me at various times. But then again, I talk about other people, right?
It's been about a week or so. I have a post, and I thought it was probably time to come say what up.
Indeed, sir.
Yeah, Benton said in that thing about, I hope, your Austin is over there living his best life, and that's why he's not here. And that he can rest assured that's exactly what's going on.
Fantastic.
It's high vibing all over the place. I got to be honest. And homeschool is going great. That has gone off to a great start. The fall garden is off to a banging start.
Awesome.
The weather just cooled out perfectly. And there's a lot percolating. There's a lot of novelty percolating. I hope there's a lot of novelty percolating in your own lives. I have so much to talk about. And then there's this weird moment of clicking to live. And we got about a half an hour this morning. I'm trying to get out of here, 7:45, 8 o'clock. And perhaps I just need to settle in a moment here. Always so much to say. I don't quite know where exactly to start. And that becomes the problem, the addiction. Hey, there's a dude. There's a dude. Exactly, dude. I love that great line, right? I won't always be there when you call, but I'm always on time. Look within. I may not always be very available, but your comments encourage me. And, it really is those things. It's an interesting dynamic on here, right? And, I know Benton was there from early videos of the interview with Book.
Yep.
And I heard Bex talking about this. I look forward to
me and Jay G and a couple other folks
too. She seems like an interesting person. I guess I would like to speak with Bex maybe sometime.
Yeah, she's very interesting, Ms.
So
Bex.
when I originally clicked this and I started making
Ms.
these
Bex
videos,
is more or less done.
I kind of like right now I got one
but you
person
never
in the
know.
house. It's probably a stock account or
You
something.
never know about these.
Saw me go live and decide, or look within.
Hopefully she's getting some
here. That's
rest.
man.
That's what was in store.
I started this last year right about this time. You don't really have too much of an expectation of what it's going to be. Like you got an idea, right? Like I'd watched decades of YouTube. Like I got the general program. You have some idea of kind of what it could be or a model. And then you start making videos. And I made the videos that weren't live. And then I got wrapped up.
What's happening, DeFreak? You still here?
The live streaming and the paneling and all of that.
Partner.
And then, that sort of became the focus, doing these lives. And I like these lives.
Yeah, I like these lives too.
You're getting ready for a job. I mean, what do you do? What do you do? Look within. Hey, good morning, bucket food. Generally, what do you do for a living? Look within. But I'll keep my monologue going. So you don't really know what you're going to do, And I heard Bex say, it sounded like Bex sort of had a similar thing that I did that, a reader type, bookish type, and thought, you get on here and you talk about books that you love.
See, Bex, that's the thing that Bex doesn't seem to realize. It's never a bad thing for her to be on this channel, simulcasting. You got people like Yurt, who ends up going live and talking about Bex as well as Benton. This is not a bad thing. Unless one has things to hide, perhaps. Skeletons in the closet, dare I say, I don't know.
And that'll kind of get going, but that doesn't really work, and it doesn't really fit the times. And I'm sure Bex did a little investigating. If you're just a general literature channel, and I have looked up those, perhaps I should close one of these just for the conversation.
You know what? I'm getting desperate. Maybe we'll do some news articles.
There's hundreds and thousands of people that have channels about reading books and all of this. Books that will change your life in 2023, right?
Writer's strike near's end.
You see this, and they're going to be more polished than, in a thought experiment. They're going to be more polished, probably, than what Bex would necessarily put up originally coming out, and they seem to do all right. Like this video has 300,000 views from 5 months ago. So, there are here, here's a guy doing books, my favorite books of all time. 4 months ago, 165,000 views. 165,000 views, just for a minute place. And it's always
is the service, the performance. We just have never had an issue.
Oh, cool. I think I remember that restaurant. I think we might talk about it. But so there's guys like this, right? 165,000 views.
I can't even do the. I just can't do the. I can't do the news anymore.
I've never watched this channel. I won't pick them up. Just educational purposes. Yeah. But how does this guy get?
It's just trash, man. Look at this. What even is this at this point? Uh-oh. I'm sure I'm misclicking a lot. Here's some fake Trump news. Are you around? You around, DeFreak? Would you like me to fill you in on your boy Trump's comings and goings here? Apparently, he privately frets he could be sent to prison. Don Jr. hack. Dad is dead. Tweet delete. Well, okay, we're not going to read any of that. Division and apathy cast doubt on the role of the UN. Zelensky. Well, we don't even read Zelensky headlines, much less news articles about this Ukraine nonsense. Mark Levine, not interested. Biden team, not interested. Lead over the Don, not interested. Dead heat, not interested. Dems winning big in special elections. Well, of course they are. All cities are blue cities. Fetterman, don't even really know or care who that is. Something about the Senate. Presides over Senate wearing short sleeve shirt and shorts. Almost got a click out of me. Haley's pitch perfect campaign hits ceiling. No, thank you. Here's a handsome lady. Florida arrest of undocumented driver escalates Mexico tensions. So maybe we'll take a gander at that. Why not? All right. Okay. Pardon me. The arrest of a Mexican national accused of transporting undocumented migrants into the state is aggravating relations between Florida and Mexico. Okay, let's see. Is there a 33 code? What do we got in here? There's got to be something. Looks like a nothing burger. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Fucking photo ops. Ongoing litigation. This bozo. Interesting broad back there. What the fuck is that? DeSantis has promised to authorize troops to use deadly force against cartel members along the border with Mexico. Interesting. Oh, were he to become president. Okay, I was about to say, does Florida border Mexico? Well, who cares? Because as we know, these folks never follow through on any of their so-called campaign promises. I mean, obviously. My favorite thing is when someone, mostly unsolicited, declares to me in public that they like Trump because he did everything he said he was going to do. Well, he did not lock up Hillary, so clearly did not do everything he said he was going to do. I guess he said lock her up. I guess, I don't remember. Maybe he never said I'm going to lock her up. So I guess perhaps that's right. I don't know. President of Mexico. Apparently, Mexico's next president will be a lady, from what I understand. Anybody been following that? Of course not. Why would we? Who cares? Blah, blah, blah. Ty Cobb compares Don to mob boss. Not interested. What is that? A descendant of the famous racist baseball player? The man who thinks he can live forever. Yep, pretty sure I already know. Ultra processed foods linked to depression. Shocking. I was just going to play a video. No bueno. Please leave me alone. Thank you. Tucking into a bag of potato chips might be all you want to do on a bad day, but scientists have discovered that foods like this might increase your risk of depression. Well, I would say anybody here that's not depressed is, and I mean America, probably not paying a lot of attention. Eating ultra-processed foods, UPF, defined as energy-dense, palatable, and ready-to-eat items. In particular, artificial sweeteners and artificially sweetened beverages has been found to be associated with increased depression risk, or maybe just the fat, lethargic people who eat this food are more prone to depression. Is this? Doesn't that look delicious, folks? Wait a minute. Never mind. I had not shared the screen. My apologies. Does it really matter? Better get you some of that. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. All right. Let's see. Pardon me. I had a wonderful breakfast just now. He should have returned to Earth months ago. Instead, he broke the NASA record. Hardcore sleepers obsess over their snoozing stats. Well, yeah, there you go. If I'd been tracking my sleep of late, it would be perhaps near zero, although not quite. Third of Americans can't name all three branches of government. 1 in 6 can't name any. I mean, can you really blame them at this point? I mean, what would it even matter? Bitter fight over mental fitness of a 96-year-old federal judge, barred from hearing cases. Well, barred because he can't hear, I'm assuming. I mean, this has got to be this is comedy, right? This is the Washington Times. This can't be real. How is there a 96-year-old federal judge that's a female? Is that even possible? Like, who was the first female federal judge? When did this thing become a judge? This is invented. This can't be real, man. What's her name? Pauline Newman, a President Reagan appointee. Huh. Go back here. Let's Google this. Pauline Newman. Then she's the new man, replacing the old man, right? Wikipedia, pardon me. Good Lord, look at this creature. Assumed office 1984. Wow, suspended since 9/20/2023. Interesting. Born 1927. Okay. All right. Not interested. Budweiser to stop cutting tails off Clydesdale horses. Liz Cheney, Oath of Honor book, a memoir, and a warning. Because remember, folks, Liz Cheney loves each of you individually. When Liz Cheney wakes up in the morning, she says, wow, I wonder how DeFreak's doing. And then she devotes the rest of her day towards serving the public good. Serving the public good under the auspices of caring about you individually, DeFreak, certainly. And there's folks here. I see no comments. Probably 18 bots in the house, perhaps. Chatbot hooking Gen Z on AI boyfriends. Well, fantastic. Most of you folks have already been replaced. The Scoop. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is trash. I can't. Yeah, I don't think. Is this Martin? What? Oh, and it references Pharma Bro Martin Shkreli, which, lest we forget, I was on offtopic.com with Mr. Shkreli for many years, although I don't even remember what his handle was on the offtopic.com message board. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll go look at old OT. Let's go to the Wayback Machine. Maybe that's what I'll do for the rest of the show. Check out the Wayback Machine. All right, offtopic.com. I'll ever go to the Wayback Machine. It's tons of fun. Maybe I'll go read more of my dating articles. 2011, I was on there. 2012, sure. Well, maybe. I don't know. I quit at a certain point. Hey, what's up, Cleveland? I live, sir. Indeed. Oh, it's still live. I just said alive. Yeah, I'm still live. Why not? What else am I going to do, Rob? I mean, let's be serious. So, I don't even know what we're doing at this point. I guess you're all watching me browse my PC. Uh-oh, what's this? Oh, I remember this. This was interesting branding here. I think I was still on here in 2012. I really don't know. It's the message board I used to be on. When would I have left this thing? Of course, you can't log in, but this was my name, Yale Bluer, because I thought I was cute and I used to like to read what my password was. Funny if it logged me in. No, can't log in. Did I just dox myself? It would be funny if it at least said bye and had my name down here, right? Yale Bluer. There's Joe Cool. I wonder, hopefully that's a different Joe Cool. He was a moderator. Actually, no, it's definitely not our Joe Cool. There's no fucking way. Impossible. I don't know that Joe Cool even, well, I guess he would have to own a computer probably. All right, let's go backwards. Let's go backwards. Actually, is this still on here? No. Fuck that. Let's go back. What's up, Bucket Food? Hey, I'm going to read another article then, Cleveland, since you found that interesting. Oh, yeah, dude. I was borderline sociopathic back then, although thankfully never quite that. But give me a moment and we will go check out some more. I wish I had the actual podcast episodes. I had them on an old hard drive, but I just got rid of it, which is, in the retrospect, I wish I still had that hard drive because, you know, I had that thing for years, an external hard drive, and man, I was a much different Benton. Just the pictures alone that I would have had. It's funny how I just couldn't like bring myself to care, right? Archive.org. Back machine. Couldn't bring myself to care, Rob. Thanks. Oh no, Rob, I think it's interesting too. It just doesn't. I'm not embarrassed by the material. I don't like the fact that it could potentially, you know, I just want people to know that I don't view matters this way anymore, although the dynamics still operate to some extent. I do think the world has changed very much, especially with respect to, you know, the way folks interact. But I'm sorry, things have changed as far as the phones, and the texting was just becoming a thing when I wrote those articles. So let's see if anything's there. I don't think there's anything there at this late 2013. And surely the site was gone by then. But let's see. The Wayback Machine, hit or miss, by the way. Yep, see. Redirecting. Oh, okay, I see. Interesting. Nope. We got to go back a little further. Let's try 2012. January 22nd. But yeah, the Wayback Machine, tons of fun. In fact, we might go to cato.org. Oh, here we go. Yes. So this was one I was responding to Bill Burr's old Monday morning podcast. And I'm pretty sure that Bill Burr was listening to my podcast. I'm not even kidding. I could hear in some of what he was saying. This is before he was married. I would bet money he was absolutely listening to my podcast. Blah, blah, blah. Where's the articles, man? Here we go. Dating articles. All right. Why not? That was the one. No dinner until she sleeps. I think the 3-date rule is a good one. And in fact, now that there's broads on YouTube that are earning their living coaching men on how to date, the reality is A reality is, unless a woman has experience dating women, they have absolutely no idea how to advise a man. But oh, what does she mean when she doesn't return your calls? Yes, because Rob, these bozos needed somebody like me to say, hey, man, that's how you know she's not interested, because you can't get the broad on the phone, right? But she might still text with you just for some cheap, easy attention, right? Again, back in the olden days, this was written in like 2011. All right, don't wait for sex, the 3-date rule. The 3-date rule is this: if she doesn't have sex with you by the end of the 3rd date, let's make this larger. Some folks might want to read. Actually, that's probably about as large as it's going to get. And we can do that. If she doesn't have sex with you by the end of the 3rd date, you do not call her for a 4th. We have some room for flexibility in this rule. If the physical contact has escalated every date, but you haven't quite gotten there by the end of the 3rd date, you may consider inviting her on a 4th. In extreme cases, even a 5th date may be necessary. The purpose of the rule is to prevent you from having to wait 12 dates, which is something that happens far more frequently than it should. The best application of this rule is under the following circumstances. You meet her and get her number. Again, now it's all texting. So this is all of the logistics of this probably no longer apply. You meet her and get her number during week 1. You invite her on the 1st date, which takes place during week 2. You do not chat with her or contact her at all except to invite her on date 2. Exactly, because I can't text my penis into her vagina. You do not chat with her or contact her at all except to invite her on date 2, which will take place during week 3. That will bring you to date 3, which will go down during week 4. What I find interesting when I discuss this rule is that many men say, but that's really too soon. That's really soon to have sex, 3 dates. I think the major problem is those men are having dates too quickly and too close to each other. In some cases, 2 of the dates may take place during the same weekend. If you structure the dates in the manner I described, with 1 date per week, by the time you get to date 3, you will have known each other for a full month. I don't think it's asking too much to expect a woman who is obviously so interested in you as to accept a 3rd date to have sex with you after a month has passed since she first met you. If she accepts date 3 but doesn't have sexual interest in you, why is she there in the first place? If all your dates have been dinner and a movie, she's probably showing up because she enjoys being entertained for free. If she has sexual interest in you and accepts your invitation for a 3rd date, but intentionally stops herself from having sex with you, her actions may indicate that she's the type of girl who will use sex as a weapon now as well as in the future. Is that really the type of women that you would want to have a committed relationship with? And my editor's note is the relationship is her reward. The man wants sex. She wants a relationship, presumably. Although that's certainly changed, right, Rob? That's probably no longer the case. Again, I'm a dinosaur, Rob. So whatever. She believes she is the one who wields the sexual power in the relationship, and it's only going to get worse. Personally, I prefer the type of woman who enjoys having sex with me and doesn't play games with our sex lives. And I do want to point out, both wives never, ever, ever turned me down because I know how to select. Although high school girlfriend would say no, because I didn't quite know what I was doing yet. Under the circumstances I described, and I always respect the no, fellas. No means no. Under the circumstances I described, only 2 outcomes are possible. She either 1, doesn't want to have sex with you and has been using you for free entertainment, or 2, she does want to have sex with you and she's playing games by purposefully withholding sex from you. And these are typically the women, when they meet a sexually attractive man who's not an option for her to date, will generally give it up right away. So why am I waiting? What kind of chump am I if I'm going to wait around? Why would you reward this woman with a 4th date? What has she done to earn your time and attention? Now, this one, I don't know. See, this is definitely going to sound sociopathic. Never act busted. We'll just read it anyway. Fucking YOLO, right? No matter what you do, no matter what others think of your actions, never act as if you did anything wrong. Quit apologizing for living your life. Ironic, since I managed to apologize to the audience numerous times for broadcast, but I digress. You are just as good as everyone else, maybe even better. And now I say I'm just as good or just as bad as anybody else. And you have just as much right to live your life as they do. What are you apologizing for? I bet I used to say I'm sorry at least 3 or 4 times a day. Well, apparently we're back to that. Now I rarely say it at all. It's not my responsibility to make everyone around me feel good about my actions. Why are you apologizing for living your life? Only apologize when it's truly warranted and never act busted. Women tend to take their cues about how to feel. This is the Now we get into the sociopathic type of stuff. Although, thank God I'm not that. I do have a high degree of introspection. Women tend to take their cues about how to feel and react to your actions based on how you act. If you are content with what you've just done and it shows, the chances are high that she will be content as well. No matter what your actions were, you cannot go back in time and change them. And this is one of the number one errors I've ever seen men do. When something unfortunate occurs, many men seem to think that this is, oh, I can solve this by explaining myself. In fact, that almost always makes it worse. And you can't manipulate others into feeling good about your actions after they have become upset with you. Oh, good. See, not quite manipulate. I said you can't manipulate others into feeling good about your actions after they have become upset with you. You did what you did. You did what you thought was right and best at the time, and you should not allow yourself to feel bad about that. Now well, unless you actually did something wrong, in which case, as you've seen, I will certainly apologize and attempt to make things right. You should do everything in your life with confidence. Here's looking at you, O'Shea. If you feel hesitation about doing something, you should ask yourself, is this something I should be doing? Would I want others to know I'm taking this action? That makes sense to me. When you act busted, you put yourself in a position of trying to gain other people's approval and forgiveness. I don't know about you, but looking back on my life, the times I've done this were not pleasant for me. Now I choose to avoid that altogether. This advice is especially true with a woman. When you act busted with a woman, it is likely that she will see this as an opportunity to seize the upper hand. And lest we forget, a romantic relationship is a never-ending struggle for power, at least in the ways in which I was doing it, because I want to bring this back to what Paul might say is, if I'm the best version of myself and I select a woman on my level, she's not going to be trying to seize the power, although I would imagine that they will still test over time. I had no trouble passing those tests, clearly. And then I also gave her tests of my own. Say you were single and you were dating more than one woman. If woman A finds out about woman B and your actions and body language and words indicate to woman A that you believe you are doing something wrong and you seek her approval of your actions, chances are she's going to be very upset with you. But if you act like it's no big deal, which it isn't, because remember, we are not in a committed relationship yet, and the relationship is her reward, that meets her needs when we cuddle at night. I'm not wired to need to sleep with a woman and cuddle with her. I'm in bed with her for other reasons. Then woman A is much more likely to accept what you have chosen to do without throwing a tantrum and or trying to seize the opportunity to make a power play. And yes, that is a thing, folks. But again, now we're just talking, kind of some mid-level pimp game, honestly. So actually, I'm just not willing to put my energies into this type of thing anymore. My thing is, if she can't figure it the fuck out, I'm okay by myself anyway. So my views on this have changed very much. It's like, I'm fucking awesome. If she can't figure that out, not my fucking problem. Your actions should speak for themselves. When you explain your actions, you are seeking the approval of others. Why do you need the approval of others? You should feel confident, regardless of other people's opinions of your actions. You don't need for them to approve of what you do, because you are an independent, powerful being in the realm. If your belief in what you are doing is strong, that's all that matters. Again, borderline sociopathic. I used to find myself constantly explaining why I did what I did, and I just like to explain things. I am set up for explaining. As you see, I'm actually explaining various aspects of how these dynamics work. It was like I was constantly apologizing for living my life and making sure the people around me were okay with it. Fuck that. It's no way to live, Rob. Thank you, sir. We'll just continue on, although we're quickly going to exhaust this material. I have a lot of other written material, although I mentioned offtopic.com, and I had a great deal of written material on there. Eventually, I copy and pasted all of my posts into a Word document because I was planning to compile a book. I found the organization of, there was so much writing, and I found that to try to organize it was just a bridge too far. But I had deleted all of my posts on the website. I decided I didn't want them to have my content. So unfortunately, that stuff's gone. Not that I'm on there anymore anyway. It doesn't really matter. But okay, this one is this is a key one, Rob. This one probably still holds true, more so than some of the others. Recognize what you've done to get her hooked on you, then keep doing it. I have recently observed numerous instances in which a man will completely ignore a woman, tease her, and just basically treat her like she doesn't matter. These actions raise, well, because, I mean, realistically, she may not matter. These actions raise her interest level and she begins to chase the man. But what does the man do? Does he recognize why her interest in him is now so high? No. So as soon as she starts to chase him, he gets all logical on her. Yes, the fellas do like to do this. And she throws a simple test at him, and he fails the test because his behavior is no longer consistent with the behavior that initially got her interested in the first place. You must remain consistent. If you got her attention by ignoring her and playing hard to get, you're going to have to continue those behaviors in the future to some extent. You pull her in, then you push her away. Push, pull, basic stuff. I think we all understand this by now. This was actually groundbreaking at the time, believe it or not. Well, that's literally how we all got here, Bucket Food, lest I forget. See, women are so annoying, Bucket Food, that a man has to have such a strong sex drive in order to propagate the species, right? Because I face the reality that most men would have absolutely nothing to do with women, save for our powerful sex drive. Now, I don't know what if you've ever had your testosterone checked, Bucket Food, but mine is sky fucking high. I had it checked at about the age of 38, and it was still sky fucking high. So when I was, say, 23, I imagine it was extremely high. So for whatever it's worth. So yeah. It's like fishing. Sometimes you need to pull the line in, and sometimes you need to give it some slack. You guys are so overeager that when she shows the smallest amount of interest, you immediately start cranking that reel for all you're worth. So once again, Bucket Food, me looking through the world through the lens of my dick hole is literally the only reason we're all here. And raise your hand. Hey, if you're a test tube baby, raise your hand. And I wasn't one. So if you're not a test tube baby, literally all of us got here because a penis went into a vagina. So in some way, yes, that's exactly what's happening. And that's what is supposed to happen, Bucket Food. How come you're not able to face these realities? And I know you're down there doing a thing, but I always reserve the right to take you literally. This is a path to failure. Recognize what actions on your part have gotten her to the point of chasing you and continue doing them. Now, this is a friend from my real life. However, his name's not Will. It was Jason. And we're, surprise, surprise, no longer friends. I know, shocking, right? My friend Will, and we were actually very close friends going back to sophomore year of college, I think. My friend, maybe freshman year, my friend Will has been seeing a coworker. And by the way, this chick was from Ethiopia and was a solid 9, Rob. I met this chick in real life. She was friggin' banging. My friend Will has been seeing a coworker off and on for some time now. Initially, her interest level in him has been raised very high through a series of unfortunate events in which Will miserably failed several of her tests because he did not recognize them as tests. He drove her interest level in him down very low. She started treating him terribly and wanted nothing to do with him. She would blow him off, not return his calls, and just be a bitch to him in general. Will got really down about this because she was a banging 9, lest we forget. And by the way, well, I'll get into it in a minute. I think I write about this. Hang on. Will got really down about this and asked me for advice. So you know this is desperation. In these situations in the past, he has not been good at executing my advice, such as one time when we went to a club together, I invented a line to open a chick with. I then went to the bathroom. I came out of the bathroom. He was standing near 2 chicks. I delivered the line, and they both started laughing and giggling. When I talked to him later, he says, yeah, man, I used that same line when you were in the bathroom, and they just looked at me like I was nuts. Once again, guess what, folks? It's not what you say. It's how you say it. In these situations in the past, he has not been good at executing my advice, but experience, such as that one, has taught him that what I say works. So he did as I instructed. He ignored her completely at work. Do not dip your pen in the company ink, fellas. Unless the situation was work-related, he did not look at her or talk to her. In contrast, prior to this, he was always seeking her attention. She was no longer getting the attention from him to which she had become accustomed. Part 2 of the plan was for him to start dating other chicks and to make sure she knew about it. Fortunately, Will is very good at going to bars and clubs and meeting women and getting their phone numbers. And not that it matters. He was not even that he was very good looking. Some women are really into eyes. He had the sparkling blue eyes. And some ladies can't resist that. Lately, and he does have a naturally good personality, just didn't have confidence with women. Lately, he has been going on a lot of dates and making sure she knows about it as a result. And again, this was a 9 from Ethiopia, so obviously he knows some of what he's doing. And he'd already banged this broad before all this happened. As a result, her interest level in him has gradually risen over the past. So certainly not an incel or whatever you want to call it. As a result, her interest level in him has gradually risen over the past few weeks, and now it's very high again. A month ago, she was treating him like the scum of the earth. And now she's talking about wanting to marry him, all based on him ignoring her and seeing other women. Now I'm working with him on realizing what he has done to make her interested and making sure he continues to do these things so her interest stays high. And I'm pretty sure he used these techniques I taught him to meet his wife, whether or not they're still together. I know that he ended up having a kid with her. So Benton tends to make the world a better place over time, everywhere he goes. It's a man's job to keep the woman's interest level in him high. He has to accept ownership of this area of the relationship. Again, folks, always be leading in order to retain the upper hand in the relationship. I no longer think in these terms because that's, like a pimp hand. It's, yeah, I might have a strong pimp hand at times, although we didn't necessarily see that yesterday. But regardless, yeah, I don't view things this way. This is a good one also. Differentiate yourself from the other 9 guys. When you first approach and meet a woman, you are one of the 10 guys who will approach her in that time frame, depending. And by the way, do people even approach women in public anymore? Depending on the woman and the environment, that time frame may be 1 night or it may be 2 months. Initially, she will see you as merely just another one of those 10 guys. Obviously, the best way to be successful in getting her attention is to differentiate yourself from those other 9 guys. Fortunately, this is very simple for one reason. It is very likely that those other 9 bozos are all doing the exact same thing. When they meet her, they compliment her on her beauty. They offer to take her out for a nice dinner. They brag about their money, etc. So if you recognize their unsuccessful behaviors and do not repeat them, you have already differentiated yourself from the other 9 guys in her mind. Yes, observe what doesn't work and refuse to do it under any circumstance. Don't even really know what that is, to be honest. It's Nathan Sanders. Haven't heard of him. Although most of the time, musical is a secret. When somebody refers to some sort of content creator, I've generally never heard of them. You have become the 1 out of 10, and chances are she will be attracted to you because of it. Now, this is something that Zetetic Warrior perhaps could use with the Simp It Ain't Easy. Are you her girlfriend? Let's start by examining some of the ways in which girls relate to their friends, their girlfriends. Girls send each other text messages frequently. Machete don't text, by the way. Girls chat on the phone for long periods of time. Girls sit around in groups and gossip. And look, how many of us are now sitting around and talking all the time? Although I'm 48, it's not like I'm in the sexual marketplace, thank God. Girls discuss their problems. They discuss boys and how to deal with them, etc. Recently, I've observed some guys falling into what I call the girlfriend trap. The guy meets a girl he is interested in. Translation, he meets a girl he wants to bang, but instead of expressing his sexual desire for her, instead he chooses to become her girlfriend. He gets her phone number, but not on the pretext of a romantic date. He chats with her over text, over the phone, and in person. He sits around and gossips with her and her other girlfriends. She shares her problems and likely talks about her issues with men and dating. The guy still wants to have sex with her. He has succeeded in spending time with her, but has he advanced towards his goal of having sex? I would argue that he has not. If anything, he has made it less likely that she is sexually attracted to him. As far as she is concerned, he is just another one of her girlfriends, a person to kill time chatting with, someone to listen when she needs support, someone to gossip with. Maybe they go out to eat together, more sitting around and talking, or to the movies, so sitting around with no talking. So the guy thinks these are dates, but of course for her, she's just spending time relaxing with one of the gals. I assert that if a guy meets a girl he is interested in, that he will help himself by consciously avoiding the behaviors and situations listed at the beginning of this article. In my experience, merely avoiding the friend zone with women you are interested in will greatly increase your chances of having sex with them. And this, by the way, friend zone was a relatively new concept at the time. Lest we forget, you may see a girl frequently, and the conversation may never get past hey, but it will still be possible for her to see you as a sexual person who wants to have sex with her. In contrast, the guy who becomes her girlfriend will be seen by her only in an asexual manner. As far as she's concerned, he doesn't want to have sex with her. And this is something I drilled into number 2's brain, and I did program her brain, because a lot of women choose to believe that, oh, well, he's just a nice guy. He wants to be my friend. And I drilled it into her head that the only reason any guy talks to her is because he wants to bang her, which is 99.9% of the time is the case. Ask yourself, when I meet a girl, and am I putting myself in position to become, now with men watching porn all day, or males rather, maybe this isn't the case anymore. Maybe that's why the ladies have had to become more and more sexually aggressive. Ask yourself, when I meet a girl, am I putting myself in position to become her boyfriend, or am I taking the easy, rejection-free road into girlfriend land? And that does remind me, the rejection-free part, Rob, reminds me of when I was in junior high. One of my stupid friends wanted to ask out, right? And this is specific terminology. I grew up so long ago in a time warp that ask out means to ask to go steady, aka will you be my girlfriend? So I had no interest in this girl. My friend was being such a pussy that I said, hey man, watch this. This was at the lunch. This was in the lunchroom. I stood up and just across the room said, hey, whatever that broad's name was, will you go out with me? And then she just kind of laughed and said, no. I said, all right then, have a nice day, type of shit. And then I looked at him and was like, you're a fucking bitch. And that was me knowing she, by the way, Rob, later made out with this chick freshman year of college when I was in Little Rock to go to a music show. Ended up mugging down with her. That's what we call it in my Toyota pickup truck. She was pretty sexy, but I had no interest in her. I got to thank the fact, but she had a pretty nice body. I got to thank the fact that I did that fucking 4 years prior probably had something to do with it. What do you think, Rob? Yeah, you know what? I forgot all about that, actually. But then I tried to talk to her on the phone after that, and we had zero compatibilities whatsoever. I had no interest in her. She had no interest in me. So yeah, dude, I've got 1,000,001 stories about this stuff, Rob. Did I ever tell you? Well, I'll tell the story of how I married wife number 2. Now, this is also going to sound borderline sociopathic, but at this point, I don't even care, Rob. So here's how I married number 2. We'd been dating about a year. The only thing I regret about this story is that she had a 10-year-old son, and he went with us, and the kid was freaked the fuck out, as he should have been. And I don't have kids, so I should have been able to. I was unable to foresee these dynamics. Thank you, sir. Yes, indeed, I certainly did. And my friend never got any, right? From that chick anyway. And he probably never got any, period. He probably was a fucking incel, that bum. So what I did with number 2 is I went down to the courthouse and I filed for the marriage certificate, because in Arkansas, there's no blood test, there's none of that nonsense. And it's so old timey that as the man, I can just go down there and apply for the marriage license. I don't even need her. Isn't that kind of crazy? So I went down and got the marriage license and got all the paperwork. Actually, that's not even true, I don't think. I set up, basically what I did was I went down there and I filled out whatever paperwork I needed to do to marry her with the justice of the peace. Yeah, that bum. So this is what I did, Rob. I went and picked her up. And then, like I say, the only thing I regret is that her son was with us. He was not my stepson. He had an involved father that lived in the same town. The kid lived with us 1 week, then lived with the dad the next week. I was like an uncle or an older brother. The kid was a great kid. Never had to tell him anything. I never had to, I never had to correct him. He was a really, really good, mature kid. Ended up getting a engineering degree, actually, from Arkansas State. And he was as mature as we were by the time he was a senior in high school. And we were not the most mature people, I can assure you. But so I drove her to the justice of the peace, did not tell her what we were doing, and married the broad, Rob. And she fucking loved it. She loved it. She talked about it for years, said it was the happiest day of her life. Yes, sir. But in retrospect, I certainly, now I would probably do the same thing. I just would make sure that the kid wasn't with us. So he was freaked the fuck out, but I'm sure he got over it. Well, I know he got over it, but yeah, pretty much it. Yeah, that bum. That's right. I think that's all I got on the dating and relationships. Although O'Shea was fascinated by this concept of sosuave.net. So we might go on there and see if I can find some of my old posts, maybe. Well, I think I mostly just used to shout out my old podcast, which was actually pretty fucking popular at the time. And it was in the early days of podcasts, 2011. I think that was my name, but I don't exactly remember. Oh, no. I think, what was it? This. No, I logged into this recently. Oh, I think it was, I know what it is. I had a space in there, maybe. Are you telling, I was on the THCO and I went and found my old username. And okay, this is it. Good. I remember what the password is. Oh no. I logged into this. I know I did. Actually, I don't need to log in. I can search. I just need to search by username. Never mind. Bam. Sweet. We'll look at some of this. A lot of this is just me answering basic questions, actually. Last week, this is some guy asking a question. Last weekend, this was May 27th, 2012. Last weekend, we were at a party. She asked her bisexual friend, is this a male? I guess this is a male. And a lot of guys will pretend to be gay or bi so that they can put their hands all over the women. In fact, number 2 worked with a guy when she waited tables who claimed to be gay, but he was all the time touching her ass. And I told her, I said, hey, just tell her next time that that's Mr. Benton's ass. And if he wants to touch it, he's got to ask my permission. And she told him that, and it knocked. He knocked it the fuck off. What's up, Yurt? We covered a little bit of your live stream, man. Good stuff. I wish we were simulcasting, but then me and Bex got into a kerfuffle. I believe kerfuffle number 2, perhaps. I've lost track at this point. I think the co-host team may have broken up before it ever started. I don't know, but anyway, we had an argument. She bailed. She bawled her eyes out. Now tonight, she's taking pictures and caressing another guy's face and his facial hair. I pretty much dumped her as soon as we left the party. Am I overreacting? All I said was, I think all I said was next time skip the argument, I think is what my post said. Because one thing I did with number 2 was we almost never argued. We argued less than one argument. We averaged more than one argument a year, and that is not an exaggeration. Yeah, I just said next time skip the argument, meaning dump her ass, but don't even bother to argue with her about it. Yeah. Anyway, fun times. I might wait till O'Shea's here for this, especially since we got Yurt in the house. But what's happening, partner? Yeah. Oh yeah, Rob is on the plantation, finishing up his last break. Yeah, I got my homie Yurt in the house. I feel kind of selfish here. I want to, but yeah, man, great stuff yesterday. Thank you for that, and appreciate it. But yeah, me and Bex ended up having another kerfuffle, and she got seen. And I never accuse people of insecurity. Your dating culture, yeah. Well, see, this is, and I prefaced all this by saying that this is all what would be referred to as dated game. And the reality is, if I was willing to try to date a younger woman, all I got to do is go to Walmart and then just like say one thing to them. And they never get approached by men, an actual man. Like the last time I spoke to just some random 25-year-old, and she wasn't, she was like middle of the road attractive, certainly acceptable. This is all it takes, fellas, is these days is, and I don't even remember exactly what I said, but it was some version of like she was pushing her buggy and I was pushing my buggy, and we were just kind of coming together, and I was just like, oh, excuse me, and she was like, you're fine, and I said something like, I know, or I'm not sure what my looks have to do with it, some version of cocky and funny, and she just laughed out loud, and so obviously I could have just stayed and talked to her and gotten her phone number, but now we're into texting. I ain't texting. And the last chick, I got her phone number, although thank God this didn't work because I'm pretty sure she was in recovery and I was drinking at the time. But I got her phone number, and I specifically told her, I said, I'm old fashioned, meaning I'm going to call you on the phone. The bitch tried to text me. I refused to respond to her texts. Then I called her on the phone, and she didn't even know to let me get the voicemail, Yurt. When did women start answering the phone? I was just basically like, oh man, I was just like, I thought I was going to get the voicemail anyway, So what I do is I just say some version of, hey, I'm going to do whatever activity on Saturday, would you like to come, or are you coming? And she tried to negotiate the date. I was like, well, all right, then we'll talk to you later. It's like, really? What? I think I was trying to go to a museum or something, but that's something I would do. I just usually, back when I dated, of course, I don't do this anymore. I typically stick to activities that were not dinner or a movie, that was something I like to do, mini golf, bowling. Great chance to check out her backside, fellas, with the bowling. And then if she doesn't know how to bowl, or she pretends like she doesn't know how to bowl, then now we get to be hands-on. Same thing as with the mini golf, right? This is not rocket science, folks. But again, I'm speaking to a world that no longer exists, am I not, Yurt? Thank God I was born into a time warp in Southeast Arkansas in 1975. Fantastic. No, she just tried to like she tried to indicate that she did not want to do that. And maybe, you know, I think she might have even tried to get me to make a second. I don't do that. If she's anything other than her saying yes, absolutely, or man, I really want to, but I've got a conflict, right? Anything that anything approaching hesitation is just all right, well, maybe another time, and I get off the phone. Yep. Couldn't be more boring. And I actually, did you hear my article I read yesterday about dinner and movies, Sterling Ray? I had an entire article I'd written having to do with explaining why not to take her to dinner. But I don't know that I want to reread that, but I might. Who knows? Who knows? But now we're looking through some of my old posts on soswab.net. I know, hilarious, but I'm pretty sure that the message board soswab.net is where the term simp actually originated. And yes, I'm not kidding. Because I can remember reading that message board and never saw that word. And then one day, this one poster just started using it all the time. And it caught on. Interesting. Oh, that's the same one, same thread. What the hell? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I think this is a guy who claims to be an introvert, and I just told him that I'm an introvert also, but maybe just go ahead and develop some social skills there, sir. I think that's pretty much the gist of this. Yeah, I'm not reading this guy's life story here. Huh, interesting. Interesting. Well, fortunately, a cult brainwashed me, and I actually believed I was highly extroverted, even as I was. Not only am I introverted, I'm one of the most introverted people, meaning I can fuck off for a week by myself and not even need to talk to anybody. But eventually I'll need to return. Yes, he is boring. I agree. I wish I could find one of my old streams where I replayed and responded to, breaking down Talcott's psychology. Well, let's see. We'll just read my response. I think his original post was such, it indicates the level of loser that I almost feel like it could somehow rub off on me if I read his post out loud. But he said, so I just quoted, hang on, let me share this. I quoted his post, and remember, I am a message board veteran, highly versed in the message board. So I quoted his post, but I only quoted the post that said I'm an introvert, because that was pretty much everything else basically said I'm a fucking loser. And so, of course, women don't want me. So instead of telling him, hey, man, you sound like a fucking loser, and what kind of self-respecting woman would have anything to do with you? Oh, no. Maybe I'll take a look at this, what you posted here. I probably will, in fact. Give me a moment, though. So my response to I'm an introvert, I said, this is not a healthy way to think. Humans are not static. We are dynamic. Almost everyone who knows me would describe me as an extrovert, but given the right circumstances, I can become as introverted as anyone else. And in fact, that is my true nature, is very introverted, and vice versa. A person who people perceive as introverted can exhibit extroverted characteristics given the right circumstances. If you consider introverted and by the way, this shows you how society's changed. Your introversion is now considered a superpower, right? And vice versa. A person who people perceive as introverted can exhibit extroverted characteristics given the right circumstances. If you consider introverted a negative characteristic and extroverted a positive characteristic, you would be better served to use your internal monologue to tell yourself you're an extrovert, which may eventually become a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm not sure I agree with that advice in retrospect. Introversion has advantages. Yes, it does. And you will maintain those characteristics in the future as well. This isn't an on-off switch where you have to be the one or the other. You can go from introverted to extroversion back to intro in short order. And I guess what I mean is externally, right? I don't really believe in the concept of the ambivert as far as one's true nature. I think one is either drained or energized by interacting with people. So I would view introversion under, what is it that drains our energies? Huh. Interesting. Let me get into that in a minute. Cliff's note. Cliff's, it isn't usually helpful to reinforce negative aspects of your personality. Oh, this was Benton leaning into the antisocial personality traits. Yes. And you can probably become more extroverted simply by using your internal monologue, blah, 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 to tell yourself you're an extrovert. Well, no, Benton, not everybody can just invent a fucking personality on the fly. I'm not even going to say it because I'm not that, but doing a pretty good imitation of that, sir, if anybody knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, some of this is just, I won't say embarrassing, but I'm not this person I'm just not this person anymore. I'm really not. All right, man, we're going to go to what Yurt's. Hang on, give me a second. I got to go to my own YouTube video to get to that. One moment, please. Hey, look, there's old Benton. Oh, I could hear myself briefly. All right, here we go. And I don't know what you're posting, Christos, but I'll get to that shortly. I mean, what the heck else am I going to do at 6:50 in the morning? Oh, look at this bozo. I'm just going to give my first impressions of this person, but non-threatening, handsome, a decent mixture of dominant and, dominant facial characteristics, but not overly masculine facial features. And in fact, folks, you may not be aware of this, but the men who are facially considered the most attractive are a mixture of masculine and feminine characteristics, aka Brad Pitt. He has masculine dominant facial features, but he's also pretty like a woman. Those are typically the men considered the most handsome. But yeah, we'll get there. And I don't know what I'm looking at, Yurt, because I don't go to Reddit anymore, and I've never used Tinder, so I don't know that I know what I'm talking. So just scroll through this. Is that what I'm to do? I mean, I'm borderline retarded, so I might need some help here. Hold up. Go ahead. Where are we at here? Oh, Dome. Oh, I got to share this tab. Okay, this guy. Never mind. I've been talking about him without him on the screen. Oh, man. I know I'm going to get shit for having a fish pic on my profile. What does that mean? He's just, that's not him, I guess. Is that what he's saying? And by the way, this guy, another thing that the men who are considered the most attractive also have the highest levels of facial symmetry. This person from this picture appears to have high levels of facial symmetry, right? Hey, what's up, Machine Lies? Good to see you, man. Feel free to hit that link, although I can solo it if I need to. If you have something to say, please feel free. Oh, and Yurt, of course. At this point, I'm just going to have to pay Yurt money to get him to come up here. I'm not sure that would even do it. Yurt, perhaps not even swayed by fiat, but we will soldier on. We will soldier on undaunted, sir. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it's a handsome dude. Definitely a good-looking feller. But kind of, again, not dominant facial features across the board, but a good mix, perhaps. It's interesting. And not a round face all the way. More round than angular, but it's interesting, man. Is this the AI, right? Is this even a real person? Because I've never seen anybody that looks like this. Just bizarre. And this is like, if you drew a line down the middle of his face, like this is almost off the charts facial symmetry. So this has got to be AI, right? Huh. Interesting. And masculine undertakings, right? Ice fishing. And I don't know anything about Tinder, but that picture got swiped on 1 million times. Is that what I'm to understand? I mean, I really know nothing about Tinder. I mean nothing. Yes. Peace to the machine. Peace to Yurt. Peace to the Machine Lies. And shout out to the chat. Yeah, I mean, what am I? And I know I sound sarcastic, but what am I to know about this, Yurt? Like, what am I to make of this? Please. The last one with the graph from the Tinder is insane. Yeah, except I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh, he only got one date? Is that what you're saying? Oh, he only went on one date. Is that what I'm to understand here? I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at. What are the results? Honestly, I don't know what any of this. I'm not trying to be a dick. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know anything about how Tinder works. Like, if you ask me what does swipe left mean and what does swipe right mean, I would not be able to tell you. Yeah. But anyway, Benton back up. I don't know. I'm out. You're gonna have to tell me what this means. I have no fucking idea. I'm sure it means something since Jerk's posting it. But yeah, I'm back up exactly. That you're telling me to back up, Gary. Gary, would you please not mute people we know, like Moose, please? Pretty please with sugar on top. You might have to just take some of his shit talk if you don't mind. Pretty please, thank you. Pretty much anybody that's got channels and is somewhat known, let me moderate them if you don't mind. Just more nonsense for the Doomer palette. Well, if I understood Tinder, I think I would be interested. So, Yurt, this is a me problem, clearly. But yes, Sterling Ray says that she enjoyed the Machine Lies Insight. Yeah, I see you working, brother. Okay, cool, man. Well, only if you've got something to say. I'm certainly able to ramble on, as we all know. But yeah, if you've got something to say, please. Yeah. And I think Sterling Ray's a lady, but I mean, no offense, Ms. Ray, but we can't really expect people to think that you're a lady based on your name. But I'm assuming that some ladies are named Sterling, right? So, but yeah, thank you, Machine Lies. I've made the same mistake several times. So, fortunately, Sterling is long suffering. All right, what else we got? Let me see, what links is Christos dropping here? What do we got, Christos? Red Squid Esoteric Decoding. All right, well, we got Nazis. Fantastic. When you got my, this is sure to last a long time on YouTube. Although now that we're in the herded into the ghettos, right? The YouTube, now that we're herded into these ghettos. Wow, interesting. I guess I'll subscribe to this thing. How many subs is this? I got a piece of watermelon directly over his sub count. I don't want to scratch my screen trying to get it off right now. Well, it looks fascinating based on just this. I don't know that I probably don't have the brain power to delve into this just now, Christos. For those who may not know what I'm talking about, that's just Christos's link. So I'm sure this is a me problem. Is this live now?
What the hell is wrong with Buddy Head on the right?
Okay, we're gonna listen. Boy,
you know what I'm saying?
Y'all mean? No, I'm saying y'all
Well, I
mean.
don't see that motherfucker. So
Oh, I love it.
go ahead. And,
Oh, Hebrew Israelite. Thanks, Christos. I did. Christos knows I'm into the Hebrew Israelites. Thanks, brother. I'm a little slow on the uptake sometimes, Christos.
do something to that.
5 watching.
Look, let me show this to. This will be number 4. So that's a wooden sculpture from Africa on the left, and that's concepts from Korea on the right.
Oh, I love this shit, Christos. Thank you,
So
sir.
when it
Apologies
comes
for my
down to it,
skepticism.
man,
Yeah, this is up
Africa
my
got
alley,
so
right?
much
Right here, partner.
first,
Love it.
right? With evidence and all type of ish that when you look at the people,
Why did
they
I
got
trust
so
Christos?
much of the swag.
Oh,
when it
Benton of
comes
Little
to
Faith.
technique, even when they on their wrong shit.
I don't mean that, of course.
I won't never promote their wrong shit. But I'm saying that the uniqueness, the diversity, and the fact that they on the largest continent. Man, what you saying that they nobody, you know what I mean? That the earth so old and them people ain't show up and do and take shit over, man. Yo, they took shit over, right? When it comes to this symbolism trace.
What's this channel called?
Because
hang on, we got to zoom out a little bit.
Listen, the only people that knock the Orientals out
What's up, Beck?
the situation is Oceania with the Shinto shrine.
I want to rewind to the start.
the
I was
Heaven's Gate shrine
fairly opinionated
that we
about
see in the
you earlier in our interactions.
megalithic form.
I would
So
say not in a bad
so
way, but I
many
guess that's going to
connections
be up to
between
you to decide.
Africa and Oceania, it don't even matter that they distance for real. Like they distant, but I'm
Certainly,
saying that
managed to express
clearly
myself.
you got
Yeah, good to see you.
one, right? And then clearly you got another. And so what it looks like is that the Mu came to Africa after the situation happened.
Well, am I the only one that doesn't know this, or do you mean the TV
And
show?
from Africa, them people been running the world.
Okay,
and
good.
then, you know, recently,
Well,
you
I mean,
know,
I was gonna
whatever
say it at some point. I
you
might
know
as
what I
well
mean,
say it
these
now.
this confusion that go on
Fantastic.
that really pretty much put dirt upon the name, and the heathens them know that their time is up when it comes to doing that, and that, you know, karmically the liberation of slavery and freedom and all that sort of stuff is, you know, they don't got no right to continue that shit. So the concept of being a Hebrew Israelite
It takes my computer
is
10
the
years to
identity
draw the chat. Why
that
is it?
was lost
Makes no
to the
sense.
people here.
Something's wrong
Even
here.
if they called it something else, the point is that the Bible say so. Right? Remember that bill I did when I talked about the status? I think that was on a
Indeed,
it was two
I like
times.
that.
It was on the Noble Drew Ali,
33 in the House,
and then it was on another time we were talking about the Bible. We read the Bible, and I
They
explained
deleted my
how
post.
this
Oh no, they did.
wordplay
Not a
is
top chat.
intertwined
They
with
deleted my
the
post.
concept of American law,
Right then.
Aboriginal American
Go
law.
ahead and take care of that
And
for
so
you.
as long as people don't know and don't claim and don't show that they are
They're
the
clearly
people of
not
the book,
clearly not
they will always be
deserving of my
you know what I
chat.
mean, manipulated against and shit like that, right? Because the Most High has set upon the concepts to
When
do
is YouTube going to pay me, by the way?
to do His
YouTube
will.
would go ahead and pay me. I think I
And the
dropped $10 in
concept,
the
His
studio.
will is for us
Show
to
some
rise
love, right?
up, and so there will be no successful resistance to that. And so the haters of them trying to preempt that shit by trying
All right,
to
if
make
anybody
it
wants
up
to check this out, I
themselves,
think I'm losing interest.
try to
But
intercept that energy
I could definitely
and that
listen to this if
swag,
I was by myself.
and then put it on a fake thing.
Definitely get into that on my own, certainly. Not going to have the attention span for that just now. Thanks, Christos. Good catch. I subscribed, sir. Of course I did. How could I not? All notifications. We're no longer. Thank you, Bex. Wonderful. Now I feel bad. That's okay. Yeah, I didn't see it disappear. I tried to, but yeah, I saw that it was gone. So I went ahead and took the rest of mine out. So it was like, okay, clearly this is not, you know, in those other people's chat, I posted the same thing and they just left it there. Maybe they never saw it. But anyway, I mean, that is the technical term, right? Edomite. I mean, I am an Edomite and I am in the chat. So, I mean, from their perspective, right? Come on, Bex. We've talked about that, haven't we? Yeah, anyway. I do like the self-deprecation there. Yeah. What else? Did we lose Yurt? Did we lose Yurt? Every time Yurt shows up, I want to try to keep him as much as possible. We do have a Cash App now as well, Bex, but I do something about the super sticker, right? There's something to that. I like the super sticker, and you know. Well, I'm happy to receive your generous donations. Thank you, Bex Factor, for your generous donation. In fact, for those who may not be aware, and certainly no pre-existing agreement, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and promote Bex's channel, which I was going to do anyway. At the Bex Factor. Where are we at here? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, PayPal. Oh, really? I did not know that, Bex Factor. Only PayPal works from Canada. Interesting. Certainly not going to be using PayPal. I hate those fuckers. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've expressed myself about the lack of content, but it's your channel, Ms. Bex. So, you know, again, this is my opinion, and we all know what opinions are worth, right? And I wish EBT was in here because I am a something of a backpedaler, lest we forget. So, look at him dance, right? Look at him dance. Oh man. All right. Well, come on now, Bex. I thought we hashed this out yesterday, right? You definitely do way better without the simulcasting. I thought we agreed upon that, but look at how Bex comes in and effortlessly becomes the center of attention. Oh, sodomites get all the rights. Edomites. Do you not know what Edomites are? Edomites. But I guess that's a play on Edomite, right? You're doing a thing there. I forget that Yurt's no dummy. Although I don't forget, but yeah, maybe my patterns are based on not everybody being quite as sharp. Oh, Yurt, the Orwell. I always like to brag about books I've read. The Down and Out in London and Paris, although I can never remember if it's Paris and London. I forget the order, but when you were talking about his descriptions of the port cities, that reminded me of that book that I've read, which is a fantastic book, actually, in my view. A better read in many ways than 1984, which is, of course, one of my favorites. Right. Well, my speculation was you were done with me for the most part, Bex, but here you are, so perhaps I was wrong. Christos in the house. Nice PFP, if that's what we call it. What's up, man?
Hey, hold up. I'm connected to two Bluetooths right now. Hold on.
Go ahead. There you exactly. Esau. The something about the something about grabbing a heel, and I don't exactly remember how that went, but something along those lines. But yeah, big fan of the Black Hebrew Israelites in general, I must say.
Yeah, I found his channel through Bro Sanchez and like Big Dog Philly. Big Dog Philly OG is another channel that's interesting to maybe watch sometimes in the background. But that's what would be quote unquote the Aboriginal community. I think Red Squid, I don't think he's a Hebrew Israelite. I think he speaks on them.
Got it.
And then he really goes deep on like the Asian cultures and like as you kind of saw there briefly. But no, I think he identifies as like an American Aboriginal along with a couple other channels and like this community, which you may have seen bits and pieces of just through like when Paul was doing the stuff with Ian and restreaming him, because Red Squid was actually over there a couple times when shit was popping off, because it's a weird kind of web if you kind of go into the metaversal lore here of the connections and the network that goes on here and how I know some of these channels. But yeah, there's interesting sub communities out here. He seems to stick with the esoteric stuff, but I like Red Squid, but I do have trouble staying there for long amounts of time unless it's a certain type of topic and maybe there's other people on there. Like he's had panels that were pretty interesting, but usually they've been like in the middle of the night and just not when I'm available. So but yeah, he streams a lot. I think he's I appreciate some of the topics that go on over there, and I know him through other channels and content creators. So it just goes back to the networking thing. You know, even if you don't like work with them or you're not over there all the time and watching the streams all the way through, I think it's still good to share some of this stuff and you know, because there could be other people that actually would take an interest to it and would have no idea about it before.
Yeah, well said. Could not agree more. And I'll be watching. I'll certainly be checking out the channel. Just these thumbnails and titles are very interesting. Certainly. And yeah, go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
I saw you said that in the chat. I was gonna see if or I was wondering if Bex was gonna come up, or I couldn't remember if she said today she was gonna be working on stuff.
I don't know, man. If I can get Machine Lines up here, maybe we can coax her, and I can possibly play the background for a minute. Although with no co-host pressure necessarily, but I do like the panel aspect when I get to go do other things. That's fun for me, and yeah. So we'll see, man.
Well, I know what you mean, man, because some of my first couple streams I ran, to be honest, I started running them from my phone while I was at work.
Oh, nice.
And, there was some epic stuff, you know. I think it was like my third stream. Paul came in because Illumitami was talking with me and someone else. And then, you know, Paul and Wizard and some other people came in, and it was, you know, I had some Unslavia come. This is very early on. But yeah, I you know, I was getting some decent numbers up, not just between 10 and 20, but I was getting up to 20, low 20s up into the 30s actually, first couple of streams, and not to be number counting, but I was getting like I had a full panel like multiple times, and I was just at work doing my thing and like letting people talk. So I know exactly what you mean. It is a good feeling when you can just step away for a moment and there's such a flow and conversation going on and energy that it's just going to carry itself, even if you or one other person might step away for a moment. Yeah.
Right on. And I'm encouraged because I went to his About tab. I always like people who have their email listed because I might want to send him an email at some point. You never know.
Oh, true.
Yeah, well, email is very important. And I believe email is now very much misunderstood by folks, in my opinion. So I like to be able to send folks email. We lost Christos. Perhaps he's returning. You never really know with Christos. I see Z's got 66 in the house, so I don't know. We might. We got 29 over here. I don't know, Z. I'm not attempting to compete necessarily, but usually I can have like 20 or I've had 30 over here, and he's had 90 over there at the same time. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just an off day. He did skip yesterday. Yes, there you go. Afterward, his brother come out. Hand is taking hold of Esau's heel. Yeah, there you go. Calls his name Jacob. And that's for those who may not be aware, some may refer to Jacob as Yaqub. For the Nation of Islam, that was the scientists who created the Caucasian on the Isle of Patmos, I believe. And this is their lore, right? I'm not saying that this happened, but by separating the black germ from the brown germ, and then eventually selectively breeding and creating the white man. And that is one thing. I mean, if you listen to these Black Hebrew Israelites, and you listen to, I'm a big, I understand he's controlled and managed, but I think I've said for a long time the best preacher there is Louis Farrakhan, and I love listening to Farrakhan. And the hell was I going to say? The idea that, nobody really knows, like, how the white man get here type of stuff. It's interesting to me. I'm open to all those ideas. I don't take it personally. I know some portion of the audience is like, what the fuck? What? You race traitor? It's like, well, I don't know, man. I can't claim some of these white folks. Meanwhile, when I was growing up, I went to school with some brothers that used to read. They liked to read books and talk about ideas. And then, some of these honkies weren't about nothing. So I was like, well, I don't think I'll let my father indoctrinate me into this process of racism. Anyway. Oh, is he simping? Okay, cool. Hey, it's Ms. Bex. What's happening? We do not hear you. I don't know if you're speaking.
I'm here.
Hey, feel free to give me the business if that's in the cards.
Yeah, no,
I never know.
Like,
I never know. Go ahead, man.
Hello?
Yes,
Give
hello.
you what business?
Exactly. Thank you, Bex. I love it. Diplomatic as ever.
I was going to be like, reunited, and it feels so good.
Oh, man.
No, I just came up. I had a great sleep. I slept like 13 hours. I went around and was looking at some stuff yesterday, and I was just thinking about, how dramatic everything can get on YouTube,
Ooh.
And I just wanted to come up and say, like, London Man was right. I needed some sleep. I need to focus on what I want to be doing out here, like personally, without without creating something that makes me dependent on someone else, or even has them relying on me as, like yourself, relying on me as good as I am at doing things. So I just smoked my third joint or fourth joint in a few days. I don't mean to come up here not as focused, but I'm super energized, and I slept and I thought on things, and I was like, yeah, I was being dramatic too. you know, like, which is okay because out here is about meta drama, right? So yeah, I feel great. I feel really good. I saw the keen advice I'd been given by yourself, by London, you know? Yeah, and I'm just like, why not focus on that, right?
I love that. And I did
Yeah.
reflect on, while this is not the cause, certainly, of anything, I did reflect that it probably is not a coincidence that you were not consuming cannabis for a period of time. Again, not the
Yeah, it
total
could be.
cause, but certainly a contributor in my own lack of sleep. And I slept like, I did not sleep well at all. And in fact, Bex, several of the regulars here in the chat also have not been sleeping well. So something's going on. So I'm glad up there in Canada, apparently this effect is not, hopefully it doesn't reach up there, or maybe it started there and came down here. I don't know. Yeah, I would not wish that on anybody, but I expect to sleep well. Although I'm considering a polyphasic sleep cycle, if you're familiar with that. That's like one, long period of like 3 to 4.5 hours of sleep with maybe a couple of naps. I may transition into that because I just haven't been sleeping well for whatever reason. It happens.
Well,
Although,
we did some. Yeah, go ahead.
Historically, I sleep very well, so I don't know what the fuck's going on, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, we binge streamed for a while, and like people binge watch stuff. We're all used to that since the advent of, well, even before Netflix, because they were doing it for a while on different channels on TV where they play they do a 24-hour day or a 48-hour weekend marathons, right? So they groomed us for the binge watching of things.
Yes.
And I was a binge watcher, not judging anyone. I'm just saying I love this place, right? I was in the chat for years before I came up on panel, and I was actually in only sat on the one content creator who sort of wasn't someone who, he talked news every day, right? So it's a lot different out here with the panel channels and the information channels, and yeah, it's a lot different when you're up here performing, and I don't mean that as in like being inauthentic. I just mean that it uses your brain in a different capacity and uses up a lot of energies, and you can get hyper focused on what you're doing and not really realize that as you stand back and look at them, look at it from a more macroscopic picture, then you can realize what you've done, what you're doing to yourself, what that looks like, right? Like Dominic would say, be the observer outside of yourself, right? Because this is the metaverse,
May I make a request? You feel free to do whatever you wish, but if possible, when you're here, I really need you to have an avatar where people know it's you on the thumbnail, if possible. So you will bring people to you don't have to do it now, just in the future. Give that some consideration.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a way to get my picture from my channel up on my avatar because I don't know. I can do it. Yeah, I think I know what file it's in. Actually.
Not now, but yeah, when you
I will. It's a fantastic picture.
Well, and that way, yes, it is. And that way, when they see the thumbnail, if I have a comment up, they can read the comment and they can say, "Oh, Bex is there," and then they will rush in. They will rush in.
Okay.
But no, it doesn't have to be now. We're good for now.
No, it is my nature to do that, though.
I know. I see that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Mitchell, I'm going to let you do your thing down there because I'm just not able to do that and talk to Bex right now. But please feel free. And Bex, I can't counsel you in any way, but hey, there you go. Well done.
Thank you.
Anyway, I've said my piece about you in the chat earlier, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm sure this is what I have to say to that stuff. I have said a million kabillion words out there, Mars Life, and you feel free to go find whatever you think I've said and put it in whatever context you want, Mitch.
Well, he's going to do that. He's going to do that. Doing that now, ma'am. Doing that now.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure I did, and I don't know when. And cool.
Yeah. Well, and Mitchell's typically pretty accurate, although not always.
I know.
Typically.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Very accurate, so
I'm just gonna be like, yep, you found it. That's what I said. That's what I said that day. What do I think now? And yeah. I don't mean to be like, oh, I've turned a new leaf, but no, I've got a lot of goals. See that girl up there? I'll bring her back in more
Nice.
ways than one. So yeah, I appreciate your advice. I honestly appreciate London Man's advice. I'm not trying to play some game here. I'll type it in the chat there too if you want to post it up, if you would, for me.
Sure.
Just because it's a good opportunity to learn from everyone, you know, and whatever people make of it, they can make of it. You know, I've got a goal, and people will see. I'll be back. I'll be here, but I'll be back. I can't be putting this kind of time into this if I want to bring that woman back. So, so that's cool. But I've always been on YouTube. Well, for 3 years. It's just that I need to go balance time so I can.
See, Bex, the ratings are up on your appearance here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We call that leeway. That grants you some measure of leeway. Some folks get a little irritated at Paul that Paul gets a lot of leeway, but when Paul shows up, the numbers go up. And yeah, perhaps I could be less concerned with such dynamics, but if I'm going to be here, I might as well speak to as many people as possible.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I look at it. May as well. I hear you. It's okay. It's kind of fun that I can hear you typing. Just imagine if you decide to get a computer.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be clicking away. But yeah, I'm hoping the Machine Live shows up because I selfishly, as much as I enjoy talking with Bex, I do like to be able to step away from time to time. Although I don't know that the sun's out. In another 30 minutes, I can go put some sun in my eyeballs. That's always a good feeling.
Okay. Hopefully that's okay.
I don't know. It's going to have to be.
Yeah, I'm here. But yeah. Sorry, I was typing in the chat.
No worries.
But yeah, it's been I had a good chat with I had a good chat yesterday with a good friend, and had a good sleep and made a nice meal, and like I said, just sat back and took the advice of my friends.
Fantastic.
And only yeah. I look forward to it because it didn't take me long to turn how I look right now and where I was. Okay, in comedy, let's just say I was performing quickly, but my weight was holding me back. And I think even though we're in the metaverse, that's happening here too. So the very harsh criticisms that may have come across as harsh criticisms, instead of potentially playful and kind suggestions. I'm just saying I see it. And when I lost weight and made that girl in that picture who she was in 3 or 4 months, like that's the beauty of that's the beauty of the metaverse.
Well, and I will, as a bit of a challenge, I will challenge you to stay there next time. And I accept you regardless. It's as someone who people may not realize became quite overweight and lost a significant amount of weight. In fact, 60 pounds in 6 months at one time, and mostly kept it off. That's the trick I've found, Bex. Although I certainly have an advantage being a male producing, at least normal levels of androgens. But it's a whole thing. And then as we age, obviously. So I'm taking all that into account, Bex, certainly. All the more reason to keep it off, right?
Yeah, well, and exactly. And personally with you, because I see, in terms of the similarities between us in character, I see that discipline challenge personally. Like So, and I know that you'd be the most suspicious of it, right? So,
what that's based on is that's how I disciplined my own mind, was by understanding that I'm giving myself versions of my own bullshit at times, and then learning to not accept my own excuses in my own head. But then occasionally it is okay to not be quite so rough with oneself. And the reality is I do enjoy some version of self-flagellation, right? As part of my personality. So not everybody has, I have this thing where I sort of like to beat the fuck out of myself with exercise or, more or less any type of challenge. In fact, we saw that on stream. I replayed some of the old content, and JG had challenged me to exercise, and I ended up doing some squats and some push-ups, and it wasn't. I didn't want to, but I chose to respond to that challenge. But yeah, go ahead, please.
I went from 210 pounds of pretty curvy woman. I don't look my best. I don't have the right kind of waist and hips to wear weight in a way that I see as attractive on a woman. So I went from 210 pounds to 155 pounds of like I could see my muscle spiral down my leg. It was beautiful in under 6 months. So I know the kind of extreme dedication and devotion that it can take. And I knew the first time I did it, it was, I knew that it would be even harder to do a second time. But I got injured so quickly and the weight put back on so quickly. And I only knew that one kind of exercise, and the injuries hindered me from actually going back to do that. I'll re-injure my foot. So anyways, my point is that I knew that it would be twice as hard the next time, and that's why it's taking me that much longer to do it. But I know that's what's affecting me in achieving what I want to do out here, and in life in general. So it's like, discipline versus extreme behavior, even if that discipline is what gets the extreme behavior to make the change to get back to keep the discipline. I
don't know. Cole's not buying it, I have to say. He's not buying it, but I'm buying it. But Cole's not having it.
And this guy here,
this is the snake diet guy from yesterday. Yeah, he's not quite convinced, Bex, but you certainly convinced me.
Well, I'm sure Cole Diet has never had someone take themselves from where I am now to where that person is there. Like, though, he's talking about people who've never done it, right? I've done it. Like, I've done it before. I can do it again. It's no big fucking deal. It's just a lot of fucking work. But if you let yourself get hungry for food, right, and you allow yourself to maintain that hunger while you transform your body, like, trust me, I could not stop standing in front of the mirror, right? I used to go into comedy and I'd be like, sorry, I haven't been here for a while, but I look so good. I just stand in front of my own mirror, talk to myself, right? So, so that's, it is what it is. I only have myself to prove what I want to prove to myself, right? And I've been in here. I've been in here proving to myself I can use my mind. I can focus my words. I can stay up and still be cognitive, So next level goal, # next level goals,
Love it. Well said, Bex.
And honestly, it's like motivating all you guys, Mitch included, right? It's like, Mitch, seriously, I've said fucking everything. Like, I had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos you could go watch on your friends' pages and pick whatever words you want. I've said everything's a psyop. I've said it all. I don't care when I said it. It's what I hold today to be true,
Yeah, I think he's laughing at some of these thumbnails. I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah, I'm laughing at Mitch as well.
Oh, Mitchell, yeah.
So, and I think Mitch is super eloquent speaker, and I think he's a fantastic character. So, if something I've said has offended him and he wants to know my situation on it now, I can tell him how I feel about it now. But honestly, there's 3 million words I've said out there,
I'm not sure he's offended, although I would never speak for Mitchell. I think that he's very highly attuned to anything approaching inauthentic. That's inauthentic. Why can't I say inauthentic? I don't know. I can't say that, but I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm saying he exhibits an extreme sensitivity to those dynamics in my experience.
Good to know. Well, that's
mostly what he reacts to, but sometimes he just goes completely insane. Well, real quick, sometimes he just goes completely nuts and types a bunch of crazy shit, but he hasn't done that lately. So I'm going to treat him as if he's done with that. So let's put that past. Go ahead.
Yeah. One more thing I'll say, and then you guys move it on to the next topic. I was just going to say that, I really appreciate his integrity. That's something I really value. And if I've been unintegral, all I can do is operate with more integrity moving forward. So it's motivational.
Right on. Any thoughts there, Christos?
Well, I saw Greg Doucette was in one of those Snake Man videos. I didn't know
Was
if
he? I don't know
Snake
who that
Man was
is.
responding. Yeah, Greg Doucette.
I
Doucette
never know
up
who
at the
these people
top.
are. Is that the really fat guy that got fairly
Nope.
buff?
He. It's gonna be on the right side as you keep
Oh,
scrolling
okay.
up. Damn. Shit. Oh, it's because you got two at a time. No wonder it's so far down or so far up.
Oh, this
You're
one.
almost there.
The
Oh,
thing I found it. Go down to the picture of him. Scroll down to the picture of
yeah.
him
Don't worry
comparing his
about it,
keyboard.
bro.
Yeah.
If
thing
you
is
happen to scroll over it, I'll point it out. Yeah.
Well, and I
It's
can't
not
do a
here too.
thing where people direct. I just can't.
And
Like I
that's
work in
why I
gas.
was done
Hang on.
with my
Hang
shit.
on. Everybody, hang on. I used to work in gas stations, and I can't do a thing where people point at stuff and give me auditory directions. I just can't do it. Like I refuse. So it's part of whatever's wrong with me. I cannot engage in that. But I understand that y'all were trying to help. It's something in me just isn't. It just can't accept that. And in fact, when I go into a gas station and I'm waiting behind somebody who's trying to direct the lady to which particular type of dip he wants to buy, I always say, why don't they just number it? Why don't they just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? And apologies, Christos. I get locked in on that. So my bad, brother.
I would pause. One of those he must have had nipple surgery. That guy.
I would assume, yeah.
Yeah.
I would assume. Well, I myself was obese enough, and I was technically obese. Yeah, things Benton can't do. Thank you, Gary Baxter. I was certain, and thanks, Christos. Christos knows how I get by now, so thanks, brother.
Yeah.
But,
Well, I could have
real quick,
talked to you.
I myself had loose skin for quite some time because the body doesn't quite believe the person. I think at first it's like, now wait a minute, you might just get fat again. So let's just wait here. And I do have stretch marks, actually, believe it or not. And varicose veins on my solar plexus, hilariously. But go ahead.
On your solar plexus, that means your torso?
Yeah.
Is that, yeah?
Well, it's like just below the rib cage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm hoping Machine Lies comes up here, but what else is happening?
What's
sorry if I yelled at you, Christos. That was not my intention. But sometimes I have to get the floor, and I don't know how. I'm not like Paul. Paul's very good at getting the floor. I've noticed. I'm not very skilled at that. I just end up yelling at everybody to shut the fuck
actually,
up.
That's a skill.
I guess. I don't know.
You know?
Yeah, I know how to yell at people back. It's fantastic.
Well, I just mean, no, but you got the floor.
Yeah, I was gonna freak out. All right, our boy's coming. Our boy's on the way. What are you doing to? Hey, what are you doing to tinfoil, aka Toilet Bowl Earth? By the way,
who?
The man himself, talking to Machine Lies. What have you been doing to TBE, man? He seems to more or less be losing his mind, and you seem to be involved in so. Not that you're doing that intentionally. What's up, brother? Peace, peace to you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Right.
Thank you.
Love that.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And yeah, I don't know what happened to Toilet Bowl. I think it set him off about I guess he wanted me to stop talking about Christianity. He wanted me to talk more about Islam. Well, I've done, lots of talks about Islam, last video I did, I criticized occultists, Protestants, Catholics, Orthodox, Muslims, Sufis. I mean, anybody can get it. You know what I mean? So I don't know what, I really don't understand.
By the way, sorry to cut you off. I found Toilet Bowl Earth. He's in Z's chat right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
There he is, right chair.
Yeah, unfortunately, the type of chat trolling thing these guys do, I don't have enough energy for it. But yeah. Yeah, I'm more of I like to talk to people face to face. I don't like to talk about people who aren't there, really.
Sure.
That's usually my policy. I just, that's what I don't like about the panel discussion. Sometimes it's like, hey, if somebody's here, I'll talk to them,
Yeah.
And Toilet Bowl, unfortunately, he wanted to talk about me when I wasn't there. So I just broadcasted that fact of him talking about me, and then he said, well, I want you to go away. So I said, all right, I'll go away, because I'm not going to talk about people who aren't, really who aren't there, who don't show up for the job. And that's kind of what I was, even telling my own wife, on the Talcott stream yesterday that, hey, if you're not here, if you're not, talking to me, I can't really do much for you. I can't really, assist you in any kind of way. I can only assist those who, are with me. If you're not with me, you're against me. If you're not for me, you're against me.
Yeah, ride with me or collide with me, right?
Yeah. So and yeah, and I really thought of myself as a squad, with TBE and EBT, because I had went on their broadcast so many times. I'd shared so much time with them, so in that sense, I was extremely confused, but it just goes to show you that, these are some type of, I guess I wouldn't say fake friendships, but it's certainly not fake from my end, but definitely I give a sincere, welcome and apology to anyone who I've offended, and if I say anything true, I think I say it comes from the Most High, and if I say anything false, it comes from my own, mistakes, my own flaws, so I don't even take credit for anything good I do.
Right on.
I like that.
That's how you can produce the best stuff. Be a vessel.
Absolutely. Well, was it Beck saying that she wanted to get into some theology? I'm not sure. I lost track of some of the comments.
Oh yeah, I could definitely go there.
Well, I'm ready to. Although I don't want to go. I trust machine lies. I don't want to go too hardcore Christianity necessarily. But
Can
if
I-
you can make, well, real quick, as long as y'all can make it interesting and don't become dogmatic, I'm sure the
No
audience
worries.
is here for it. So I'm
No
gonna.
worries. I got your back. Yeah.
Thanks, brother. I'm gonna take a little break if that's okay with everybody, unless Bex needs me.
No, we're all good. I think we're all good here.
All right.
I was going to say though, just before we get into any kind of discussion like that, I did a little research that actually might, Benton, I know he had said that his, some of the aspects of StreamYard he hadn't looked into. You can switch a switch that allows you to have a 24-hour stream saved, right? So I'd have to go into the settings and figure out where. In fact, I could probably do that, but not right now. But I saw it yesterday that you can switch it from 12-hour to 24-hour save. Now you still want to be downloading your videos so that you don't ever hit over the 50-hour mark while you're streaming, or it'll start taking from other streams that are over 24 or over 12 hours. But obviously, if you're on the 24-hour setting and you have the opportunity to download, then you'll never lose any content because you're not going to go over 24 hours. Hashtag I did. Hashtag Benton has. Yeah. But I just thought I'd share that with you because I had that conversation on your channel and I didn't mean to do that here, but I do know that Benton's School of Broadcasting just got handed over to Beck's School of Broadcasting for a moment, in addition to Christo's School of Broadcasting and the Machine Lab School of Broadcasting. And there we have it. So now let's change topics.
Yeah, I'm so bad at handling this account. I mean, when you go to the StreamYards page, there's literally like 4 fucking options. So it's extremely sparse.
Well, always just click on the duck at the top. If you just click on the duck in the top corner, it'll take you to your account.
Okay.
Right?
Okay,
That'll take you to your page.
All right.
Then you don't have to worry about all that. Any StreamYard link, open any StreamYard link and just click the duck at the top. It'll take you to, you just ignore whatever the StreamYard link is, tips on this or whatever, or have it bookmarked, or have an icon on your page. But
yeah, and I don't know why, but yeah, at this point, I have no idea what's going on with my StreamYards account.
Okay, well, we can communicate later. I just wanted to let you guys know that it is for people who want to go over 12 hours. Sometimes it's the option you want to have turned on.
Yeah.
So yeah, what else do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah, well,
were we going to get into the theology?
Yeah.
Yes, to some degree,
But
without
yeah,
getting dogmatic. I thought that was
exactly.
the plan.
There's
Exactly.
no
Yeah,
way.
yeah, yeah. But I'm
There's no way to do it. There's no
like,
way to talk about theology, especially on the streets, without being dogmatic about it. But
well,
you know,
We could
why
talk
don't
about Theo.
I like where you started though, Machine Lies. If you start with your philosophy on integrity, on being as integral as you can, right? Like saying, well, I could repeat what you said earlier when you came on here because I thought it really has a lot to do with my new approach here. You know, like understanding that I was holding people to a level of integrity that I think I operate on. But when I look at the words I've spoken out here, especially since I was like on like all sorts of panels where I was just talking about anything, which means that's what made me so good at imagining garbage can earth, right? And that being said, that's my fleshly person talking, right? And yet all the good that comes out of me is from source, right? So all the things that do come out of me are because I try to be as integral with my word as possible, which is hilarious for someone who could be found saying everything's a psyop, right? You know? So I think in terms of theology, like it really starts at a personal level of how do you come to be the best that you can be, and what are we here for and why, you know? So at least that's what's got me into reading all sorts of different religions. That's what had me take my first I don't even know what is called, the Shahada. Is that what did I get that right? I don't even know what it's called because like I already knew it all. Like not to say I knew it all. I just said I did know that there was only one creator, right? And I do believe the Prophet Muhammad was the Prophet Muhammad, and you know, so and there we have it, right? So people are like, are you in Islam? Are
there you
you
have it. Yep.
Muslim? You know, like
Technically speaking, you would be. That's all that really is required, you know, to follow the religion, you know.
Yeah. So, but I'm not out, you
And that's
know,
why
I'm
there's not a high barrier of entry. You know, I was seeing that that in the Orthodox Church, you know, they take a catechumen, or you know, in certain gangs and stuff, you have to take an initiation, or you know, certain occult initiations. You know, so there's a barrier to entry there. You know, and people assume there's a barrier to entry within Islam, but really all you have to do to be Muslim is take the Shahada. You know, so it's interesting. But yeah, yeah, in terms of going to religion, yes, you know, it has to be participatory, and the truth has to come to you in terms of you know, it has to come to you naturally. And I guess what I mean by that is that you can only go with what you know right now. You know, the process of finding knowledge is incomplete because you know, knowledge is infinite. So you have to be aware of your own ignorance. You know, it says, you know, what is true knowledge? It's knowledge of self. You know, and that's part and parcel of how we approach the topic of God. You know, let's say that, you know, like I was talking to Flow State a couple of days ago, and he's a very non-dogmatic person. You know, and I was explaining to him the concept of ritual in a way that was palatable to a person of a non-denominational, non-religious background. You know, and I explained to him, I said, well, you know, don't you think that ritual is highly individualized? And he said, well, no, if you follow a pre-programmed you know, sense in which you know, you just follow a method prescribed to you by somebody else, you know, technique, you know, and you know, you just do it from beginning to end and you follow it. You know, how could that be any part of your own volition? And I said, well, it's easy. It's because of the concept of sincerity. You know, it's highly individualized. And I said, can you imagine a society without rituals? I said, why do doctors wear a coat? You know, and he said, well, you know, it's probably you know, there's a reason behind it. And I said, yeah, it's a stupid reason. You know, it's not a real reason. You know, it's just because we're used to doing it. We're used to identifying people that way. You know, so you know, rights for the men, especially the young men in this society, to train them to be warriors to defend the society. You know, that's one of the most ancient forms of rights. So, you know, one can perform those rights. One could have your own personal level of what it means to sacrifice for the tribe, for example. You know, and even though everybody's performing the same sacrifice, the way you perform it, the sincerity in which you have in performing it is your own. It's a participatory event. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, so even ritual has a personal mark to it, you know.
Christos? Yeah, I totally agree. I agree. Sincerity is something that has always mattered to me, you know. It's something that I've always tried to bring to the table to the best of my ability. And when I did stand-up comedy, it was definitely something I was well known for, you know, like for being truthful, you know, for being as truthful as I could be and as honest as I could be. And also like they said, oh, I could use artistic creativity, you know, you could say whatever you want, you know, but I only told a couple of lines on stage to actually add dramatic effect ever, right? Like I only lied a couple times as a comedian. And so and I enjoyed that. And there's lots of sincere comedians out there. Like it's interesting to see there's joke writers, there's truth talkers, like storytellers that can get their stories out slowly, or sorry, concisely, and they don't lie. You know, they're just telling some comedians' jokes are so absurd and they're true, is all I'm trying to say. You know, they're people who have that ability. Like my life is a tragic comedy. Like it really is. Yeah.
Yeah, I say, you know, banished should be truths that don't come with the side of laughter. I said truth plus seriousness. There's something wrong with that. No, there's something fucking wrong with that.
Yeah.
You know, truth is better expressed in the comedic than it is in the tragic, you know.
For sure. But actually, tragedy flipped into comedy is one of the best ways to alchemize things, right? It sort of is always been my gift, is to like make people laugh at the worst of times. In fact, it's, you know, it might be a bit of a curse because I actually have to hold back my dark sense of humor in dark times for the wrong person, right? Because that can be really hurtful.
Yeah, I've noticed that you've apologized at times or held back with your sense of humor. Although I think you've been fine more often than not, and you know, not out of place. Just to throw that out there. And I loved hearing what the Machine Lies was saying earlier. And my bad, I was on my computer and I couldn't. I was using the mic on the computer, so I couldn't get to the computer in time. But I also put a link in the private chat, and he's probably one of the most well-known like psychedelic artists. But he has a painting called Theological, and I love that because it's basically like that name basically means you know, conversation with God, or you know, I'm more than just that, but just simply put. And it's also very beautiful. If anyone wants to click that link, I'll put it in the YouTube chat as well. But it just went along with I think the topic a little bit as a visual.
The House of Sacred Mirrors, you know, that's one of my favorite things by him. You know, and some of his black and white paintings, you know, his black and white paintings, the hand drawings on black and white. Oh man, those are some of my favorite ones. You know,
totally.
Alex, great, yeah.
Yeah, powerful stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he told a story one day about this guy who was an artist on 9/11, and he said that the towers crashed and there was an art installation inside of 9/11, and it was Saint Sebastian. This guy had made a sculpture of himself as Saint Sebastian with arrows going through him, but it was airplanes going through his body, and it was his only piece of art that survived the bombing.
Yeah. I remember hearing
I was
that.
like, that's so trippy. I was like, that's the trippiest thing I've ever. I don't know. I can't verify if it's a true story, but that
I
sounds
believe
fucking
it,
crazy.
as far as I know. 'Cause I've heard Alex Gray talk about that on more than one podcast. Yeah. Now
That
that you mention it.
reminds me of, wasn't there when the church burned down in 2020? I can't think of the name of it. Pardon me, everyone. But the big church in Europe that burned down, all that was left in the middle was like some golden cross or something. Like
Notre Dame.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I wonder if it's sort of I wonder if it's something though that's said after tragedy. They tell you what survived. You know, they find the thing that did survive. Because I'm sure there's always something that does.
Yeah, and becomes a
Yeah.
relic
Exactly.
thereafter,
Exactly.
which is
Especially,
also an interesting concept. But go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. Well, it especially ties back to that ritual actually. Or even if
Exactly.
it's, yeah. It actually forces the ritual in the collective memory by placing that sigil into what I'm going to say is the Jacobian matrix made in our brain, right, after some sort of cataclysm to help reconstruct our brains so that we would have a way home. And that's what I think that they're calling a monarch program. Maybe it's been hijacked by something evil, or maybe the monarch program is actually something that has to run in both directions, good and bad, because what forced that cataclysm allegedly? Well, I would posit to believe that, God was mad, and anyways,
Well, it's
I
like
only
in
say,
it's like during the French Revolution. They tried to burn down the Notre Dame Cathedral and transform it into the Temple of Reason.
Mhm.
And it may be signifying a return to that mode, that they wanted to bring about, an attack on organized religion. I think that might be some of the most, appropriate summation of that, because as much as people say that organized religion has coalesced into the world powers, we are also now living in a secular age. And that was kind of the transition into that, and the hijacking of the major religious modes of the day actually happened through the occult. And I was, explaining some of that on my show, the recent history behind that in the 1800s, really, during the occult revival. They had a battle between scientism and spiritualism. These are two kind of spin-offs of Enlightenment thinking, that happened in the 1800s. But then in the 1900s, they finally found a synthesis between science and spirituality that materialized into things like ions, which is the Institute of Noetic Sciences. And they have lots of connections to the New Age movement and also the monarch program type of stuff that you're talking about, Bex. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where's Paula? Just want to throw it out, not to interrupt anyone's flow, but Bex, it makes me think of Paula. She's a lady within some of these communities, maybe some of the smaller communities. She talks about the butterfly cluster, and so it just
Mhm.
kind of makes me think of this butterfly symbolism
Oh
coming
my
up
goodness.
again.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I don't know much about that. What's that?
Good connection there, Christos. You just gave me goosebumps.
So a clue for further investigation,
Yeah,
I would
I think
say.
just something to further investigate for sure. But yeah,
Butterfly
the 1800s. See, I come at things from language perspective often. Actually, my knowledge comes from the dictionary and my understanding of words. Like I went looking for source in the dictionary years ago, right? I got lost in that book. I chose to take that instead of a Bible. I got stuck on the iterations of the generations of the people. Like there's Genesis 1, gods have different, even the God has a different name. Why are we created twice? why is there two creations? Right? Like what's going on here? Because they use different words, different language. I got stuck on Genesis 2. That's all I'm going to say. Right? Got like that, threw the book aside and grabbed my, because there was just the word, right? That's what there was. So I went there. And I would say subconscious, skius, like I would say conscious, skius versus conscience, science, with skius, right? Like, and then you got your subconscious, we don't have a subconscious, we have a subconscious, right? So there's something to that, because the merging of those two concepts of like using the occult, probably to divide us into religions. I mean, I know they say it's like, I almost feel like everything's told backwards in that book. Anyways,
I think they're trying to move it into because see, you had Freud, and he discovered that there's a conscious, a subconscious, and an unconscious mind. And some people said he discovered it, and that's where I take issue, because it's obvious that he plagiarized this idea. Because if you go look at Alfred North Whitehead, he literally says that all of the knowledge of Western philosophy is all just a footnote to Plato. And if you look at Plato, he actually says there's 3 parts of the soul. 3 parts. And it's exactly like the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the unconscious mind. Because 2 of them, because first of all, there's a hierarchy between them, between the 3 souls. And the 3 souls are,
yeah. I would say that unconscious, we have to remember, is simply asleep, right? Because when you're unconscious, you're like
desires. He said
pardon me?
Desires.
Yeah, but I would say, like, if I fell unconscious right now, like there's something to the language of that I think is about awakening more than actually creating it as a permanent place inside our soul, right? Like when we're talking 2000, 3000, I don't even know when Plato was, but I've been told a lot of what I speak is Platonian. I haven't researched any Plato, but when I've spoken to people that are learned from books, they'll say, oh, where did you learn that? Because that's Plato, right? And I don't remember reading anything from Plato. It doesn't really sound like something I would read. No offense to Plato.
No, of course, but like, for example, like words, we talk about the origins of words, right?
Yeah.
Like the word science, the word energy, the word technology. These are all 3 words that are created by Aristotle.
Interesting. Now, what about?
So it's fascinating that philosophers are neologians, meaning that they invent new words.
Yes.
And that's where it gets, and they invent new isms. That's even more dangerous. They invent whole dogmas out of, they invent dogmas out of whole cloth, if you will.
So what would a conscience be? Like that would be a sign, and from what I understand from the language here, and I know it's not quite, what a conscience would be like with science, right?
Well, they put it in 3 ways. They put it in body, heart, and mind. So the unconscious would be your autonomic functions. Your subconscious would be your feelings and emotions, and then your consciousness would be your rational mind.
But so consciousness, but where does your conscience come in? Because they've also your conscience. A conscience is a dogmatic set of principles then that's been superimposed over our natural soul, right? So to have a conscience about things is to be a good person, right?
That comes from this concept of virtue. And Plato had whole dialogues on this concept. He believed that virtue He said virtue is this. He said wisdom is this thing that hangs on the soul, and virtue is the thing that benefits it. So what does that mean? That means that virtue is the currency of the soul. If you if you sacrifice some of your wisdom through experience, the difference that you gain in the world is virtue. Based on the resistance for what you put in, the wisdom you put in, and what you
Yep.
learn based off of the wisdom you put in, the exchange, that the derivative exchange of that is called virtue through experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we're back to EBT. Just said a conscience quote. A conscience is a messenger of him who both in nature and in grace speaks to us behind a veil and teaches and rules us by his representatives. Conscience is the aboriginal vicar of Christ.
That's a beautiful
Cardinal
quote.
Newman.
Yeah, that's a beautiful quote. Yeah.
And it's interesting because, like, as I was trying to vilify science, right? In essence, just from the idea of like where I was like, oh, this. Well, I didn't mean to vilify, but I was sort of like, I was saying it was superimposed, right? But like, what is superimposed with capital S? Technically is an it would be something overlaying us. Like, yeah, I just feel like there's something to do with conscience and science, obviously. That. You just described as sort of this next level, maybe a framework given to humans to level up, right? And in order to level up, you need the quote unquote level down. But if you're not looking down your nose at anyone, then you understand how can you quote unquote level up without the adversarial actions of someone who's quote unquote leveling down. You know what I mean? Like, so because you're both behaving in completely different ways, you've got someone who seems to have moral authority over someone else by virtue. But if those two people aren't doing anything to each other, then all they are is creating a system whereby you've got a binary actions getting more and more cataclysmically further apart, if that makes any sense. But in essence, without it, that virtue wouldn't be honed in on, so I'm just sort of saying, like, no leaf falls randomly. And everyone and every person, every player and every moment, like the universe unfolds in perfection, so there's my thoughts on that.
Beautiful. That was a great way to wrap it up. Wrap up what you were saying.
Thank you. Because I know that I was way far down the whole like nouveau satanic panic, I call it, right? Everyone freaking out about what's happening underground, but actually I know that this world is connected underground, and friend Charles Wass has even brought maps to prove it. Like, and I don't mean to be like, I just know it, but maybe what we understand is that it's the that is the message that's supposed to come through more than what we're worrying about what's happening underground. All we know is that it's secret, right? And that, we have rights to understand what this world is, right? And so as we awaken to that as an idea, and as we realize that, from 2020, we realized that we were told who in the world was dying for the first time ever. We had any, I didn't even know I was supposed to care about the people in Italy, and then suddenly you've got,
Well, it's like, speaking of words, that's one word that was completely transformed, is this concept of underground. It used to be a bad thing, something underground, it meant it was hidden, it was the occult, it was something bad, it was something that was going to try to uproot society, anarchism. But now underground sort of means organic. It means starting out from the home and kind of in the basement. It's kind of it's got this feel where it's part of the resistance, and just that programming is key. that
Mhm.
and it has to do with kind of like the Dr. Strangelove movie where he's like, oh, after the nuclear blast, like, the human species will have to go in underground bunkers, and it's always and you have like the fallout scenario, and it's always underground started to transform into this good thing, into this sense of protection, and it's like they have this way of switching, what everything means, you know what I mean? And you see that in Sophia Stewart when she wrote the book The Third Eye, that some of it was used to develop the Matrix movie. She said she wanted to make all the good guys, guys in suits and white glasses, in sunglasses that kind of look like Mr. Smith, while all the bad the bad guys look like good guys, and the good guys look like bad guys. They have like leather jackets, and they're kind of tattoos and stuff, and dreadlocks, and they're minorities. And she did that on purpose, because she said in the future, bad means good, and good is going to mean bad. You know what I mean? It's one of the things that is going around.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Sophia Stewart. There's a lot of different things that I've heard out there, and could just be
Yeah.
conjecture, but some interesting claims that I've heard from her and other people as well when it comes to the Matrix, and basically like the original story, or like plot writers, or people that really were kind of the groundworks for that movie, in that movie series, that people have no idea about. And so I'm just, I'm not sure. It's something I would need to look into a little more. I'm not sure at the end of the day, like, I'm sure it came from multiple people and kind of pulled together through whoever. There's another guy out there other than Sophia Stewart that's claiming he basically, had all the writings and all the plot written out. But she
Well,
has
what
some
it is
convincing and interesting things I've heard from her as well, like on the Killer Priest podcast.
yes, I saw that
But
too.
please
Yeah.
go ahead. No.
No, you go ahead if you want.
I
It's an
was I
interesting
was actually
topic.
done. No, I was actually just done. So you're good, man.
Yeah. Yeah, the deal with Sophia Stewart, I think is interesting because although it's obvious that there's many different renditions of the story itself, and of course of the concept, and the concept of the homunculus sort of brain external to a body is kind of created, again, through a sort of Aristotelian framework, that goes back to the Greeks or something like that, and can even be understood in terms of Hinduism, in terms of the Atman, or the transcendental self. So the concept is already there, within various cosmologies and concepts and stuff. And I know if you see the Animatrix, they have something like that. They have a Shekinah type of figure in the beginning that's like the head of the Zion computer. That's like a goddess type of figure, that's like the central programmer for this thing. So they have a sort of techno-Gaianism, present in the whole narrative too. But in terms of Sophia Stewart, she was trying to take it from Noble Drew Ali because they had taken a lot of the UFOlogy from the Mormonism, because they had combined their religion with Mormonism. So there's all these beliefs in extraterrestrials and creatures that come from other planets and stuff. So there was all these beliefs and planets. So she had kind of like the Star Trek. If you read The Third Eye, it's more like Star Trek, in a way. It's about galactic battles that are going on. And so I think it would be a lot cooler if they actually used it to make the actual Matrix, because the Matrix is like a watered down version of, what Sophia Stewart is writing is on a whole nother level. It's like her shit is like a prophecy for the future that she thinks is going to happen, that she says she channeled about the machines taking over humanity, and this group called, which she calls them the
ahead.
the Rothfellers combining Rothschild and Rockefeller, you know, into one
Oh
name.
wow.
Yeah. So her shit is genius. I mean, you know, yeah, if you actually read Sophia Stewart, her shit is like off the chain, you know, and it's very short. You know, I actually have it. No, let me see if I could grab this here. It's on the other side of this table here. Yeah. Yeah, but there it is, The Third Eye by Sophia Stewart, you know. But yeah, I actually read that book, you know, because I'm a huge fan of The Matrix, you know, everything that relates to, I mean, you could tell by the name, The Machine Lies.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's a reference to The Matrix, obviously, or you know, that type of shit, you know.
Yeah. The archetype, the concept, the paradigm, I guess would be a better word.
Yeah, that's right.
Totally. Wow, man. I'm really liking what I hear, and I've only heard from you a few other times, you know, and I gotta say I may have, you know, written you off at first, you know, before really knowing you or hearing from you to a certain degree, just because of any association with TBE or I forgot who else you said. I don't know if you
Yeah,
said
I'm
CBO
literally the
or
most
what,
slept
but
on person on the whole internet.
You know where you want to know where I saw you, Machine Lies? I don't know how I ended up there, but I saw you in a quote unquote debate with I think it's there. What are they known as, the Crucible,
That's right. I've done public
right?
debates for audiences of
And
1,000 people, and I'm still
I
unknown.
know. And it was like, and you're so chill in there, and these guys are coming in all with their like prep school debating skills and their, you
They
know,
were racist.
and
They
I'll
were
tell
mad
you,
racist in the chat too. They were calling me a dirty Punjabi, a smelly Punjabi.
oh yeah, they were fucking yeah. I guess I probably in my own trauma I have put that aside and forgotten that aspect of things, because you only said a couple of things where, I mean, I saw the whole setup. I was studying it human behaviorally, you know, as the observer. Shout out to Dominique, because I didn't realize that I actually hadn't been doing that. And in this setting for me, I was like, oh, I get it now. Because like I don't have an observer outside of myself, even in my own life, mostly just because I feel like I've integrated that, right, in a way that I try to live my life. But I've been living my life in my house for 3 years, and now on this for 6 months. Anyways, I sidetracked there. But yeah, back to how I watched this debate go down, this attack, actually, if I would call it that. Like with just they planned like you could just see the whole show, and like don't know how much of the audience was there watching you, but I was there the whole time being like, who is this guy? And how, and like your responses were so great, and you were so authentic and integral, and you said a few lines. I can't even, you know, I actually can remember one thing that you said to them. At least I think a question that you posed to them, and you know, it's just I'm not up for. I don't feel like bringing it up here. I'll talk to you about it another time, but that, you know, not to mean to be anticlimactic either, because I, you know, it just yeah, it was just great. It was fucking fantastic. I thought you did a great job, and I was so glad to have. And I didn't ever see you after that. I don't even know how I ended up there watching you. And until you've reappeared into my vicinity here, then I remembered, and I've asked a few people, yeah, that was the Crucible. And I was like, oh my God. So it's a pleasure to meet you. Kind of an honor. It is an honor, you know, but yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's the two Drews that forced me to live stream. One is Andrew from the Crucible, and the other is Drew from Chalk Body Outline. So those are two people, you know, that were kind of like, you know, well, you need to stream, or you need to get on the streams, you know, or maybe, you know, you can go and make your own stream. Or I got the idea from looking at how they're doing their thing, and I met these two characters online, you know, Chalk Body Outline and Andrew Wilson, by antagonizing them in their chat. So you know, yeah, and then they told me to come on the show, you know. Yeah, blessings to Croco. Yeah, but yeah, I remember I was on Chalk Body Outline, and I saw Jim Bob in their chat, you know, so I went to go antagonize Jim Bob, and then I hopped on the panel to tell the Made by Jim Bob character to come on so I could debate him. but then he just hopped on the panel and he started asking me questions about technology, trying to challenge my views on technology. Well, that's one of the things that I pride myself in knowing about, is the critiques against technology, or whether or not you agree with what I have to say about it. I can definitely present good arguments and critiques of the technological system as it stands today. I'm confident in that, But yeah, thank you for watching, Bex. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I look forward to making more time to watch, to come over and watch your stuff and hang out.
Oh yeah, and we might be starting our own debate soon. I got a couple people coming in that want to debate, but these big platforms, they won't really mess with us anymore after our recent appearances there. So yeah, we're planning on setting up our own debate stage.
Yeah, but standing back as the observer on that, I mean, they have their own message to reinforce, right? So if they're looking to reinforce a Christian message on their predominantly Christian channel, then they're obviously going to want to find someone like yourself to show up, right?
There's
And
no room
sometimes,
for debate, though, in a way,
yeah.
because because they have to say that right out the gate. They have to say this is an Orthodox Christian debating platform, even though a lot of the defense of the views there are from an Orthodox Christian perspective. So
Yes.
so it becomes kind of muzzled and confused. There's only an air of objectivity there, and of moderation there, so really there is no real unbiased situation there. Whereas if you come on the Machine Lies, there's Satanists and Christians and Gnostics and Protestants and people who don't believe in God, who are atheists,
Exactly.
and people who are Muslim. And nobody's way of life or view of life is being put forward, except for my own extremely arcane and strange way of thinking, which you can't really relate to anything else that's going on, and it leaves moments of silence in between conversations.
Have you seen Dawa over Danya? Have you ever been over to their page?
No.
Oh, he leads a great panel. Oh, fantastic.
Dawa over Dunya. Yeah, I need to connect. See, what I should be doing is connecting with the Muslims.
Yeah. I'm like, I mean, anyone seeking any great, just any sort of understanding of what is the way. Like, luckily for me, I had time in 2020 when I was investigating all the theologies and just I don't talk a lot of this because I never thought I would need to defend what I feel like I know. You know what I mean? I just study for my own discernment and move forward. And luckily in 2020, I was put in contact over Facebook with a Moroccan Muslim man who I got to pose a lot of questions about my understanding of what I've been learning through my own really unique way of looking at things, trying to seek out this difference between Gen 1, Gen 2, and talking to a Muslim friend in Morocco really helped me clarify that he was like, he'd said to me he'd never met someone that was more sort of on the path than myself, right? That could, not to say I'm like someone special, just that he had personally never been in contact with someone who'd come to an understanding without even understanding the understanding I'd come to, if that makes sense, right? So on Dawa over Danya, they really take on anyone who wants to debate anything religion. They are Muslim, but there's so much intellectual and theosophical. They've done so much studies of other religions to be there. It's a really unique room for people that can't understand necessarily what you're doing. You know what I mean? And a good place for you to pick brains of some really brilliant men, perhaps, as well.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, you never know with these guys. I think a lot of times they're dismayed by some of my content. So they go and click on some of my materials. They see I'm in with Dr. David Skrbina. that I take a strong stance against technology, that I'm not afraid to talk about certain controversial issues that shan't not be mentioned on YouTube for fear of reprisal by the authorities here. But I don't fear any of that stuff. I just say what I need to say. And as long as the message gets out there, and there's even 10 people listening to it, if they showed up to listen to it, I'm confident that I could say the same thing on an alternative platform. So I have no fear of saying what I need to say. And I think that dismays a lot of people. I'm sure somebody with 100,000 subscribers, like, this person here, they would have to really vet me before trying to put me on there. And I think just the relation to Dr. David Skirbina is controversial enough for people to just not even talk. Because they think, because he's been portrayed by people who are who have nothing better to do than somebody who supports Ted Kaczynski or something like that, or we get painted into a corner as these people, who are on the wrong side of certain issues. And I've seen pages where Dr. Sabina is called a conspiracy theorist,
Yeah.
and all that type of stuff. He certainly doesn't have popular views on religion either, so he's taken several stances against Christianity that really, really don't win him any favors. He wrote a book because he's a deist, and I've argued with him many times because I don't personally believe in deism, but he he believes in essentially the God of the philosophers, and something that I find untenable, but yet and still it's a very controversial subject to broach, that if you get to, if you simply assert, and among other things, that there's that the God of the philosophers is the correct one over the God of religion. I mean, I would say many people would say that that's a controversial, very controversial, yeah.
So he's a deist with no religion?
Well, he's a deist with a sort of makeshift religion, but yes, he would find religion or a personal God to be untenable. He thinks that God is nature, the same way that Spinoza believed.
But that's naturalism.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah,
Yeah.
indeed, he's a naturalist, but he believes that naturalism is also monism, and that naturalism. He also believes in panpsychism. So he believes that God, mind, and nature are all one and the same thing.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is an interesting belief system, and it's hard to argue against Spinoza's ethics. If you look at Spinoza's ethics, it's a pretty airtight philosophy, and it's presented in a very thought-provoking manner. But I don't personally subscribe to it. I don't hold any distinctions between essence and existence. So I think that starting point for them, I think, is flawed, because they start in a sort of from a place of neo-Kantian, inside the neo-Kantian thought matrix, which is also known as the space-time manifold. There was no really,
Interesting.
yeah.
I should probably read this guy. Just because
Oh,
I
yeah.
posit that we're in a death program, that actually I would actually put forth that death is a relatively new concept. And the way that I could argue that is that if at time t death begins, right, then all the death that happens at time t and beyond has to be ascribed linearly from point zero backwards, in order to reinforce for people not to be so scared that death just began. So you'd make this history up that actually could have happened all at once in a gigantically populated place But since we sit maybe 150 or 180 or 200 years away from it versus 2,000 or 6,000 years away from it, that then we've got this,
Wait,
yeah,
hold on. I gotta do
yeah.
this. That's to America. La 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 la. Okay.
So, but I'm just saying that I can stop right there because it can just start sounding crazy. It can actually be something that people can't, they don't want to think of. It sounds so crazy. So instead, what I would pose instead of that would be like, we're here to integrate this essence into this body. All of these religions depend on us glorifying something before and after this flesh suit in such a way that this flesh suits get minimized in the spiritual experience. Like it's not a leveling up avatar at bare minimum, right? Like that actually there isn't purpose to it beyond just being trapped in some flesh suit, you know? So I feel like the understanding of having a God as a source with it that's a mono, that there is only yourself and nature and your life, and that if you actually pulled that spirit into this body to make that crucifixion, technically, like to make the cross, to mix two things so cohesively, to that would be the goal of any life. And even if it did take multiple lifetimes, once you were in the once you were actually in this system, that still the understanding for me would be to try and integrate that essence into the body. Yeah. So there's a OTW news I see in the chat.
What's going on, OTW news? Bless to you, brother. I had a terrible conversation with OTW News one day that was recorded, but you know, no hard feelings, you know.
Well, yeah, I had a great conversation with OTW News the other day. Yeah, and a really good build, actually, a decode that went down on, if that's what it's called. We analyzed a picture of the, I can never remember the, the picture of the Virgin Mary, you know, sort of surrounded by, it was, you know, unifying astrology and theology, an old iconic picture. And he and myself, he's the one who hopped up and encouraged Charles and myself and himself to decode it. Very knowledgeable man, very, very knowledgeable man. Yeah, I don't know, yeah, super, a lot of great food for thought for me. Like, it's really interesting when you sort of come to some awareness from all sorts of tidbits of information, or just days of like hopping around researching all sorts of topics, and then to sit with someone yourself who's so learned directly from all the books that you've read, just like Benton himself, you know. It's nice to see someone that has discernment, but also has, you know, done more research to come to these forums to be able to give the receipts, for lack of a better way of putting it, you know. And to see that my research has brought me to a place where at least I'm having a great conversation with a wonderful person in another, like, it's just really neat how this all works out, you know. Trying to figure out which direction to take it. You've, like, even when you mentioned the ions, you know, I like to do a lot of research in the 1828 Webster Online Dictionary and just go see what words did exist and don't exist, and what sort of prefixes take me places, and they don't have the etymology there. But
yeah, that's one thing that tripped me out when I was listening to you know, just for 5 minutes, for the first time ever. Yesterday, I clicked on "In a Thought Experiment," and then I sent him a comment. I said, "It's a very nice video you made, you know, talking about certain issues." Because I saw him on Benton's stream the other day or something, when Benton and Yurt were on CBO's stream. I think he was playing it. So I went and checked out his channel, and then he was showing somebody named Zetetic Warrior this morning. So then I went and checked out the channel, and the Zetetic Warrior person, you know, who I have not met, but he said that he made an interesting comment. He said the word cellular, You know, it means cellular, like a cellular phone, and it also means like your cells.
Mhm, mhm.
So it's interesting.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, well, DNA isn't something that you could take out and put in a vial, right? Like DNA is something you can see on a light spectrum medical device. You know, like it's something that is essentially alchemically or electrically changed, right? Like not changed, but I mean, when they in a lab, if they wanted to do something, like it's not like we learned with a cell that we take out and we imagine they've just got better microscopes and they can do their adaptations to the cell that way. And if they are, like, it's the aspect of science there. Again, I've proven already on this channel that I don't have the language for my understanding scientifically, but I do understand that because we were given the level of, typically most of us have been only looking through microscopes in a high school, it's hard to abstract away how that becomes something like on a light spectrum, almost like on a you're looking at something so small you don't realize that it's basically, you know, electricity or light that, you know. So my point is that I personally think that DNA is a form of information that has or at least there's an aspect to the cell, and the fact that they've told us that they can store information in it, right? Like they can put an entire library into a cell of information. Yet I believe that the differences in our DNA has more to do with the amount of code that has anything to do with us, and more to do with the world, like a library of information,
Yeah, and that's
perhaps, you
one
know?
thing that I wanted to talk to you and London Man about, because I saw some of London Man's documentaries, and it's exactly lines up with some of the things I was saying on my show, because in terms of understanding the mind, you know, and cellular reproduction, you know, they wanted to model self-replicating machines on how the DNA propagates itself, because they already see the DNA as a sort of a mechanism that's able to replicate itself, you
Mm-hmm.
know, through its own design. So they
Yeah.
know that this mechanism is in fact possible if they observe the DNA itself, you know, the cellular machines, especially the RNA, you know, which is a kind of a factory that replicates genes, you know, through the ribosomal sort of you know, again, you know, they've described these things as little mini factories, you know,
Yeah.
that
Exactly. Yeah.
exist within our bodies, you know, so
Great
yeah,
analogy. Great analogy. Like, and I
yeah.
can see that. I can
Yeah,
see the very.
actually, it's an analogy that's used by Norbert Wiener in the book Cybernetics. So it's actually right out of cybernetics, you know. But yeah,
I can picture the very. I think I can picture one of the very images of London's that you're actually referring to too, with the little teeny tiny hydro. I think just called a little teeny tiny hydra or something. A little guy that looked like a little, you know, cellular rhinoceros, for lack of a better way of putting it. That's what I'm seeing. But I know he wasn't looking at that. Wasn't looking at directly at the. I mean, obviously not right at the RNA. But speaking of RNA, that makes me think of the messenger RNA that everyone has all panicked, right, about this. With the schmacks,
yeah,
you
and I
know.
don't want to get
Um,
Benton's stream to be taken down,
no,
but
no, and I
yeah,
won't even talk about it
definitely,
that way.
yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
I
a
would just,
strange
yeah,
issue. Yeah,
yeah, I would just say though that you know, what I've seen when they did, you know, people, I've been sort of saying, like, you know, if you weren't scared of the germ, you can't be scared of the medicine. You know, both things are taking all the statistics like they were with the germ and now attributing it to
yeah,
that being the cause, right?
or
So,
if there is or if there is a such thing as, you know, conventionally speaking, as germs, you know, because we know to a certain extent bacteria is a good thing. You know, they just recently learned about microbials, you know, so
mhm.
there's actually good things inside of
Yeah.
bacteria as well. So now it's becoming
Yeah, and that's
questionable as
why.
far as I know.
Oh, sorry, not to just to redirect a little, because I only use the word germ as a code for what they did in
Yeah.
2020. Just to be
Yeah,
clear,
and that's
it's sort of, and that's
that's
why
what I
I'm
mean.
using
Like,
using the irony. I use it
yeah,
purposely for
right.
the irony
Yeah,
of the
it's like,
theory. Just I see Lucy saying it's so 1960s, and I'm like, that's exactly
yeah,
my point. So I just
yeah,
wanted to be clear so people don't think I think there's a germ. But that being said, like when you say, if you look, if I was doing some research for London actually, and I came up with the word looking into IO. I was playing around with the translators online like I do, and I had to do research into Io and Ionia, which was a place that revered water, right? And interestingly enough, I saw it was a Greek theology, a Greek lore. So then I went into my dictionary translator and translated Io from Greek to English, and I got the word virus. Like, so interestingly enough, when you said the introduction of the ion, because actually in the 1828 dictionary, there is no proton or neutron, there is only electron. There's no ion in the 1828 dictionary.
yeah, but I was talking. I was talking about how they call that. At the same time, the Institute of the Noetic Sciences. So it's just funny that it's called ions.
And of the what
They
sciences?
Institute of Noetic Sciences. Where they
Noetic.
did yeah, and that's where they did like the remote viewing, and it's connected to MK Ultra and all that type of stuff. Where they do this, kind of, what do you call it? Parapsychology. They do parapsychology studies at there, and I know to a certain extent it's been involved with the government. I love Dante's Inferno. That's one of my favorite works. I have it sitting somewhere over here, but I forget where. Yeah, Dante's Inferno and Alice in Wonderland.
Mm.
Got both of those stories. Those are some of the only fictional tales I've ever read. But yeah, I hardly read fiction. I think fiction. I don't like to read fiction. I think reality is stranger than fiction. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Mm-hmm. Well, but is fiction? Yeah, again, I always found it interesting that fiction was called made up, right? And
Yeah, that's
nonfiction,
right.
yeah, like
Yeah, that's right. It's like Lucy Kraken. She said they aren't fiction. That's right.
yeah, I know
They aren't
because
fiction.
I had to remember it as the fict is not the fact, and the fact is the non-fict, right? That's how they presented it to us, right? It was just like to me as a child, I really had to. It took me years to remember. Okay, nonfiction is the alleged truth, and fiction is the alleged made up stuff, right? Like
Yeah.
exactly. OTW, the fiction is the truth. Yeah. So just my yeah. It's interesting that maybe as a child, the things I needed mnemonics for were the things that didn't make sense to me. Like I had to make a little song about it or else I wouldn't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in another
Super
sense,
interesting.
nobody makes anything up, and I truly believe that as well. That nothing is made up. So fiction is, fiction is another word for hidden in plain sight. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. Good point.
So I think that's exactly what's going on. It's just
Yeah.
they're coding
Yeah.
what's already there, what's true, into fantastical ornaments. Well, a a wise man is a man without ornaments, as was said.
Mm-hmm.
He's his form and functionality come from his own design. They don't come from ornaments and accessories.
Yeah. Yeah, EBT just pointed out. Sorry, I didn't mean to not dismiss what you were saying. I got distracted by this comment. Pardon me. EBT just pointed out, wouldn't they want you to believe the fiction is the truth, though? I like that as a reminder.
Of course.
Because, of course, like you can't just look at we've already been to the counter propagandic truth, right? You know, as the lie, you know, or at least, sorry, at looking for the lie, we look at the opposite to be true.
That's right.
Yeah, in terms of conspiracies, and there is a trick in that. There's a big trick in that. So
Yeah,
sometimes,
that's a lot of the way that controlled opposition really works. You know, is
yeah.
They get you to believe the opposite of what you know you don't. They think you don't want to believe, but that's also part of what they want you to believe. You know what I'm saying? And
Well, yeah.
yeah. And everybody's gonna say, who is they? Go watch the Machine Lives and you'll go find out who they are. Yeah, little kids.
Well, and I think, and then in the hugest scheme of things, though, right? There's only us and I, right? Like
Right.
there is only we and I in the biggest
Yeah.
scheme of things, right?
Yeah, I always
So-
say to people that we is much more selfish than I. You know. You know,
Well, yeah, but that being said, like the we that we think we're a part of, there's a they outside of us, right? Yet if you actually get even further out from that, then there's only all of us, right? Which makes that independence all that more sort of like, at least for me, desire to show my autonomy, in the sense that if we keep putting the them as some sort of rulers or publishing house, right? When the publishing houses are putting it all out there. Okay, so we're like, oh, they controlled us. No, I think that any amount of they that we look up at and then put down below us as below us because of whatever they're doing to us, just puts us in a position philosophically where we're doing what we think they're doing to us. We're looking down our noses at them. You stupid scum, you greedy MNFers, you know, like you look what you do to us, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's philosophically untenable because it's just a false humility. You know, wearing your victimization as a badge, you know, essentially, or you know, and in that sense, there's some truth to what Nietzsche says about slave morality. You know, the victimhood complex. You know, that
I'm
resentment.
guilty of that.
Yeah, that a morality built off of resentment is actually not one that has positive effects, you know, but it's based on a sense of vengefulness and bitterness, you know, and yeah, he actually coined the term resentiment instead of resentment, you know, but yeah, but I think it's where the word comes from, you know, resentment, resentiment. You know, it's taking your sentiments and reiterating them over and over until you become confused about what your actual goal is, you know.
Good point. Good point. Well, and sentir is to feel. I speak Spanish. And I learned French in high school, so I have those. It's nice to have a couple, like to have 2 or 3 kind of Latin based languages to reinforce those roots, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like respect, though. You want to think of words that we're just give. Like, technically, you can't give respect to somebody you've never met. Now, you could in a way that you're like, oh, well, I've seen them in this setting, I've seen them in that setting. But technically, if you've never seen someone, then all you can do is give them spection the first time you see them, right? Because now you're actually, yeah, you. I mean, now in a good faith. In a system where we're all acting in good faith, we'll walk forward acting as if we've never seen you before. And ergo, we don't need to, we're obviously not going to, I'm just saying to respect something is to do it again, right? And until we've had a situation where we've been able to interact in a disrespect, like in a way we haven't seen each other, then we can't really respect each other. It's just, it's hidden in the language. So I'm not advocating people don't walk forward trying to respect people, but how can you respect someone if you've never met them? If you're not going to do any harm to somebody, then not offering up respect is not. It's just they've played with these words as virtues, and they're not. To spect something is to look at something. To inspect something is to look at it even closer. Yeah, so it's these words are actually really important to us. But back to the victim thing, because I know there's lots of areas in my life, like where I could see from the outsider view where it was being used and manipulated in front of us on TV, for instance. You got people in competitions where they're allegedly vying for $5,000 or $1 million. And you're just blessed to be there in the competition. But somewhere along the lines, production's got to ask you what the money's for. And you got to tell us a fucking sob story. You know, and if you've got a bigger sob story, the likelihood of you winning that competition on quote unquote reality TV was fucking unbelievably great, actually. And occasionally the underdog obviously lost, because then there could be a big fucking crying scene after, right? And so I know I've talked about it a lot in the last couple of weeks of my pointing fingers at someone who was trying to make themselves a professional victim of me in such a way that I had also seen that I was making myself a victim of a content creator I'd never met, just in sort of the rumors in these streets. And that I also had, seen that even at the bigger specter, from a bigger, point, seeing that my own family interaction was something that, although I was out here saying I have no contact with my family because I'm the villain in their story and they're the villain in mine, I still only have that victim story that I'm telling. I'm not telling about the times I freaked out. I'm not telling about the times I screamed and acted like I was, 10 years old when I was 30 years old or 40 years old. And I can say that interaction is because, oh, well, I'm the victim. But when I stand outside and understand why we don't interact anymore, because I'm the villain in their story, right? So we're both better off not engaging at all because we bring each other down, period, period. Right. So not to make it about my family, because then you take that back into these streets or whatever, like, especially as a woman out here doing whatever I'm doing, the last thing I need to do is actually take on some new level of victim status that I actually put myself into. Oh my gosh, this is a fantastic discussion, Machine Lies. I'm glad you're here, because, that's not the case, right? And in fact, I can stand in a situation right now saying like #life goals, #gonna prove it, #super excited to hang out with so many intelligent guys. And shout out to London, because just yesterday I was saying, I would never work with him again. I would gladly have a conversation with both of you. And not because, oh, look, I'll talk to London because Machine Lie's here. No, just given all the statements I just made. Not that I meant to use, I appreciate this forum to be here with you to do it. But that's the whole thing about my interaction with this machine has always, with this phone and you guys all chat and all the people I've engaged with, has always been nothing but seriously tragic, comedic, wonderful, blessed, fucking divine timing, so it's fantastic, so yeah, I appreciate that you would have pointed out that, yeah, anyways, it's great. It's good to be here. I didn't mean to make it a big rah, go YouTube, right? But yeah, it's great, especially with yourself, who's come forth to be so, and Benton too, the consistency and character, right? Like the consistency and integrity with which you, with the consistency and speaking of another person with consistent character, I see that Mitch is in the chat. So remove the content, went to gaslighting, doesn't. Yeah, I can see how it looks like that. Sorry, I was just mumbling at a chat there. I've just see that there's another person I was on. Yeah, good. Take it over, Machine Lies. Redirect us. Or if Bent wants to hop in, I know he's probably tired too.
I'm having fun with my slideshow, but thank you. But if you guys need me to, I can. But if y'all can carry it, that'd be better for me.
Yeah. But I'll read this comment out loud just so I didn't mumble through it. Mitch, Mars Life, is saying, fantastic. Bex is a victim and she tries to minimize actual victims. And when confronted, she denied it, removed the content, went to gaslighting, and still hasn't accepted accountability. Joker. Couldn't help myself. Any content you're looking for what I said yesterday or the day before is all here on Benton's channel. Give him the views. I promise it. I will still help you find what I said on my stream yesterday. I have no problem. Right? I only had 2 extra videos up there, which I will give to Tommy, and Tommy will probably put them on his channel. Right? So everything, all the content I've ever said is out there. Right? And anything I've ever said, you know, like I've said, like Machine Lies said at the beginning, only he's walked forth in this metaverse with more integrity than myself. I've said everything. I've said it all. I've said it all. So you can hold me accountable for what I said yesterday. I'll still help you find it, Mitch. I got no problem with that. I got no problem with that. And if I said it, we'll talk about it. And if you're angry about it, then help me be more integral. You know, that's all I can say. And I appreciate it. Because I don't know Mitch well. I've just met him in the last couple of days, and Benton offered up an assessment of character, right? And I trust Benton's assessment of character very much so. So I apologize for the offense, and I look forward to figuring out what's going on. But I'd rather you give the views. I mean, I'd rather you give the views to other people right now. I'm not out here trying to like make a life living for myself. I just have my channel to hang out on. That being said, and if Mitch wants to come up, I don't know if that's something that Benton would want right now, but I will welcome the discussion with Mitch anytime he can find me. I'll do my best to be prepared.
I don't know which guy in the chat is Mitch, but
He's Mars Life.
oh, Mars Life. Okay, is he
Yeah.
also Mitch Lovin?
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
okay. What's up,
Yes,
Mitch
he is.
Lovin?
Yes, he is Mitch Levin. Yes, he is.
Okay. Then I do know him. Yeah, he watches my show as well. Bless to you, Mitch Lovin. Yeah, man. I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, definitely. I'd love to talk to you someday, mate. Yeah, Mars Life for sure. Yeah. You guys having a little spat?
Pardon?
You guys having a little spat?
I've just met Mitch in the last couple of days, and it seems to me that he wants to hold me to my word. So I welcome the discussion when he wants to. I wasn't trying to taunt him in any way.
That's why I'm here.
Definitely,
That's why I'm here. You know, I want people to challenge me. You know, I even want people to insult me to see how I react to it. You know, see if I'm gauging my own emotions correctly. You know, I know at different times I'll react differently, and I think, what's that about? You know, was that my own disposition? I mean, you know, you have to be consistent and you have to stand on principles and all those things. So, you know, obviously this is an experiment in human psychology, you know, but as long as we can benefit in terms of materializing some of these relationships, like I was shocked that some of these characters have known each other online in parasocial relationships for years. And you know, never met in person. Well, I believe that a lot of these conversations, you know, and I will never forsake any of these conversations for any conversation I've had in real life. You know, to me, a conversation face to face is worth 1,000,000 times more than one through these barriers and machines. I will never ever understand anything differently than how I've just stated it. You know, I don't think I'll ever fold on that point. You know, if you communicate to someone through text, it's you plus the text message. If you communicate to somebody on the phone, it's you plus the phone that's communicating. If you communicate to somebody on StreamYards, it's you plus the StreamYard that's doing the communicating. You know, less of you is coming through. And sure, in volume and in time, you know, one may able to grow a familiarity with you that's way more complex and intimate than some of your own family members, you know. But having said that, you know, the barrier between us, you know, is far too great that we should take care of our relationships in our real life, our friendships. We should never think that you know, our real life relations are less important than what we're doing on here. You know, and we should also think to take some of these relationships we make on here and materialize them into our real world, you know, to see, because, you know, it's like I said yesterday and today, you know, I sent a message to my friends and family, you know, and I said, you know, health is better than wealth. Trust is better than gold. You know, the word is the bond and style is what you do when no one is watching.
Yeah.
You know, so I wanted to clarify that for people because you know, it's not as if, you know, these connections are real until we are able to you know, really hold each other accountable. You know what I mean? You know, our words, our truths, and yes, even our actions. You know, we're right now we're only investigating the impression we have of each other and our words, and
But
maybe if we can get to some of the truths, we can get to some of that, but very
but I
unlikely
think
to get
it's
to that.
kind of like, but I think it's kind of like people learn in all different manners, right? So if we all were out here just intellectualizing and offering up our version of integral human being by the standards of philosophies, religions, all that kind of jazz, you know, then we have that non-uniqueness amongst us, right? That makes it no fucking fun, right? Like, so we watch these this media, this goddess of illusion present herself to us in the form of like look at the screen. I have to look away. But we had, you know, in such a way that they lied to us about what they were presenting as the truth in all fashions, even as they introduced reality television to us. I'm sure lots of people could see it, right? I'm sure there's people that could see that it wasn't real, that didn't take as long to be like, who's the director's cut in the Bachelor this year or whatever? Like, why is that chick still there? You know, because she's fucking the meta drama of television at that time. So now we have the control, we have the opportunity to make those relationships, to play those. Didn't even realize you were doing it, you know, like, so it really comes down to like just understanding that it takes all players, it takes all natures, it takes those people that are going way down the other end of the fucking virtue spectrum to actually allow the most virtuous person allegedly to be like better than, so that they can support their virtuous, you know, path. You know, other people go down, I guess, the debaucherous path, you know, like, and I'm talking in real life even, right? But this is the metaverse, you know, in real life out there, face-to-face conversations with some of the people that might be down a way, and I don't even say it like this because I come across as really prude here. I'm the sapiosexual, if I'm going to use modern language, I'm the sapiosexual that goes to a fucking sex party and leaves at 10 o'clock so everybody gets laid. You know, like,
Hey,
you know,
hey, I'm going to
yeah.
jump in real quick and
Yeah.
tell G, hey, homie, I've been on the internet since before you was born, Padna. When I got on the internet, it weren't nothing but typing. So go fuck yourself. Please continue.
Yeah, I'm just updating my avatar. So, you know, oh, that's not the one I want. We're going with yeah. So it's like, it's yeah, so it comes down to really, yeah, this place actually for me, okay, the 6 months of self-therapy that I've had, the metaversal relationships that I have, you know, even seriously, the biggest mistakes I've made that could hurt other people. You know what I mean? Like, not really in metaversely, but actually, like, I'm the kind of person doesn't go out, actually was running around these worlds not wanting to hurt anybody. And in the last couple days, like, as much
Hey,
as
sorry.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
G, I'm doing better right now than you ever will, sir. And I mean ever. So we are going to time you out and ban you if you continue down this road, Padna. It's not my fault you got mommy issues and you don't like the pitch of Bex's voice. So if you're going to continue in this vein, why don't you go ahead and find the door, sir, and feel free to not come back, okay? And for the record, nobody moderates G but me, and I'm feeling a 24-hour timeout. Now, will he return under alternate screen names is the question. So once again, Padna, I was here in 1994. It weren't nothing but typing. You weren't born yet, so you're not going to tell me how to internet. You really don't even understand what the internet is, sir. So again, please see your way out or go ahead and behave yourself because this ain't freedom over here. We will bounce your bitch ass out of here, Padna.
I can, though, is my volume off? Right? Like, am I way louder than Machine
Pitch
Lies?
of your voice. I've got you on automatically adjust mic. It's literally the pitch of your voice. Because
Okay,
he's got
'cause just
mommy issues. Because I go in
okay.
Walmart sometimes, and I know I shouldn't go in Slave Mart, but I open my loud ass, booming, masculine voice, and all the broads with daddy issues, their heads whip around and they glare at me. That's how I know Top G has mommy issues. All right, let's go ahead and sidetrack the entire broadcast to get rid of bitch ass G here. And find yourself another broadcast, sir. You're no longer welcome here. Feel free to email me if you'd like to issue a formal apology, but I will expect it to be specific. I want you to apologize for what you done and be specific. Hell, maybe write me an essay and I'll send you back a grade. If you can hit about a B-, which I'm not sure you can, but Professor Benton, if you can get a B- on Professor Benton's grading scale, then maybe, perhaps, we will let you be her, sir. I will think about it. Meanwhile, OTW's live, sir. If you'd like to go give him the business. And that's all I have to say about that. Please take it away, Bex. You're doing nothing wrong. I got this.
Oh, I'm back. I'm back. I wanted to say, bucket food, drop them balls, Bex. Your voice is too high. I was like, I'm trying to smoke it deeper. I could talk deeper and deeper, but then people try and investigate me even further with a not slim enough waist or something like that. But not that I was thinking that bucket food was doing that. I was going with the joke, but I'm like, yeah, I'll just smoke more. I'm like 100th lighter click of the day. Here I go. Yeah. Oh, so this is something actually that we started doing right there, where when you said, oh, we could have some great debates, or you were going to have some great debates on your channel. And I started imagining where you had said that this device, and I heard you mention something about technology. Then I also heard you mention something about face-to-face conversations being more valuable.
Yeah, and they don't, and at the beginning at least, they don't have to be serious debates. So if you know people who are literally dumb as rocks and want to fight it out, bring them to the Machine Lies channel. And I'm willing to have a Jerry Springer, fight between them.
What about really yeah. What about really intelligent people that might have, taken?
Yeah.
I've got a friend who I think would do really well talking to you.
Well. Yeah, I'm willing to engage them as well. Of course. Of course. The preference is for intelligent people, but if all we get are dummies, then I mean, it is what it is. We need debates, and we need people to challenge each other and come face to face with their ideas, and like you said, hold people accountable. And it just works better if they sometimes some of these people who are on a lower level, they get the treatment of somebody who's maybe 1% smarter than them in a hostile audience to really put them in line with what they really believe. You know what
I mean? I appreciate you were referring to that interview I referred to earlier, perhaps.
No, which one is that?
No. Oh, I wasn't sure if you'd been like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I wasn't paying attention to the other, I was in your room watching that debate way back when. So we'll just move on.
Oh,
yeah. What I was going to say though, is like, for me, these metaversal relationships have actually helped me solidify more of myself. Like even the last few days, in the last week, I've hung out with Benton. I've actually sort of excommunicated myself from a couple of friends, and someone could see it as like self-justification. But I actually have sat beside a guy who's a lot more like me than not for a week. That's helped me see some of my own people-pleasing behaviors, and how often I've sat in these rooms for months, beside people who I didn't feel like I should have been hanging out with. And I'm going to be a bit like, and this is part of my problem actually, is that, I can model this understanding of myself, that I can that I challenge. I'll challenge people in the chat. I'll defend myself against someone on chat, but I won't necessarily get into that argument with someone until they've engaged with me, right? And even if they're engaging with me, I won't get into it. And actually but when I'm safe on my own, let's just say when I'm in a situation by myself, saying whatever the fuck I want, it's just, it's interesting
That's the
to.
problem. That's the problem with this online communication is there's too much fake love. If we really love
Or,
each other, the people we really love, we're welcome to, fight with them and hold them accountable. And you'll have these big fights with people you really love and then come back together with them. And that's kind of the mark of somebody you love. But if you had that same fight with a stranger on the street, you'd want to kill that person, because you don't know that person. How dare they, and all that type of stuff. So it's kind of a matter of just driving your own boat. To a certain extent, don't ask why if you know what's wrong. If you hear an idea and you feel a little, there's a voice in the back of your head that goes, I don't really know about that. That's always the right voice. I had a teacher tell me that earlier, and it saved me from a lot of problems. You have to start a well-intentioned fight, see the lies flat on defense, and then be there for people when they break down because of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you also, it's like love thy neighbor, right?
Sure.
Love thy neighbor. But you can also move, right? Like, so I know there's there's a lot of nuances here.
Somebody said, I think it was Nietzsche. He said, in order to love thy neighbors, one must hate thy friends. Obviously there's some truth to that. You know what I mean? You gotta, it's just, tough love is real love. You know what I mean? In my opinion, but obviously we all need encouragement as well, but the wrong type of encouragement will always kill you,
but when you've been set up with, I agree. But I think also, when you're in the process of deprogramming and defragging as a human being, it's gonna have its glitches, but it's also gonna have its major benefits, right? So
and it's like,
all
that's
I was
why
saying is that
like the one thing you want when you're deprogramming yourself, the one thing to stay clear of is flatterers. And it's hard to do that online because people are so sycophantic. You know what I mean? It's like but that's what it is. If you kind of hold their feet to the fire, they all of a sudden become less sycophantic. They become a little more honest. It's like, it's like then we can all just kind of take off the false defenses.
Toilet Bowl Earth says that people talk so much they forget what they say. Duplicitous, according to situations, aren't people he wants to associate with. Which I think is
and I mean, what is association? Is being on a panel association, is how intimate is being on a panel? Well, that's kind of my point. Is that I'm only available. I mean, I see certain live streams. To a certain extent, it's basically random which ones I click on. It's just based on the ones I've already clicked on, and of course, I'm not aware of all of the live streams. I couldn't possibly be, so I don't have a real choice as to which groups I associate with. To a certain extent, certain groups are hidden from my view. Like I didn't even know this Dawa for Dunya or Dawa over Dunya channel at all. Even though I'm Muslim and and all of those things, you would think, well, surely a Muslim person would know about it more. But who's to say, are you a Muslim because you associate with Muslims? What really makes you a Muslim? Well, it's like Paul says in Corinthians, he says, are we expected to speak with only people inside of the church? He said, well, that would mean that we have to leave the earth. He says we have to deal with people outside of the church as well. you know, and we can't hold them accountable to the standards of the people inside the church, you know, because then then that means that we can no longer associate with anyone, you know. So you know, I mean, you know, I mean, it's not to say that it's duplicitous, you know, but you know, there certainly is a type of understanding there. And of course, you know, Toilet Bowl Earth, he's gonna hate that I reference Paul. But you know, it is what it is. You know, I try to get to him with that. You know, just to piss him off, I'll reference Paul. He said, see,
Well,
there he is.
duplicitous means technically means saying one thing one day and saying the next thing the next, or is being two-faced? Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
and there is a sense of that, and there is also a sense of you got to be a Roman with the Romans and a Jew with the Jew, just like Paul says in Corinthians 19. I'm just trying to piss TB off at this point.
Yeah, I know. I recently had a interaction with a woman who called me two-faced, and I could see that from her perspective. I also, though I also know I can spin on a dime. That's what I saw I went and listened to this woman and what the criticism she had for me, and you know, the video she was making to talk about me, and you know, I listened from as best I could an observant perspective, and I did. I saw her be very tactful. I saw her the threats, the alleged threats she was trying to make were so tactful that I was like, I learned a lot from her. And as I called her the professional victim, I was like, oh wait, I've done that, right? So I already went over that. But in terms of general information, taking in general information, I think that it's obvious that people could take in information and change their mind on something. And obviously, when you're saying things in the public eye, one could say, oh, I thought you came here to speak some sort of truth, right? But if you're, like you said earlier, you know, if your information is infinite, right, then, and someone's doing this publicly in a different forum, like in a different platform, then, you know, maybe not even understanding what other people do out here, you know, again, you just get all these mixed characters. So I know for me, in terms of myself appearing duplicitous, I know I spin on a dime, right? I learn quickly. I self-correct, right? I try to understand things in a way where I'm trying to continue to hold things for myself in a constant, in a world changing so quickly, right? That, yeah, that it's just, it's hard to not be duplicitous in this quest, I would say, in some ways, if, you know, at least switching points of view without it seeming to be a character, an aspect of your.
I love when the conversation comes full circle, and then I see, you know, essentially it's right where we started it to this point. Well, we're talking about duplicitousness and engaging with people, and to what extent, you know, you want to engage with people. You know, is it going too far to try to convince people? See, people get on Talcott about that, you know, because they say, well, you want to end the wars and all that stuff. It says, and they say, well, look at the people who are in charge of the world affairs. Talking to them about it is not going to do a damn thing, because these people are evil. You know, he said, well, you know, it's not about talking to those people. You know, that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about just the general population, you know, Spokane or wherever, the town that you live in, for example. You know, how would you start it up there? How would you start off trying to achieve something like that there, you know, on the smallest level or scale? You know, well, is it duplicitous to want to assume power, you know, through, you know, righteousness, magnanimity, and good poise? Is it duplicitous to know that you're right and try to achieve that in the world, and if you try to put that into action, you know, and if you're supposed to work through the world in order to do it, you know, then you know, You know, it's interesting. You know, how are you to achieve those
So
goals?
what I
You
did
know,
was just stand up for freedom, stand up for myself, show you
How
guys
did
what
you
it's
do
like to be
that?
a real man. And
How
flow
did
state
you
of
do
flow,
that?
you're gonna
50-year-old
challenge that.
man,
Show some
hey,
kind of man. He's a
Brian,
bit.
this
He
is
would have
great.
handled the situation differently because he's
hey,
a coward and a hoe.
Brian, you stood, I don't know where you were at, but as I understood it, you stood up for a 50-year-old man sitting in a car next to a park, looking a little suspicious enough that people needed to come and fucking check it out.
Living
And
in a
then,
car.
rather than being able to deal with real emergencies or real problems in the community, you just
Yeah, that's right. We let people
exercising
live in
your
America in
rights.
cars,
And
cars
I'm
in
not
America,
saying
rather.
anyone did anything right or wrong, but I don't
You ain't got no rights. If you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you.
I don't
You ain't got no rights. If you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you.
So
if you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you.
But I don't
You ain't got no rights. If you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you.
But I don't
You ain't got no rights. If you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you.
But I don't
You ain't got no rights. If you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you.
But I don't
You ain't got no rights.
And I'm not saying anyone did anything right or wrong, but I don't
You ain't got no rights.
I'm not saying anyone did anything right or wrong, but I don't
You ain't got no rights. If you was in my neighborhood, I'm calling the police on you.
Well, there you have it, authoritarians on clear display. J Hub is a bitch ass motherfucker. Got no time for that fool. What a piece of garbage. Anyway, my apologies. I heard you mention Talcott, and I could not resist. Machine Mind. Great combo, by the way. I've been having a
that
blast.
RT, and I don't know what RT was going off about, to be honest, because I'm not familiar with the Brian O'Shea person. But I have to say, when he said that this person was quote unquote on the lam, I don't know why, but I just found that incredibly hilarious, like a movie scene, and I couldn't stop laughing. yeah, and I was on camera. I didn't mean to laugh at this person I'd never met before, but yeah, it was hilarious. Whatever they were saying about him being pulled over by the police and living in a car or being on the lam or whatever, it was hilarious. Yeah, and yeah. I don't know if you guys are familiar with RT, but RT is yeah. I don't know how you guys feel about the RT brother, but definitely
I like RT, but I'm real good with pattern recognition, and he's adopted a certain posting style in the text chat of other folks. Like he never used to type that way, and he's not the only one. Several folks have observed other posters and are now mimicking their style. In my view, I'd prefer not to say who that is, but it's easy to figure it out, right? It's not, they say, what are that? Imitations is the sincerest form of flattery. That's not him. He's
I would
learned
never
a style. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say I would never know who's who in the chats. I would never even be able to tell. I guess I just haven't been in an internet chat ever. I've been more on panels than I have been in the internet chats.
Paging TBE, by the way. Where is he? Man, I was so drunk when I saved all this. I don't know what's on here. I've just got I pulled these old ThinkPads out of storage and just yanked the hard drives out and copied all the files over. I've just been sitting here this whole time going through all these files. And I can't even play videos. I don't have the bandwidth, and I don't have my computer set up right. Like I got all kind of crazy videos, man, like crazy shit.
Yeah, people say I look like Toilet Bowl Earth, and if that's true, I have to say he's a handsome.
I was about to say,
gentleman.
yeah, man. Well, sometimes people say to me, they say, "Well, you look like my friend so and so." I say, "That's a lucky man." Believe that. If you look like me, it's a lucky man.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Anyway, yeah, it's good to come up for air occasionally. I think OTW was simulcasting earlier, but he had us pause, so we were on a roll. So I wasn't inclined to stop going, But I don't have much. I just had to jump in on that. So it's good to take a little break, though, man, and kind of get out of the intellectual. I enjoy the combo, though, although I'm not fully able to follow everything you're saying. I feel like I can catch most of it. So, I'm just smart enough to listen to the smart folks talk, which is a blessing, certainly. And if anybody wants to hit that link, shout out to Phoenix Joshua Fox, aka Mr. Fox. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, old memes. Yeah, I'll save all kind of stuff. I take screenshots of like the front page of Drudge Report, and they're like, "Oh, it's Lefty." That's not the point, man. It's like you look at that shit 2 years later, and it's, man, we're living in a clown world.
Sorry, you didn't get my legitimate sort of giggling at what you were saying there. I love it when you downplay your intellect with your Southern charm.
Oh, thank you.
And I don't mean to tip your bit, because I do get that your areas of interest in life and aspects of research that you bring forth to your channel mostly tends to be that.
Sorry to cut you off, but my areas of interest are right there in the picture. If you just added in maybe a poker table, I got a blunt in my mouth. I got a 6-pack of Guinness. All I need is to be at a poker table, and I'm good to go. That's my interest. But yes, I definitely like the intellectual as well.
Yeah.
And Chud, wait a minute, you're gonna have to give Chud a little bit of. Gonna have to give him his flowers if you don't mind. He's getting a tad jealous.
I just didn't want to be too loose, Chud. You weren't here yesterday when I made so many metaversal boyfriends and breakups at once. I didn't want to just play that character all along, but I can totally, because I already had been cheating on Tiny Chud yesterday with my flirtations with Bobby and Yeti. I'm not gonna lie. So, I appreciate it. I did. He saw it. He saw it way back when. My crush on him.
Well, we'll see. Maybe you'll get away with that. Let's see what Chud says.
One thing I would say, though, is it is interesting. I mean, I've reacted very strongly, and we know it. But this chat as observers, it's an interesting spectrum of observation, because there's people that'll sit in their own confirmation bias of the characters they see. But then there's people who actually sit in a very observant, I'm not even going to say neutral, I'm just going to say an observant and strength of character position, right? Like as people putting forth their own opinions of what they see. And it's learning how to understand the patterns of those people too, right? And how to take their advice, or how to shirk what is obviously someone who just doesn't like you, or likes what...
Got the super soaker, with the powerful jizz. You know what I mean?
I guess, man. I don't know. It's never managed to produce life to this point, as far as I can tell. But yeah, high androgen count back in the day. I'm kind of scared to check it now. That was about 10 years ago. So who even knows? 38 though, not bad for 38-year-old, I may say. They say this idea that testosterone declines with age is a myth. It's if you group men together, it declines, but for individuals, it may not.
Yeah, but the females, they have to produce rather quickly. Their age is actually limited. So
very true.
Yeah, they actually have a very set window of time. But yeah,
they put forth a lot of propaganda like that towards men for fear. Like I remember seeing that as a woman observer, I countered, right, which Benton just expressed. So one of them was like some sort of like Viagra commercial. 40% of men over 40 develop erectile dysfunction, and I was like, fuck, like 40% of men over 40 are fucking unhappy then.
Well, that and a Japanese scientist did a study and proved that young women are the cure for ED, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah,
and
younger women cure erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, a friend of mine who's really informed, that I see as a very intelligent man, I think his life supported that. Like he knew that as his wife entered menopause, that he was not going to be the match for her, and her not for him, right? And he sought out a second wife before his kids were even developed. And I think he was eyeing me up and courting me for years, but dodged that bullet, because I really like being alone. And that could be I did want a family. I did want all sorts of things. But, when you actually can sit back and look at your character and the development it's taken to get here. Like, as much as I wanted something and grieve the loss of it, like life, that developed on stage, you know, that understanding of oneself and being able to sort of like, I don't know, accept that the grass is really fucking green over here, right? Like, you know, so yeah, I don't know. It takes all types, and I'm sure there's some men. There would be that. Well, actually, I said this saying this over on Paul's recently, my first time up there, you know, and I didn't say it very concisely, so I may as well say it here, right? Like peacocks, when they're studied in a large setting, the majority of babies born to that herd of peacocks are actually born to the men with the most feathers, right? So in that in the sense of pair bonding, then that means that the flock of peacocks is peacefully sitting on children that aren't theirs, doing their job, right? Now, that being said, in longitudinal studies, I bet you'd find that there are pair bonded peacocks that actually produce offspring together and maintain their autonomy off to the side, right? That now, whether that's one peacock with lots of feathers or not, we'd have to do those studies. Ultimately, what I'm trying to say is monogamy is the rarity, even in pair bonded animals. It's just we don't do genetic testing on all the pair bonded animals that exist. So monogamy is the rarity, you know, and it's not meant to be virtuous over another behavior. It's not meant to be also pushed down as below, right? It really comes down to procreation of the race. And in fact, if we didn't have these economic delineations between us, we'd probably be behaving more like peacocks. And so we are behaving like peacocks, actually. We just are putting ourselves into positions where we think that hierarchy means that that it builds into our political structure, which it does, but it always would have taken a whole bunch of males supporting that man at the top and the women behind them, or men behind them. You know, so ultimately monogamy is the rarity. And so walking out into the world being holier than thou because one's monogamous is wrong. It's just holding to your own. It's just, you know, and if we got to a place where the world was suffering in population, maybe then that's when these virtues were espoused to be what needed to be done, you know?
Well, and this is how lost we are. Is I don't remember who I was with, but I was with some female, and there was a pair of, I believe, birds. Maybe I don't remember what kind of animals, but you know, the male is larger and more colorful. And this is how far afield and how you know, confused society is. She thought that the more colorful was the female, and I said, no, that's the male. And she was like, what are you talking about? I said, look, he's larger. He's physically larger. But this is how backwards we are, that person thought it's the female that's trying to look attractive. I said, oh, no, it's the male attracting a mate. So it shows you how backwards we have everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, TBE, this is not a challenge, and I know I sound sarcastic, but you are welcome to come up here, sir. And I haven't had much to say today, so I think you and I probably would not be getting in any kerfuffles. That's my new favorite word, kerfuffle. So not a challenge, man, if you want to. Obviously, I'm not calling you out in this regard.
Yeah, I'm happy to hop off if TBE wants.
Well, oh, that's right. I forgot the dynamics there. Well, I'd like to keep you if I can.
I'm just kidding. You know,
I'd like to keep you if possible. But,
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with them. But yeah. I love you.
That was a greasy homeless man, Crystal. Sorry about that. That's a greasy homeless man you're complimenting, but thank you.
Yeah, Toilet Earth, man. I love you, brother, man. You know, for real. But yeah.
Yeah, we can make it happen. Whatever we got to do. Certainly.
Mm-mm. He didn't like what I was. He didn't like what I was saying about peacocks.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. When they came to India to the court of the Mughal emperor, you know, he sat on a gold throne with peacock feathers on it, and they took his peacock throne away. It's funny, but yeah, when Muslims ruled India, the head of the Muslims, and they weren't really that Muslim. They were just kind of like they're like whatever goes, you know. But yeah, the Mughal Empire, those are the people who built the Taj Mahal, you know, and they took the gold out of the building, you know, there to put it into the Sistine Chapel there. the roof of the Sistine Chapel, when they conquered India. It was a notable conquest for the British Empire, back in the day. They said it was a crown jewel in the British Empire because in the Queen's crown jewel, the Mughal emperor actually had a sword with a diamond at the end of the sword, and this diamond was actually known as the largest diamond in the whole entire world, and they used it to put it into the crown jewels. Yeah. But yeah, they took lots of jewelry from India.
Sorry, I think we got caught up in the chat.
Yeah, so did I, but I was listening to the diamond on the sword. That brings you into this like concept of antiquitech.
I turned on, hold on. I turned on this kid's channel, and he's literally streaming talking about me when I didn't say anything about him, and I'm a backbiter. Oh my god, dude, I literally proved you're a backbiter on my channel when you were streaming the same time you put on a stream when I'm streaming, and you're talking about me on the stream. I didn't say shit about you, dude. I literally put your link up on my own channel. Oh my god. Yeah, all right, dude. The proof is in the pudding, Toilet Bowl Earth. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro.
OTW. Maybe we'll check in on OTW, see what he's doing real quick.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably still playing us. Yeah, he's got us. We're still on the screen over there, but he paused it a while back. So Christo's in the house.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's nice to be up early, rested and up early. It's like it's only 7:30 in the morning where I am, friends.
Oh shit! It's the best thing
I got
ever.
a whole day
if you
ahead
ask
of me. Yep, I got a whole day
I
ahead
love
of
it.
me. I know.
Yep. That's one of the things I love about getting up super early is I can fuck around and it's still always early.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I needed that sleep. I had a good long sleep the other day, but this one was fucking good.
Yes, laughter with some truth behind it. Is it not true what I said? Tell me how it's not true. See, more emotional shit, That shit is emotions, dude.
But you are too.
Psychologist,
Yeah.
If you need a psychologist, I'm not the one,
But he's pointing out, sitting beside you, you're also responding. And someone, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If people, because I don't know anybody here. So, if people are gonna say I'm a backbiter when I was just 5 seconds ago talking against backbiting and being a sycophant and trying to make me look bad.
But you called yourself a backbiter.
I call myself a backbiter?
Yeah, just a moment ago. You said when you come back at you, you'll backbite or whatever. I think you might have misspoke, but maybe I misheard.
No, I was talking about Toilet Bowl, my friend.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I was talking about Toilet Bowl. Yeah. Yeah, because he came back. He because I played him backbiting me on his channel. So how could he call me a backbiter when I simply played him backbiting me? So that's all I'm saying. I'm just asking the question, and I'm not his psychologist, so you know what I mean? I'm not the kid's psychologist, so I don't feel compelled, to try to help him. But it is what it is. I already told him. I said, hey, we could be friends. I said I love the kid and I think he's funny. But yeah. You know what I'm saying? When they to be fair, when I first hopped on this panel, people were asking me about Toilet Bowl Earth. I said, I don't know, and I don't talk about people who aren't on the panel. And now he shows up and I'm talking to him. So just to demonstrate what I was saying. One more time, but yeah, it is self-soothing laughter because the truth can sober us. Only the truth can sober us, TBE.
Robert, we're talking about the Green Party. So why don't you hit that link, sir? Talking about the Secretary of Transportation and his husband here, whose name is Chasten, which is spelled Chasten, which means purity. This is Pete Buttigieg here. But yeah, if you want to come up and talk about the Green Party, you're more than welcome, sir. Or anything else that may be on your mind, Robert. Robert's got a channel. I enjoy watching your channel from time to time, sir. So feel free if you'd like. Probably busy. Not everybody gets the luxury of sitting on the internet all day like me, right? So we can't all have it that way. I wonder if Bex ever. Yeah, Bex has probably seen this. Never mind. I'm not going to show pictures of me. Hey, look at this. It's Cody. Never mind. I got some inside. I think I finally got it through all the pictures, maybe. Yay. Is the slideshow over? I don't know.
I think just to finish the thought from a while back, I was thinking about these metaversal interactions and the conversation that Machine Lies and I was just having in that, and he says that these are less real. I know that the tools of communication that I've learned out here and the observations that I've been, barely capable of taking from a lot of people, actually, standing back and looking at, and with this sort of new set of eyes, and what I plan to do with myself, I think that I wouldn't be the woman. I know I won't be a year from now, even 3 months from now. Like, I'm just saying, for me, it's the opposite. I've always let my family walk all over me and in response behave like a child, when inside my head is the ability to dialogue. Right? Like, I have the capability of conversing with anyone without exploding. It exists in there, the ability in my person to do that. And this place, and also control it, right? To learn to control it, to learn to be that dramatic performer. And I don't mean to say to become inauthentic. I think it becomes more to actually fine tune who you are, so that when you're with the Romans, you're Jews, but also when you're when you want to, I don't know. I just think there's a lot more to what we do here for ourselves that we can take out into the real world and be better for it.
If you want to talk to me, stop being a little pussy and just hop on the panel, buddy. All these little quips in the chat, we're now ending the conversation and talking about something else. So, you could deal with your emotions on your own, pal. Good luck on that, dude. I literally showed you talking shit about me on the channel, bro. So, you can end that bullshit. I already proved you wrong, my friend. Sorry about that. You know what I mean? There's little quips in the chat. It comes back with the same fucking shit on repeat. You know what I'm saying? It's like, now motherfuckers are talking about other shit, dude. But that's what the people want. You know what I mean? You got to give them what they want.
Give the people
Everybody,
what they want.
Yeah. Everybody wants something different.
All right. Keep us posted there,
what
Robert.
Do you want? What do you want, toilet bowl? What the fuck do you want, dude? What's the end goal, dude? Antagonizing me, and then what? You ever ask yourself that? You ever ask yourself that, buddy? I'm gonna keep making videos and doing my thing. So yeah,
I
you
say-
go ahead. Keep talking shit in the chat, bitch.
I say season 4 Benton School of Broadcasting is.
Hey, Mitch, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Good to see you, Benton. Yo, good to see you, Benton. Thanks for having me up.
Right on.
Nice to see you, Mitch.
Yeah. You wanted a conversation yet? I noticed that the conversation was kind of dying down, so I figured I'd hop up here.
Oh yeah, it's dead.
Cool.
It's dead thanks to toilet bowl.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
Mitchell. Yeah, Mitchell saved my show the other day too. So
I don't know if this is apropos, but I just happened across this image as Mitchell came up. List of women executed in the United States since 1976. Good thing you're in Canada, Bex.
Sorry, that's the women that have been executed in the United States. I mean, you said something about Canada. I missed that part.
Yeah, I said good thing you're in Canada
Mm.
because Mitch is here. But that was my temporary joke. I'm not being literal, Mitchell. I'm making a joke. Making a joke. Yeah, Carl. I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, probably a disgrace. I didn't mean to transition on to execution and capital punishment necessarily. Arkansas only managed to get one, though. I don't know if I'm disappointed or proud of that. Look at Florida, though. Florida's going hard. Texas. Goodness. Let the games begin.
So what's up? How are you doing today, Mitch?
I'm doing good. I'm still quite irked and bothered and discontent with the way you're obfuscating about the whole rape apologetics thing.
I'm just trying to. I'm not being insincere in the idea that you might have found something that I've said and where I've said it. I'm just trying to figure out the specifics. So please do elaborate.
Okay. Well, I think I've been quite clear, and that's what led to the gaslighting and
but
also
I'm not,
the refuse. You refused to communicate. I confronted you shortly after it happened, and you denied it. And then you said that you weren't willing to talk about it until you reviewed it. And
I wanted to. Yes.
That's where we left it. And then, so yeah, I just wondered,
So
I don't have access to that. You said on Benton's. I tried to find it. I couldn't find it. I didn't go back and look a second time, but I thought it was at like right when he started his simulcasting, because that's when I caught it. I tuned in as Benton joined your stream, and that's when I heard it.
Well, I've definitely been. I definitely have never been someone who is. I know the only thing I remember talking about was the fact that abortion had been presented as an opportunity, as a means for an ends of tragedy. Let's just say to the people who've the women, as a choice for women to not carry children of people who have harmed them, be it their father, be it a stranger, or and as a means of medical ease for a child, right? Like if there was a problem with the child. And I said that I don't have, it's not for me to say, but I understand all that, and I understand that all to be good as a choice. I also mentioned, though, that it had become an economic tool, a decision of economics for most women who were having abortions. So that's all I remember talking about. So that's the only time I remember.
I don't want to digress on the abortion politics, but I can understand that is part of the context that was being discussed. But what I'm trying to address is your statements about how rape isn't as common. I believe you said rape and incest aren't as common as people think, and that it's just being put on the forefront.
Okay. I understand that. I didn't mean to see that as current. I meant that as how they came about the policy, right, to push it forward so that it could be used as an economic tool of decision making for women. So what I meant is, if that was the reason we had abortion, right, then that would be the tool that it was being used for the most. And yet now it's become used as a form of birth control. And that's what I meant.
That's more obfuscation, because that's not what you said. And so maybe that's what you were trying to imply, but that's not what you said, right? You clearly stated.
Yeah.
You clearly stated that.
I think Mitch is lagging. Maybe where I am.
I'm sorry.
Are you lagging, Mitch, or is it me? I can't tell.
I think I was, if I'm obfuscating, then what I meant to say is that the percentage of reasons, if you were to put the reasons for abortion, if those were a box on a survey done before people were having it, you would find that dominantly the decisions to have the abortion are because of economic reasons, and you'd have a proportion
You're
of those.
digressing on the abortion politics again.
No, but but that was the context that I was talking
address,
in. Okay.
I'm trying to address your statement.
Okay.
Right. And so, like, yeah, I get it. The context is you're talking about abortion. Regardless of that, you put forth this idea that rape a serious problem, that it's not, as common as people may think, and that it's just being put on the forefront. And that's what I'm trying to address. Regardless of how it ties into the abortion politics or whatever, why won't you address that concept, that idea?
Because that's not what I said. That's not what I meant, and it was only in the context of that discussion. So I apologize. I misspoke.
Let me go try to find this. Hey, I'm gonna go try to find it. Where do you think I should start looking, Mitchell?
Probably just before you. I think probably just before you simulcast with me on the first stream of yesterday, or which would have been.
Okay, so we don't.
So
we're not
that's
gonna
the
have
one
it.
that probably.
We're not gonna have it then.
Oh no, you have it.
No, not if it's before I started simulcasting. I don't.
Really?
I went back.
That's not what I meant.
The very beginning. I went back to the very beginning of your stream yesterday, Benton, and it looks like the stream picked up right after.
Got it.
Because I.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
unfortunately, Mitchell, if we can't find it, and if
I will, Mitchell. I have no problem. I didn't do that so that you couldn't find it. I assumed that Benton, that I didn't understand how those streams come, how those streams work, how simulcasting works. It makes sense now that as soon as he starts, that would be when
that's
his
what's on my
cast.
channel is when I click the button. That's what's on my
that was not my intention. My intention was not to hide that from you. So I can make that stream public again, or even share a link with you so we can find this and hash it out. Like, I'm not being in a hash way. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify if I misspoke, but I also can tell you that, I can also tell you that I appreciate that if you heard what you heard, I obviously misspoke, and we can dialogue from here about what I could learn from what you think I said, and, without defending, right? I don't have any problem trying to sort out that I'm not someone who thinks there isn't a problem with women. I do. Okay, to be clear, I do understand it's a serious problem, and that women are harmed and men are harmed. Women and men are harmed in that situation on a daily basis. It was never my intention to act like it's not real or like those things don't happen. I hear voices all the time, and it's more important that we understand that happens to men and women. Right. So I both things I will do. I can give you access to that stream so you can find it. I can also let you know that if I misspoke, that wasn't my intention. And yet out here in the metaverse, I had connections to everything I've ever said that I could find out there for people, like, just to be able to call me on this kind of stuff, And so my intention was never to look like I'm hiding.
Okay, well, I'm not doubting what was said. I think you are continuously trying to get me to doubt what was said, and you also have doubts.
Well, and let me jump in. Let me moderate a little bit.
Please do.
I do know Mitchell a little bit. That is what Mitch, whether or not that happened, I would really like to be able to go over the game tape. However, that's what Mitchell is specifically referring to as gaslighting. And again, just clarifying that's what I can't speak for Mitchell. That's what I believe Mitchell means. Is specifically what he just said is gaslighting. I believe that's what Mitchell's saying. And please let me know if I'm off. Mitchell.
That's what
Thank you.
That I was not only gaslighting people who had been harmed by grape, but also yourself in trying to call me out on it.
Correct.
Yes, I understand that. I can only solve the one problem, right? Which would be to give you access to that information. And I can do that. But I also want you to know if I misspoke, right? Which you could find, like, I've been out here talking for millions of words. I mean, maybe not that much, but probably. That being said, you'll always be able to find something to challenge me on and only be able to make me better at speaking, right? So do we engage in this one engagement now, or do we just look for more misspeaks later? And not to be like dramatic, not like you're watching me. I'm just saying if this is who you are.
No, it wasn't a word. It wasn't a word. It's not like you misspoke a word, you know, and I'm catching you up on a technicality. You put forth a pretty thought out idea, concept, and disagree with. And when confronted with that, that's where you went to the, you know, what from my perspective seems to be gaslighting tactics and obfuscation. And, you know, that's instead of just addressing it. I tried to address it shortly after it happened. And then your description of,
yeah, but your memory and memory and my memory are what's going on here right now, right? You know?
Yeah, but so there's our perceptions, and then there's objective.
Yeah. So I'm just saying. So
well,
the only
real quick, you can't keep cutting Mitchell off. He's gonna, in my experience, he's gonna get a little fired up if you keep doing that. I'd rather keep him calm. If we can assist Mitchell remaining as calm as he did when he came in, and Mitchell, that's not required, by the way. I'm just saying, we're gonna try to not do things that might cause you to get a little bit of energy. And by the way, I get fired up as much or more than anybody on here, so I'm not casting aspersions. But please go ahead. And you might still be a little lag, Mitch, or I am. Somebody is.
Yeah, I might be laggy. I don't know. My signal looks good, but yeah, sorry, I don't have.
You might kill your camera if you can. Thank you, sir. And you can go ahead, Mitchell, or Bex can respond. Whoever wants to go first.
No, I had interrupted. So, yeah.
Same time. Okay.
Go ahead, Bex. I'm gonna get my internet.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is Mitch. Okay. My connection's so bad. I'm just assuming it's me lagging out. But yeah. And I think Mitch, just my opinion, Bex, this is only from my perspective. I think what's frustrating Mitchell is that you do keep going back to broad generalities, which is okay, but Mitchell is always going to try to bring it back to a specific statement, which, well, but real quick, again, until we can actually see it, I don't think we're going to get anywhere, but I have no issue with us trying. We can still try.
Yeah. Well, but that's where I would say that, you know, in this, yeah.
I mean, I think we're at an impasse until we can see the thing. That's just, I'm assuming that, but either way.
But in real life, just in real life interactions, right? This happens all the time. So at this moment in time, I have no problem just trying to dialogue about what was said and what wasn't said, you know, and I can hear what I would like to hear, exactly what Mitch perceived me to be saying, right?
Well, I thought he said that already. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, and and
he can
all I know is that,
though, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've made my interpretation of whatever was said quite clear, and that's where I'm kind of getting frustrated, is because it seems like we can't just have a conversation about it, you know, reality of it, and leave our feelings, you know, use some intellectual honesty and just resolve whatever the issue is. And so, you know, maybe you could correct yourself, or maybe we can just clear up the misunderstanding, you know. But that, like Benton keeps saying, you know, I think we're not really going to get anywhere. We can talk about it all we want, because what I see is you obfuscating. You're not trying to accept accountability. You're trying to excuse what. And
well, I never said anything like they're making up statistics. I never said anything like grape is a good thing.
Well, then then why don't you just pull up what you did say? Why don't you go find it?
Because part of me wants to seize this as something that like that's a moot point, right? I really does. You know, your understanding of what I said and what I said, you know. So
quite clear about my understanding, and you've been quite clear that you don't think you said that or anything to that nature. And so The only way to really resolve this is to see what was actually said.
I know. But like I said, I mean, you could find me 2 years ago, 3 years ago, towing the
I don't
liberal
care
line.
about you 2
Yeah,
years
I
ago. I
understand
care
that.
about what I'm seeing and observing now.
Yeah, I see that.
This isn't about you. This isn't about your personality, politics, and
No, I know
shit. You know?
it's about you.
No,
Right?
it's not about me. It's about
Yeah,
the
it is.
victims that
It's
you're
about
trying
you.
to minimize for your fucking delusional story of
Well,
victimhood
whatever.
status.
Whatever.
You're minimizing actual victims so
Yeah.
you can play them on the internet.
Well, that's your interpretation of whatever
Yeah,
you
it
think
is
I
my
said.
interpretation. And until you fucking address the reality, the objective
But
reality.
the more you push, maybe this is the part of me that actually did learn this past week that I have my own inner narcissist, you know?
You do.
And I don't, and if I've let go of friends of 2.5 years, Mitch, like I've said I'll do this, right? Do I feel like doing it right now? I'm just because you're some guy yelling at me, telling me to do it, doesn't mean I need to do it right now. We
I
can
haven't
real
been
sort
yelling
this
at you.
out.
I've been trying to
Yeah.
confront you and been
Yeah.
very patient and listen to you try
Yeah.
to fight the
Yeah.
situation.
And lots of people have demanded
Right.
things from
Yeah,
me
you
as of late.
continue to use gaslighting
Yeah.
tactics to try and obfuscate the situation because you
Okay.
don't want to accept accountability.
Dun,
Because
dun,
I
dun.
sense intuitively that you know that you have an agenda to do this stupid shit. And you're playing the game. You're trying to play it out. I'm not here to play your
Well,
fucking
whatever. I'm
game,
going to tell you this
right?
game
When
right
you
now,
sit here and fucking
Mitch.
minimize actual
Yeah, this game right
victims
now,
and
Mitch,
play the
is
victim
like
on the
me.
internet,
Yeah.
nothing else you say I can take serious. I can't take
Okay,
anything
cool.
else you say seriously.
Excellent. Not
So
my
just
problem. That's
why,
a you
so
problem.
why don't you pull up the fucking video or shut the fuck up about it and stop making excuses?
Okay. I'm not going to pull the video up right now.
Good.
Good.
Then shut the fuck
And I
up
think
about it and stop making excuses and trying to fucking gaslight me with your fucking obfuscation.
Okay, cool. Cool. Season 4 metadrama continues. Will Mitch get the tape from Rebecca or not?
I don't care. I know what you said.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. I've heard you speak. You're a very, very concise and focused man, right? You're intelligent and you're sensitive and you're kind. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that you want me to clear my name right now, and I don't want to be told what to do by a man right now.
No, this
So-
isn't about you clearing your name. You, in my eyes, will always be a fraud. But luckily, I'm not. the
Excellent.
judge, right?
Excellent. Yeah, that's all right.
So that's my
I
perception
appreciate
of you,
yeah.
and that's
So-
unforgivable to me. All right.
Okay. Illuminici
It's not
rising.
about me and you. It's about the fact that you're out here on the metaverse trying to minimize actual victims while you fucking LARP as a victim, as a perpetual victim on the internet. You're a
I
fucking
appreciate
LARPer,
it.
You're an actor. You're a fake. You're phony. You're a fraud.
All right. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Tough love.
Yeah. Tough love back to you. Mm-mm.
I
This
don't
is
care if
just-
you're a fraud. I really don't even care if you're a fraud. Just don't use me or the voiceless for your fraud.
Okay.
Or I'll fucking say something.
All right.
Are you familiar with intellectual honesty?
I know that I do my best to be familiar with my own intellectual honesty from day to day. Yes.
My own intellectual
Yeah.
honesty.
Yeah.
That's
Like I
that's
just mean
an
that
interesting
yeah.
concept on
Yeah.
its face right there.
Yeah. Right there. we were speaking earlier on the stream about actually Machine Lies could reiterate perhaps if you weren't here about the words switching definitions over time, you know, and our understanding of things, right? It's like people out here saying, oh, words are spell casting. Words are spell casting. You know, the only thing casting a spell on anyone is their understanding of the words, right? So you can cast a spell on my quote unquote reputation all you want. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really have one. And if I have one and you want to perpetuate
No, lady, I am
one
not
of
out
me,
here
then,
doing magic. That's what you're trying to do. All
well,
right? I'm out
yeah.
here living the truth and reality. You're out
Well,
here trying to
and-
cast spells and do magic. All right. Now, why don't you look up intellectual honesty and then
I will.
describe to me what my intellectual honesty is.
All right, I will. But not right now, because I'm not letting a man tell me what to do. You know, and you came in here
All right,
charging,
well, then shut
expecting
the fuck up and stop acting like you want to have a conversation. All right.
You came up to have the conversation. I told
Because
you I'd do something. I'll
you
get on
want to
it.
do it. You would address it anytime. You're willing to talk about it.
Yeah,
You
but
said you would pull it up. You're not.
Yeah, but then I saw you being a little fucking bitch, and I thought, you know what? Fuck you, little bitch. I'll be a bigger bitch, and I'll say fuck off. Right? So I say no.
You are obfuscating.
Okay, I am now because I think it's hilarious. Because I think you're being fucking hilarious.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, I do.
You think it's hilarious. Your fucking games out here trying to minimize actual victims while you fucking LARP as a perpetual victim on the internet is fucking disgusting.
Yep. Thank you for your opinion. Fuck, I grew some balls this week, though. Sorry. You know, I'm just not worried about it right now, Mitch. And, you know, if you want to resolve this, you did want to resolve it anyway.
You got nothing to worry about with me. I'm not your fucking judge. I'm not the executioner. I'm not the one who fucking holds you accountable. But I will fucking share my perspective, whether you like it or not.
I do like your perspective. Even as I say, I'm not going to give you the footage right now. I even hear the whole my intellectual honesty. I get it.
These fucking control power play games all you fucking want. I don't care. I know what you said. You're only destroying your own credibility, and you're just using me as your scapegoat to blame. It's ridiculous.
No, I'm telling you straight up, I don't have any fucking credibility out here.
I'm not destroying your
so it doesn't really fucking matter. What is
credibility?
Yeah. Who's the victim of who now? Who's acting like the fucking victim now? Right? As you're like, give me the video, give me the video, give me the video. I'm your victim.
Right.
Right? Doesn't matter.
Clarifying the fact that you're not my victim doesn't make me the victim.
Well, you really are a victim of someone who doesn't want to give her the video right now.
Yo, I got to run to the store.
Yeah,
I'll be
you
able to run
got
the
your
stream,
camera
but,
turned around.
Yeah, no, I'm working on it. Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Anyways, I know I said something even 5 minutes before. I'm like, I'll give you the tape, but then I saw you freaking out, and I'm like, just not gonna fucking bow down to you right now, Mitch. That's just the way today's
I'm not
episode
trying
is
to
going.
force you to do anything, right? I'm just willing to comply with what you offered, and then you fucking just proved yourself bad faith because you fucking reneged on that shit.
Yeah, because I've had enough fucking men coming around telling me what to fucking do, Mitch, and this is just the bad day for it.
Tell you what the fuck to do.
Yeah, you are. You're telling me to give you a fucking tape to prove a fucking point to make a man who's having a hissy fit. Okay, you have your hissy fit for once, right? Yeah, I'm not.
Go. Sorry, Bex, but yeah, somebody's got to go. I can't listen to all this.
I'm happy to go, Ben. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do this, really. I thought, there would be a possibility, low probability, but that she would just be willing to answer to.
Well, and I'll just give my own opinion. Without seeing it, obviously, nobody's going to get anywhere. So, we've had, there's plenty of screaming matches in these streets. So, that's not necessarily. I don't know. I just can't. I don't have the nerves for it today, no matter who it is. So nothing personal. But yeah,
No.
I mean, I'm more than willing to facilitate getting to the bottom of it, but that is going to require viewing the video, obviously. Yeah. So,
And she wants to play into the drama and the manufacture. She wants to manufacture drama because it's.
well, I'm going to have to bring her back up if we're going to do that.
No, it's
so.
cool. I think I got
Yep.
it. Got it. I'm trying to, be on my best behavior. I honestly didn't.
I
Come up here.
noticed.
I
noticed.
tried because I wasn't in the mood. I really just. It's disturbing to me, and I guess maybe my calling. I don't know. Maybe I'm just out of place, but.
Well, I don't know about that, Mitchell, but again, this is not going to be solved right here, right now. So
I agree.
Yeah, sometimes that's a bit of anticlimactic for the audience as well as the panelists. But thanks for being here, and you're welcome to stick around. I'll leave that up to you. I'm running to the store to get some watermelons. So once we figure out, but if you want to hang out, or you want me to bring her back, I feel like if she comes back now, we're going to be yelling at each other.
I'll try to be on my best behavior. If you want to bring her back up, I'll even just.
All right. Well, Bex, you're welcome to come back, but please try to. If you can do 50% of what you're doing there, I think you'll be all right. That's okay. And I'm not trying to police behavior. It's just, I'm telling you, my nerves are shot today. I can't fucking deal with it. So anyway, welcome back, Bex. And that was just for the sake of my nerves. Nothing but my nerves. Trust me.
Yeah. No, clearly mine are not under the, I apologize. I apologize to you first and foremost, Mitch, and to yourself, Benton, and to everyone. But I'm not just going to do something because I'm being told to do it right now. You can trust in good faith that we can have this conversation when, both of us are prepared. You and I could sit in a StreamYard, right? We could go do a StreamYard ourselves, right? Pull up the fucking footage. But I am not just going to sit here and appease you because you have an opinion of me that you think you need to morally impose on me, right? Get me into a corner where I say,
I'm trying to tell you
whatever.
what to do. You can fucking ramble on with that bogus ass narrative all you want. I'm simply giving you the opportunity to clarify. If you care about the truth, if you care about reality, right? But obviously,
I don't
be dramatic and fucking.
Yeah, I do because I think you're being dramatic to even come up and do this.
You're sensationalizing nonsense for your fucking benefit.
So are you?
No.
Yeah, you are.
This doesn't benefit me in any sort of way.
Then why do it?
Because it's what's right. It's what's true and right.
Yep.
That ain't always fun.
It's all right.
It ain't always pretty.
Yeah. But like I said, I can be who I want to be, and I don't want to be told what to do.
I'm not telling you what to do.
Yeah, you are.
Once have I ever told you
know
what
what?
to do.
Here's what I would say, Mitch, right? Honestly. And I say this you can call it obfuscation. You can call it
I guess I told you to shut the fuck up, but it's just I'm not.
But I am going to shut up. I am going to shut up. I'm going to.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm respecting your perspective to a certain
degree. And I'm not doing it anymore today. So I feel like as you and Machine Lies and Benting could have a much better conversation with me gone. And I'm going to do that because it's been a really nice opportunity to say what I had to say here. To not do what is right by your eyes. I'm fine with that right now.
Yeah, and if you want to stick around and move on, let the conversation progress and let it go.
I think it's I think I've brought enough drama to Benton's channel for the day. I think it was a good charged morning. This has been a good opportunity to show that people can have conflict and not resolve it and reinforce opinions if they want to. And you could even have let me work myself up into that position that I just came shouting out at because it felt really appropriate for me at the time. And I'm not trying to say this is about me, but there is only me in my life. And that's just the way it is. So I think that you guys could have a better show. I know Machine Lies is a really intelligent man. You're a really intelligent man. I think that it would be a good opportunity to leave you guys to sit and chat while Benton's gone. And we'll meet again. Nice to see you.
Be happy to hear your perspective, but later. For now. don't want to force you to be here. It's free will. I would be evil if I wanted to destroy evil. I don't want to take your voice or control you, make you do right. But I'm going to continue to do what's true and right, regardless of your gaslighting tactics and obfuscation. That's all I got to say. Sorry, Benton.
It's all good, man. We might shut it down. Actually, I got stuff to do today, but we can go a little longer, just depending. But I don't know that I can carry it right now. I got to run to the store before it gets too late, or I get to go to the store. We should say, definitely. But I know from experience when Mitchell gets locked in on something, there's probably something there. But again, to reiterate, I would like to see it or just not talk about it. One of the two. We can either see it or just maybe move on if possible. Just generally, right? Yeah. Word of the day is obfuscation, although integral was used quite a bit as well. Oh, who's simping? Am I simping now? Oh, goodness.
Say word of the day is intellectual honesty.
Oh, goodness. I'm trying to be Switzerland over here. You're not going to let me. That's okay. That's okay. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. Is Machine Lies still around?
Oh, yeah.
Right on, brother.
Yeah.
Anybody else feel like paneling? How about that? Or should we just wrap up for the day and let OTW News have it? What do you think?
It's all up to you, my brother. But yeah, I'm
Well,
happy
I'm always
to join
inclined
you.
to keep going, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I got your back if you want to go run to the store. You know, it's no worries. Me and Mitchell have a good conversation, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sure, as we did on my show the other day, you know, we were talking about the Bible and different things, you know. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I've been looking into the Bible for a while. As my friend Neurojack held up that book there, you know, I wrote 400 pages on the matter, you know, but I wanted to talk about the topic indirectly, you know. So you know, I chose the architectonic arts. So I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that term, architectonic, you know, but I like to use that word. It's like history, you know, philosophy, like science or like theology. You know, you could call them architectonic, which means that they actually create all forms of other disciplines. You know, like you could have an art of theology, you could have a science of religion, you know, you could have a philosophy of history, you could have a philosophy of science, for example. So these subjects that you can do that with, like history, you know, where history can be applied to another major subject like philosophy, you know, and philosophy itself can then be reverse engineered and applied to history, you know, about what is history, you know, in terms of how we relate it back to philosophical ideas and our relationship to the past, you know. So they call those arts architectonic, you know, and I like to yeah, I just talked about Islam for 2 whole fucking hours on my show, on my last show, Toilet Bowl Earth. I don't talk about Islam. I talk about Islam all the time. I talk about Islam all the time, my dude. And I'm not criticizing Christianity right now, but you're criticizing me. You know what I'm saying? So, dude, you know, you're talking about like backbiting and shit, dude. You're in a chat right now talking shit about me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even talking about you or to you. You know what I mean? You know, no, I'm not. No, I'm not saying anything's a universal Christian doctrine. There's no such thing as a universal Christian doctrine. Or maybe you and EBT can argue about what a universal Christian doctrine means in front of my face for another 2 or 3 hours. Is it Catholic or Orthodox? Good fucking question, isn't it? Yeah, backbiting. That's when you talk shit about your friends behind their back and then tell your other friends not to associate with them. That's what you were doing on your show about me. That's you're a backbiter. And again, you know, I'm talking about things. I'm talking about what something means to be architectonic. And this dude is like talking about what I know about Christianity in the chat. Foolish, dude. Shit is foolish, dude. You straight fooling out here, bro. Yeah, keep talking about debates I had with other people that you know nothing about, Holmes. And I never said in that debate that it was a universal doctrine. What a dumb motherfucker. Go watch the video again, Holmes. Yeah, it's not a fake laugh. I'm really laughing at you. I really think you're funny, Holmes. It's no nothing fake about this laugh. It's a hearty laugh. A hearty laugh. This motherfucker out here, yo. Yo, don't be a pussy, TB. Hop on the chat. I mean, hop on the fucking screen, man. Show yourself. Fucking Keiko demon. Dude gets triggered. Triggers. Trigonometry. Trigonometry, bro. Oh, man. Man. You out here trick nigga by the word Nick Trigger. Don't be on your best behavior, Toilet Bowl Earth. But yeah, I was talking about architectonic, what it means to be architectonic. You ever hear that word, TBE? You calling me slow brain. I bet you never heard that word in your life, son. Old snuffleupagus. Yeah, but you know. Yeah, but I get into history of philosophy. Yeah, bless you, London McLovin. Yeah, man, bless you, sir. The London man.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but all of that, man, took a lot out of me for whatever reason. I haven't been sleeping good lately.
Yeah, me either.
Beat, man, damn. I don't know if I even want to go to the store or not now. Fuck. I hate to whine and cry, but good God. Oh, man.
Yeah, look at it. Jonathan Montero. Why don't you do it yourself instead of dangling from Toilet Bowl Earth's balls?
Uh-oh.
What a stupid motherfucker. Toilet Bowl Earth, please go wreck him. Yeah, go on my show and watch how he quote-unquote wrecked me. Dumb motherfucker. I had to repeat the same shit to him 3 or 4 times.
Okay, good.
He's too drunk to listen to a simple motherfucking statement.
Yeah, I'll wait on you, London Man. London Man's coming up in 10 minutes, he said.
For sure. Hell yeah.
I'm so spoiled on computer, I've gotten to where I don't even want to fuck with this thing on a phone, and my phone's being stupid, so. I don't know what's up with this. This shit gets worse and worse, man. The oldest phone I have on Android 10 works the best out of all my phones. I got like 4 different phones. Yeah, you're welcome to come back, just as long as you and Mitch don't yell at each other. I can't take it right now, today. My nerves is shot. Paul's got the keys, so I don't really want to have to assign the keys to somebody and then have to give them back to him later. Maybe one day I'll make enough money doing this. I'll just upgrade the StreamYard and we'll have like 3 people me and 3 people with the keys. See how that goes. But yeah, I wish Toilet Bowl Earth would. I can't speak for him, obviously, but I think it would be best overall. I think it would be best overall if you guys had a
It gets real
conversation. But
quiet when the truth gets thrown around. Like, I haven't heard your ass talk here. You getting real quiet, son. You gonna release a quip at me like every 20 minutes, regardless of what I'm talking about? It's being a little bitch. Yeah, it gets real quiet. Where's all your facts, Holmes? Where's all your facts? Where's your truth? Come and express yourself. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Big dicks in your ass, bad for your health.
having flashbacks.
It's a good song.
But yeah, Bex, anytime.
Yeah, I know.
Anytime.
Toilet Bowl
Try
Earth
not
need
to
a
yell at
skin check.
Mitchell and vice versa.
Yeah, Toilet Bowl Earth needs a skin check because he's the real Israel. He's calling people rabbi, and yeah, he's brown skin, and yeah, he thinks he's white. Yeah.
Hey, I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Thanks, Benton.
Well,
I don't
I'm
mean to
sure
hash this out on your show, but the cat
No,
is
it's
in the
just
chat.
sort of what
either either he gets removed from the chat and stops talking about me, or I'm just gonna keep responding, or I get removed from the show. It's either one of the two at this point. But yeah.
the audience is fine with it. As long as we don't go too dogmatic with all the religious talk, everybody's good.
Yeah, he thinks that I have to pay attention to him. That's hilarious.
Well, you don't.
I know I don't. Yeah, but
Obviously.
anyways, I was talking about architectonic, the architectonic and how it relates to how we experience knowledge, and I only think 3 or 4 arts or disciplines I see as architectonic themselves. But yeah, and this dude doesn't even know what Gnosticism is. I explain all those things on my show. What is Gnosticism in my book and all that shit. So people want to talk about the Kabbalah. They want to talk about Gnosticism. They don't even know what these things are. They just call people names. That's when you write a whole book about this shit. You know what I mean? That's when motherfuckers get mad. They didn't read what you wrote, but they're gonna tell you what you know about it. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like, yeah, dude, you just dangle from some church guy's balls, tug on your little priest coat and ask him what his opinion is so that you can have an opinion. While people actually go study what the Kabbalah is, they go study what Gnosticism is for themselves. And when they take part in these things, they have to take part in it in an interdisciplinary mode. You can't just study religion to understand what Gnosticism is. You can't just study history to understand what Gnosticism is. And the same thing with the Kabbalah, but these things take centuries of development. So obviously, dumb motherfuckers are gonna keep on questioning that shit, keep on throwing names around. They don't even know what the fuck the premise even is, or what the point is, and that's the problem. It's like the Gnosticism came out of Christianity. It's a Christian heresy. So it's hilarious. Maybe you want to deal with so it has a lot to do with the origins of Christianity. So it's interesting. Fact of the matter is that that when the church started, they were in a dispute with Gnostics. Just as when the Islamic society started, they were in a debate with the Mutazilites. And the Mutazilites were almost persecuted and, put in jail all the people who practiced Orthodox Islam at the time. Just like Julian the Apostate took over and started persecuting en masse, all the Christians. He even tried to restore the Jewish temple. So there's all of these historical factors that come into play, and there's also the Alexandrian Jews, the history of which is interesting, to say the very least. But there's all these factors in terms of play. If you want to learn about history, if you want to learn about religion, if you want to learn about philosophy, you got to get into a bunch of different, scales, and if you want to be historically literate, you have to compare different scales of influence. You can't just keep calling people names and pretend that you're smart. Keep talking about people, because that's all you got to do. That's all you got. You know what I mean? You're not on the panel talking about history, philosophy, Gnosticism, any of that stuff. You've never presented any information about that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, come tell us what it is then. It's like, that's my goal. It's like to learn from other people if they got some shit to say. You know what I mean?
Well, and the reality is you have written a book about these things. I have yet to read it. Perhaps I'll get off my ass and read the book. It is a tad intimidating. I think 600 something pages, as I recall. Is that right?
It's 400 pages.
400? Okay.
Yeah.
For an audio book. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to get on that.
Yeah, too bad about my accent. I would probably just read the thing for you. At this point, that would be the surest way for me to read it, would just be to read it on the channel. I think we talked about this at a certain point, but yeah. Unfortunately, I can't hide my accent.
I can't believe I went over these things. I talked about history, philosophy, the origin of Christianity. I was talking about how it relates to the development of Gnosticism, and I a little bit talked about the Alexandrian Jews and their influence on the whole scenario, and this cat is here still talking about me in the chat, and only me. So yeah, I mean, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Obsessed with me. Dude, you love me. How come every time I show up on a show, you come up talking about me? It's so funny. Man, you got derangement syndrome, man. It's like CBO said, you got machine-ized derangement syndrome.
Hey, at least it's not Benton derangement syndrome. That's all I can say.
Obsessions, dude.
Hey, Drew, we could probably use you to come mediate. I don't even need to be up here, really. If you're interested. Yeah, why don't you guys schedule something with Drew? Get that done. We don't need to do that over here.
He already scheduled it.
When is that going to be?
And he didn't show up for it. No, he put his face on the thumbnail.
Well, but TBE did not agree, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I'm saying get TBE to agree and do it over on Drew's. I mean, your guys are welcome to do it here, but I think Drew is probably correct in the chat. He has he probably should have exclusive rights to the battle.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
London man, welcome to the panel.
I'll see if I feel like battling this cat. If it comes down to it. I mean, I may have better things to do with my time, honestly. Because motherfuckers are just gonna sit there and not even present actual.
Well, hold up. Drew says if TBE comes up, he'll come up. So that's probably the best way to do it.
Coming up here, they're just talking. They ain't coming up here.
Well,
they are not coming up.
Well,
here.
I'm putting it out there. Hey, I'm putting it out there. If they do, I'll drop off if I need to, or I'll just sit here and say nothing. Either way.
It'd be good visibility, but they ain't gonna do it. They're just
whatever I can do to facilitate. Let me know.
No,
I'm on my way to the store, and London man's up here too. So
yeah,
see if he's got anything to say. Maybe him and Bex are going to have a chat in the meantime, because this isn't going anywhere right now. We got another drama potentially on deck there, TML.
For
Salute, Benton.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's happening, London
Salute.
man? Good to see you. Welcome back.
Cheers, Benton. Mic check, mic check. How am I sounding, Ben?
Hey, you're good.
Thank you. First of all, salute to your chat room. Salute to the panel, right? But I didn't even come up to speak to Bex. I just came up to have a word with yourself, and I wanted to hear
Okay,
the
do it.
conversation. And I wanted to hear
Yes,
where
sir.
was Mitch and Bex was going. That was quite entertaining, to be honest with you. That was quite entertaining. That's all really. I wanted to come up and have a little word with the lads, you know, especially Machine. The Machine. He's on fire. This guy's on fire. I don't know where you've been hiding him. I don't know where he came from. But this guy's on fire. This guy's
He
on
came
fire.
on. Yeah, he came on actually right as soon as he came on. He didn't know what had been going on recently. And the first thing he came on the channel, interestingly saying, was that he would love to talk to you and me. And that was right after I had come
That's
on this
right.
channel saying, thank you so much to Lennon Man. Not quite so directly, but thank you to Lennon Man and to Benton for giving me real life goals. Okay. So first and foremost, thank you for telling me to get sleep. Thank you for being concerned. Right. Thank you for, both of you have edged me into a place that may look inauthentic right now, but there was more inauthenticity to my presentation as just a good people pleasing girl. And I feel like even Mitch coming in today and saying, hey, demanding this of me right now, I'm just being like, you know what? I'm not meaning to be inauthentic. I just really want to take the great advice from you guys, right? And move forward. And I will give Mitch what he wants, you know? So all I'm trying to say is you missed the sort of beginning that edged up to that came up to even Machine Live bringing up our two names together. And, you know, I don't need to hang up here for these things with you guys, but I just know there was some opportunities for an olive branch, in essence, for the opportunity for me to say thanks to you and Benton both for giving me real life goals, you know, and I'm sorry for seemingly dragging you and even straight up causing conflict when I could have straight up talked to you, right? That being said, there's better conversations to be had here. I just mean, if you weren't watching for the hour and a half leading up, there's just a really interesting mix of all of us up here right now. So I didn't come up to deal with yours and my metaversal own personal, my behavior towards you, or how I felt about what you know, how much time you spent talking about me. You know, fact is we're here, you know? So
this narrative you keep asserting that I'm demanding something from you is false. I have just accepted what you offered to progress the conversation, and you want to keep cycling.
Well, no, I just mean that you want tape. You want footage right now. You want footage right now, and I'm not giving that to you right now.
I
That's
don't
all
care
I'm saying.
if or when you ever provide it. I know what you said.
Okay. Then I misunderstood. So I didn't mean to put you in there, but I've learned something from you. And if I overreacted to you too, sorry. So I can hop down, be backstage at any point, Benton. I know you know that already. You don't need my permission, but I'm just saying, like, I just came up to share, bring London up to speed, and on where we were at. And that was basically, he was praising the Machine Lies for not knowing where he was. Machine Lie had known where he was and thought that both London and I could bring stuff to Machine Lie's table in terms of having conversation. He was excited about that.
But this is where it gets confusing now, because that ship sailed the other day, right? You told me where to stick
I
it.
saw that.
You know, you told me where to stick it. So,
Yeah.
you know, I've gotten to the point now. Once people cross me, I ain't even trying to go back there. I really ain't. Especially when I haven't, you know, come at anybody in a malice way, you know, and especially when we're supposed to be intelligent folks out here that we can see through.
Yeah. It's weird to say don't put your name in my mouth and then to talk about me for 13 minutes. You talked about me for 13 minutes to your audience. You know, it was weird. It was kind of creepy. Bex, you far from home, Bex. It was weird. And it's drama and performative. And I responded to that drama and performance.
Well, for the record, we played it on stream this morning, and literally nobody thought it was weird.
I thought it was weird. So
Well,
I responded.
Benton,
All
I'm
right,
glad you said that, Benton.
1 out of 50 thinks it's weird.
Listen, I'm glad you said that because there was nothing weird about that. Like I said, all I said was you're far away from home. I didn't mention nothing bad about you. Then you went off for about 15 minutes. Hold on, you're cutting me off.
Yeah.
You went on for about 15 minutes just talking about basically nothing. Basically, like you just said now, I was giving you, good advice, get some sleep, blah, blah, blah. But then, now it's you dragging my neck. It's weird. It's weird.
No, yeah.
It's weird.
And
It's weird.
I understand that. All I can do is learn from the advice, right? And it's a new leaf, a new day, right? That's all I can do, right? You don't want to interact with me, that's fine. I can leave, right? I'm just telling you what I learned and what I saw it as. And if I'm 2 in 50 then, and that's 4%, big fucking deal, right? I'm just saying, to me, it felt weird and intimidating and creepy, right? I'm a woman. I'm not playing victim status. I'm just saying maybe I've been programmed to think that way. Yeah, it did.
Okay.
It did.
Well, and I want to. I miss the days when people's feelings weren't on the internet, because those are feelings, and who fucking cares?
Exactly, and I'm learning not to, and that's where I came in charged with fucking Mitch today, right? So if London doesn't want to work with me anymore and that ship sailed, that's fine. I'll leave you four to have your conversation and pick each other's brilliant minds alone. I don't.
Well,
I'm
that's
not here
just
to war.
passive aggressive, weak ass bullshit, and you're better than that.
Well, I can be. I'll have the conversation, but London also said that he didn't come up here to talk to me. So I'm just saying, in that same instance where I'm saying I'm not going to let a man tell me what to do, I'm also going to let a group of men.
It doesn't matter
do
what's
what they need.
between the person's legs. The general composition
Well,
has
then I'm not.
nothing to
Yeah,
do.
and so on that same note, I'm going to you're right. I'm not going to let anyone tell me what to do. Right. Just
So
like
how
nor should
about
any of you
regular?
let me
How
tell me
about
what to do.
how about regular aggression? Regular aggression is appreciated. It's that passive aggressive, weak ass bullshit that we don't want.
All right.
And that's
All right,
weak ass bullshit.
Yeah. All right.
See, I'm confused because first it's you don't want the advice that I've given you. Now it's you're open to advice that we're giving you.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm not taking advice like, give me the footage. These are the people you should hang out with. These are the people you shouldn't hang out with. This is what you should do. I never had a goal on my channel, London. I only went there because I wanted to do my own thing and wasn't trying to develop something. I just wanted to have a room where I could sit and chat and other people wouldn't be bothered by me talking too long. Right? I'm in some people's rooms. I take the mic for too long. I just went to have my own room to just sit and chat and hang out and meet people. I never had a goal of broadcasting. That wasn't my intention to grow a channel, so I just went there to hang out. Now I do understand that, people are listening, right? But I also understand that I've said a million words out there. I've changed opinions on all sorts of things in the last 6 months I've been out here, and yeah, I said your name back because you said mine. And that's just the way it is. I'm not trying to steal subscribers, or not that I'm saying that's your thing. I'm just saying that none of that had any. I never understood the dynamics of any of that kind of end of YouTube,
I don't
And
want to digress the
yeah.
conversation, but I wish you understood the dynamics of intellectual honesty. I have never
Mhm.
demanded.
There you go.
I've never demanded the footage or anything, so I'm only speaking on my experiences. But look, that's how you twist these narratives. I know how you're doing it with me. I can only imagine you're doing it with everyone else to position yourself as a victim. And I'm just saying, look, if you want to have an intellectually honest conversation and, not just be dramatic and be the center of attention and try to, suck people's energy and shit like that, then you would just do what's true and right, instead of this theatrical bullshit. And so I yield.
What?
Hold on, hey, and for the record, Bex, I wasn't telling you who to hang out with or what to do. I was telling you to be careful, right? I said, be careful. I ain't got no right to tell you who to hang out with, who to talk to. I told you be careful. And then you said to me, you've already got the optics up on these people, right? You already said that to me. Oh, London, I won't be over at these places. I'll just be watching them, blah, 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 blah. I said, all right, cool. Just do that. I said, be careful. I didn't tell you what to do. I said, be careful. So you're out here saying, I'm telling you what to do. No, that's not how it went. And you know that for a fact. That's not how it went. I told you, be careful. Everyone who I speak to behind closed doors, I tell them, be careful. So this is where I'm confused at, but I understand now. I understand what's going on. I understand what you're about. I understand it all clearly, because even just your dialogue with Mitch and what's going on here, the optics are high for myself. I can see what's going on. He ain't forcefully telling you to go and get something. He's telling you it would make sense if you get this thing, so we can, you know, get clarity about what's being spoke about. But you want to say I ain't listening to what a man's telling me what to do.
Well, I'm not though.
But
I can take what advice
this
I
is
want
it.
to.
All right, okay. So listen.
Yeah.
If a lady comes up here and says, Bex, Bex, can you get this audio or visual so we can see what's going on? Are you going to react the same to this lady who
you're
comes
right.
up?
It had nothing. No, you're right. It has nothing to do with gender. I don't want to feel like I want to be told what to do yet. The gender part, I was wrong on. We're going to be intellectually honest. I'm corrected on those. I've been corrected on that all week by Benton. It's not a practice in my mind. And I'm definitely not a feminist. I am definitely feminism with an ounce of fucking misandry can't even be called feminism, because to hate our men is to hate our sons. Those are my lines. You know, so if I'm still programmed to behave that way or to use that in my victimhood, okay, which I have only been 2 weeks reassessing, honestly, Mitchell, honestly. And I'm sorry I don't have the verification up to share that, right? But I have been ever since I did see someone make themselves a victim of me. And it happened multiple times early on the stream too. I empathized with women, right? Because they're women, right? I fucking played this role of like, oh my gosh, let me drag this man with you.
So you're the victim of
right?
somebody making themselves a victim of you?
No, I learned from it. I went and learned from it, you know? So I'm saying I started looking at my own victimhood, right? My own victimhood. And if I fucking, you know, misstep again and make myself a victim where I wasn't one, right? Then it's just a reinforced fucking lesson, right? And all I can do, what do I do from here? But move forward not doing that, you know, regardless of who wants to engage with me, you know, because I did that. So but I still stand to say, hey, you know, I am not interested in pulling up that footage right now to talk about with Mitch, or interested in talking about dragging myself, pulling up what I said about London yesterday, right? Like, because I already know that I said it, you know? And honestly, Mitch, if you've told me I'm doing that, then all I can do is move forward and try not to be a victim of anything, right? Nor would I want, you know, and yeah. So do I need it reinforced? You know, I mean, we can do it. We can do, yeah. I just don't see how footage to reinforce a lesson, right? So I already said, like Benton has said, like mental discipline, right? I exercised that so much in the last week, trying to get focused on what I said, that even in my tiredness, okay, even in my most tired moments, I know that I challenge myself in a way people fucking party, you know, and whether it looks bad or looks good. I've been out here fucking looking bad or looking good for so long. I didn't understand what it meant when you were in, anyways, it's made me a better person, and I'm going away to get disciplined so I can come back here whole, right? I got to focus on my diet. I got to focus on my sleep cycle. You know, I can't sit here in this machine in my hand for 3 years, coming back to this place, you know, not being whole. Like if I bring this at my 50%, you guys wait till I bring my 100%. So all I can say is you're right. You know, Mitch reinforced today what London wasn't doing to me. Right. And if bringing up footage right? If bringing up footage right now is going to be the only thing that's just going to continue to reinforce for me that I'm dragging myself, well then let me take the good from all your advice, you know, let me go integrate it in my life in a way that allows me. Sorry, I'm laughing at Tiny Chud. I'll discipline you,
Hey,
Bex.
I just want to
Yeah.
say hi to Aphrodite real quick because
Yeah,
I'm
and I'm
not
sorry.
able.
Sorry, I'd speak long.
No,
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just literally want to say, hey, how are you, Aphrodite? And that's it. Please continue.
The perfect time to interrupt. I was rambling, and I think I'd said my piece. I was said it 3 times, I'm sure.
I don't know. I mean, what this is what I'm starting to hear. What comes out of people's mouth, right, when they find themselves in a pickle. I'm learning to be whole on this YouTube stuff, right? I came on there whole, complete with information. Wherever I go, I come whole, complete. Right? A lot of people come on here and say they're working on this. I ain't got time for that. I ain't here to work on people. I'm here to work with people.
Thank you.
I'm here to work with people. It's always, they always come in, oh, I'm working on myself 50. I ain't got time for that. We're grown folks. There's a war going on outside and you like ain't even fucking completed yourselves yet. This is the bit that pissed me off. Like, we're supposed to be intellectual people out here. But no one's fucking complete out here. This is what pisses me off. And all the sideways talks and shit. And then they say it's not calculated. But shit looks calculated out here. When I see people moving, doing the complete opposite what we spoke about, but then they're saying, trust me, it's not calculated. Shit looks calculated out here. Because you're doing the complete opposite. And then being happy about it. So I don't know. It's up in the air at this moment. But like I said, you can have it all the way. You can have it all the way. I just thought, you know, I come up and say my little 2-piece because I know people's probably waiting for me to say my 2-piece. But this is light work for me. This is light work. You see what I can produce. I come out here whole, completed already. I do the holy social experiments. I do the AI. I do everything out here. And I fuck around with you guys. I'm complete. I ain't got nothing to hide. I got a lot to show though. But I really think you and Mitch needs to talk about this, or at least, you know, give Mitch what he wants. He wants to see something so he can move on forward. Because now you brought him into something. I'm sure he don't want to stay in this. I'm pretty sure he wants to move forward, but he needs to see something so he can be completed.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, just for the sake of clarity, I do kind of want to, but I'm really indifferent. You know, I really don't care. If you don't want to accept accountability, I can't force that upon you. I can't make you. It just says a lot about you. And so if you're on this journey that you present, you know, then I would expect you to. But if not, you know, it's just, yeah, that's up to you.
I just think for the thousands of brilliant ideas I've brought to this table here, like for all the brilliance that I have shown, okay, Mitch and London, I would rather leave all those brilliant opportunities, honestly, for if people want to just look at the bad and not the brilliance that my mind has brought to this table, I just don't see it as worthy. You know, I just don't see it as I feel like I see what you're saying about myself, and if you're indifferent to it, right? Even as I spent hundreds of hours with you
All
on
right,
your
I got to
channel.
jump in there.
London,
I got to jump
you
in
know?
there. Everybody on here's got a channel. Who's got content on their channel? I do. Who's got content on their channel? Machine Lies does. Who's got content on their channel? Does. Who's got content on their channels? Mitch does. Who doesn't have any content on her channel? You.
Exactly. Right?
Why is that?
Why
you got a
is
channel. You're somewhat of a content creator now. Why is there no content on your channel?
Because I move forward, I can do what I want. I can do what I want, you know. All I was doing was just trying to hang out and do and figure out what I wanted to do. I could only do
See,
it.
no, hold on. See, hold on. Hold on. We're off to a bad start already. I know you can do what you want. I asked you, why haven't you got? I didn't say you can or you can't do what you want.
Because
It's that entitled shit again coming out. I'm a female. I can do what I
I'm just
want.
saying that I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. All I was trying to do was have a living room to hang out in my friends with. You know, I saw Benton talking to his screen. I'd been watching him for 3 months. He really helped me realize that I like to talk, and so I just had my stuff out there to talk. I wasn't trying to talk about people or not be accountable or whatever. I just
Well, I want to
didn't
jump
do
in.
it.
I want to jump in on the discipline because since Drew's in the house, and I'm not going to speak for Drew, but you know, I've probably mentioned my skill level at some point, but I think mostly I've talked to people about the frequency of content versus the quality. And I'm always aiming for quality, but that is the discipline, is putting it out there and letting it all hang out and learning from it and growing and evolving over time, while also falling on my fucking face at times. And if anybody wants to go back and view the old content, it's there, but they don't go back and view it. And then I go back and view it sometimes, like this morning. But you guys take it away.
I think your original content was reading the books. You started out wanting to do this books. We spoke about this.
Yeah.
We've had this conversation about your books. But now when we look, we don't see the books or the readings. It's just a whole new chapter, which happens to be coated up.
Yep.
That's what I see. I think, like I said, shit seems calculated to your benefit, which is cool. I mean, I know we all want to make shit work for us, so we got to calculate it. But we already spoke, and what we spoke about, I don't see it coming in. I don't see it coming into play. I don't see it happening. I see the
Well, and
complete
it's interesting because
opposite.
I did, you know, as I pulled that all down, you know, all I was going to do was actually go to my favorite boring book and read these medical essays and put them out on the weekends where it didn't conflict with people's times, and see if I was going to do live premieres of that, and that was the direction I was going to go. So I've spent some time talking about with Benton about premieres and, you know, just uploading things versus doing live premieres, and that was the next direction. I had some interviews set up with women that I've brought from other, well, I wouldn't say I brought them, but I'm just saying Mindful Exposures and I had an opportunity to grow as two women on my channel who had reacted to each other. And when I found her to apologize, thanks to Mr. Peabody, who connected us in the right place at the right time, you know, I apologized to her for insisting that she agree with me, or even anyways, we both learned to ask each other a question instead of react, right? Which is what I should have done here today as well. Anyways, my point is, I don't mean to bring her into this metadrama. I'm just saying she's a really good researcher. She's like, she knows Bernie and those guys, and she I've worked with her on a couple builds that got pulled down because of medical content and stuff like that. We were speaking quite freely. And yeah, we were going to do some research together, and we plan to do some shows together. So I do have things in the works just to do stuff like that. So. And it looks like I'm being calculating and responding to you, but actually that, you know, I did wake up turning a new leaf. I fucking had slept. I'd pulled everything down in fear.
I don't
right?
think anyone knows what, I can't speak for everyone or anyone but myself, but it doesn't seem like anyone really even knows what you're talking about. I mean.
Well, I was just responding to London's asking me what my goals were, where home was, what my content was. He said I was far from
what are
home.
your intentions? Like, could you?
I just said.
Like, can you be like maybe in 3 sentences or less?
I just answered those questions though. To do the content that I plan to do, to read my books. Yeah, I'm a rambler. It's hard to do.
So why are you? Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Let's get back to that. I mean, honest opinion now, right? Or whatever, honest. Do you think you're far away from home, or you're not far away from home?
Hadn't made a home. I don't have a
So you,
home.
so you
I
don't
don't
have a
know what
channel. You
home
don't have
is.
a.
No, I
You
do
don't have
have
a
a
channel.
channel. I do have a channel.
You don't have a. You didn't have a goal.
Just to hang out and not annoy other people's
Just that,
chats.
no, Steve. This is what I'm saying. Just to hang out. This wasn't it. Because we spoke. You was gonna do your book stuff. You was gonna do your readings. You was gonna do
Which I
you.
just said.
You was
Yeah.
gonna do you originally,
Yeah.
but you're not doing you.
I've never blocked anyone, Chalked Up. I've never blocked anyone. Right? So I don't know why he's saying get chalked up. He's saying, remember when you blocked me before I ever engaged with you? I don't have anyone blocked. I'm sorry. Yeah, So you guys are saying get on my own channel. I hear it. I'll go do that.
No. It's not even get on your own channel. I'm not saying get on your. I'm not saying don't link up with Benton or don't link up with good people. I'm just saying you doing all of this, you're far away from home. Your goal, what you originally set out to do. Benton's good people,
He is good people.
so I ain't got a problem with you linking out with good people.
Yeah.
There's no problem there.
Who's bad people?
There's good and bad.
I'm talking about your goals. I'm talking about what you originally set out for. Forget about the
but
people.
who's-
Forget about Benton. Forget
but who's
about Benton
bad
for a
people?
second.
But if you're telling me who's good
Hold
people.
on. Forget about Benton for a moment. Who's bad people? Are you forgetting the conversations we had? This is what I'm saying. Hey, this is what I'm saying. Is this what we're going? Okay. Who's all right? Cool. Say no more. Who's bad people? Say no more. Say no more. All right. My girl Bex. Say no more. Hey, Benton, it's been a pleasure. Much love. Peace out, everybody.
Bless.
Hey, man. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, I'll be back on mic. I just got back to where I'm at here. Hang on.
I just think that this good people versus bad people thing is like big dick praising without small dick shaming. Like I don't understand. I just don't understand if someone can say who's good to me, then they have a definition of who's bad. You know, it's like, and honestly, I mean this, get chalked up. I could go look. If I've ever slipped in, I slipped and hid someone on someone's chat one time. It was called their name was Jesus Christ the Truth. And we thought it was hilarious because we were waiting for the return of Jesus Christ. 300 seconds we had to wait. It was an opportunity for humor.
Yeah. Shit. Am I here? I may not be here. Am I here yet? Am I lagged?
Yes, you are. Yep, you're here.
Okay, cool. Hey, yeah, I missed some of this because I was driving back. I had to get some of this delicious watermelon, but whatever Drew's proposing here, I think that's probably the way to go. I'm not exactly sure what he's referring to, though, because there's a couple of different beefs going. So if Drew could let me know what he means and what? Where? I thought I unblocked everything. You're not talking about me, are you? I don't think you're blocked on any of my stuff, but I'll double check, Drew. But anyway,
he says I blocked someone. No, he says I blocked him. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, Drew, just whatever, man. Whatever we need to do. Oh, he wants to go against Aphrodite. Okay. Well, just let me know. And as far as what London said, I'll pretty much do whatever I can to work with whoever wants to work with me. I mean, I love doing shit. I think I've proven that. I love doing as much as I can. And just me personally, I'll work with just about anybody. Okay, I got you, Drew. I was a little behind in the deal. And then I can bottom line the whole thing for you. I can download the whole thing, Bex. Or I'm sorry, bottom line it is, you are pretty sharp in the moment, but the problem is we're memorizing your patterns. That's what you're not going to be able to outrun in the long run. So every time you talk, I listen and I memorize your patterns, and I'm going to have them all pretty soon. And you won't be able to talk your way out of anything when I know all your patterns. Mitch is probably most likely doing the same thing as well, I'm guessing. That's what's going to happen, see.
I think we have a tendency towards pattern recognition, so it's kind of like a survival mechanism, you know. So.
Mm-hmm.
It's not personal. It really is. I don't know you personally.
I know you don't.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to tear you down or discredit you or anything.
No, and I didn't mean to come at with you with all the defense I was feeling from the whole week, right? Like, because honestly, it is a program that's being torn down, right? Not like I work really hard to not get emotional out here because I don't want to manipulate people on something I've been trained to do, right? And I mean that legitimately. I mean that authentically, right? Even as I said, yeah, the gender word has to always be thrown out of my mouth because I am talking person to person. I really am someone who's not a fucking feminist.
Oh, I'm probably the closest thing to a feminist around here. Well, yeah, I'm probably the closest thing to a feminist around here. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but most of the folks are pretty far from that, and I'm being a little facetious. But yeah.
So, and I mean it. I do mean it. That I you know, I don't want to be told what to do, and I just feel like, you know, it's like that good guy bad guy scenario. So I appreciate your character, Mitch. Like I mean that the content of your character, period. I really do.
Yeah, yeah. I like this quote that that one person said one day. You know, in a song. You know, one of my favorite quotes by Idea. He said, "You know, what if there was only 4 people in the world, and every time you turn around, they change masks." You know, and I kind of feel like, you know, I'm experiencing that sometimes. Like, you know, like certain people are versions of other people I know. You know, like I'll see the same face and shit. Like it's almost like creepy and weird. Like I'll see like the same personality in different people, and I'll be like, man, I don't know if this is like some Jungian archetype or some shit, but like, you know, like there's some like, you know, I feel like certain aspects of people, or at least sometimes you have the same problem with the same types of people, you know, and you don't know why. And it's yeah, I mean, it's got to be something to that, you know, that each of us has a disposition that you know, I've often met people that at first glance I don't like them, and I really don't know why. You know what I mean? You know, it's just something about, and obviously I try to quickly overcome that feeling because I'm like, that's not rational. You know, so I try to quickly overcome that feeling. But you know, I mean the number of times I've been, you know, right versus wrong is really random, you know, for real. I gotta say, you know, but first impressions, they do last a long time, you know, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm glad that I had a good first impression with all of you guys, including Toilet Bowl Earth. You know, so you know, hopefully they'll get into, you know, some things that, you know, they'll remember. They'll have a process of remembering, you know. And I like what London said, that, you know, I'm not really here to be anybody's psychologist or to, you know, work on myself. You know, this isn't a psychology center, or, you know, this isn't a bonding experience for me, at least, you know, not with people that I don't really know. But as I said earlier, you know, it's to materialize these relations and experiences so that we can create something on the real ground, and then use it a way that we could take something from these interactions and bring it back to our family, our village, our tribe, our local community, you know, and try to, you know, uplift and, you know, recreate and figure out what, you know, how to have real bonds with people, you know, because these are public interactions, you know, every time we, you know, turn on this camera, it's like going outside, you know, anybody can film you, you know, you're under surveillance, you know, this is what it is. We're living in an age of mass surveillance, and people are making themselves into products. Well, the reality of this age is that we're both producers and consumers. and that blurs the lines, as I said earlier, between, what's real and what's a real interaction. Well, we got to get behind the screen and the filters, and the first, and we can only do that if we're honest about how much of the mediation is actually taking place.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And I do know what you're saying, and actually, it reminds me why, Mitch, I don't want to pull up that video right now, right? To be honest, I realized that I responded to London in a way that I would say I performatively told a riddle a couple times and played on the metaverse in a way that I'm not proud of. Someone probably has somebody probably has it, right? I assume somebody's downloading behind me, So that being said, I subconsciously, right till this moment, I hadn't realized that one of the reasons, I know you said you were indifferent, so I didn't mean to bring it up, but I think it all could have been you compromising with me in the moment as well. So I have no problem pulling up that footage to be made more honest of. I just need to make sure that I'm in a situation where I've got the other part that, again, if people have downloaded it, they'll just go looking for it, but I'm trying to move forward with more integrity, and so if you're not indifferent to it and you do want to have that conversation with me, I will make that available in a timely fashion. Like I need a committed time. I need to be told when you'd like it by, or I won't meet those expectations. I'm sort of I struggle with procrastination, right? I work better under pressure. So that being said, and not because because I do have the ability with my own content, even though I want to come back and, people might want to come back and look at it. I'm just learning to do this my own way. So I am willing to offer that out and honestly analyze it with you to be taught something. I would appreciate it and welcome it if you would still want to. I can't do that on demand today, but I could set up a time to do that and where you'd like to do that and do that. Even if it means linking you in to it sooner rather than later.
If I'm being completely honest with you, I'm not demanding anything. You do what you want, but the thing is, I feel like what you're doing is intentional, and you're doing a bit of virtue signaling. That just coming from my heart. I don't know what's true or right. Those are my feelings on it.
Yeah.
And so, feelings aside, the more you get to know me, the more you might realize that that I'm pretty passionate about this stuff. I could go into a bunch of details, but shit doesn't really need to be mentioned. I'm not out here trying to, act like some sort of voice for the voiceless. But I think that's all of our responsibility. It's not like I'm looking at it like an opportunity for accolades or whatever. I'm just trying to.
No, I understand that.
So, if you care about victims of rape and shit, then maybe you would want to correct the record, because what you are putting forth, and I imagine you are in this position because you intend to influence people, and you feel like you have a message to share that's worth sharing, and so I would imagine somebody heard that and took you seriously and is definitely considering what you're putting forth. And so, for their sake, it doesn't do me any harm or even really good for what you do. It doesn't matter to me. That's why I say I'm indifferent. But if you wish to, I don't mean to create a controversy, but you're being controversial, and so I think just for the sake of what's true and right and accuracy, I can't help but share my perspective. I witnessed that and it triggered me, and I said something, and it's turned into this. And I don't intend to have this be like some big focus, because Like, imagine putting all of these hours into, actually advocating for some real victims. What kind of difference we could make in this world instead of like sensationalizing nonsense.
And what I hear is that what I hear of the lesson of the day for me, beyond something I'd called myself out on a couple weeks ago, which is what's my victim status. I would say is to what's my message? Why am I here? Right? Not to make it about me, but I'm just saying, like, I see you, and I could have watched you more and understood more about your message, right? It's just there's only so many hours in a day to get to know all the characters that are out here, and I have not given myself enough the privilege to actually get to know any of the men, any of you guys well enough to as well as I should have, given the content of character of the people I keep meeting through Benton and how I've come to this end of the streets, for lack of a better way of putting it, to like who Paul is, who you are. I look forward to going back and studying better some of the people that you engage with on a daily basis, to understand better who they are and to try and figure out what I'm out here doing. That's not me virtue signaling. You may have seen I urge you to see me as someone who's tried to be as authentic as she can be as she grows out here. And for London to say he's a whole person, that's great. I love that he has,
my recommendation to you would be to stop trying to urge me to think some sort of way and just be you. If that's what you want to be perceived as something authentic, just be you and stop worrying about people are going to perceive you however they do. And so, I mean, that's just radical authenticity, I guess, so to speak. It's like, just be you. Like, it's I don't know if I can articulate that any better, but I got a lot of thoughts on my mind, so sorry. I just keep it short. Sometimes less is more.
Another lesson I struggle to learn, but I swear I try.
Do or do not, there is no try. I learned that from Yoda. I believe that was Empire, if I remember correctly.
I do love to talk, though, like Benton. That's why I really liked his channel and watched it for so long, because I really wanted to do that on my own channel and try and minimize. I think I brought to Paul's table the other day a very focused me, and I intended to do that, right? I appreciate that he gave so much of the dialogue time to me. I wasn't strategizing. I just wanted to talk to someone I'd heard say, that he wanted to be challenged. I thought I hadn't seen enough women up there in a way that brought that challenge, even if it brought other challenges and other dynamics. Shout out to all the women out here, doing their thing, period. So I can be a woman of way less words, and I really aspire to do that anywhere except for over where I'm welcome to do it, or mostly on my own channel,
Yeah, I think I mean, I never saw Star Wars, but yeah, I like that Yoda quote, for sure. Do or do not do. Was that the quote?
Do or do not, there is no try.
Do or do not, there is no try.
When somebody says I'm going to try, that's how you know it's not going to happen. So I also sometimes say I'll try to do that. And when I hear that, I know, well, I'm not going to fucking do that.
And that goes to the central theme when I first came on the panel. It was sincerity. If you're trying, you're not sincere. That's one of the things. Part of it's like what London said. It's like I'm here to present what I already know 100. You know, so I'm not trying to, you know, go back on shit, or I'm not learning together with anyone, you know. So that's the thing. It's like there's no trying to do this shit. You know, it's just you either do it or you don't, you know. And I relate it to Taoist principle, you know, Wa Wu Wei, you know, which is doing, not doing, you know, which is also known as seamless action, or action without effort on the one end, but on the other end, engaging all things while doing nothing, you know. But yeah, I love dropping those things, but you know, but I also appreciate the silence. You know what I'm saying? I'm blessed. You know, bless you guys. I enjoy your presence. You know.
Yeah, likewise. I feel kind of lame today. There must be something in the air. It's I don't hear much pushback to this idea that everyone's feeling a little off today, but
Yeah, I definitely have feeling that way for maybe a little while. You know, I'd say maybe 2 weeks ago, my life pretty much changed. but yeah, for permanently, for the negative. But yeah.
Well, and I'll speak for myself. I don't think, you know, speaking only for myself, I suspect that other folks may feel the same way. You know, I'm not going to invest a bunch of time and energy to somebody without, there has to be something in there, right? So there's something in there. What that is remains to be shown. And, you know, there's some good talkers out here, but there's got to be more. Well, I don't say there's got to be, but, you know, the more the person can work on other things if they want to. I'm not here to tell people to work on anything. I'm just saying we can all do better content if we want to, and that's what gets me going is collaborating. I'll help anybody. I'll work with anybody. You know, whatever it may be, I'll attempt to facilitate that. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But you know, it's way better than me going and getting some corporate job out here. And I guess this would be a corporate job, but either way, you know. I'm going to be doing something all day. It might as well be this. And if I'm going to do that, I'm going to put my all into it, at least in the ways I'm able to. And then that's where the collaborations come in is, you know, people have different skills and there's things that they can help with, right? But it seems like our society and culture's moved to a space where I have to do everything for myself, seemingly. And I personally would like to see a lot more teamwork. And that's one thing these, whatever we're calling the so-called truth communities, seem to be lacking. And maybe it's lacking in the general public. And I am overly critical at times. But that's one of the reasons I'm willing to at least assist and work with people. It's trying to do the thing first, putting it out there, and then hoping it will come back to me. Even if it doesn't, I'm okay. But, you know, and it seems like the more, you know, there can be a ripple effect once one person works with another person, and then that can become sort of like a momentum. That's what I would like to see personally. But I have no way to, and this might echo some of what Machine Lines was saying possibly, I have no way to become forceful about that. And that's what you see in my lesser moments when I'm becoming very forceful. That's, you know, a sign of stress and you know, being too emotional and all of these things. And, you know, I'm probably the most emotional person on here in many ways, me and TBE maybe, right? But that's for me to work on, and that's for me to get under wraps so I can move forward. And at times, you know, that emotionalism will derail whatever I'm trying to do. But if I'm able to overcome that and move forward, I have to think eventually, you know, I can put forward something that will then return to me, you know, kind of like a boomerang in a way. And that's the exponential effect of people working together. And, you know, it's bad when I'm giving the fucking inspirational speeches, for God's sakes. Can we get back to Zoom, please?
But that's sort of like earlier on in the stream when I was talking about when we were juxtaposing good and evil, right, as adversarial. You know, like I think the idea of bringing whole information to YouTube is great. I don't know I ever would want to be, and I even modeling a more whole behavior, being able to maintain a job, a family, a YouTube channel, you know.
But at the risk of cutting you off, this is where the patterns reveal themselves. What you're building is a bridge to nowhere. I'm observing these speech patterns, and that's not a construction that a person can travel across to get to anywhere. It doesn't effectively, it achieves nothing. But it does dissipate a lot of energy outward from yourself and tricks the brain into thinking you're doing something when you're not actually doing anything. If that makes sense. But again, I'm observing the patterns. That's the problem in the long run. Is people see the patterns, and you're around a bunch of bozos that are really good at pattern recognition for the most part. And the more you talk, the more we see the patterns. But then your average person has a very limited ability to follow along with all of that, and to actually see what's happening and how the thought forms and the ideas are being constructed, and that just doesn't go anywhere, right? And the thing is, I'm not smart enough, and I don't have enough ability. So I've set up for effectiveness. And part of that is the moment I realize something can't succeed, I abandon it and will not return to it no matter what, once I know it to be in error. And this is another basic fundamental thing because of my lack of IQ potentially. And I don't want to get into a debate about what that means. I know what I mean by that. Because I'm lacking in certain areas, I've had to, in order to be effective, be ruthless in excising everything that doesn't serve me and what I'm attempting to do, while also being very focused. And meanwhile, I lived in the streets for about 10 years, and I was anything but focused, although I did manage to turn those energies inward long enough to unfuck myself just enough to go back into the real world and become effective. And it's not about me at that level. If I can do it, anybody can do it. I mean, it's not some great undertaking, but that's a grind. Now we're talking about grinding, and then it's uncomfortable. It's disorienting. It doesn't feel good to do all of those things, but it's worth it in my experience. If the thing's worth doing, it's worth doing of its own merits. But then, is the person able to just sit in that, silence of realizing where they are and starting from there? Because I am intending to correct my status, and I have a notebook with the first step written down. And at some point, I'm either going to act on that first step, or 6 months from now, I'm going to take a look at that notebook, and I will have no choice but to realize that, in fact, I've done fuck all. Now I can waste a lot of energy attempting to convince myself and others that I've actually taken action, but it means nothing without the action behind it. Again, I'm always going to take it to the basic fundamental level because that's what I have to do. Yeah, exactly, Drew. Yep, exactly. We'll see you later, Bubba. Thanks for stopping by. Well, we got a little bit of drama here, Drew. But anyway, I'm about done on that. I mean, I could lecture all fucking day, but let's face the fact, nobody wants a Benton lecture, especially not now. So I'm going to let the fellas respond, and I'm going to eat some watermelon.
Well, yeah, there's definitely a type of, I think the interactions here, and I guess, to a certain extent, a lot of people think that, there's some type of character or something, but, really people who have known me, know I talk to people like this for like 10 years, really, I've let my hair grow. I haven't cut my hair. I've really changed like nothing about me for like almost 10 years. There's videos of me 2 years ago saying the same shit I say today, and talking in the same way I talk today. Really all that's really changed is my hair's grown thicker and grown into dreadlocks, and now my beard's grown longer. And, I can't really assess that there's been any change. I think that technology makes it look like things are rapidly changing. But I think mostly, I think culture and, the trials that people face and the way people are, I think that scarcely really changes. And I think that change is one of the illusions of the myth of progress. I think that's a fundamental delusion of our age, that things are moving. Well, they certainly are accelerated, you know, but that acceleration is not you know, the real heart of things. You know, the real heart of things is at the speed of human movement, you know, you know, and the things that we can exercise, and those things that we actually have control of, you know. And I think that freedom in this age is not the same as control, you know, because we don't control society, we don't control technology, you know, but we have freedom to use things at our own discretion, those things that we can apply the speed of human interaction and force to. And you know, I came on here to collaborate with Benton mainly because I saw a picture of Uncle Ted. You know, this is what it was. You know, this is what drew me to interact with Benton. You know, it had nothing to do with my interactions with anybody else. You know, it's just a book that I really, really like, and I wanted to talk to somebody about it. Someone who's older than me and who's seen more things than me and who has more experience than me. You know, who could probably put my ideas in line, reflect back on my ideas, something of his experience, and so I could learn and grow based on that, because I know that Benton's been through more shit than I have. You know, so I'm not just gonna sit here as some, you know, rich Pakistani kid, you know, and claim that I understand everything that's going on in the world, you know. You know, but I'm here to, you know, sort of, in the sense of Paul, you know, you know, I'm raised to be lowered. You know what I'm saying? And that's really how I see myself. You know, brought up to humble myself here, in order to send a message to the people, in order to relate to people on a specific theme. You know, and that theme is, you know, how much is mediation a part of our, you know, interactions, and is a filter or a wall? You know, how much sincerity can you have when wearing a mask? You know, these are questions that I deal with, you know, you know, and also, you know, is this a filter? Is it a wall? Is it a screen? You know, a wall, you can only project things on a wall. You know, a filter transmits information, but it changes the information once it crosses the filter. You know, and a screen, or a window, you know, it just brings through what is already there. You know, so are we looking outside of a window? Is it mediation? What level of mediation is this? You know, and that helps us describe our, you know, the more we're honest about that, the more it helps us, you know, interact honestly, I think. And I think honesty and sincerity, you know, I really demand that from people. You know, that's one thing that, you know, I think I read in Machiavelli say, I think he said, you know, any man that achieves success will be will be surrounded by flatterers. You know, and he said, how do you defend yourself from flatterers? Well, you have to force men to believe that you will not be offended when they're honest with you. You know what I mean? And you know, we all need a little bit of that. You know, those who are easily offended are easily manipulated. You know what I mean? But
Well
yeah, I
said.
hope, I hope that was a fair response to what Ben was saying. You know what I mean? And you know, bless. Yeah, look, Toilet Bowl Earth. I told him in confidence one day that I drank a bottle of wine because my wife left me, and he's telling everybody about it. He's telling everybody about it. He's going, oh, Machine Lies drinks. He's a hypocrite. Dude, I told you that in a private message, and I asked you not to tell anybody that, but you just told everybody that shit. That's hilarious, dude. Man, this cat can't even keep promises. What a horrible friend. Dude, you're a horrible friend. Toilet Bowl Earth, you are a terrible friend, dude. Dude, you're a terrible friend, dude. Dude, the word is the bond, bro. You are a liar, dude. You say you keep promises with people? Dude. Dude, that is sad. That is sad, dude. That is sad that you can call yourself a Christian and behave that way. That's sad.
I don't mean to interrupt, but relevancy is relative from my perspective. So, relevant to what or irrelevant to what? That's something to consider. Just a thought.
Yeah. I mean, I ain't telling this cat anything in private anymore. You know what I mean? There's no trust. Dude, trust is better than gold, as I was saying earlier. You know what I mean? Trust is better than gold, my friend.
But mediation, talking about, what level of mediation can occur between these. And you mentioned mediation. You also mentioned, I'm losing my thought. Sorry, guys. I'm just saying that people make mistakes.
Yeah, and some people just keep making them.
Yeah, pattern recognition. That's down to, is there any real change, right? You philosophized, can anything really change, right?
Yeah.
Does anyone?
Yeah.
How much can it?
Yeah,
But I know
I lean towards I lean more towards no than yes, but yeah.
Aphrodite Rose Starfire said these people are mastered the art of talking about nothing. And I was thinking, well, Seinfeld did a whole show about nothing and people got right in. A lot of people really enjoyed that show. It's interesting how comedies are things you can go back and try and watch. So if they engage you at any point, sometimes you go back and watch them years later and you're like, it's the laugh track that gets you going.
Yeah,
But
I remember when my wife was here, she used to like hearing Aphrodite Rose Starfire talk. So sometimes she put on the live stream of Aphrodite Rose Starfire and heard her go off, so a couple times I watched, Aphrodite, yeah, you're interesting, you're probably more interesting than I am, but people would rather hear a female talk than a man anyways, I think, naturally, but, it is what
I
it
don't
is.
know. I don't know if that's the case though. There's a lot more men. There's a lot, most panels, most places in the internet, it's men, right? Like, and I'm not saying that from a female's perspective. I'm just saying that from a person perspective, looking at the number of women versus men on just up doing things that in where I've always been one to follow the male voice though. So maybe you watch more women. Maybe it's just the way that maybe that's where there is some dynamics, because I don't find that's the case. I see women listening to men. I see, I do. I think we like to hear more from men than we do from women, generally. But balancing it out some, but having women's voices. I'm not saying, that only men, but I definitely think that, yeah, the stats show that it's not the case, or there's some reason. Yeah.
Shout out to Benton. I see he's enjoying that watermelon. It's pretty juicy watermelon there. But yeah, watermelon definitely weird, refreshing thing, man. I remember one day I was on LSD and I ate a pineapple and a piece of watermelon, and I was like, holy shit. It was like splash waterfalls, like I was all of a sudden in like a very serene like mind state. But yeah, I remember like back in the day we used to do like LSD and you like eat ice cream, like like take LSD and then eat ice cream. I don't know why I used to do that, but yeah, some good times. But yeah, it's like, I love this this Psalm 90 You know, it says, Lord, you have been our dwelling place in all generations before the mountains were brought forth, or ever you had formed the earth and the world. Even from everlasting to everlasting, you are God. You turn man to destruction and say, return, O children of men, for 1,000 years in your sight are like yesterday when it is past, and like a watch in the night. You carry them away like a flood. They are like asleep. In the morning, they are like a grass which grows up. In the morning, it flourishes and grows up. In the evening, it is cut down and withers. For we have been consumed by your anger, and by your wrath we are terrified. You have set our inquiries before you, our secret sins in the light of your countenance. For all our days have passed away in your wrath. We finish our years like a sigh. The days of our lives are 70 years, if by reason of strength they are 80 years. Yet their boast is only labor and sorrow, for it is soon cut off. We fly away. For who knows the power of your anger, and as the fear of you, so is your wrath. So teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. Return, O Lord. How long? And have compassion on your servants. Oh, satisfy us early with your mercy, that we may rejoice and be glad all our days. Oh, I love the Psalms. But yeah, I think we're involved in the wrath of the Lord. I mean, that's what's happening, in my opinion. You know what I mean? You know. That's right. We agree on that.
Well, I think we're about done here, folks, unless anybody's got anything else.
Yeah, King David is a prophet in Islam. So yeah, because he said you're Muslim. Yeah, we still acknowledge King David. You know, the real question is, was King David a Christian?
But that's where I would posit that the term Christianity is blasphemous to Christ himself. He would have never said, if he's like idolized no one but the Father, he would have never ever wanted his name used as like the reverence, like that. You know, the word itself goes against his teaching. And so that's why then what was Christ?
Wait, what do you mean by the word? What do you mean by the word?
I just mean the term Christianity has reverence for
you
Christ.
said the word.
That's what I meant. The word
Wait a minute.
Christianity
The word
itself.
has a specific context in the Christian religion.
Yeah,
I think you're intentionally
he's
playing
thinking
on
about
that's not what I meant. That's not
the
what I
word
meant.
Well,
I
but
meant
it's
the
still
word
going to be
Christianity.
perceived that way. Yeah.
Well,
the word means something different in Christianity.
Yeah, like in the beginning
but
of the
I meant
book.
the word Christianity, the title Christianity. He wouldn't have titled himself that. That wouldn't have, the leader of something like that.
Well, I think it would have been in Romans, because there's a new covenant mentioned there, and he mentions the that there's a way to reach God, apart from the Torah, that those who are held account by the Torah, that law, applies to Gentiles in the sense that if they follow the law, then they are a law unto themselves. This is what Paul says. So he says that the Gentiles are a new covenant, and he says that they reach this mode through circumcision of the heart. So the circumcision of the heart implies that there's a sort of a new order in terms of new covenant. So that's where kind of the term comes from. I think it would come from Paul, because Paul is comparing himself to Jews, and also the Gospel of John uses the term Jew, to refer to not to to refer to oh, those guys over there. So Jesus is referring to the Jews as the Jews, as if he's not one of them. It does show up kind of in the Gospel of John and in the letters of Paul, to where there is a distinction made, and the distinction would first be made between Jews and Gentiles, and those Gentiles who have entered into the new covenant and been grafted into the new covenant, as Paul says. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, EBT says this isn't a Bible channel, but yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, I just had to, I was sort of low key in a way saying, well, at the time, because it's more of a question of what is a Jew than what is a Christian, because Christians fairly believe a set number of things. But depending on who you ask in history, it's hard to tell what Judaism is, mainly because it's a lot older, and also because at the time of Jesus, different sects of Judaism seemed to have existed. There was the Essenes, the Pharisees, the Sadducees. Last time I was on Ben's show, I talked about this, so I won't rehash all that here. But yeah,
Cool. Well, I look forward to seeing more of what you have to say on your own channel, and further
Yeah.
discussions with Benton. It looks like probably collaborations with London Man. That's great. Mitch, I appreciate you. Benton, I appreciate you. Machine Lies, I appreciate you and all the chat. And I'm gonna head out for the day. Have a good day, evening, or afternoon, evening. I'll see you again soon.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Yeah, and yeah, thank you everyone for being here, listening to us, and thank you for Benton for inviting me here on this panel here. Definitely.
Yeah, man. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated.
Yeah, yeah. If I'm ever in the chat, or also you have my email. So
Yes,
I want to
do.
remind
I've got
you.
your book as well.
Yeah, I want to
also.
remind you that you have my email. So anytime you feel the need, you go ahead and contact me for any reason, my brother.
Right on. Will
Yeah.
do. Much
Yeah,
appreciated.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks for having me on, and
Yeah,
and
man.
thank you,
Thanks for
Mitchell,
being
for
here.
joining me again in a conversation. Yeah, man.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
also welcome, and of course, I'm gonna be on there Saturday night. You
Nice.
guys are welcome to come join me Saturday night. And you get in early, and you can even avoid the other panelists. Depending on what time, because I go for 8 or 9 hours, so you could kind of shimmy around and avoid some of the panelists if you're not willing to have an interaction with, because I know everybody's got their own people they want to interact with. Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, thank you, friends. Yeah.
Right on, brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah, bless you, and everybody have a nice day here, and I'll see you guys soon. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Right on.
I might solo for a bit once you guys get out of here.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me up, Benton. I appreciate the conversations. Y'all have a
Yeah,
blessed
man. Yeah, thanks, Mitchell. Appreciate you being here.
All right, later.
See you next time. Yep. Cool. All right. That was something. I put old Teddy. This is Ted Kaczynski, but there was a I forget what it was called, Manhunt Unabomber series. This picture, but this is the one I think Machine Lies was referring to. Oh, indeed. Yes, absolutely. My pleasure. I've got some family shit going on, apparently. I never thought that I would be, that my mother would. Basically, I've been talking to my mom for years, and I was about her. What I mean by this is, see, I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. She's been, remarried for many years, and I was under the impression that they had plenty of money, but something about the Medicare, I can't even follow all this. Something about the Medicaid exemption expiring because of the fake pandemic being over. But then again, it's fake. So how did it ever start? But now it's can't possibly end. I don't really know, but I'm thinking what's going to happen is if anybody wants to make with the super chats, and I'm not asking that, right? People have given super chats. I'm not asking for that now. What I'm saying is I'm pretty sure I'm just going to start giving all of the super chats here to my mother, who's going to be on oxygen for the rest of her life, apparently, at $14 a month. Just had absolutely no idea that my mom couldn't afford $14 a month. I used to drive a truck. Hell, I could have just given her plenty of money, you know, if I had known this was an issue. But to my understanding, she had plenty of money to live out her remaining days. So I don't know, man. Perhaps I will be able to heal up enough and go back to truck driving, although I don't want to. I guess at this point, if I'm physically capable of it, perhaps I will. It's kind of fucked up, man. So I got my sister hitting me up, which I'm happy to contribute and give whatever I can. But that's not the issue, right? It's just bizarre to me. And I know this is kind of out of left field, you know, with respect to what the conversation has been. So I don't know. I just don't know how else to do. I don't know what to do other than talk about it, right? Although shout out to this fucking watermelon, man. This is amazing. Missouri watermelon. Who knew? And they have like so much of this stuff. I think I showed some of it when I was down at the fruit stand there. And I guess it doesn't look good from the outside, so people aren't buying it. But I think I've had like I bought 2 more, so like 8 of these watermelons. It's just amazing. I think there's something to this watermelon. There's some measure of healing I seem to be experiencing. So I don't know. My nerves were fucking shot earlier. That argument. I don't know that that's what caused it, but whatever that dust up was initially, man. But I'm feeling a little better, right? Well, thank you, Gary Baxter. Well, and but that's the reality, Gary, is I'm not able to do that exactly. My sister who lives in the same town, but basically my mom moved to Baxter County, Arkansas, where I got hit with the Delta bioweapon, and I had the long bioweapon, right? I'm trying not to say the word. And my mom was in the ICU for about 2 weeks. And they tried to hook her up to the machines, which would have most assuredly ended her life. Fortunately, she knew to say no. But her oxygen levels were so low for so long. She needs oxygen, which again, I was under the impression that she had plenty of money to do whatever she needed to do, because I've been driving a truck since 2018, although I've taken several breaks, but I certainly had literally tens of thousands of dollars I could have given her, and it would have been happy to do so, but nobody fucking told me. And this is where, you know, I don't try to get into people's business. And this has to be a girl's hoodie, right? I mean, I love this thing. It fits me perfect. I've had this thing for years. It's my favorite hoodie, but I think this was like alpaca, but this is only girls' hoodies come with this, right? With the thumb thing. I don't know. Yeah, the watermelon. What was I talking about? Yeah, I would have been happy to hook her up with some loot, or just work more, right? Like I didn't have to take months off at a time. I wasn't living anywhere, you know. It's not like I had a lot of bills to pay. So I'm just confused. I'm honestly just confused by the whole thing. I mean, so thank you all for listening. Thanks for listening to me, because I got to get this off my chest somehow. The longer life goes in this vein, is everybody's brain's been scrambled. I mean, I just don't get it. I'm just not sure what the fuck's happening. So yeah, watermelon, lycopene, right? But then a lot of other things. Yeah, exactly, Robin. I can tell you this. When I first started eating a lot of watermelon, man, I would get up and go to the bathroom like 6 times a night. But I haven't had that problem. Yeah, thanks LOL here, or 101. He goes by many names, but they typically starts with thinks. So in fact, we did at least 2 podcasts, and if I ever manage to drag my happy ass down to the library where I can get on their really fast internet, I might replay some of those. Although realistically, as the climate gets worse and worse, I would probably need to go through and bleep a bunch of stuff, which I really don't want to do. But although I don't know that we talked that much about the pandemic. I know one of the episodes we talked about Carlos Castaneda and cults, this tensegrity. It's an interesting conversation. I replayed that actually at some point. But yeah, thanks, Gary, indeed. And always cool when Aphrodite swings through. Always good to see Miss Aphrodite. And there are, see, some of the CBO folks and some of the Paul and Slave folks don't realize that I had a following. I mean, from my podcast, and not that many folks have followed me over here, but some have. Some certainly have. And yeah, nightmaredystopia.com. There is no website there. However, I do still own the domain. So possibly that will return. But what I'm saying is I'm keeping the first YouTube payment for myself. I will kick my mom a few bucks in the meantime, should she need it. But I've got plans for this money. But yeah, I'll send her like a hundo, I reckon, or just give it to my sister. I can't even get my sister to call me at this point. That's how I tend to run it long at the mouth. I even texted her and said, hey, I need you to call me. Just hang up on me if I start rambling. And I don't know that she's going to call me. But regardless, well, thanks, Aphrodite. Again, I've done nothing, right? It's like, yeah, I want to help. Don't know that I'm able to. And in fact, you know, it's going to sound like more cancer grift, right? But I do have Cash App now. We might as well, hey, let the e-begging commence, right? So, yeah, it's, what is it? Let's see. Almost got you, huh? Ha ha. Cash App. But the moral of the story is I'm either going to figure out how to earn a living online or I'm going to go be homeless again, which I've actually kind of enjoy, to be honest with you. I sort of enjoy, well, actually, at times I've very much enjoyed living in the streets, more or less with nothing. Yeah, no, what I mean by I haven't done anything is I haven't done anything to help my mama. That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. Because I haven't worked in a little bit of time here. But the point I'm attempting to make is after this first payment from YouTube, did we ever get Aphrodite to the minimum to get her payment is the question. I was wanting to drop some super chats on some folks whenever I get this money. I would like to drop some super chats, but after this first payment, I'm just going to give the rest of the payments to my mama. So if anybody in the future wants to donate, this is probably as much e-begging as I can do at the moment. Yeah. So yeah, let's if y'all don't mind, anybody that's so inclined might want to drop a few bucks on Aphrodite. She might want to get her first payment. She's not going to call me. She's texting me. See, what is this? I mean, maybe she's going to call me. I don't know. I got the red heart. What the fuck does that mean? I guess it means my sister loves me. Anyway, I think we're out of here, folks. Yeah, great combos indeed. Great combos. Oh, did you mean you meant my podcast? Yes, I agree. Those were good combos. Certainly. And I had several with Highly Suspect, my friend Keith. I had several excellent conversations with him as well. Well, I don't... See, here's where I disagree with you a little bit, Gary, that I think some folks do enjoy... Oh, shit, maybe she's calling. Oh, fuck. What the fuck is this? Oh, now I got both of them. See, I don't even know how this works. Now I got a group text with both the sisters. Praise God, right? Yeah. Thank you all very much. Yeah, praise God. I got both the sisters on here. I don't know, man. I got to be honest. This is hitting me kind of hard. So I'm a little out of it between all the drama and then now this. Yeah, the Benton School of Broadcasting. That's right. Because at a certain point, I realized that I'm in fact attending broadcasting school more or less at the same time as some other folks, which is pretty cool, I have to say. But yeah, Gary, why are you taking money out of my mama's pocket? And I'll just go ahead and say this: I completely disagree with this line of thinking. I think it makes for a more fun environment. You know, the fact is, if you really don't want to support YouTube, you wouldn't be on here. I mean, let's be honest. You're supporting YouTube by being here, Gary. And how many of y'all have YouTube Premium, by the way? Like, that's you know, if I was monetized at the level of ads, which I really don't care about ads, that, you know, people get paid. If you have YouTube Premium and you watch videos that would have ads, I believe the creator gets some sort of money for that. So I do sort of reject this notion of, we can't give our money to YouTube. It's like, yeah, we're all here and they've got it built into the platform. And yes, they take a fee, but I know when I drop a super chat on somebody, I do enjoy that I'm sort of special for a moment. But I guess we'll agree to disagree on this, Gary. But let's of course, I'm free not to put the comment on the screen also, right? I don't know, Gary, I haven't gone off on Gary in a while between him muting Moose earlier and this thing about the super chats. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say, Gary. That's right. Our energy is worth a lot indeed. But yeah, of course, the Cash App is better, right? Better because I get to keep more of the money. That is a helpful way to sort of segregate the money, give it to my mama and say, hey, look, people. And in fact, I did a podcast episode with my mom. I bet if I played that, I would get some super chats. Yeah, my mother was on one of the podcasts and it was very well received, lest we forget. Certain folks have heard that, I'm sure. And I believe I've replayed it here on the broadcast somewhere. Maybe I'll go back and find it. Who knows? Anyway, we're out of here. Thanks for watching. Bye.